Again, we join the American family Robinson. In our last program, Editor Luke and Miss Timmons were plotting to get her property away from Windy Bill. Miss Timmons was found by young Bob Robinson touring the country in Windy's house car, which proved to be a bad bargain. Miss Timmons has vowed revenge on Windy. Apparently, she's gotten over her infatuation for that gentleman when she discovered he had tricked her. He intends to sell her property to Mr. Jason for the new factory site and pocket the profits. Today, however, we leave her and Editor Luke to complete their plans and pay a visit to Devil's Gulch and our honeymooners, Betty and Dick Collins. We find Mr. Webb, the owner of the Dude Ranch, and a neighbor of his, just finishing a meal, which Dick has prepared. You remember that Dick offered to take the place of Chuck Peters, the ranch house cook, if Chuck would substitute for him as Betty's riding escort. Mr. Webb is speaking.
Well, I must say your flapjacks ain't quite like the ones Mother used to make, Mr. Collins, but they're adequate, I reckon.
I knew I was going to leave something out. And just to make sure, I put in everything I could find in the kitchen. But I guess you haven't got the missing ingredient in stock, whatever it is.
Well, it ain't so much what's missing. Glory be. Say, there was some buckshot out there. You didn't put that in, did you?
Of course not. You don't taste any buckshot, do you?
Well, it'll be a little hard to tell. I thought I tasted some lead pipe in there for a minute, and it did seem kind of heavy-like. But never mind. That makes him stick by your ribs all the better. Hey, Carson?
Oh, don't take Webb serious, Mr. Collins. All he means is your conversation is better than your cooking.
Yes, I gathered that. Well, if you'd rather have Chuck Peters do your cooking, all I can say is go ahead.
Shucks, no, Mr. Collins. I'd rather have you any day. Chuck, he can't cook, and he ain't got good sense either. You at least got good sense.
Well, thanks very much. That's something.
Sure you got good sense, Mr. Collins. Webb was telling me is how you explained to him about taxes and government spending. How people are hollering for more money to spend, and then hollering about heavy taxes at the same time. like robbing Peter to pay Paul. Well, somehow people just don't seem to see no relation between the two.
Well, I'm not exactly the first person to bring that out. But if I helped you fellows see it, maybe I have been of some use. You know, there are a lot of folks who don't seem to realize that all this money has to be taken out of the people's pockets by the government.
Sure, but if you could only think up some way of curing the trouble.
Oh, easy. If people hollered for less government spending, they wouldn't have to holler about taxes because that would take care of itself. Taxes hit the thrifty job holder the hardest. Spending billions of dollars helps people who are unemployed, but it isn't going to help very much if it's spent so lavishly that it's going to bankrupt the people who already have jobs and the government.
Well, still it does seem pretty necessary to give people some security. And if they know the government will kick in during a pinch...
You're right. People must be made to feel secure. But why do they feel insecure? Because food prices, along with taxes, have been raised, and that has removed the margin of safety from the average pay envelope. The average American worker has always been used to having enough money to lay aside a bit against a rainy day. When he can no longer do that, he feels insecure. Higher prices and taxes certainly won't help him much.
Doggone if it ain't a vicious circle. Spend money to make people feel secure. But if you do spend it, they'll feel less secure all the time. It sounds bad.
It would be bad if you hadn't overlooked the most obvious answer to the whole problem. There is one channel of employment which won't cost the present job holders any money in taxes and raised prices, and that's private industry. And that's where we've got to start if we're going to get anywhere at all with recovery.
Yeah, but where's industry going to get the money for all these new jobs?
As soon as people get the idea that recovery comes first, before all these badly timed attempts at reform of the whole business and social structure, people will invest freely in industry. And that will solve the job security question, and then it will be time enough to think of any needed reforms.
Boy, you sure got all the answers. You're wasting your time cooking flapjacks. Now, what you ought to do is to
Hello,
go...
old stick in the mud.
Hello, Betty.
Is the Economic Forum still in session?
Now, Miss Collins, you oughtn't to come in here interrupting us like that.
Well, I like that. Is he my husband or yours?
Betty, nobody would know I was your husband. You're never around where I am.
And why? Because you never go anywhere or do anything except hang around this kitchen. Cooking, of all things, and talking.
Well, it's all right for a young man to talk and think sensibly about national affairs. It's important. Most of these young dudes we get out here talk a lot of half-baked socialism.
More important than his wife, I suppose. Don't you ever think of having any fun, Dick? What'd you come out here for, anyway?
Because you made me come out here, that's why.
Webb, you was going to show me that new stock you bought. I reckon this would be a good time to go do it.
Yeah? Oh, yeah, sure. Well, see you later, Mr. Collins. Don't take it too hard, but don't give in.
Oh, that man, pitying you, taking sides with you and glaring at me as if I were a lame-brained little fluff.
Oh, Mr. Webb's all right when you get to know him.
I didn't come out here to get to know Mr. Webb. I came out here on my honeymoon, and a fine honeymoon it is.
Oh, we've been over this before, dear. You see, I don't like horses.
Oh, nonsense. You won't even try them, Dick. All you have to do is to get used to riding, and then you'll love it. Look at me. I'm having a glorious time. Why, just this morning I learned how to throw a lariat. Chuck and I are...
Oh, Chuck, is it? So it's come to that.
Well, of course. You can't force me into the exclusive company of a person every day and not have me get to know him by his first name, I hope.
Listen, I don't like that guy.
It's all right. He doesn't like you either.
Oh, he doesn't. Well, why not?
Well, he says you're scared to...
Scared of what? Not of him, I hope. Or does he actually think he's got me bluffed with that act he puts on?
No, scared of horses. We thought of borrowing a rocking horse from one of the neighbor's kids and putting it on the porch with your name on it. But I thought you might not see the joke.
Is that so?
Chuck's terribly funny sometimes. He's a good mimic, too, you know. You ought to see the way he imitates you.
Yes, I'd like to. Just once.
Well, I'll show you. He sort of paces up and down the room like this with his hands behind his back, and he says, what this country needs is less horse flesh and more sofa pillows. Then people would realize...
Why, that four-flusher. I'm going out there and poke his face in.
Hey.
I'll fix him up so he'll never face another camera.
But Dick, wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. You can't do that. I didn't mean to start anything.
Well, I mean to finish something. Hey, you, Peters,
Dick,
come here.
Wait a minute.
Morning, Professor. What's the matter? Did your audience walk out on you?
Get down off that horse.
Oh, he's all right. He won't bite you. Why, he's as gentle as a lamb.
Never mind the horse. Get off.
Oh, don't mind the horse. Not at all. You see, I'm different. Now, you take some people. The minute they see one, why, they go pale.
If you don't come down, I'll come up there after you.
Well. Spoken like a little man. He isn't scared of the big, bad horsey after all.
Scared, huh? I'll show you whether I'm scared. Bring out one of your animals and I'll ride him. And when I get through, I'll push your teeth in.
Dickie, will you ride with us? Let's go down to the corral right now.
Well, maybe I better hit him first.
No, Dick, wait till after I ride, and I'll help you hit him.
You'll have a long wait if you wait till after he rides.
Is that so? Bring on your horse, that's all. I'll show you.
You better bring up Daisy, Chuck. She's nice and gentle, and bring Dancer for me.
No, you won't bring Daisy either. If I'm going to ride a horse, I'm going to ride a good one. There isn't a nag on this ranch that I'm afraid of.
Oh, I suppose you think you can ride Blue Lightning.
You bet I can. Bring him on.
Oh, no, Dick, not Blue Lightning.
Oh, this is going to be good.
Oh, Dick, you can't do this. Blue Lightning is absolutely wild. You'll never be able to...
Oh, yes, I can. And I'll show you up, too. You think you've married a sissy, eh?
Oh, but dear, you don't have to break your neck to prove you're not a sissy. Oh, Mr.
Now,
Webb.
never mind calling him. I've made up my mind.
Yeah, what's the trouble?
Oh, dear. Chuck was kidding Dick about being afraid of horses, and now Dick's got mad and he's going to ride Blue Lightning.
There, I knew it. Just like a woman to go deviling a man till he does something crazy.
Oh,
Mr. Collins, I wouldn't ride that Mustang myself. You're not going to go committing suicide on account of your wife, are you?
I have made up my mind.
Well, all I gotta say is, it sure has been nice knowing you, Mr. Collins.
Huh?
I'll remember everything you said, and I'd like to shake hands before I set off to town for the doctor.
Oh.
Well, now, I don't know but what I'd better get the undertaker to come out, too. It'll save a trip. Goodbye, Mr. Collins.
Goodbye. Oh, yeah, goodbye.
Well, here he is. Hey, cowboy, you mount from the left side.
I know which side. Whoa, keep still, you beast.
Oh, Dick, please.
Now, let me hold him for you.
Get away. I don't need your help. Stand still, you. There. Come on, Betty. You'd better get aboard that other animal. This one wants to go places.
You better hold him. Once he takes out on you, you're gonna.
You keep your advice to yourself. You ready, Betty? Let's go.
Are you all right, Dick?
Of course. This is a cinch. He's as gentle as a lamb.
You know, they say horses can always sense when you're afraid of them. It makes them mad. Oh, by the way, Blue Lightning's ears are back. You better watch him.
Let's go back. You've already shown you can ride him, Dick.
Not much of a ride.
Why, I'm just beginning to enjoy it. We'll ride out to the canyon and back.
Swell. How about a little race? Get going, Pink. Come on.
No, Dick, wait for me.
What's the matter?
Well, your horse is making Dancer nervous. You better stick with me.
Well, of course, if you're afraid. But I hate to let that guy...
Look, Pink stopped. Something's the matter.
Jan Peters fell off. Oh, boy, am I glad I came.
Come on, let's see what happened. Come on.
All right.
Here, stay back. Rattlesnake. Paint shied and bucked me off.
Where is it?
Oh, it slid off into the bushes. Wait, I want to get a shot at it.
No, come on, let's go back.
Hey, from what I've seen of your shooting, you better try a club.
There he is.
Betty! Her horse is running away with her.
Oh, get after her while I catch Pink.
It's all right, Betty. Hang on. Come on, you beast. Get going.
I can't stop her.
Can you jump off?
No.
Here, we'll have to go around the canyon and head her off. She's making for the cliff.
Not me. I'm going after her.
Why, you'll break your neck.
I'll be right with you, Betty. Betty! 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 Betty!
Here I am, Dick.
Where? I can't see you.
Up here, in the tree.
Good heavens. How did you get up there?
Well, I grabbed it as it went by. Get me down.
Oh, boy. Wait a minute. There. I've got your feet. Now drop.
Oh, Dick, I was so frightened.
Of course you were, you poor kid.
I'll never get on another horse as long as I live.
Oh, nonsense. Now that's liable to happen to anybody. I thought it was a pretty swell ride myself. Well, wait till I get up on Blue Lightning, and then you can sit in front of me.
No, I couldn't. Blue Lightning's the devil, Dick.
Yeah, he may have been once, but coming down the side of that canyon at about 40 miles an hour would take the pep out of any horse. Come on, give me your hand and jump.
But are you sure you can handle him?
Handle? Say, didn't you just see me handle him?
I think I'd rather walk.
You can't walk back from here. Come on, now get your foot in the stirrup and jump.
Well, all right, but don't let him go too fast.
Come on now. There. Now we'll go home at a walk, or maybe a slow canter. Are you comfy?
Mm-hmm. Oh, Dick, you're wonderful.
Huh. I guess compared to some people I am. You know, this horse business is a cinch once you get the feel of the thing. All you need is a little confidence.
But what happened to Chuck, Mr. Peters?
That guy. He was scared to go down the canyon.
No.
He's probably up at the top thinking of an alibi. What a big Western hero he turned out to be. Yeah, and he missed the rattlesnake, too. I saw the thing scooting away.
Ooh, don't mention that awful snake. I get chills just thinking about it.
Hey, who's there?
Who did you think it was? What are you doing, waiting for an elevator to take you down?
Suffering
Chuck.
cat. How did you get her?
I picked her off a tree. Her horse is down in the canyon somewhere. Maybe it'd be a good idea if you went down there and found it and let Mrs. Collins ride Paint home.
Yeah, but I don't know where the horse is.
Hey, unless you'd prefer to have me get off this horse and continue that argument we were having. You know, I was middleweight champion of the Centerville Athletic Club.
Oh, sure. I'll get the horse, Mr. Collins. That sure was some riding down the side of that young mountain.
Kid stuff. And by the way, Peters, and you too, Betty,
Yeah?
I'm giving a little lecture at the ranch house tomorrow on why cooks, politicians, and professors should stick to their own trade. I expect both of you to attend.
Yes, sir.
Now get going. Betty, hop on that camouflaged hobby horse, and I'll race you back to the ranch.
Yes, Dickie.
And what a man Collins comes through. Our local boys certainly made good in that little fracas. In the meantime, what's happening back in Centerville? Remember, Luke and Miss Timmons are trying to get Windy Bill to give up the property he appropriated, which is to be used for the new factory site, which means jobs in Centerville. Join us in our next program and see what happens. Until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett, directed by Martha Atwell, and produced by the National Industrial Council. Industrial Council. Industrial Council. It's time to join our American Family Robinson again. You remember Editor Luke was plotting with Miss Timmons to get her property away from Windy Bill, who has hired a bodyguard to protect himself from Luke. Today we find Miss Timmons, who is staying out of sight at the Robinson house, and Luke holding a conference over the breakfast table.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Robinson, whether this thing is going to work out or not. Don't hardly sound like a likely story to me. I'm certain I wouldn't believe it.
Oh, now, don't back out on me at this point. Of course he'll believe it.
He's got to believe it, Miss Timmons. It's practically our only chance. Oh, I do hope you're a good enough actress to put it over.
Good enough. Acting's second nature to me. Could have had a career like as not if I'd have wanted to. Why, once I even played Shakespeare for the church sociable. Lady Macbeth I was. And everybody said it fair made their blood run cold just to see me. In my big scene, I had 'em rising right out of their seats. All dressed in black I was, sort of floating stuff, and my hair all down my back, and my eyes a-staring straight ahead like this.
Gracious.
I come walking right down to the footlights, slow, like I was walking in my sleep, holding a taper in my hand. This fork's the taper. And I says in a kind of hollow voice, "Out," I says. "Out, doggone Spot."
Doggone Spot, Miss Timmons?
Well, yes. You see, we was given it in a church, and the way Mr. Shakespeare wrote it didn't hardly seem appropriate, so we had to sort of censor it a little.
Oh, I see. Go on.
"Out, I say." And then there was something else between, and then I says, "All the perfumes of Araby will not sweeten this little hand." Oh,
Miss Timmons, whatever is the matter?
Why, nothing. That's in the play.
Oh,
There, you see? Ain't I an actress? I had her fooled.
you certainly are. I shan't get over it for the rest of the day.
Well, that's fine, Miss Timmons, but in this role you're going to play for Wendy, I wouldn't take it quite so big. A little restraint, maybe.
Oh, well, when I get to acting, I just have to give my all. But I'll try to tone it down a bit if you think I ought to.
Well, just be natural. You'll be all right. Now, suppose we rehearse it a little. Now, I'll be Windy Bill. Now, why, Miss Timmons, fancy seeing you here.
Oh, Mr. Winkle, Bill, I just had to come right over to thank you.
Oh, it's no use, Mr. Robinson. I just couldn't look that reprobate in the face and be that nice to him.
Oh, now, come, Miss Timmons. Try. I'll tell you what. You come along with me to the office. I'll coach you on the way.
All right. But I have my doubts.
Oh, nonsense, Miss Timmons. You'll be fine. And when it's all over, I'll get Bill over here and you can tell him just what you think of him, right to his face, and I'll help you.
Well, under those circumstances, I guess I can do it.
That's fine. Well, goodbye, dear, and let me know what happens as soon as Miss Timmons gets back.
Goodbye, and good luck, Miss Timmons.
Funny. Town looks just the same as it did before I went traveling.
Oh, you were only gone 2 days.
Seemed like 2 years. Oh, the trouble I had with that darned house car. You know, Mr. Robinson, what I don't understand about this whole mess is why you're taking so much bother over it. Of course, it's nice of you to take such an interest in my affairs.
Well, it's not just that, Miss Timmons. It's helping a new business to get started without any handicaps that I'm fighting for. Of course, this is only one small factory out of our vast industrial system, but it means permanent social security through employment for a couple of hundred people. And that's worth all the fighting I'm capable of.
Yeah, a couple of hundred ain't so many out of a couple of million people who need security, though.
I know, but it takes time, you know, to bring about a lasting security based on a secure foundation of industrial progress for a whole nation.
Why, my goodness, Mr. Robinson, don't you read your own paper? I read in the Herald all about how someone said the United States is 50 years behind some of them European countries that have passed laws to make everybody socially secure, and that we ought to reform and pass a law like that right away.
I don't suppose you bothered to read my comment on it.
Well, to tell you the truth, I was helping Grammar Peabody make jelly while I was reading, and just at that point I smelled something burning.
Never mind. I ought to be glad you read the paper at all. I said that story reminded me of the mother who tried to get her daughter to eat spinach by saying to her, "There are thousands of little girls who would like to have your spinach." And the little girl replied, "Name me just one."
Is that a joke?
Let it go. But I'll explain it more simply. It's true that some European countries do have social security laws. But you can't name one whose system works better than the one we have right here in America. Here, workmen for 150 years have enjoyed security of wages and working conditions that enable them to provide for themselves and their families. In Europe, the average wage has been so low that bare necessities had to suffice for the workers, with none of our American conveniences.
But if we added Social Security laws to our high wages, wouldn't that be even better?
No, but you can't get security just by passing a law. You have to provide money for it. And there's only one place that money can come from. Payroll taxes, which means lower wages.
Don't seem to be no way out of it.
Just one way. Build industry up to the point where it can provide job security for everyone, along with our high living standards.
You mean I'll be helping to do all that if I can make that Bill Winkle believe all that stuff you told me?
Exactly.
Then I'll do it if it chokes me.
That a girl. Oh, here he comes. Here, quick, in this doorway.
Bill Winkle?
Yes. I'm sure they didn't see us. Now listen. He's coming down this side of the street. Now you walk slowly along to meet him before he gets where he can see me. Tell him exactly what I've told you. Now, have you got it straight?
I think so.
Now remember, be cordial. Be effusive.
Now, I tell you, Gus, I don't like this going around in broad daylight, even with a bodyguard. We're liable to meet Luke anywhere along here.
Oh, what's the matter, boss? You got me, what, ain't you?
Yes, I know, but suppose he sees me before you see him. He could fill me full of lead before you could even turn around. He's a dangerous man, Gus.
Well, if he did that, I'd just plug him. Then you'd be even, wouldn't you?
Well, I suppose so. But it wouldn't do me much good then.
Quit worrying, boss. Look at me. Am I worried?
Well, why should you worry? Nobody's after you. Gus, hide me, quick. Get in front of me, quick.
Let go my arm.
Gus.
Let me get my gun. Where is he?
It isn't he, it's she. Don't let her see me.
She? That scrawny dame?
Yes, Miss Timmons. Oh, this is awful.
What's the matter, boss? You ain't hiding from a dame, are you?
You don't know this dame.
Listen. Quit trying to crawl up my back. Listen.
Gosh.
I don't hire out as no bodyguard to protect no guys from no dames. Get that? I'm a gentleman, I hope.
Gosh, you don't understand. Why, she's...
William!
Oh, it's too late. I'm a goner.
Take off your hat when a lady speaks to you, you lug.
Oh, Mr. Winkle, Bill, you're the very person I want to see.
Hello, Miss Timmons. This is quite a shock. Surprise.
Well, I guess you two want to talk, so I'll be scrambling.
No, Gus, don't go.
Oh, you mustn't run away, Mr.
This is Gus, Mr. Olson, Miss Timmons.
How to do, Mr. Olson? I wondered who the handsome young man was. Bill, I do admire big blonde men.
I didn't expect you back in Centerville quite so soon, Letitia. Is anything wrong?
Wrong? Why, no. I hated to come back. I was having such fun.
Fun? Fun in the house car?
I want to tell you all about it. Couldn't we go into this drugstore and maybe get a cup of coffee, Bill?
Well, I'd love to, Letitia, but I'm really in an awful hurry.
You wasn't in a hurry a minute ago. I guess if a lady wants a cup of coffee, she can have it, can't she, Guy?
Yes, I guess so.
Come along, Mr. Olson. We'll make it a party. Now, you see, Mr. Olson, Bill traded me my house for his house car, but I never expected it to turn out like this.
Oh, it's coming now. I wonder if there's a back door.
Is that so? Hey, fella, 3 cups of coffee and plenty of cream, or else.
Well, I had a little trouble with the car right at first, but I took it to a repair shop, and while I was there, a great big car come up. Oh, I declare it was a block long, and a man steps out. Awful dandified clothes he had on. And guess who it was?
What's Scarlatti? He's always putting on front.
Oh, well, no butcher I ever knew had a car like that. No, this was the president of a great big automobile company. Well, he come over to the house car and looked it all over, and then he says it was just the kind of thing he'd been thinking of putting on the market.
He what?
Would you believe it? And he says, what'll you take for it? Well, I was thinking it over, and then he says, come now, come, surely you'll sell for $30,000, see?
30,000?
Well, what do you know?
Well, I know you could have knocked me over with a feather. But then he says I had to give him the patent, too. So I come back to get that. You forgot to give me that patent, Bill, when we made our deal.
Thank goodness. Of course, Letitia. Our deal didn't include the patent rights. You see, that's my invention, and I could hardly...
Why, Bill Winkle, do you mean to sit there and tell me you're not going to transfer that patent to me?
But, Letitia, how could I? It's worth $30,000.
Oh, I might have known. My only chance to be independent, and me a poor lone woman. And if it hadn't been for me, that man would never have seen the house car.
Hey, wait a minute. What's all this about? I don't get it.
Well, it hasn't anything to do with you, Gus. You keep out of this.
You see, Mr. Olson, after all I did for him to treat me like this. Oh, it's terrible to be a defenseless woman.
No, you ain't defenseless. Not while Gus Olson's around. And listen, you. Are you telling me what to keep out of and what not to keep out of?
Now, Gus, you don't understand about this. You're working for me, aren't you?
Was, you lug, was. When it comes to dames in distress, I puts all other considerations aside, especially small change. In them cases, I always think, supposing it was my own mother.
Oh, Mr. Olson, I knew the minute I saw you that you was brave and good. But I'm afraid you can't do anything with a hard-hearted man like Mr. Winkle. I guess I'll just have to go my lonely way, homeless, penniless, while he is rolling in the lap of luxury.
Don't you worry, little woman. I'll fix it. Winkle, I got a good mind to give you the whites right now.
Oh, no, Gus, I don't want a factory. Just the patent.
Now, listen, Gus, let me explain this later.
You do your talking right now. As I get it, this lady give you her house.
Yes, but...
And you swap her this here house car for it, but you double-cross her by holding out this patent fixture.
It's not a fixture, Gus. It's a paper, sort of.
I don't care what it is. She wants it, and she's going to get it, see?
Couldn't we arbitrate this thing?
Do you talking in English?
I mean, couldn't we compromise?
No cracks, Guy. This is no time to be funny.
Oh, good heavens. I mean, we can fix this up, Gus, old boy.
That's what we're doing right now. Come on. Where is it, this patent thing?
Well, it's in my safe deposit box. But I lost the key.
Oh, yeah? Well, listen, smart guy. I give you till this time tomorrow to find it. Either you'll bring that patent in here and hand it over to this lady, or you know what'll happen. Get it?
I get it. Letitia, I'm disappointed in you. I once entertained only the highest regard for you. In fact, I had hoped that you returned that feeling.
You made a mistake, Bill Winkle, when you thought you could put one over on Letitia Timmons. Come, Mr. Olson. May I have your arm? I don't feel safe walking down the street with that reptile around loose.
Gosh, don't leave me. Suppose Luke Robinson should find me.
Well, all I gotta say is I hope he don't miss. You'd ought to learn a lesson from this, Winkle. It don't pay to wake a racket on a dame. You're not a bad guy, but you get some wrong ideas. Early training, I suppose. When you see easy money you can take off a dame, just stop and think. Would I like somebody to do this to me mother or me sister? Think it over, Winkle. Come on, Miss Timmons.
Gus, I can never thank you enough.
That's nothing. I'd do it for anybody.
$30,000. Just like that. That fat head. That boob. Oh, there must be a way out of this. Let me think. Boy, bring me some ammonia.
Why, hello, Wendy.
Luke!
Haven't seen you in a long time.
Oh, don't. Oh, go ahead and shoot. You might as well.
Why, Wendy, what's the matter? Don't you feel so good?
The answer is no. Wendy is not feeling so good. Miss Timmons' bluff worked only too well as far as he's concerned. But she hasn't got her property back yet, although she has got a new champion in the soft-hearted Gus Olson. Join us in our next program and see what happens. Until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett, directed by Martha Atwell, and produced by the National Industrial Council. Industrial Council. As we tune in on the American Family Robinson and Centerville today, we find Windy Bill regretting he traded away his house car, since Miss Timmons has told him she's found a buyer willing to pay $30,000 for it. Editor Luke is offering consolation for this latest misfortune, with his tongue in his cheek, however, since Luke himself is the author of Miss Timmons' little story about the house car. Luke is speaking.
Come now, Wendy. Tell Brother Luke all about it. Why this morbid request that I shoot and get it over with? As in short, what's eating you?
Then you weren't planning to shoot me on sight?
Why, Wendy, what gave you that idea? Nothing could be further from my thoughts. Ever since you left my house, I've entertained nothing but the very highest regard for you.
And you aren't mad because I'm charging $20,000 for my property?
Why, of course not. I expect a man to do the best he can for himself. Live and let live is the motto of the moment.
That's just it, Luke. I'm not doing the best I can for myself. Lukey, I've made a horrible mistake.
No, I can't believe it.
Oh, yes.
You're not losing your grip, are you, Wendy?
I'm afraid I am. Just think of it, Luke. $30,000 slipping right out of my grasp into the clutches of Miss Timmons, and I left holding the bag, practically a pauper.
What? Can this be? Tell me, old boy, how this could have happened to you, of all people.
Well, she got an offer of that amount for my house car from an automobile manufacturer. And just because I traded it to her, she demands the patent rights.
Oh, that's too bad. But after all, Wendy, you can refuse to give her the patent.
But Gus is on her side. And
Gus?
Yes, my bodyguard. But he turned against me. She used her feminine wiles on him, and now he threatens me. Threatens my very life.
Oh, my.
Oh, dear, the place seems overrun with people who want to shoot me, and I don't see why.
Well, I hadn't expected that.
What are you laughing at? I assure you it's far from funny.
No, nothing. I just had an idea. I think I may be able to help you, Wendy.
I don't see how, without getting me killed by that maniac.
Well, that has its points. If all else fails, we look into it.
Now don't joke, Luke. I can't bear it. I'm a broken man.
No, seriously, my idea is this. We've got to deal with Miss Timmons herself. If we can get her to trade back your house car for her property.
Oh, if we only could. Yeah. Oh, no, it's no use. She knows her property is worth only $500.
No, that's why you're asking $20,000, I take it.
I mean ordinarily. Letitia doesn't know about the factory wanting the place.
Well, we might tell her about it and give her the impression that she could get as much for her property as you're going to get for the house car.
That's it. By George, you've got it.
Yeah.
I'll do it right now. Luke, old boy, you're a prince, sir. A prince. What a joke this will be on Letitia.
It certainly will be a joke. But, Wendy, I think I'd better talk to her. From what you've told me, I gather that Letitia sort of lost some of her faith in you.
Well, that's right. I'm afraid she has. But never mind. I trust you to do a good job of...
promoting?
Yes, promoting, as I do myself.
Thanks. I think I've got the hang of your methods pretty well. Now, why don't you come along to the office? We can call the fair Letitia, have her come down and settle the whole thing right now.
Fine. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this, Luke. Look here, won't you have a cup of coffee on me?
No, thanks. Gotta go.
A cigar?
No, the fun I'll get out of this will be ample payment. No, come on.
Payment? Yes, I suppose I ought to. A commission seems to be called for.
Oh, no, Wendy. I'm doing this for my own satisfaction entirely.
I can't let you, Luke. Bill Winkle isn't that kind of man. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give you 2%.
2%? Well, that's just like you, Wendy. Oh, all right. I'll take 2% of everything you get out of the Winkle Little Wonder house car.
Don't laugh, Luke. That'll amount to real money. I'll run that buyer's price up to 40, 50, a cool $500,000. See if I don't.
Oh, why all this gouging? Isn't $30,000 enough for you?
Oh, chicken feed. Why, this is a big corporation I'm going to deal with. Do you think I'd let him get away with that?
Oh, your idea is that the value of your car increases with the size of the company you sell it to?
Of course not. Why, that's not reasonable. The idea is, if the company is big, make them pay. The big fellows in business have always gypped the public. The little fellows...
What makes you think that the size of the company has anything to do with its honesty or its policy or any of its virtues?
Anybody knows that...
Well, why not be logical then? If you're going to rate a thing's virtues by its size, Monte Carlo would be the best country in the world because it's the smallest. And the United States would be among the worst because it's one of the biggest. It doesn't seem to me to make sense.
It doesn't, the way you put it. But you know that big businesses are bad, or how could they have gotten big?
The same way this country got big, by growing. Every big company was a small company once. Why should it change from good to bad just by growing? You can't convince me that a big company is any more wicked than a little one, any more than a little one is better than a big one.
Well, I don't actually know, but everybody says...
Oh, hearsay evidence never was any good. Your mind never seems to have risen above the level of people who believe that all Chinese are laundrymen.
Well, now, we won't fight about it, eh, Lukey? We're pals, aren't we?
Oh, yes, I forgot for the moment. We're partners in a tidy bit of skullduggery. All is forgiven. After you, my dear Windy.
Huh? Oh, yes, here we are.
Oh, yes. Come into my parlor, as the spider said to the fly.
Oh, Lukey, you're always kidding.
Morning, Miss McGillicuddy.
Good morning, Mr. Robinson.
You run along into my office, Wendy. I'll be with you in a minute. Miss McGillicuddy, call my house and hurry.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Robinson, is anything the matter?
No, everything is all right. Hurry.
Oh, well, forevermore, the way you said it, I thought surely something had happened.
Miss McGillicuddy.
Oh, yes, Mr. Robinson. Cedar 461. Hello, Mrs. Robinson. Yeah, this is Miss McGillicuddy down at the office. Yes, how are you? Did you get that recipe?
I'd like to talk to her.
Oh, yes, I tried it, but I left out the baking powder. Wasn't that
Miss
silly?
McGillicuddy, give me the phone.
What? Oh, yeah, Mr. Robinson wants to talk to you.
Hello, Myra. Is Miss Timmons there? Coming down here. Oh, darn it, I wanted to talk to her first. Oh, yes, it worked fine. Yes, he's all ready to trade. If she doesn't forget her lines. Yes, I'll let you know. Goodbye. Miss McGillicuddy, if Miss Timmons comes in, be sure to ring my phone. I want to see her out here before...
Oh, there you are.
Why, Miss...
Well, I guess you agree now about me being the Sarah Bernhardt of Centerville, don't you?
Quiet. Huh? Miss Timmons, he's in there now.
Bill Winkle?
Yes. Who's that?
That? Oh, why, that's my friend. Gus Olson. Nice young fella, too. Gus, this is Luke Robinson.
Luke Robinson, eh? Stick 'em up. Come on, put 'em up.
What's the idea?
Gus Olson, whatever in the world are you doing?
Come on now. Don't try anything funny or I'll plug you. It's all right, boss. You can come out now. I got him covered.
What's going on here? Gus, what are you doing? Stop that right away.
Gee, boss, this is the guy, ain't it?
Oh, what guy? Why, this is my brother-in-law, Luke. Now stop waving that gun at him.
But didn't you hire me to...
Oh, that was a mistake. Luke is my best friend.
Listen, I don't get it. First he's after you, and then... Oh, I get it. He's on this, job that you're trying to frame on this lady.
Why, Gus, you must be crazy. Mr. Robinson is my very best friend.
Somebody's crazy. First you're all running around putting each other on the spot, then you turn out to be palsy-walsies. I don't get it.
Well, don't try to get it, Gus. I'm afraid the pace is a little fast for you. You better stay out here and talk to Miss McGillicuddy while we go into my office and straighten out our own problems.
Mr. Robinson, please don't leave me alone with him. He's dangerous.
Now, don't worry. He's quite harmless, unless you try to confuse him.
Why, I wouldn't hurt your little girl. You remind me of my own sister.
Oh, go away. Here, please, you gangster.
Now, listen, lady, you oughtn't to say a thing like that. It makes me feel bad. Anyhow, you got me wrong. I ain't a gangster. I'm a bodyguard. Gus the bodyguard. Why, I wouldn't be a gangster. What would me mother think?
Well, I should think it's about time you thought of your mother. Going around poking guns at people, aren't you ashamed?
But, lady, what's a bodyguard good for if he ain't got a gun? I wouldn't hurt nobody with it. Look, it ain't even loaded.
No, take it away. Mr. Olson, you seem to be good at heart. Why don't you give up this life of crime and go straight, huh?
Well, I am thinking of quitting. It's a mug's game. Now you take this job. First, this Winkle says, get this guy. Then he says, don't get this guy. He's my friend. Then I teams up with this Letitia Timmons. She starts calling herself Sarah Bernstein or something, and Well, it's enough to make a man go to work.
Then you will reform? Oh, I'm so glad. All you need is the inspiration of a good woman.
Sure, my mother.
Yeah, well, yes, of course, your mother. But I mean, you need a guiding hand. Now, I've always wanted to reform somebody, and I might as well start with you. Now, are you willing to put yourself in my hands and forsake your low companions?
Sure, anything you say, lady.
Good. Now, the first thing to do is get you a job.
I know there'd be a catch on it.
Yes, I shall speak to Mr. Robinson about it right away. I think you ought to work here, where I can keep you from slipping.
Okay, I'll take the job. How much?
Oh, well, I don't know. I suppose you'd have to start at about $10.
$10 a day. That's not bad. Of course, it's kind of a come down. But...
Oh, gracious, no, Mr. Olson, $10 a week. But then, you see, you could work up, and, who knows, you may become a famous editor someday, with your picture in the paper and all, and then underneath it would say, I owe it all to the little girl who showed me how to go straight.
Hey, wait a minute. I guess you don't know who I am yet. I'm Gus. All these big shots know me. But Scarlatti himself treats me like a brother. Puts his hand on my shoulder when I meet him on the street. Hiya, punk, he says. You can't offer a guy like that $10 a week.
Ma, but Mr. Olson, everybody has to start at the bottom. Look at Henry Ford.
Your father?
Oh, of course not, silly. My name's McGillicuddy. But look at the captains of industry. Where would they be if they hadn't started at the bottom? Nowhere, that's where they'd be. As it is, starting at the bottom like that, now they're sitting in big offices directing people. And that's where you'll be, too.
You mean a big office with a secretary and 2 phones?
Mm-hmm, sure. Won't you do it for me?
I assure you, Miss Timmons, you'll never regret having taken back your charming little home.
You're darned right I won't.
You see, it'll take a real businessman, a man of experience to handle a deal like selling the house car.
It'll take a miracle man to handle that deal.
A miracle man?
She means all the details. Women don't understand about the details of a deal like that. Well, it's all settled then, and you'll hand over the deed to Miss Timmons tomorrow?
Only too glad. Oh, you're a lucky woman, Miss Timmons.
Well, I'll be going now. Oh, Mr. Olson, are you going my way?
Who, me? I ain't going nowhere.
You better explain to Mr. Olson that you've changed your mind about the patent. We don't want him shooting Wendy yet a while.
That's good, because I couldn't have done it anyways. I'm a reformed character. I work here now.
You what?
Sure, I work here now. The little lady just hired me.
Oh, yes, Mr. Robinson. I had a little trouble convincing him, but he finally consented.
Oh, my sainted aunt. Wendy, you brought this man into my life.
Oh, yes, to be sure. Well, I must run along. Coming, Miss Timmons?
Why, Mr. Robinson, what's the matter?
Miss McGillicuddy, do you mind telling me what you hired this person as?
I'm a starter, boss. All the big shots are starters.
Starter? You mean a doorman?
No, what do you think I am? I'm a starter at the bottom, you know. And pretty soon I gets to be an editor.
Oh, is that so? Well, look here. It just happens that this newspaper belongs to me.
And you don't want me. Is that what you're going to say, Guy?
Oh, well, of course, if you put it that way. The Herald has always felt an acute need for a starter at the bottom. And now, Miss McGillicuddy, if you can get your protege to put away his artillery, I'd like to speak to you in my office.
Poor Luke seems to have gotten the great gust wished on him permanently now, and the Herald can count a starter at the bottom among its assets. What will Wendy do when he finds out that there is no automobile manufacturer who wants to buy the house car? Join us in our next program and see. Until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett, directed by Martha Atwell, and produced by the National Industrial Council. It's time to join the American Family Robinson in Centerville. In our last program, Gus Olson, a boondoggler by trade, was added to the staff of the Herald under the sponsorship of Miss McGillicuddy, who wishes to reform him. He came in very handily when Editor Luke found it necessary to bounce Windy Bill out of the office. Windy became obstreperous when he found himself hoaxed by one of his own tricks. Miss Timmons has her property back, and Wendy finds himself stuck with the house car, homeless and no visible means of support. As we look into the Robinson household today, we find excitement in the air. Luke is trying to give an imitation of a man engrossed in his newspaper, but he is stealing glances at the clock. Mrs. Robinson can be heard from another room.
Luke, you'd better come and get dressed. It's almost time.
Oh, we got plenty of time. Anyway, I am dressed.
Well, you needn't shout, dear.
Well, how did I know you were sneaking up behind me?
Luke, you mustn't get irritable.
Well-
It is trying, waiting for trains to come in. I always get flustered, too.
Flustered? Huh. Why, I'm not the least bit flustered. Women get flustered. A mere train coming in isn't...
All right.
Except-
You're not flustered, but you barely have time to get dressed.
Oh, but Myra, I told you, I even shouted it. I am dressed, my dear, fully and completely.
In the most disreputable suit you've got. Now, there's a nicely pressed fresh one all laid out for you. Now, do be good and put it on.
Well, I didn't get the impression that this was to be a sartorial affair. I think Betty and Dick will recognize me, even in my old clothes.
Well, now, it isn't every day that you welcome your daughter and son-in-law home from their honeymoon, and, I'm sure it would please them.
Oh, all right, I'll do it. What time's the train get in?
I've told you and told you. It's 5 something.
There you are, you don't know. Now, if it's 5:05, I haven't time to change. And if it's 5:50, well, I can finish reading my paper.
Oh, well, I'll look it up. Now, where did I put that telegram?
Here,
Oh, dear.
I'll help you look for it.
Never mind, you run along. Oh, I found it.
Yeah, all right.
Why, that's funny. Luke!
What's the matter? Did we miss it?
Oh, my eyes. Why, everything is all blurred. I can't see.
Well, that's probably because you got my glasses on. Here, let me read it.
Oh, well, I never was so frightened. I thought I was going blind. Just because I'm excited, I suppose.
It's 5:20. Well, now, I don't know. That's hardly enough time to get
Oh,
to
Luke
my...
Robinson, you're more of a kid than Bob is. Not another word now.
All right, I'm going. I'm going. By the way, where is Bob?
Well, he's going to meet us at the station. He said he'd have a surprise.
Yeah, it'll be a surprise to me if he gets there.
Why, of course he'll get there. Oh, dear, I do hope Betty likes the curtains. That's my surprise for her.
What curtains?
For her house, of course. I just got them hung yesterday.
Well, why shouldn't she like them?
Well, I'm not sure about the color. They're yellow with green drapes. But she may... Oh, Luke, you haven't finished dressing yet.
But you wanted to talk to me, didn't you?
No, of course not. I was talking at you. You should know the difference by now.
Yes, my dear.
They look very pretty, though. What'd you say, dear?
I merely said that's just dandy.
Oh, Luke, are you going to run in here every 5 minutes?
Well, it's all right. I'm all ready.
Oh, good. Now, we better walk up the corner to get a cab.
Yeah.
That's quicker than calling up. Oh, Luke, I forgot my bag.
Oh, you don't need a bag. You're not going to buy anything.
Oh, well, all right, but, I feel funny without it.
Hey, cab! Here. This is lucky.
Yes.
The station. Have you got the time?
I got 5:18.
5:18. Myra, that clock was slow.
Oh, my. I must have forgotten to wind it. Oh, hurry and get in.
All right. Driver.
Yeah?
We got to make it by 5:20.
Okay.
There. You see, Myra? If you hadn't made me change my clothes.
Oh, don't worry, Luke. We'll make it all right.
Well, maybe not all right, but we ought to make it. Driver, we'd just as soon arrive all in one piece.
Well, you said you wanted to make it.
It's all right, Myra. We missed it by 2 inches.
Oh.
It was only a streetcar.
Oh,
anyway.
my, this is awful.
Rather stiff price to pay for appearing as the glass of fashion.
Oh, don't, Luke. If anything happens, I'd feel it was my fault.
Yeah, if you can feel anything.
Oh, here comes another one.
Don't look. It's better not to know what hit you. It's wonderful how a man like that one is willing to risk his life for a few cents and an ideal.
Well, that driver couldn't have any ideals.
Sure he has. He thinks he's Paul Revere.
Oh, don't be funny at a time like this. Is the end in sight?
Now you can open your eyes. We're here.
My.
And the train just coming in.
Oh, well, tip him well, Luke. After all, he did make an effort.
Yeah, that's an understatement. How much, driver?
35 cents.
Yeah, oh, my goodness.
What's the matter?
Left my money in my other clothes.
Oh.
Myra, will you...
Oh, but I can't, dear. I didn't bring my bag.
Look here, driver. I'm Luke Robinson, editor of the Herald.
Yeah, well, I'm Terry F.X. Mulvaney, and I want my fare.
All right. Now, if you just wait here...
I'll just go along, if you don't mind.
Yeah, that'll be jolly. Come on, Myra.
Well, what's all this crowd? And the fireman's band?
I don't know.
Well...
Probably a congressman coming in to round up the faithful for a new attack on the Treasury.
Hey, Mom. Hey.
Yes?
Oh, there you are.
Gee, I thought you were never going to get here.
So did we.
Well, how do you like it? Pretty swell, huh? They haven't got off yet. Boy, will they be surprised.
Now, wait a minute. What's swell?
Well, the band. I did it for Betty and Dick.
Oh.
I told the boys I'd give them a big write-up in the Herald. They were glad to do it.
Oh, my sainted aunt.
Hey, listen, about that
Oh,
fare.
there's somebody getting off. Is that Dick?
Yeah, that's him in a 10-gallon hat.
Sure
Oh, there
it
comes
is.
Betty.
Yeah.
Okay, boys, let her go.
What did you say?
That blasted racket.
I said hello.
You have to talk louder.
It's no use. We'll just have to...
What did you say?
Oh, confound it. I said hello. I mean hello.
Say, what is all this?
Why, it's for you. Go ahead and make a speech, Dick.
What do you
what?
mean?
A speech. You gotta make a speech.
Well, all right then. Thanks, boys. I don't know how to thank you, but it's swell, and I certainly appreciate your coming down here like this, and I know Mrs. Collins appreciates it too. And all I can say is that I'm very glad to be back.
We'll have to get out of this. Come on. Follow me.
Oh, and to think I always wondered what it felt like to be met with a brass band.
Well, now you know.
Pretty swell, huh? I did it.
Colossal, wasn't it, Dick? Hey, what's the matter? Can't you talk?
Sure, I've been talking for hours.
Good heavens, Dick. You didn't actually make a speech, did you?
I did so. My first speech, and nobody even heard it.
Well, here's a fountain. You better drink some water.
Just the same, it's awfully good to have you children back. Why, it seems
Hey,
as
listen,
though-
you trying to give me the runaround? How about my fare?
Oh, yes, of course. Well, I'll tell you, we'll take your cab back to the house, and I'll settle with you then.
Oh, I drove Dick's car down. Pay him off, Dad, and we'll all ride home together.
Yes, that'll be much nicer. There's plenty of room.
that'll be fine. Bob, you got any money?
Who, me?
What's the trouble?
Well, you see, I changed my clothes, and I didn't change my change. That is,
Oh, well, say, I've got it. Here, how much is it?
50 cents with time charges.
Okay, there you are.
Thanks, Governor. Hey, you're regular.
Come on, people. The car's over here.
Well, all right,
You
come
know,
on, Betty dear.
This is rather an unfortunate start as a father-in-law. I assure you, this isn't a precedent.
Well, I'm not worried. After all, you're my boss, too. I'll put it in my expense account.
Well, the old bus. What do you know? And looking pretty well, too. Except for that fender.
Oh, that's a slight accident.
Yeah.
Oh, you can bend it up with a hammer. Come on, pile in.
Oh,
right.
Bob, you should have had that fixed.
Oh, never mind. It's not bad.
You know, I can't wait to hear about your trip. How was Devil's Gulch?
Ask Dick. He's the big hero of Devil's Gulch.
Oh, it was great. And I've come to the conclusion that horseback riding is the sport of kings.
What's that?
Gee, that's funny. That couldn't be out of gas. Gosh, I put a whole gallon in yesterday.
It is out of gas, and it's not funny. You'll have to walk up to the nearest gas station and have them come and get us.
Well, anyway, this gives us a chance to tell you all about our trip. Here, if I can get this bag open, Mother, I'll show you the pictures we took.
I'd love to see them. And it
Oh,
seems so
Well, Dick, did you succeed in forgetting the Herald and all its works out there?
Oh, no. I picked up some great stuff at Devil's Gulch and on the train, too. You know, I believe the American people are really beginning to think seriously.
Yeah, trust a reporter to get interviews on his vacation. Well, what are they thinking about?
Well, I talked to a lot of farmers, and, you know, I had the idea that if anybody would be pleased with the present trend towards socialism, they would be. Almost every plan that comes along includes some sort of bonus for farmers. But I found out they're just as uncertain of the future as businessmen are.
Well, that leaves the experimenters almost alone in their enthusiasm. Tell me, why do the farmers object to easy money?
The far-sighted ones say that some of the present policies are causing the decline of our food exports. While we're importing more foodstuffs than at any time in years.
Yeah. A case of putting money into their hands and then taking it out of their pockets by shutting off their profits from exports.
But still, I don't know what could have been done about it. We couldn't just let them starve.
Oh, of course not. But there again, recovery and reform seem to have gotten tangled up together for no reason that I can see. I should think the time to try experimental reforms on the age-old law of supply and demand would be when things were at their best and we could afford to try out new theories instead of when they're at their worst.
It's not reasonable, but nobody seems to care about reason.
Businessmen and the farmers both realize that the prosperity machine is stalled. Can't be started by administering too rich a mixture of centralized control and foreign theories of upsetting natural economic laws.
Yes, but until the politicians realize that, I suppose we have to sit tight and let the theorists have their little hour of fun.
And do our bit with the Herald. We can at least make them stop and consider before following blindly after the soapbox orators.
Yes, like Windy Bill.
Yeah.
Say, by the way, where is Windy?
Well, that's right. Uncle Windy hasn't shown up. I expected him to be at the station right out in front in his best form.
Well, my dear, I'm happy to announce that apparently Windy has left these parts.
Well,
No.
hooray.
Yeah, he hasn't been seen since his latest little deal backfired on him and hit him in the eye.
We haven't even spoken his name for days for fear he'd materialize on the front porch.
Yes, I got my fingers crossed right now.
Gosh, I
Oh,
thought
yes,
I'd
Bob.
never make it.
Good heavens,
Oh.
why didn't they send a truck?
Well, they didn't have one. I had to carry this whole gallon all the way.
Well, that'll be enough to get us home.
That's terrible.
Goodness, I've got to get dinner started.
Oh, Mother, couldn't Dick and I stop off at our house a minute first? I've been just crazy to see it. All the way back, I've been working on curtains, and I've just got to see how they're going to look.
The curtains?
Yeah, they're lovely. Orange and blue. I got them in Salt Lake City. I had the measurements with me, so I thought it... Well, what's the matter?
Why, nothing.
But, Myra, didn't you say that you'd put up some curtain?
Excuse me, dear. I didn't mean to hit you. Yes, I did put up some curtains. Just temporarily, but they were old ones.
But, Myra, you said... Ow.
Mr. Robinson, I think that's a domestic signal. I've learned that much already.
Oh, well, perhaps you're right. But I haven't done anything.
No, but I just sit tight and say nothing. You can't go wrong that way.
Yeah.
Oh, Dick, there it is. There it is. And it's even sweeter than I thought. We'll be along later, Mother. You don't mind, do you?
Why, of course not, dear. And now don't forget to carry her over the door sill, Dick.
I'll make a determined effort.
Yeah, if you can. Oh, isn't it swell, Dickie?
Very tasty. You know, I think I'll put a few beans in that front yard along the walk.
Not on your life. That's for tulips.
All right.
Oh, Dick, our own front gate.
And our own front walk.
And our own front porch.
Yes, and our own front door. Oh, say, the key. I haven't even got one.
But I have. A shiny new one.
Oh, no, let me unlock it the first time. After all, I'm the master of this house.
There you are. Now let's see how masterful you are. I don't believe you can carry me over.
Oh, can't I? Well, we'll just see about that.
Well. Welcome home, children. Why, what's the matter, Betty? Sprain your ankle?
Uncle Windy.
And so the bride and groom came home. And what a homecoming it was. Where did Windy come from? And more important, is this just a social visit? Or has he another scheme up his sleeve? Join us in our next program and see. Until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett, directed by Martha Atwell, and produced by the National Industrial Council. It's time to join our American Family Robinson again in Centerville. In our last program, Betty and Dick Collins came back from their honeymoon. It was an exciting homecoming with a brass band adding to the confusion. But finally, the bride and groom escaped to their new home and opened the door to be met by Windy Bill. We don't know why he's there, but judging by the apprehensive looks of Dick and Betty, we are justified in fearing the worst. Here they are.
Well, Uncle Windy, how did you get in?
Well, quite simple, my dear. I just got a key from the real estate agent. Oh, I knew that my favorite niece would want her Uncle Windy to greet her on her return. Come in, come in. I'll have a spot of coffee for you in just a minute. Well, Dick, my boy, how goes it? Huh?
Oh, it goes all right.
Fine, fine. Now, you just take off your things and sit down. I'll be with you in a jiffy. Have to see to that coffee.
Well, this is a fine how do you do.
Oh, I know, dear. It's dreadful. But never mind. We'll get rid of him without any trouble. I wonder where he turned up from.
Oh, Betty, my dear, would you just take a look at this coffee pot? There seems to be something wrong with it.
But there couldn't be. It's brand new.
Must be defective. The other morning, when I attached the plug, it blew a fuse.
The other morning?
Yes. I knew you wouldn't mind. I was just looking around for a place to light, as 'twere. Well, I thought I'd just come in here out of the wet.
Oh, Windy, how could you?
Yes, how?
Oh, I assure you it's only temporarily. I expect something to turn up any time now. In the meantime, children, I'm any amount handy to have around.
Betty, may I speak to you alone?
Certainly. Excuse us, Uncle Windy.
Go right ahead. Just make yourselves at home.
Oh, dear.
Well.
I know he's my uncle, but then I really didn't have any choice in the matter.
Oh, I'm not blaming you. The point is what to do.
I don't know how anybody could have had the brass nerve to... Oh, Dick, haven't you any ideas?
I've got plenty of them. They're all punishable by law.
Well, the only thing I know to do is to shove him back on Mother and Daddy.
Well, it's a dirty trick on them, but maybe they could handle him. I knew it was a mistake to have a guest room.
That's it. We can tell him we've invited somebody to occupy the guest room.
All right.
But who?
Yeah, who?
Let me see.
Come now. Your coffee's ready. I boiled it finally. A little strong, I'm afraid. But after all, it's the spirit of the offering that counts, isn't it?
Yeah, isn't it?
There you are, children. No, Dick. The cracked cup is for me.
The cracked cup?
Well, yes. A slight accident. It sort of slipped into the sink. Gave me a great idea for an invention, though. A rubberized sink. Save any amount of dish breaking. Going to develop it one of these days.
Ooh, this is strong. You must have stewed it.
Stewed it. Very good. Never mind. When the little lady of the house gets her hand in the cooking, we'll dine royally. Eh, Dick, my boy?
Uncle Windy, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid it's going to be a little awkward. You see, Dick has invited his Uncle Dudley to visit us, and I'm afraid there won't be room.
Well. I didn't know you had any relatives, Dick.
What? Oh, yes, sure. Uncle Dudley. Great guy. He lives in Kansas City. We met him at the station when we came through.
Yes.
Why, splendid. We'll bunk together. Make it a sort of a uncle's convention.
Oh.
Plenty of room. Fine idea.
Oh, but you see, he's bringing Aunt Mary Jane with him.
Oh, sure. He always takes Aunt Mary Jane wherever he goes.
Yes.
Oh, Aunt Mary Jane. Well, I don't know about that. I don't know that it's such a good idea to have too many relatives around just at the start.
That's exactly what I thought.
Oh, but they will come in droves. But what can you do? In the meantime, what's to become of me?
Well, we thought you'd like to go back to Mother's.
Yes. That I cannot do. On account of your father, Betty.
What do you mean?
Not that I'd say a word against him, but his treatment of me I can only describe as dishonorable. He betrayed my trust.
Uncle Windy, you know Daddy isn't dishonorable.
I prefer not to speak of it, my dear. I can only say that until an explanation and an apology for his conduct is forthcoming, I can never set foot in his house again. There are some things a man cannot forgive.
What can't you forgive, Uncle Windy?
Yeah, what?
Deception. He's the last man who will deceive me, I can tell you that.
Oh, there goes my last chance.
What?
Oh, come now, Uncle Windy. You're not going to let a little misunderstanding ruin your life, are you?
Far from it. I have not yet come to the end of my resources. If certain plans I have in mind turn out well, I will yet show Luke Robinson that Bill Winkle is not to be treated lightly.
You know, Windy, you're as full of schemes as a utopia chaser.
Utopia chaser?
Yeah.
Sure, you know, the boys who sit up nights thinking up new ways of making the world go by rules and regulations. They spend enough time and energy to produce actual goods and services that would be of some use. You have another thing in common with them, too. Your schemes don't work either.
Now, I resent that, Dick. These utopia chasers, as you call them, and I are working towards an ideal.
Yeah, the ideal of not working. but you're both off on the wrong foot.
Well, of course, as soon as I get on my feet, I plan to devote my ingenuity to the betterment of my fellow men through careful research into the possibilities of a planned economic solution to...
Oh, hooey. By the time you get around to it, you'll be completely out of fashion. The passing of the theorist plague is already well underway. Where's the technocracy of yesteryear? The Epic Plan, the Public Pension Plan, and all the other crackpot plans. They're all wilted under the cold light of reason. Why, even bureaucracy is beginning to fade since the nation has taken to reading over the Constitution, under which we've been operating successfully these many years. That's too bad, Windy, but you've just missed the train. It passed a while ago, headed for oblivion.
Ah, my dear fellow, such cynicism in one so young. There is still a great field for the worker toward the improvement of mankind, in lifting the worker in...
Oh, yes. A lot of damage can still be done by destroying confidence and discouraging cooperation between employees and employers.
Well, I'm afraid you've been listening too long to the ranting of Luke Robinson against liberalism and its benefits.
Long enough to discover he's right about the benefits being doubtful, if not actually non-existent.
Oh, you depress me, my boy. You actually do. But then, prophet is without honor in his own country, you know.
That all depends on the prophet. If you prophesy that the American people, having come again into their own, will run their lives and business efficiently and go forward on a basis of voluntary self-government, you'd have plenty of honor, and you'd be right, too.
Oh, it's no use trying to convert Windy, darling. He's a confirmed theorist, and you'll just have to let the fever run its course. What is this latest plan for riches that you have in mind, Windy?
Well, I'd rather not say at the present time, but you'll see.
Now, whatever it is, you better keep it out of Daddy's hair. He's not a very patient man, you know. Oh, by the way, we better be getting over there, Dickie. We're invited for dinner, you know.
Oh, you're not having dinner here?
Oh, sorry.
No.
You'll just have to do the best you can for yourself. Come on, Betty.
All right. Bye, Uncle Windy.
Most unfriendly. Most unfriendly. Oh, well. Maple 041. Hello, Miss Timmons. Ah, Letitia. Guess who this is? No, of course not. I'm surprised that you should confuse me with Gus Olson, that low character. Yes. Bill Winkle. Now, wait a minute, Letitia. Don't hang up. Well, of course, if you're going to let a little misunderstanding stand in the way of a tender friendship, I'm perfectly willing, even anxious to forgive and forget. What? No, I don't want anything. That is, I would like to see you again. Well, now, how about me coming over to your house for dinner, shall we say? Oh, you have. Oh, too bad. Well, anyway, perhaps you'd like to take a little stroll with me. There's going to be a full moon, Letitia. Why, that's fine. I'll be over in half an hour. Goodbye, Letitia. Oh, Winkle, you have indeed fallen to a low estate.
Betty, you must have been dreaming. Why, it couldn't have been he.
Well, I wish I had been dreaming. Yes, sir, there he was, confronting us as big as life and burbling away as merrily as you please.
He's a one-man epidemic.
Yes, and that's not even half of it. He's moved in, bag and baggage.
Moved in?
Yes.
Oh, Luke, we've got to do something.
My dear, we've already done everything we could think of to get him off our necks.
We tried to make him go away by telling him some relatives of Dick's were going to visit us, but he said he had nowhere to go. Couldn't even come here because Daddy had betrayed him.
Well, there's a grain of comfort in that.
But we've got to make him come here, Lou.
Ma, what are you saying?
We can't let him spoil the children's new home. We'll just have to think of some way to get him over here. We can't palm him off on our daughter, dear.
Well, our daughter's young. She can stand it.
Luke.
No, it's no use appealing to my paternal protective instinct, Myra. Goodness knows my fatherly love is as strong as anybody's. I'd fight for her, but I'd die for her, but Windy Bill is too much. Anyway, he won't come over. He said so. I betrayed him. An achievement I regard with the utmost satisfaction.
Yes, but Betty said if you apologized to him, he'd forgive you.
Oh, never mind, Mother. I refuse to make an early Christian martyr out of Daddy. We'll bear up under the burden of Windy somehow, won't we, Dick?
Yeah, sure.
No, I won't have you do it. After all, you're not responsible for his being here.
Well, neither am I. And if Betty says she'll take him on, Myra, why...
Say, maybe we could advertise in the Herald. Wanted, a home for one highly undesirable uncle, willing to pay handsomely. Then we could all chip in and
It's
maybe...
all very well to talk nonsense. But seriously, Luke, you've got to apologize and take him back. We'll go right over now and get it over with.
But, Myra, I couldn't be such a hypocrite. The very thought of asking, actually begging Windy Bill to come back into my house, it's enough to destroy my character.
Here's your hat, Luke. Come on, children. You'd better stand by during this operation to give him moral support.
I'll need more than that. What, for instance, shall I say?
Oh, we'll discuss that on the way. Shut the door, Betty.
Yes, Mother.
We might as well walk over it. Oh, it's such a nice night.
Nice night. Nice night indeed. The blackest night in Robinson history.
Oh, now, dear, don't dramatize your sorrows. It's not going to be so bad. All you have to do is to walk up to him and say, I'm sorry I had to deceive you, Bill, but I did it
For the wife and kiddies. That's rather touching, you know.
Yeah, and then I bow deeply from the waist and kiss him on the forehead, huh? No, sir.
You'll do nothing of the kind. You'll simply say, I'm sorry I had to deceive you, but I did it in the interest of the community.
Hear, hear.
Then while you're clasped in his forgiving embrace, I dash upstairs for his bag and put it out on the sidewalk. You know, just by way of suggestion.
Hey, wait. There's somebody coming now. It's Windy.
There. You see? Now, we might just as well go on home, Myra.
Nothing of the kind. We'll stay right here and meet him. Betty, you and Dick go on ahead.
All right. Goodbye, Daddy. I'll never forget what you're doing for your child this night.
Well, Uncle Windy, going somewhere?
Yes, just a little walk.
Go ahead, Luke. Say it.
Who's that?
Hello, Windy.
Good evening.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Fine night.
It was. It was until the shadow of the man in whom I placed my trust and by whom that trust was betrayed crossed my path.
Oh, no. Come, Windy. Can't you take a joke?
A joke? A joke that cost me thousands of dollars is rather too practical to suit me.
Why, Windy, what are a few $1,000s to a man like you? Why, you can pick it up in no time with your talents.
Well, of course, I do feel that, given a chance, some of my schemes...
Good. Then you do forgive Daddy?
I'll have your bag right down.
Then you will come back and stay with us?
What's that? Well, of course, if you press an invitation upon me, I could manage to let the past bury its dead, as 'twere, and I might consent to pay you a short visit.
Why, Luke, what are you doing?
Pinching myself, hoping I'll wake up.
It's no nightmare, and Windy is back with an invitation delivered by Luke himself. Luke's sacrifice for Betty and Dick deserves recognition as an act of true paternal love, even though Mother Robinson had to urge him to do it. What is Windy's new plan? And why the mysterious telephone call to Miss Timmons? And that walk he was about to take in the moonlight with her? These all indicate that there's something brewing in the great mind. And knowing Windy, it's safe to guess that it means trouble for somebody. Join us in our next program and see what happens. Until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett, directed by Martha Atwell, and produced by the National Industrial Council.
It's time to join the American Family Robinson again in Centerville. In our last program, Editor Luke came to the conclusion that he had made a mistake in encouraging Gus Olson's suit for Miss Timmons' hand when Mrs. Robinson reminded him that if Windy were the lucky one, Miss Timmons would take him off the Robinsons' hands. Now, Luke is an enthusiastic champion for Windy's cause, and his problem is to make him attractive enough to Miss Timmons so that she'll marry him. The first step is to get Windy to accept a job. Luke has arranged to have Windy take part in the ceremonies attendant upon turning the first spadeful of earth for the construction of Mr. Jason's factory. The factory will be built on the site of Miss Timmons' old home. As we tune in today, we find Mr. Jason in Luke's office.
Mr. Robinson, I certainly appreciate your efforts in helping the factory to get started. I wish there was something I could do to repay you.
The benefit to Centerville is all I ask in payment, but there is one little favor I may ask of you later on when things get going.
Well, it's practically granted right now. What is it?
Well, it has to do with my brother-in-law. You don't remember him, I suppose.
Indeed, I do. He's a little eccentric, isn't he?
Only a little. Quite a character, really. He has ability along some lines, and if I could find the proper place for him, he might even be a valuable addition to an organization.
Well, let's see. His name was...
Winkle, William Winkle.
Winkle? But he's down here in the program to make a speech this afternoon.
Yes, he's quite a fluent speaker.
But he struck me as being most unsympathetic to any project involving industrial expansion. I thought his attitude on the subject was violently prejudiced.
Oh, you needn't worry about that. He sometimes talks like a radical, but then, like so many of those who talk of remaking America, he never knows what he's talking about, so he doesn't make out a very good case. Anyway, I have a private arrangement with the band leader that will take care of the situation if he lapses into his usual insanities.
But if he usually talks insanities, why have him talk at all?
Well, frankly, my motive is entirely selfish. I'm trying to get rid of him. If he takes part in this ceremony, it may impress Miss Timmons, I hope, to the point of marrying him.
I begin to see. I've had in-laws myself.
I hope you don't mind.
Not at all. I'm glad to help. And I think I might be able to work him into a job, too. Is he a skilled worker?
No such luck. He's been too busy fighting work to be able to learn how to do it.
Too bad. There won't be many openings around my plant for inexperienced help. And what there are don't pay much.
Oh, that's all right. I wouldn't want you to trust him with anything that required much responsibility. But if he has a title, he won't notice what kind of work's in.
Is he good at meeting people?
Oh, a born greeter. Very impressive, too, if you're not around him very long.
Well, that sounds fine. What I had in mind was making him my office boy. Of course, we'll have to think up a more dignified title.
Well, I don't know any other name for an office boy except... oh, I have it.
Yes?
You could call him the contact manager.
That's fine. It doesn't mean a thing, and it sounds important.
Yes.
But I don't know whether one could ask a contact manager to go and get some stamps, for instance.
Oh, easy. Just ask him to contact the post office and bring some back.
Well, won't he catch on to the fact that it's just a joke?
Oh, I don't think so. Wendy's not overly bright, but he'll probably be trying to run the business for you when he's been there a week.
Well, that'll be an old story. I'm used to having professors and political messiahs and smart young bureaucrats trying to run my business. And if they haven't wrecked it, I have nothing to fear from Winkle.
Well, at least he won't propose a new tax to add to your burden. Well, we better be getting over to the scene of the festivities. We want to be there to receive the mayor when he comes. We'll probably find Windy there rehearsing.
Luke, there's been a terrible... hello, Jace.
Hello, Mr. Winkle.
Why, what's the trouble, Windy? Lost your speech?
I know. They've made a mistake on this program.
Why, I went over it carefully when it came back from the printers.
But they put me last.
Well, that's right. You are last.
Now, look here, Luke. That won't do. Why, people be getting up to go just when I get well started.
Why, that's a fine spot, Windy. You close the show.
But, Luke, I planned my speech to follow the mayor's. Now, look here. I say right in the beginning about what a nerve I have to follow a really proficient public speaker. And now I discover that my speech comes after yours.
Oh, well, never mind. You can cut that out. The audience will discover what a nerve you have without your telling them.
Now, all kidding aside, Luke, you've got to change it. Why, in my History of Human Endeavor, that's the title of my speech, you know,
Yeah.
I go way back to ancient Egypt at the pharaohs and the building of the pyramids. Why, the audience will be gone by the time I get to the Middle Ages.
I'm sure of it. In fact, I'm counting on it. But it's too late to do anything now. You'll just have to hold them by the strength of your personality.
Well, of course I can hold them if I really exert myself in the beginning of it. But I plan to save the real fireworks for the part at the end, where I have a vision of the future.
I'm sure everyone will be interested enough to stay through it, Mr. Winkle.
Well, thanks, Jace. You know, I put some real effort into making this little celebration of yours a success.
Mighty fine of you to help us out.
Well, after all, I feel I owe you something for what you did for Miss Timmons.
Miss Timmons?
Yes, my fiancée.
You bought her property for the factory site and paid her a handsome sum for it, too, didn't you?
Why, perhaps Mr. Jason would rather not publish his private affairs, Wendy.
Oh, no offense, no offense. It doesn't matter anyway. I'll be handling all her affairs soon. Fine woman. Make a fine wife. There's nothing like having a little millionaires in the family, eh, Jace?
It would be nice.
Has Miss Timmons accepted you?
Well, not exactly. But she will. You wait and see.
I am waiting with bated breath. Shall we go?
Yes.
I don't get it, Letitia, why you want to come to this groundbreaking party.
Why, Gus, of course I want to come. Most everybody in town will be there, and the mayor is going to speak. And Bill Winkle, too. There's his name right on the program.
That guy. You can hear him speak any time. He's always doing it. But he don't say nothing.
Oh, Gus Olson, I do believe you're jealous.
Jealous of him? Don't make me laugh.
Well, you got no call to be talking that way. Bill Winkle is a pretty important man around here, or they wouldn't have asked him to talk on the same program as the mayor.
Important for what? He don't do nothing. He ain't even got a job.
Job ain't everything.
Maybe not, but at least it's something. And anyhow, it ain't right for you to take up for him when you're practically engaged to me.
Well, I haven't seen no diamond ring yet. Until I do, I guess I can say anything I want to about Bill Winkle or anybody else, Mr. Gus Olson. There. We're late. Oh, I might have known we would be.
Maybe Winkle's all true. That'd be a help.
Oh, excuse me. Are these seats taken?
No.
Well, come on, Gus. Down. You're blocking the view. Oh, have the speeches started yet?
Yeah, the mayor's just finished.
Oh, dear, and I did want to hear him. He's such a smart man. Oh, well, I can hear Bill's speech anyway.
Yeah? Well, tell me when he's finished so I can wake up and go home. Hey, look. There's the boss up on the platform.
Mr. Robinson? Why, of course he's up there. They couldn't have a speech making in Centerville without having editors.
Quiet, Letitia. He's going to say something.
Mr. Mayor and friends, it may seem to some of you that turning up a spadeful of earth is a pretty trivial thing about which to stage a celebration. But to me, the occasion has an especial significance. To me, it is a symbol of the enduring and indomitable spirit of the American tradition, carrying on in the face of the doubt and confusion which besets our nation today. That we should have occasion for a celebration of this kind is doubly indicative of the lasting quality of our American institutions. When our present system is threatened by the experimenters, the promoters, the exponents of foreign ideas, when the very Constitution under which America became great is in danger of being lightly cast aside. I hand you this spade, Mr. Mayor, with the hope that the breaking of this ground will signify the breaking up of the destructive influences which surround us, and that the building to be erected here will be a forerunner of a return to the solid foundations upon which our fathers built and upon which we may build again a better, more prosperous nation with employment for all in private enterprises.
Boy, the boss sure can put him in the aisles.
Yes, it was a good speech. I wonder when Bill Winkle comes on.
After that speech, nobody's going to listen to Winkle. We might as well go home.
You can go if you want to. I'm staying.
And now, our esteemed fellow citizen, Mr. William Winkle, has a few remarks to make on the history of human endeavor. Mr. Winkle.
Mr. Olson, didn't nobody ever teach you manners?
On the subject of human endeavor, I think I may qualify as an expert, having long made study of the progress of civilization. In ancient times, as far back as the Egyptian era of the pharaohs, humanity has been endeavored. Let us take, for example, the pyramids. Now the pyramids were built in the Middle Ages.
That's what I told you would happen. Everybody's going. Come on.
Well, I don't care. I'm staying. There ought to be somebody around here with a sense of refinement.
Okay, I give you a chance, Letitia. And along about 6 hours from now, when that guy gets good and warmed up, you'll be sorry you didn't take it.
Will you go, Gus? I can't hear a word he's saying.
That settles it. I'm going.
And why did the Egyptian civilization fail?
Because they had to listen to a lot of hot air.
While I resent that, if I'm to be heckled,
I don't blame you, buddy. That guy is terrible.
You don't know him like I do. If there's anything worse than that guy, it's women. Will you tell me why they fall for that stuff?
I give up, do they?
Sure, like a ton of bricks.
Well, Gus, I didn't expect to find you here.
Oh, hello, boss. Say, that was a swell speech you gave.
Thanks, but you're leaving early, aren't you?
You bet. When it comes to listening to Winkle, I quit, just like you.
Well, Mr. Jason and I did manage to slip out without anybody seeing us.
I guess that's because everybody else was sneaking out, too.
It does look like wholesale desertion. Mr. Jason, this is Mr. Olson, a member of my staff.
Oh, yeah. You're the guy that's going to build this here factory, ain't you?
Yes, I am.
Well, I want to talk to you. I want to be an investor in your factory.
I'm flattered, but I'm not the one to talk to. You'll have to see your banker or your broker.
Yeah, the boss explained to me how you do it. What I want to speak to you about is whether this factory is going to grow big or not.
Well, I hope it is.
Oh, that's bad. Then I guess I'll have to find something else.
I don't understand. If you're thinking of investing in it, you'll want it to succeed, won't you?
Oh, no. No, I don't want to get caught out on no limb like that. No. The boss told me all about it. If the company you invests in gets successful, they slaps a tax on its income, and you don't get no run for the money you put in. I'm not going to be no sucker. Everybody takes a crack at them.
Well, in this case, I don't think you'll have to worry, Gus. This is going to be a small company for some time to come. And we hope that by the time it gets big, with more employees and more stockholders, this blind attack on little business, which grew big, will be halted.
Okay, boss, if you say so. And if Mr. Jason will promise he won't get successful on me in a hurry.
Well, I'm afraid I'd be perfectly safe in promising you that.
We better get back and see how our speaker's getting on, Mr. Jason.
Yes.
I'll see you at the office, Gus, if you're going back.
No, boss, I'm taking the afternoon off to see about my investment. I'll see you in the morning.
You appear to have some unusual characters in your town, Robinson.
Yes, you've met the two prime exhibits. Windy Bill and Gus Olson are unique, but I assure you we have a lot of perfectly normal citizens, too.
And so Miss Timmons, steeped in iniquity and softened by luxury, its people taxed into poverty, the glory that was Rome crumbled and fell into the dust.
Go on, Bill. I'm still listening.
And poor Wendy's audience dwindled down to a solitary listener, but an enthusiastic one. Apparently, Luke's scheme to make Wendy attractive to her is working very well. Apparently, Wendy is suffering from the delusion that Miss Timmons is a millionairess, and he's in for a rude awakening if the suit for her hand is successful. But he will be able to console himself with the job Mr. Jason is going to offer him as contact manager. Now that the factory has actually been started, what will it mean to Centerville and to our friends, to Gus and his investment, to Wendy and his job? Listen in on our next program and see what happens. Until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett and produced by the National Industrial Council. It's time to join our American Family Robinson again in Centerville. Our last program took place on the occasion of turning the first spade of earth for the construction of Mr. Jason's new factory, with Editor Luke as master of ceremonies. Bill Winkle was one of the speakers, and it just warmed up on the subject of a history of human endeavor when the audience walked out on him, all except Miss Timmons. Luke and Mr. Jason sneaked out for a breath of air, and Gus Olson, also a spectator, has long since left in disgust. Luke and Mr. Jason, who has agreed to offer Winkle a job as office boy with a big title, has just returned to the speaker's platform and find Wendy going on and on like Tennyson's brook, but showing signs of weakening.
And so the shades of history look down upon the scene today and seem to shout with one voice, "Onward! Onward! While the welkin rings!" I thank you.
Well, thank you, Miss Timmons. Thank you very much. Well, Luke, what did you think of that for a speech? Luke!
What? Your speech is next, Wendy. I'll introduce you.
Next? But I just finished it.
Yeah? To be sure. A very good speech. Oh, wasn't it, Mr. Jason? Mr. Jason.
Well, I must say it wasn't appreciated.
Why, of course it was, Wendy. Mr. Jason is just sunk in a brown study considering that last thought of yours. Weren't you, Mr. Jason?
Ouch! What?
Very good speech, that of Wendy's, don't you think?
Yes, very good.
Oh, Bill, I don't know when I've been so thrilled by speech making. You just ought to devote your life to public speaking.
Well, I've always thought I had some small talent in that direction. Which part did you like the best, Letitia?
Well, I don't know. The end, I guess.
I was very much impressed, Mr. Winkle. So much so, in fact, that I'd like to offer you a place in my organization, if you'll consider it.
There you are, Wendy. Real appreciation.
Now, that's very nice, I'm sure, Jace, old boy. But I don't know whether I could consider it. You see the little woman here?
Yeah.
Well, this is Miss Timmons, my fiancée.
Delighted, Miss Timmons.
How'd you do? Well, Bill's sort of setting the cart before the horses, twere. I'm not exactly his fiancée, but you'd have to excuse him. He's so impulsive.
Nonsense, Letitia. You're practically my fiancée. But as I was saying, Jace, when the little lady finally capitulates, it's going to take all of my time, I'm afraid, to manage her affairs. Thanks just the same for the offer.
Well, I don't know as I'd be quite so uppity, Bill Winkle. Don't do no harm for you to have a job. That's no drawback to any man.
You better at least listen to Mr. Jason's offer, Wendy.
Well, if Letitia favors it, I might consider it. Perhaps you ought to leave us, Letitia. I'm afraid the details of a business deal would bore you. But I'll call on you this evening, if I may, and we can go over the high spots in my speech again.
Well, you can call if you want to. But I'd rather go to a movie.
Oh, well, very well, Letitia. A movie. At 8?
All right. Goodbye, Bill.
Goodbye, Letitia. And now this offer, Jace, old boy.
Oh, yes. A charming woman, your fiancée.
Of course, when I marry Letitia, the responsibility of taking care of her money will leave little time for anything else. But I didn't want to say so in front of her. She might get the idea that I'm marrying her for her money.
Very considerate of you not to disillusion her.
Yes, isn't it? But until the nuptials do take place, I wouldn't be averse to listening to a good opportunity.
Mr. Jason is looking for someone to act as a contact manager for him, Wendy, and he agrees with me that you're just the man.
Contact manager?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't believe I quite know what that is.
Oh, all the really modern firms have them. Someone to meet the public, to act as the representative of the firm when people call, receive them, make a good impression, discover their wants, and direct them to the proper department.
That's so. Well, they think up something new every day, don't they? Contact manager. Well, that would really be quite an important position now, wouldn't it?
The contact manager is a vital part of any business. He makes the wheels run smoothly, as well as acting as the front, you might say, of the organization.
Well, now that sounds just like the sort of thing I would fit into very nicely. Sort of figurehead, eh? Interview the press and whatnot.
Well, you'd better get the job before you begin to worry about interviews, Wendy.
Oh, yes, Mr. Jason. Now, if I take this position, you may be assured that I will bring to it all the experience, knowledge of human nature, and native intelligence of which I am possessed. That I will do honor to the title of contact manager. That I will...
Yes, I'm sure of that. But about salary. Of course, we consider the dignity of the position something of a compensation in itself. And therefore, I fear you will find the financial recompense quite small.
Now, Mr. Jason, it was never my nature to be interested in the grosser rewards of initiative. And I beg that you will say no more about it.
Anyway, money is something that I won't have to worry about after I leave the blissful state of bachelorhood.
We'll consider it settled then. And now I've got to catch a train. I'll be down occasionally, Mr. Robinson, to see how things are getting on.
Good, and we all hope for an early opening of Centerville's newest industry.
I'll keep an eye on the construction work. Can't be too careful about these people. I'll see that you don't get gypped.
Oh, don't bother. Your duties don't begin until the factory opens, you know. But in the meantime, you can send me reports on how the work is progressing. Goodbye, Mr. Robinson. I enjoyed your talk today very much.
Thanks. Goodbye.
Oh, and yours too, Winkle. Yours too. Goodbye.
Goodbye. A great scout, Jace, isn't he? You know, I think he and I will be able to do big things around here.
Now, if you don't mind a suggestion, I think you'd get along better if you called him Mr. Jason, at least to his face.
Why, but Luke, that's part of the success of my personality. And you will observe how successful that is by the fact that I've been offered the contact managership of the factory on the force of my personality alone.
You know, Wendy, for a man who claims to oppose capitalism as much as you do, you're going to an awful lot of trouble to be a capitalist yourself, even to the length of marrying Miss Timmons. How do you reconcile all these goings-on with your socialistic convictions?
Well, quite simple, my dear fellow. I advocate socialism for the good of all the people. But for me, personally, well, the fellow has to do the best he can for himself.
Oh, come now, Wendy. Even you can't be quite as much of a hypocrite as that sounds, even though I do have my suspicions of a lot of people who talk like you do.
Well, of course, if socialism ever comes to this benighted country, I'll be only too glad to share my property in return for a share in everybody else's property.
Yeah. You think you'll be well off with a share of everybody else's property?
Why, sure. Isn't this the richest country in the world?
It is. And it has 126 million people in it. Your reason will tell you that all the income of the people in the United States, if divided by that number of people, would allow only a small amount per person. The exact figure, I believe, is $43.50. Not an adequate amount for bringing up a family.
Well, of course, the money wouldn't go far. But how about all the other wealth? Jason's factory, for instance. That promises to be a good-paying little proposition. I'd like to have a slice of that.
And divide it up with thousands of other people? And have also a slice of a gold mine, oil well, railroad, automobile factory? How are you going to manage these things you will own a fraction of?
Why, the government. Get the government to run them. The people just reap the profits from them.
Haven't you even noticed that the extension of government activities has a direct relation to the amount the tax collector takes out of your pocket, or at least the pockets of working people?
Well, I suppose the taxes would increase.
Increase? The average person works 2 days a week for the tax collector now.
Well, anyway, the wealth would be in the hands of the government instead of a lot of businessmen.
Well, I don't know that any one class of people is more qualified to handle the wealth than another. After a fairly long life of observation, I fail to discover that politicians are more to be trusted than businessmen.
Oh, Luke, you always have an answer for everything. But what are we going to do about our great social problem?
That's just what I'm using every means in my power to do something about. As long as we pursue economic policies which threaten the elimination of all profit and which strike at the rewards of energy, ambition, and frugality, necessarily business hesitates. New projects wait. Unemployment continues, and social unrest increases.
Oh, well, I may be wrong. In any event, you needn't worry about me bringing about the dawn of socialism. You know, I decided not to run for Congress after all.
Well, now, this is as far as I go. I got to go up to the office for a while.
Well, I believe I'll go with you. You know, I want to see Gus Olson when he hears that I'm going to be contact manager for the factory.
You might as well take up his time. He seems to have a lot of it.
Well, perhaps when he learns what an important figure I am, he'll have sense enough to retire as a suitor for Miss Simmons.
You know, Wendy, I gathered that the only thing that concerned you in this romance was the thought that Miss Timmons has some money.
Why, Luke, even if Miss Timmons were a pauper, I'd consider myself the luckiest of men just to be her husband.
Good. But remember that you expressed that tender sentiment.
Remember? Why, of course I will. But why do you ask me to remember?
Oh, I may remind you of it later. Oh, there's Gus now, playing pinochle with the printer. No, Wendy, I'd appreciate it if you'd call him away so the printer can do some work.
Now listen, pal. Here comes a guy I don't like. I gotta put away the cards and make out like I'm busy. If you'll play up and say yes, sir, no matter what I say, I'll give you the last hand.
Pinochle. I got your feet anyway.
Well, listen, will you do it for 10 cents a cigar?
Okay.
Yes, Peters, I says to my banker just this morning, I said, if it wasn't for the faith and confidence in the investor, where would business be today? Here, Peters, have a cigar.
Sure. Yes, sir. Thanks.
There, Gus. Having a little game?
Hello, Winkle. Well, Peters, I gotta be seeing about my investments. Thanks for showing me that amusing little game. I'm always interested in how the other half lives.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hey, Gus, now, wait a minute. Where are you going?
Sorry, Winkle, busy. If you want an appointment, Miss McGillicuddy will make the arrangements.
Oh, busy? Appointments? What is this, Gus, an act?
Listen, Winkle, when you start laughing, you'd ought to be careful who you're laughing at. A guy like you, with no visible means of support, has got no call to be laughing at an investor, which is the backbone of industry. The boss said so.
Oh, investor. Who's an investor?
Me, Winkle. And when you get old and look back on your wasted life, you'll be saying, why didn't I follow the example of Gus Olson and build a foundation for a comfortable old age? That's what you'll be saying.
Oh, you, an investor in what?
I'm the owner of a share of the Jason factory.
Jason, 1 share. Oh, this is rich. This is good.
What's the joke now?
Why, the joke? Why, the joke? The joke is that I'll probably be responsible for the size of your dividend.
What are you talking about? What have you got to do with it?
Why, this, Gus. Simply this. I have today been appointed contact manager of the Jason Shoe Factory.
You're a something in my company?
Yes, sir. Not only something, but somebody. Why, a contact manager is about the most important somebody in a company, right next to the president himself.
Is this true, Winkle?
Of course it is. You can ask Luke.
Boss! Boss!
Here, what's the matter? What's the shouting for?
Boss, is it true that Winkle is an officer in my company that I got an investment in?
Well, he's going to have a job with Mr. Jason, if that's what you mean.
Then I got to sell right away. No Winkle is having no job in no company that I got an investment in.
No, wait a minute, Gus. You don't understand. Wendy won't have anything to do with your investment. Mr. Jason is a sound businessman, and he will handle the affairs.
But he says he's the contact manager.
Well, now, perhaps I better explain that there's nothing to worry about. Oh, is Wendy out of earshot?
Yeah, but...
Well, come in and shut the door. And if you'll keep very quiet about it, I'll tell you just what a contact manager is.
If Wendy could only listen to the definition of a contact manager in Mr. Jason's factory, he might not be so set up over his new job. Apparently, Gus has the last laugh now. What with his status as an investor, even though he only has 1 share of stock, he's 1 rung higher than Windy Bill, the glorified office boy. They both seem to be running an even race for Miss Timmons. But if Wendy knew that Miss Timmons hasn't got the fortune he suspects her of having, there'd be another shock in store for him. Join us in our next program and see what happens. Until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett and produced by the National Industrial Council. It's time to join our American Family Robinson again in Centerville. Gus Olson and Windy Bill have become important figures in the business world. Gus by virtue of investing in 1 share of Jason Shoes Incorporated, and Windy by his appointment as contact manager of Mr. Jason's factory. Windy isn't aware that the title, contact manager, was made up by editor Luke Robinson to conceal the fact that Windy's job is really that of office boy. Luke is doing his best to impress Miss Timmons with Windy's desirability as a husband, hoping that she'll take Windy off his hands. As we tune in, we find Windy and Miss Timmons strolling arm in arm down the street.
Yes, sir, Letitia. Old Jace put his hand on my shoulder and he said, "Old man, we want you with us. We need you."
Well, that's just what the head of the Home for Homeless Cats said to me when he wanted me to take a booth at their charity bazaar. Except he didn't call me old man, of course.
Letitia, may I finish what I was saying?
Well, my goodness, who's to stop you?
We need you, he said. And if I'm not mistaken, his voice trembled a little with emotion when he said it.
Imagine a big, strong man like him breaking down like that.
I don't have to imagine, Letitia. I was there. And then he went on. "Jason Shoes Incorporated is nearly ready to go ahead," he said. "But until I heard that speech of yours, Winkle, there was one thing lacking, a contact manager. And today I have found the man."
What man?
Why, the man to be contact manager, Letitia.
Well, my gracious, you don't have to bite my head off. Where'd you find this man?
Why, Letitia, the man was me.
Oh.
He found me. He wants me to be contact manager for Jason Shoes Incorporated.
Well, why didn't you say so? Well, that's very nice, I'm sure.
Nice? You realize what that means? Do you know what a contact manager is?
No. Do you?
Why, of course I do. How could I be one if I didn't? A contact manager is the very heart and soul of any corporation. He's the man around whom everything revolves. Everything. He's the man who manages the contacts.
My, it does sound important. Something like a vice president, I guess.
Nothing like a vice president. Vice presidents are important, of course, to handle finances and things, but the contact manager, he's out in front, meeting the public, dealing with human problems. He welcomes the callers and speeds the departing guests. Why, he...
Oh, Bill, if you knew how funny you look, bobbing around like that, with your figure.
Well, of course, if you regard it as a laughing matter. I was merely showing you how I'll apply the personality touch.
Oh, now, Bill, don't be touchy about it. You wouldn't look so funny if there was a real person in front of you. It was just 'cause you was bowing and scraping at thin air.
Oh, you have no imagination, Letitia.
Huh? Well, I do think it's fine. You've got this opportunity to make something of yourself.
No, I resent that. You infer, I suppose, that until I was offered this position, I hadn't made anything of myself.
Bill Winkle, if you're going to take everything I say and twist it around and throw it back in my face, I'm not going a step further with you. There's others I can walk out with that won't try to pick a fight every 2 minutes.
Letitia, wait. I didn't mean it, Letitia. It's just that this great new responsibility weighs on my mind. I'm not myself.
Well, all right. You needn't go on about it.
Well, that's better. We'll forget the whole thing, won't we? We'll just stroll in the moonlight and talk about you for a change.
That would be a change.
Oh, come, Letitia. Where's that sweet nature, that forgiving spirit? Why, that face was never meant to bear a frown.
Oh, Bill, you do get around a person.
Now, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go over where they're building the factory, and I'll show you how I'm going to get them to arrange it. I'm practically in charge of construction, you know.
Well, I don't know. The mosquitoes is awful bad over on the meadows.
Well, now, who'd mind the mosquitoes when looking at the birthplace of a great career?
And there's a good show on, too. I was kind of hoping we could
Careful there, Letitia. Mind the path. It's rough here.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. This factory will have the stamp of Winkle on it right from the beginning. Now, you take the building itself.
I thought we were going to talk about me for a change.
So we were. I have it. Let's talk about what you're going to do with all the money Mr. Jason paid you for your property. Huh?
Ain't necessary. That money's all taken care of.
And all safely invested, I hope.
Well, safe.
Good. Must be quite an amount, eh?
I got a fair price.
About 20,000, would you say?
I wouldn't say.
I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll guess, and you tell me if I'm right, huh? 30,000.
I don't like guessing games. There, I knew there'd be mosquitoes.
Oh, why do you avoid discussing your affairs with me, Letitia? You know you can trust me.
Maybe I can, but you ain't never proved it. Oh, look. There's somebody walking around over there on the meadows.
Just a hobo, probably. Letitia, this suspicious attitude of yours is hardly the right note for a person whom I hope someday to refer to as my bride.
Looks kind of familiar.
You're not even listening.
Oh, I'm listening all right. But I've told you, Bill Winkle, a girl can't rush into a thing like that. Until I do decide, you'll just have to be satisfied with being a friend. And as for my business, Mr. Robinson handles it for me very well, I thank you.
Well, you know, Letitia, we're not getting any younger.
Why, I do believe that's Gus. Yoo-hoo! Gus!
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Letitia, don't encourage him. He'll come over.
Why, of course he will. Why, Gus, imagine seeing you out here.
Letitia Timmons. So, this is why you wouldn't go to the movies with me tonight.
Oh, I wish I had now.
Now look here, Gus Olson. Nobody asked you to come interfering around here.
Oh, no? Well, all I gotta say is, Letitia, I'm surprised to find you here with this Winkle.
Well, it certainly wasn't my idea to come here. Oh, make a picnic lunch for a lot of pesky mosquitoes.
Just as I thought. Well, Winkle, what do you got to say for yourself?
This is ridiculous. I was simply going to show Letitia how I plan to arrange the factory.
You plan? That's rich. What do you got to say about it?
Well, as contact manager and an officer of the company, I have plenty to say. Why, Jay says to me just before he left, send me a report on how things are going. That's how much I've got to say about it.
Maybe we could go to the movies after all, Gus.
Winkle, don't make me laugh.
It's the stockholders like me what decides how things is going to be run. As for being the contact manager, I wouldn't brag about that if I was you.
You and your one share.
Anyhow, that's one more than you got. And I already figured out how the company can save some money. If they build over here on this little piece of high ground, that'll save them draining the swampland, and then they can run a spar.
You can't do that. That's where I'm going to have the football field.
Well, I don't see as either of you's got to say about it. And I just as soon go now if you don't.
Football field? Who ever heard of a football field for a show factory?
Why, of course. This factory is going to embody all the very latest ideas. The football field will be for the Jason team. We'll pick the best players and send them all around the country to play. It'll be a fine ad. That's progress.
Not as long as I'm a stockholder. The first thing you think of is getting the plant going to make some jobs and making some money to pay the employees before you start thinking of fancy ways to spend money.
Oh, so you've been listening to Luke Robinson talk about the way to run a business. Well, all he thinks about is profits.
You bet I've been listening to the boss. And it wouldn't do you no harm to listen to him neither. You'd find out that profits is what pays wages. Why do you suppose all the big factories employs 2,000 or 3,000 people instead of a dozen or so? 'Cause they made a profit and turned it back into the business and expanded and made more profit and hired more people and, well, that's the way it works.
Well, I'm not going to sit here all night and get eaten up by these pesky insects while you two keep...
Yes, but what'll happen? Tell me that, Gus Olson. When you get your 2,000 or 3,000 employees working away so that you can pile up more and more profits...
You don't even know as much about it as I thought you did.
No?
And that's nothing. Even a guy like you ought to know that it's employees that buys things. It's the employees that buys automobiles and radios and houses and shows.
Gus, couldn't we go now?
Well, Gus, I'll give you a tip. Do as I'm doing. Get into this thing for a while and get what you can out of it. The whole system is going to be scrapped anyway. But while it lasts, it's a good thing.
Well, I said my say, and I'm going. You two can get bit and argue till doomsday and see if I care.
Oh, you think so, do you, Winkle? Then it's a good thing you're nothing but a contact manager. It kills me every time I think of it.
Yeah, well, that's just where I'm smarter than you, Gus. As contact manager, I'll be in a position to pick up a nice little piece of change. And then when the big crash comes, I'll just slip out unobtrusively and be better off than I was before, see?
Oh, yeah? That's very smart. And while this scrapping is going on, what do you think the millions of people like me that saved their money and invested in the future is going to be doing? Cutting out paper dolls? No, Winkle. It's people like us and the boss that's the backbone of this country. You guys make a lot more noise, but you just don't realize you're hollering by yourselves. And pretty soon you'll be left with nothing but a sore throat, like you had after that speech you gave.
Well, I perceive that I'm wasting my time trying to give you a little friendly advice. Come, Letitia, shall we go?
Letitia!
Letitia! Now look what you went and done, Winkle.
Huh?
All that drivel you was talking. No wonder she went home.
I drove her home. Why, nonsense. It was you butting in where you're not wanted. That's what it was.
You know, I'm really getting very hopeful, Luke. He's out with her again tonight.
What? Who's out with who? Whom?
Why, Bill with Miss Timmons.
Oh, well, I wish they'd get on with it. I'm tired of urging Winnie to wear my best ties so he'll impress her and of paying his tailor bills.
Well, I don't see why you do it. I should think it would be enough having gotten him that absurd job. What is it, contact manager?
Well, I don't know how impressive that will be as an attraction. You see, I was forced to tell Gus Olson that it really meant he would be only an office boy.
Luke! Oh, he'll be sure to tell Miss Timmons, and then she'll just laugh at Bill and never marry him at all.
But I had to do it, Myra. Gus was ready to sell his perfectly good investment because he thought Wendy was going to be an officer of the company.
Oh, well.
And after all, since I'm doing my best to wreck his romance, the least I can do is to make him feel secure about his security. Anyway, I swore him to secrecy about Wendy's job.
Well, it would just break my heart if anything went wrong now. You know, I've already planned to use Bill's room as a sewing room.
Huh?
It's on the south side, and it gets the sun all day. Why, it'll be just ideal for sewing. And I'll put up little dimity curtains.
That will be nice. Of course, I had thought I might make a little study out of it.
Oh, but Luke, well, you have the library.
Yes, but that room's way upstairs where it's quiet. You know how it is with Bob around and Betty and Dick come over. A man can't hear himself think down here.
Why, Luke, anybody'd think you didn't enjoy having Betty and Dick come over.
No, Myra, that's not the point. I love to have them come over. I'd come down and pass the time of day and see how they're getting on, but then I could go back upstairs and be quiet. I could keep all my stuff up there out of the way.
Oh, but, dear, it would be a shame to have the sun coming in all day, and it would be all wasted just so you could be there a few minutes in the evening.
Well, folks, waiting up for me?
Why, Wendy, aren't you home a little early?
Oh, not especially. Mind if I use your desk, Luke? Have to send a report to Jace right away. Got some new ideas for the factory.
Oh, but Miss Timmons, why, I thought you were...
Letitia? Oh, she got tired of waiting or something and went home. Now, let me see. The football field should be about...
But, Wendy, you didn't let her go home by herself.
Sure, she was mad about something. And the sunroom for the executive...
Mad, but, Wendy, surely you just didn't let her go. You didn't call her up to explain whatever it was?
I can't be bothered.
Now, look here, Wendy. This won't do. She'll stop liking you. You've got to do something quick. Surely it can be patched up.
Oh, Bill, you don't mean you to let her go? Why, suppose she marries Gus Olson.
Well, if she's so interested in him, why doesn't she?
Oh, there goes my sewing room.
There goes everything.
Has Wendy really given up his pursuit of the fair Timmons, or is this just a passing fit of temper over her lack of interest in the impressiveness of the new Winkle, contact manager? If Gus Olson only knew it, his golden opportunity for carrying off the prize is right at this moment. Join us in our next program and see what happens. Until then, goodbye. These programs are written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett and produced under the auspices of the National Industrial Council. Time to join our American family Robinson again in Centerville. In our last program, Editor Luke and Mrs. Robinson became seriously worried over the lovers' spat between Wendy Bill and Miss Timmons. The Robinsons had just begun planning to make use of the room now occupied by Wendy and looking forward to the day when Wendy would leave them, a bridegroom, when they learned that the chances of a wedding in the near future were very slim. Today, we find a gloomy Robinson household just finishing breakfast. Wendy himself, however, is suffering such delusions of grandeur over his position as contact manager for Mr. Jason that Miss Timmons' indifference fails to dampen his spirits.
Yes, sir. When old Jay sees this report, he'll probably want to drop everything and come down here to consult me on some of these construction ideas. Revolutionary. That's what they are.
Yeah, I'll bet they're revolutionary. So revolutionary that if Jason were silly enough to submit them to his engineer, the poor fellow'd have to spend years in a sanitarium to get over the shock.
Why, Luke, you don't even know what my plans are yet. How can you...
And I'd rather not know for my own peace of mind. I'm going.
I believe I'll walk down with you and get this in the early mail.
I'm in a hurry. I can't wait.
Why, of course, Bill. That'll be fine. Luke always says he hates that walk downtown alone.
Why, Myra Robinson, I never said...
You go and get your hat, Bill. Luke will wait for you at the door.
Won't be a minute. Want to tell you all about the plan.
Now, what did you do that for, Myra?
So you'd have a chance to talk him into apologizing to Miss Timmons and smooth the way to their getting married.
But how can I get him to apologize when I don't even know why she's mad at him?
Oh, Luke, discuss it with him. Talk it over man to man.
Listen to his silly love quarrels as well as his silly construction ideas.
Well, of course, if you want him here the rest of your life. And remember, you were going to make a study out of his room.
Well, I thought you were determined to make a sewing room out of it.
Well, I don't care what we do with the room, so long as he isn't in it.
Well, there's a great deal in that, I suppose.
Ready, Lukey?
Yes, come on. Bye, dear.
Goodbye. And don't look like a martyr.
Now, about these plans of mine. First, I'm going...
Now, let's not discuss the plans. It's much too early to think of that kind of thing. Let's talk about, Miss Timmons, for instance.
Letitia?
Mm-hmm.
What's she got to do with it?
Now, there's a woman for whom I have the greatest regard. Poor, brave soul, making her own way alone in the world.
Yes, a fine little woman. But now about my idea.
And then, suddenly, into her lonely life, there appears a man. A man upon whom all her dreams, her fondest hopes are centered.
Yes, that's me.
Yes, that's you. And what happens? He breaks her heart. He crushes her beneath his selfish heel.
Why, Luke, I did no such thing. I've told you I asked her to marry me, and I'll get her to say yes, too.
But I thought she was angry with you. Didn't you have a quarrel?
Well, not exactly. She just went off in a huff because I guess I didn't pay much attention to her. My mind is so full of this factory.
Just as I thought. You did break her heart. Probably those lovely eyes are filled with tears at this moment. And you haven't even called her up to apologize.
Well, of course, I suppose she does feel pretty deeply about me, but she can't expect me to play up to her tantrums.
Oh, then you're not going to apologize?
Well, it'd be bad policy, Luke. She'd get the idea that I'm not masterful. Don't worry, she won't stay mad with me long.
Very well. I wash my hands of the whole matter, study or no study.
Study, Luke?
Yes, study, or sewing room, or whatever it would have been. I'm through.
Sewing room? Study? Are you sure you're feeling all right, Luke?
I feel fine. This is where I leave you.
Don't go in yet. I thought you might like to run over to the factory with me and see how they're getting on with the construction. Have to keep track of the work, you know.
Well, I suppose I ought to go over to keep you out of the way, but I have a paper to get out, so I think I'll deny myself that pleasure.
Funny. Old Luke seemed to be annoyed about something. Oh, well...
Come on. The whistle hasn't blown yet. Get a move on here, you guys. Hey, Joe, tell Charlie to move that shovel over here.
Okay.
Hey, who's that old guy hanging around there?
I don't know, boss. He's been around all morning.
Well, tell him to move off the property. He'd be falling in the hole and suing the company soon.
Okay.
Never mind, I'll do it. It'll take you all day. Hey, you.
Me?
Yeah, you. Come here.
You come here.
Oh, smart guy, huh? I'll come there all right. Now listen, mister. This is private property and...
My good man, are you in charge here?
You bet I am. And as foreman of this job, I'm asking you once to get. Hey, what's that you got there?
Your blueprints. I was just considering...
You got my blueprints? Well, what the... you think you're doing with them?
Looking at them. And in my opinion, you've got that steam shovel working too close to the marshes over there. Say, couldn't you have that man stop making so much noise?
Oh, is that so?
My steam shovel is too far over, eh? And me men working annoys you. Well, now, isn't that just too bad?
You want me to quit hammering, boss?
You'll quit hammering, you're fired.
Hey, but boss, the whistle blew.
All right. Now you, what are you doing with my blueprint?
We've been over that already. You know who I am?
No, and I don't.
I am an officer in the Jason Shoe Company, Incorporated. Contact manager, in fact.
I never heard of you.
Mr. Jason has asked me to keep an eye on the work, and I feel sure that you'll welcome some suggestions.
I got no orders about contact managers, and I don't welcome suggestions on me lunch hour. You get that?
Well, of course not on your lunch hour. I can see that the lunch hour would not be suitable, or perhaps you lunch with me and we could get acquainted. We'll be working together and...
Well, that's better. If you want to act reasonable, Jim Riley's not the man to hold a grudge. You got your pail with you?
Pail? Oh, lunch pail. No, I thought we could go to the Antler Hotel.
Oh, sure. If you can wait till I change into me tux. Now, listen. I've been eating my lunch out of this pail for 20 years, and I'm not changing now. Have a sandwich?
Thanks. That's very kind. Well, you see, Riley, now my idea on this job is to do something out of the ordinary in this construction. Try out some experiments I have in mind.
Listen, mister. Do you know anything about the construction business?
Well, no, but I thought that looking at it from the outsider's viewpoint, as 'twere, I could contribute some new ideas. After all, you fellas have been building factories for so long, you've gotten conservative in your ideas. Why, you need freshening up. This is the year of experiment, you know, of trying new things.
Don't I know it? And I was saying to Nora no later than last night, I never see such times for stirring up things and trying one thing and then another. It beats all.
But you agree that change and new ideas are a good thing?
Well, now, here's the way I look at it. I'm just an ordinary kind of a fella, and I don't have no say in how things are run, but I've been looking around and noticing for a lot of years. Hey, you ever done any manufacturing?
No, but I probably could if I put my mind on it.
Yeah, you could. Not in a million years. That's just the trouble. We got contact managers thinking they can build factories, and professors running business, and a pack of young smart-aleck lawyers trying to run the whole government. There's only one thing those people can do to help business recovery, and that's the same thing a blacksmith would do if you took your watch to him to be repaired. He'd leave it alone. And the thing we're interested in is in reemployment, isn't it? It's the same old story. There never was a forced reform in this world that didn't end up in a deform.
Do you actually mean you like the existing system? To have to work as hard as you do for the little you get, and at the same time have a class of idle rich going...
Yeah, I know all about that. And I've heard that gag about restoring recovery by soaking the rich, too. And it must be a gag. Nobody would seriously propose to restore life to business by knocking the daylights out of it.
Well, we don't know, of course, just what would happen if we soaked the rich, but it'd be nice to try.
You can make a darn good guess what would happen. If it would work now, it would work, say, 30 years ago, wouldn't it?
Well, I suppose so, since fundamental laws haven't changed any.
Okay. Now, let's say it's 30 years ago, and say we got all the automobile manufacturers right here.
Yes?
All right, we soak them, and what happens? They can't build the millions of cars we use today because we took all the money off them they were going to build them with. They can't hire the millions of people they hired for years because they got no money to hire them with. And all the business that depend on the automobile factories won't be here because there ain't no automobiles.
Well, I'm afraid you have too practical a mind.
Listen, brother, I got 4 kids and I gotta be practical. I don't like to see my job and those kids' future played around with. And I want to know they got a chance to grow up and earn a respectable living like their fathers done. I don't want them to be no charity patients, and I don't want to be paying through the nose for the rest of their lives for a lot of experimenting that was done in their father's time. Well, there she blows. I've got to be doing what some of those reformers ought to be doing. Hitching up me trousers and going to work.
Oh, but say, look here now. You haven't heard about my suggestions yet.
Save your breath, brother. I've been trying to tell you in a nice way not to interfere with me business. And I wouldn't interfere with yours, whatever it is. And if I was you, I'd move along. You know, you're liable to get hurt around here.
But I tell you, I'm the contact manager. You can't do this to me, putting me off the place.
Oh, listen. I got work to do. Are you going peaceable or not?
I won't be intimidated. My duty is here, and here I stay. And I warn you that Mr. Jason will hear of this. Perhaps you're not aware of my influence with Mr. Jason. Perhaps you're not aware of that. As an officer of this company, that I can get you fired. I've been patient with you long enough.
Just think I wasted all my breath talking to you as if you was a reasonable guy. All right, stay here then. But give me back my blueprints and keep out of my hair or I'll throw you out of here.
Well, here's your blueprints. I've decided to change the plans anyway. And we'll see who gives the orders around here. Here, my man. You, come here.
What do you want?
I want you to start clearing the other end of this place. Stop making...
Well, I'll be... Hey, Charlie.
Yeah, boss.
You're pretty good with that steam shovel, ain't you?
Sure. I'm the best in the business.
Well, how good?
Well, I can pick up a dime with it and not leave a mark on it.
Okay. Now, here's your chance to prove it. You see that old guy over there talking to Joe?
Sure. You want me to pick his pocket with this, baby?
No, but he's in me way, and I don't want you to throw him out, see? But if you could just ease up kind of behind him, careless-like, and heist him up a little on that shovel, he'd get scared and go home. But I don't want him hurt any.
That's his cinch. Leave it to me. Where do you want me to pick him up?
In the easiest place. You got a good chance now while he's arguing with Joe.
Okay. I can just about reach him from here, and I'll bet you a dollar I can do it without tearing his clothes.
All right, it's a bet. I'll signal Joe not to let on what's happened. The old guy's got his back turned now. Go ahead. Okay, Charlie. You got his reins now. Heist him.
Let go! Help! Help! Stop me! Help! Riley! Help!
What? Hey, what's the trouble here? Hey, what are you doing playing around my steam shovel?
I didn't do it. Get me down! Get me down! Help!
Hey, Charlie, let this guy down.
I might have been killed.
Yeah, now will you please tell me, mister, what the idea is?
I may be hurt.
You're not hurt. You're just scared. You oughtn't to be playing around like that.
Playing around? Playing? Why, your man did that to me. He did it deliberately. I'll complain. I'll sue.
Why, Mr. Winkle, was it? I don't know what you're talking about. Hey, you didn't do that on purpose, did you, Charlie?
Oh, me? I don't like games.
And Joe here, he's a witness. Listen, did Charlie do that on purpose, Joe?
Charlie? Why, no, boss. No, not Charlie.
You see, Mr. Winkle, it was just a little accident.
Well, I refuse to be made a laughing stock. I'll have this matter investigated in a few days.
Oh, he do run beautifully, don't he, Joe?
You said it.
It takes a steam shovel to teach Wendy not to interfere in other people's business. And he has more than met his match in Riley the philosopher foreman. Poor Wendy can't seem to get other people to share his high opinion of himself. He's in for another rude shock, I'm afraid, if he expects Miss Timmons to call him up and renew their romance. Join us in our next program and see what happens. Until then, goodbye. These programs are written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett and produced under the auspices of the National Industrial Council.
Time to join the American Family Robinson again in Centerville. Wendy Bill discovered that his title of contact manager of Mr. Jason's factory didn't rate so high with the foreman in charge of construction. His romance isn't going so well either. He and Miss Timmons have had a disagreement. Luke now despairs of getting Wendy off his hands by marrying him to Miss Timmons. As we tune in today, we find Wendy in Luke's office, complaining of his treatment at the hands of the construction foreman.
And there I was, Luke, the contact manager of the whole factory, dangling in the air, in the grip of a steam shovel. It was preposterous.
Oh, I'd have given anything to have seen it.
Well, he did it on purpose. He told that man to pick me up in his shovel. I know he did. Why, I might have been seriously injured.
Yeah, that's what you get for trying to run someone else's business.
But I was simply obeying instructions. Mr. Jason told me to keep track of the work for him. You heard him say it.
Yes, but he didn't tell you to interfere with it. Neither did he tell you that you were qualified to tell a construction man how to construct.
Well,
You had no more business doing that than a politician has running the country's business. Oh, I only wish we could get rid of politics in business as simply as that foreman got rid of you.
well, if you think he's gotten rid of me, Luke Robinson, you're mistaken. I'm going to write Mr. Jason this minute and report that fella. Perhaps I'd better wait until he approves the plans I sent for the factory.
It would be a good idea to see what he says first. I have a letter from him on my desk here.
It's funny he should have written you instead of me. After all, I'm an officer.
Oh, here it is. Here. I'll read part of it to you. He refers to your report. Let's see now. Right, here it is. He says, I received a communication from your brother-in-law which puzzles me. Please tell him I appreciate his effort to bring a little humor into the dullness of business routine.
Humor? But I didn't say anything funny.
I laughed particularly over the idea of a football team to travel around the country. You might tell him that if he could persuade politicians to bring our taxes down to a reasonable level, I might be able to hire a team of salesmen to go around the country and build up a little business.
Is that all he said about my report?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Well, there you are. A typical businessman prejudiced against anything new right from the start.
Do you mind removing your feet from my desk so I can lock it up and go home?
But, Luke, my idea would attract people, wouldn't it?
Well, just for the sake of argument, let's assume that it would. Even in that case, Mr. Jason's first responsibility, or any businessman's, is to employ people, to pay them salaries so they can afford to buy things that businessmen produce. That's what business is trying desperately to do.
I don't see why you keep worrying about employing people, Luke. After all, the taxpayers can take care of that, can't they? So why should we worry?
Why, indeed? With a federal deficit of $4.5 billion for this year alone, why should a taxpayer like me worry? If taxes consumed all the income in the country, including all of mine, it would just about balance the budget. That, of course, is a great comfort to me.
Well, but they can't do that. They can't tax away all your income.
Certainly they could. Many Americans feel today that we're headed toward just that. As long as there's doubt as to what the future holds, the person of small means will not purchase needed articles. The investor will not risk his money to expand industry and give employment. And the manufacturer will not dare to extend his production beyond orders in hand. Now, isn't that cause enough for worry?
Well, I suppose so. But you can do the worrying, and I still think those plans I had for building the factory were pretty good. Jace didn't say anything about those.
Oh, guess they didn't appeal to him.
Well, I would have liked his okay to show that construction foreman. How am I going to impress him with my authority if I don't have an okay? Jace should have thought of that.
Well, I advise you to impress him by maintaining a dignified distance.
Well, I suppose that would be the best thing to do. But I'd like to take more decisive action about him. You could speak to him as the agent of Mr. Jason. Would you, Luke?
I'd like to meet him. Sounds like a fine fella.
Luke, what? Do you see that?
What's the matter?
That window across the street. Do you see what it says on it?
Ye dress shoppy. Dressmaking, hem-stitching, pleating. Letitia Timmons, proprietor. Well, she did it.
What does it mean? Letitia, a dress shoppy.
Well, it seems fairly obvious. Miss Timmons has opened a dress shop.
But she didn't speak of it. She didn't consult me at all.
Well, why should she?
Well, there's somebody moving around in there. Let's cross over and look in.
All right. And this would be a fine time for you to make up with her. You can open the subject by congratulating her on the shop.
Make up with her?
Mm-hmm.
Why, nonsense. I'm not mad at her. Though I ought to be. Going into business without asking my advice. Why, it's locked.
Wait. Here's an announcement in the window. Says, grand opening next Saturday. Souvenirs. Oh, it isn't open yet.
Now, there she is in the back. Letitia! Yo-hoo-hoo! It's me, Windy!
Well, Mr. Robinson, I'm glad to see you. Come right in.
Well, Letitia, I'm here.
I see you are. Oh, do come in, Mr. Robinson. Look around. Of course, we haven't got it fixed up yet, but we made a good start.
We? Is someone else in on it? Well, I see it all. You've been fleeced. Who is he? Who's gotten you into this?
I don't know what you're talking about. Gus is here, helping me.
Well, I might have known. Gus. He's taken our money away from you to set himself up in this fool business.
I don't know what you mean by our money, Bill Winkle. Oh, let me get a rag, Mr. Robinson. Dust off that chair for you.
Thanks, Miss Timmons. That was a bright move, Wendy. She'll never forgive you for that crack about our money.
Well, that was a mistake. But I got so confused by all this, that Olson chiseling in.
Oh, for goodness sake, try to pull yourself together. Where's all that irresistible personality you're always talking about?
But, Luke, how did I know she'd take it that way?
Oh, well, the place looks fine, Miss Timmons. I don't see how you got so much done in such a short time.
Well, I wouldn't have been near ready if it wasn't for Gus being such a help. He's real handy, Gus is.
Wendy was just saying how much he admired the color of the walls.
Oh, yes, indeed. Lovely shade. That cream tone is a perfect background for youth and feminine beauty, my dear Letitia.
Yeah, I'm glad you like it. Gus thought of that color, and he painted it, too. Oh, I don't know what I'd do without him. He's out back now unpacking the dummy models.
Oh, well, of course. It's a pretty amateurish job of painting.
Wendy was also just saying that he'd like to make himself useful. Perhaps there's something he could do for you.
I don't know if there's anything he could do. I don't need anybody around telling me how good he is. That seems to be all Bill Winkle's capable of doing.
Now, come, Letitia. Don't be too harsh on me. I'm sorry I got so interested in my new job that I didn't notice you'd gone home the other night. But can't we let bygones be bygones? Think what it means to you, Letitia. Now you have this splendid new shop. Think, Letitia. Think of your grand opening. Why, what would it be without a master of ceremonies? Why, think what I could do for you. Meeting your first customers. The speech of welcome. The subtle flattery. Inducing them to linger, looking by.
Nice work, Wendy.
Gus is all right for the physical labor, Letitia. But can you imagine him as the impresario of an elegant little establishment like this? Hardly. Why, he'd drive the customers away from the door. Now, I, on the other hand, my dear Letitia, could convince even the most unattractive dowager that a Timmons creation would transform her into a very garbo. You know I could.
Well, it's true you've got a wily tongue in your head, Bill Winkle. But I don't know. You might be more trouble to me than it'd be worth. You ain't a dependable person like Gus.
No, he's had a lot of experience as a salesman, Miss Timmons. Why not give him a chance at the grand opening and see how it goes?
Well, if you say so, Mr. Robinson. But now, mind you, Bill, I can't afford to pay you no salary for being a impressor or whatever it is.
Why, of course not, Letitia. I wouldn't think of accepting any reward, but the light of happiness in your eyes when you see the customers coming back for more.
Well, what about this contact manager's job you got that's so important?
Oh, Wendy doesn't start that until the factory is finished. In the meantime, he ought to be very useful.
Well, I don't know. Seems awful risky getting Bill Winkle in on this. I never knew him to do anything yet that didn't turn out bad for somebody.
No, Letitia, you never had a chance to see me at my best.
Well, it better be good. Land knows your worst is bad enough. And if you're going to be around here, I don't want to hear you making disparaging remarks about Gus Olson either. I'm not going to have you looking like you're going to bite each other while you're in my shop.
I don't see why you shouldn't all be one big happy family. Well, now that's all settled. Maybe you can give me a story about the opening for tomorrow's Herald, Miss Timmons.
Oh, my land. I don't know as I ever been in the paper before. I hardly know what to say. Except there's going to be an opening, and there's going to be souvenirs. But I haven't decided yet what kind of souvenirs to get.
There, you see how you need me? I'll give him a story. You may say, Luke, that on Saturday next, all Centerville will be thrilled to the very core by the stupendous, gigantic celebration attendant upon the grand opening of ye dress shoppy. whose proprietor, Miss Letitia Timmons, has secured for the occasion the services of that genial master of ceremonies, William Winkle.
Here, Bill, this isn't a circus. It's just a little dress shop.
But, Letitia, you don't understand these things. You have to add a little imagination to your announcement.
Mercy, what's that? Gus? What happened?
Oh, I slipped, Letitia. And then this dummy got a toehold on me. Oh, hello, boss.
Hello, Gus. I wondered why you weren't at the office this afternoon.
I was going to explain about that, boss, but how I was going to help Letitia this afternoon, but it just sort of slipped my mind.
Oh, well, of course, if it slipped your mind, I could hardly expect anything else, could I?
Oh, here's Bill Winkle, Gus. He's going to help, too.
Gonna what? I thought you was mad at him.
Well, I was. But he's apologized for what he done, and now he's going to be the impressor at the opening.
Letitia, I'm surprised at you. After all I done around here, you've got to go and ring in a cheap chisel like him to ruin it.
Now, look here, Gus. Of course, Miss Timmons and I appreciate what you've done for us around here. But if you can't cooperate...
Now, boys, stop your wrangling. If you can't get along, I'll do without both of you.
Well, all I gotta say is this business is sunk if he's gonna have anything to do with it. Where do you want me to put this dummy, Letitia?
Oh, dear, over here, I guess. Gus, whatever in the world's happened to it? The face is all smashed in.
Well, what do you know? That must have happened when I fell down with it. Oh, but then it don't make no difference. The people will be looking at the dress and not...
No difference? Oh, my land, a face like that would drive anybody away. It looks like something in the horror chamber of a wax museum. Oh, now what'll I do?
Now, don't worry, Letitia. I'll think of something. Gus, you should be more careful.
Say, listen, guy.
I have it. We'll put a veil over the face. Why, how's that, Letitia?
Why, that's just what we can do. See here, Gus, he is a help.
Anyone could have thought of that one.
Well, Miss Timmons, is there anything else you want to say for the Herald?
I haven't even started the statement yet, Luke. Let's see now. Where was I?
Well, you just got into yourself, but I think I get the idea all right. I'll just look around the shop for background and write it up myself, if Miss Timmons doesn't mind.
Of course not. Gus, you show him around.
Okay. These here booths is the dressing rooms, boss.
Yeah.
I painted them myself. Pretty good, huh?
Fine. It must have taken a lot of time.
Oh, that's all right. I got a lot of time.
Yeah. What's this?
Quiet, boss. That's a surprise for Letitia. I sneaked it back here when she wasn't looking. It's for the opening.
But what in the world is it? It looks like an artist's easel all wrapped up.
It's a wreath, the flowers. The biggest one in Centerville. Here, take a look. How's that?
But good heavens, Gus. Why did you have them put "Rest in Peace" on the ribbon?
It was left over in the shop, and the ribbon was already on it. And it was such a pretty ribbon, I wouldn't let him take it off. And anyhow, the doves is attached to it. Boss, ain't it beautiful?
The grand opening of Miss Timmons' dress shop is indeed going to be an occasion in Centerville, even though it may not be as stupendous as Windy's press statement might indicate. Anyway, it'll be worth attending, and we hope you'll join us there in our next program. Until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett, and produced by the National Industrial Council. Industrial Council. Industrial Council. It's time to join the American Family Robinson again in Centerville. Miss Timmons has finally put her money into a dressmaking shop to save it from the clutches of Windy Bill. Gus and Windy are helping Miss Timmons get started and are vying with each other to have the major part in making the grand opening of the shop a success. The great day of the opening has arrived, and as Editor Luke walks in to cover the activities for the Herald, he hears Windy and Gus at it again.
But didn't I do all the work? Well, then, I ought to be the guy what meets the customers.
But, my dear Gus, you haven't the proper touch. Why, you'd frighten them away.
Well, if you don't stop fighting about it, I'll do the greeting myself.
What's this? Dissension already? The opening taking place in half an hour?
Boss, I'm glad you come in. Now I ask you, boss, What's these women coming in here for? I just ask you.
Well, to buy dresses, we hope.
Just what I'm saying, boss. Now, Winkle here, he'll talk the arm off them, and they'll forget they ever come in to look at dresses.
Oh, Mr. Robinson, can you do anything with these two?
No, it won't do, boys. You'll have to compromise. Why don't each of you stand by the door and greet them by turn?
There, I knew the boss could fix it. Winkle, I'll take the blondes.
Huh. I might have known all either of you wanted was a chance to show off. Well, it was awful nice of you to come, Mr. Robinson.
Oh, I wouldn't miss this. I decided to cover the story myself. After all, when one of the town's leading ladies opens a shop, that's news.
Oh, go on now. You're just saying that.
No, it is.
Oh, but do sit down and look at the souvenirs we're going to give away. Do you think they're all right?
Oh, very nice. Very attractive. But what are they?
A little idea of mine. Had them made up especially for Letitia.
Yeah, and they cost a mint of money, too, what with being a rush job. Now, what I wanted was just some spoons with "Ye Dress Shoppy" stamped on them. But Bill would have these things.
Original, different. You see, it's a potato parer. You peel potatoes with this thing.
Yes, but what's all this arrangement on top?
That's the message. Clever, eh? You see, when the lady peels the potato, the pressure of the utensil against the potato automatically lights up this fan-shaped top. Now, there's a battery concealed in it, and the message appears. See? Like an electric signboard.
Oh, why be a drudge all your life? Let Ye Dress Shoppy outfit you. Open the gates to a butterfly existence and the social whirl with Miss Timmons' exclusive models. Well, that is something.
Yes, wrote the ad myself, too.
Yeah, but what happens when the battery gets worn down? Can't expect a housewife to go out and buy a new battery just to keep the ad going.
There, now that's just what I said to him. When the battery wears out, everybody will forget all about my dress shopping.
Now I ask you, Luke, isn't that just like a woman? Can't see past the nose on her face. Why, Letitia, that gadget only has to be seen once, and it'll never be forgotten.
Yes, I can't help but agree. I'm sure I'll never forget it.
Well, if you ask me, I think it's one of the dizziest ideas that this guy ever thought up. And believe me, that's dizzy.
No one asked you.
Well, there it is. And there's nothing to do but make the best of it. Oh, and time is flying. And, Mr. Robinson, do you think the shop looks all right? I mean that pink and blue crepe paper. Do you think that's all right?
Fine. A nice feminine touch.
That was my idea, to have them streamers all over. Pink and blue was my mother's favorite colors.
My gracious, there's 3 ladies out there already, waiting for the opening. Oh, I'm just as nervous as a cat. Should I open now? It ain't quite time, but I don't like to keep them waiting.
By no means, Letitia. Whet up their anticipation. That's the idea. Oh, what wouldn't I give to have a nice band?
Huh?
Be just what we need. A fanfare of trumpets to announce the opening of the doors. Oh, why didn't I think of it before?
Well, it's a good thing you didn't. I've spent enough money on your ideas already. And time we got a band in here, there wouldn't be room for the customers.
Well, there's quite a crowd gathering out there. I think I'll retire to the safety of a dressing booth. I wouldn't like to be in the path of that avalanche.
Oh, dear. Now, do you boys remember what you're supposed to say?
Well, you can depend on me, Letitia, if not on some other people. I show them the models. Ask them. No, tell them. Tell them they want a dress made up in the style they favor, right?
Depend on you. You forgot part of it already, the part about hemstitching and pleating jobs, too.
Small change, Gus, small change. Why, when I get through with them, they'll be ordering trousseaux. Oh, and that reminds me, Letitia, it's about time you were thinking about a trousseau.
Hey, if there's any trousseaux around here...
Time to be tending to business, you mean. Now, you better get ready to open the door. And, now where shall I stand?
Beside the rate I give you, Letitia, that makes a pretty picture.
All right. Oh, dear, I wish this was over.
Well, ready? You take the left side, Gus, and I'll take the right. And don't pull any more boners than are absolutely necessary.
You don't need to worry about me, smart guy. I've handled dames before. Be respectful, that's all you gotta do, like they was your mother.
Ready? Smile. Oh, great Scott, Gus, you look as though you had a pain. Well, now, that's better. Now, remember, folks, every night's a first night. Here we go.
Well, welcome, ladies of Centerville. Welcome to ye dress shoppy. Yes.
Hiya, ladies. Make yourselves to home.
Good morning, madam. Come in. Come in, madam. Pleasure to see you. Have a potato peeler? Compliments of you dress shoppy right this way.
Don't be shy, lady. The house is yours. Have one of these things? You like that rate? That was my idea. Hey there, lady. Can I show you something?
Why. Oh, you're Mr. Olson, aren't you?
You know me, huh? Well, I do get around. You look familiar at that.
Why, yes, Mr. Robinson introduced us.
Oh, a friend of the boss's, huh? Well, it's a small while, ain't it? Say, now I know just what kind of a dress would go good on you. You're the kind of fat type.
Well, why, I'm not fat. Not in the least. Why, just mildly plump. Fat type.
Now, don't go getting sore, lady. As a matter of fact, I like your type. I think it's a swell type. You remind me of my mother, lady. She's just past 80 and smart as a whip.
Well, I'm nowhere near 80. I'm just about 50. Well, I'm afraid you're rather new to the selling business. I don't think I ever met that technique before.
Why, lady, you don't mean to tell me I don't know what I'm doing? I got good taste, ain't I? I know what looks good in a dame, don't I?
Well, I don't know, I'm sure. Oh, there. Why, now that's an attractive one. Youthful, smart. Yes, I might consider that one.
Oh, no, that ain't right for you. Here's the one. Now, Letitia can make up that one in your size, and you'll knock this town for a loop.
Oh, but that's not the kind of thing I ought to wear at all. Why, the colors are too bright and all that flummery and ruffles. Why, at my age...
Now, look, you don't make sense. First you get huffy because I say you look like my mother, and then you get huffy because I'm trying to make you as young as you think you are. I don't get it.
No, you don't seem to get it. Perhaps it would be better if I just wander around for myself and pick whatever suits me.
But I tell you, this suits you, and I know, lady. I know when a dame looks good and when she don't. I've seen a lot of dames. Now, that dress you're looking at, it would look terrible on you. It would look like something you just run up by yourself on a Saturday afternoon waiting for dinner to cook. And anyhow, I'm saving that one for the good-looking blonde dame over there.
Indeed. Well, I assure you that you can't sell me this monstrosity. And if you're showing the other for someone else, why, I'll just come back sometime when Miss Timmons is free.
Have you looked at this model? Have you held it up in front of
Well?
you? No. Then how can you tell? That's what I want to know. How can you tell? I tell you, this is the one for you.
And I tell you I won't have it.
Listen, you ain't getting anywheres with me, arguing just to argue. I know a good dress when I see it, and there ain't nobody can tell me it ain't.
Well, it may be good, but not for me.
And I say it's just a thing for you.
Good heavens, Myra, what's the row about?
Oh, this man is trying to sell me...
This dame is unreasonable, boss. She's trying to put something over, refusing to look at her dress, and I told her...
Gus, this is Mrs. Robinson. You remember? You met her?
Your wife, boss?
Yes. Maybe I better take her over. I think she'll give Miss Timmons an order when she finds something she likes. You better go and work on somebody else.
Well, what do you know? Just like I said, it's a small while.
Oh, Luke, that man is awful.
Down now there, Myra. Don't be ruffled. The poor fellow's doing his best. He's more or less a fish out of water, though.
Think so?
Come on in here. It's a fine hideout, and we'll wait till the worst of it's over.
Well, all right, but I was never so insulted in all my life.
Madam, I'm so glad you've come to our opening.
Well, I just thought I'd drop in.
Yes, indeed. You're just the type that ye dress shoppy loves to do things for.
Oh, thank you, I'm sure. But,
Why, say, when we get through outfitting you, your own husband won't know you.
Well, I'm a widow.
Oh,
and,
well, then we'll have you married again in no time.
Why, mister, I hardly know you.
I mean, the Timmons creations will make you over. We'll bring back your youth. We'll have the young men of Centerville flocking about your door.
But I just come to get
the souvenir. Why, of course, little lady. Right here. Have one.
Oh.
Take two. A marvelous little gadget for peeling potatoes. You get entertainment while you peel. Now, look, I'll show you how it works.
Well, now, I do declare I don't know what they'll be thinking of next.
Well, pretty cute, eh?
Yes, 'twould amuse the children. How much is it?
Free. Absolutely free. Well. Compliments of ye gift shoppy. And now shall we take a look around at these charming little gowns? You could put on any of them. Wear them right out of the shop, too. And they're samples. Now, that's what I call a compliment, eh, madam?
Well, I don't know. They don't look like 42s to me.
Why, nonsense. You're no 42. Now, here's a little dream. Miss Timmons could make that up for you.
I'm afraid you're wasting your time, mister.
Tut. You're not going to deprive me of the privilege of seeing how it looks against your hair. That color. Divine.
But I didn't come to...
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just give you another of those wonderful potato pears. And then you'll be willing to look at the gowns, won't you?
Well, thanks. I am willing to look at the gowns, mister. I love doing it, but I think you ought to know that all I come in for was to see if Miss Timmons would hemstitch these 3 gift towels for a quarter.
A quarter? Well, now, that's out of my line. You'll have to see someone else. Ah, madam, why, it's a pleasure to see your type come in here.
I've always said there's nothing like a bunch of women fighting over clothes to make me seek shelter.
There is an awful crowd out there. And if Miss Timmons can keep that awful Gus Olson away, well, she ought to do pretty well on today's business alone.
Oh, Gus is all right, Myra, just a little crude in his approach. Even if he does ruin some sales, if half those women out there give her orders, she'll have to enlarge the shop and hire some help.
I hope they do. Goodness knows Centerville needs all the hiring it can get.
Well, with a new factory and Miss Timmons starting out in what promises to be a growing business, I shouldn't be surprised if Centerville were well on the way toward solving its own unemployment problem.
Well, you're looking pretty far ahead, aren't you?
No, I'm looking ahead and backward both. I've just been thinking in here, away from that maddening crowd, that the possessive instinct is the most valuable one owned by man.
My, that sounds greedy.
No, far from it. The instinct to acquire possessions, to save them, build on them, is the greatest contributing factor in the growth of civilization.
Well, then it's lucky we've got a possessive instinct.
What I don't understand is why our radical friends are intent on destroying that instinct. They seem to think the ideal existence would be to crush it, to make way for a scheme of things that only includes a mass of dumb sheep, accepting what the political overlords feel like handing down to them.
I think it would be pretty hard for them to remove initiative from America. That would be a major operation.
It would, but that doesn't seem to deter them. They've already started trying to apply the anesthetic of more and more restrictions upon manufacturing, forgetting that manufacturing is the main source of the nation's wealth. The only natural wealth of this country was here when Columbus landed. The rest has come through the development of initiative.
Oh, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Robinson.
Why, what's the matter?
Take them away, Mr. Robinson, before they ruin me.
Who's ruining you?
Them two. I don't know which is worse. Gus, he insults them, and Bill's giving away about $100 worth of them fool contraptions of his to about 4 customers. Oh, if you don't take them away pretty quick, I'll be bankrupt before I start.
Well, no, it can't be as bad as that, Miss Timmons.
It's worse. I've been a-listening to him. Gus has made enemies of half the women in town. Oh, will you do something, Mr. Robinson?
And Miss Timmons' little helpers have proven once and for all that their place is in the home or anywhere outside of a dress shop. I'm afraid that Gus and Wendy are further than ever from the enviable position of a husband to Miss Timmons. They're both in her bad graces now. Well, join us in our next program and see what happens. Until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett and produced by the National Industrial Council. It's time to join the American Family Robinson again in Centerville. In our last program, Windy Bill and Gus Olson were the featured attractions at the grand opening of Miss Timmons' dress shop and nearly succeeded in wrecking her business before it was started. Their rivalry for Miss Timmons' hand has made them rivals in everything else, including which can make the greatest nuisance of himself. Now, it's the day after the opening, and we find Miss Timmons sitting on the steps of the Centerville Herald, impatiently awaiting the arrival of editor Luke Robinson.
Oh, Mr. Robinson, thank goodness you come at last. I just about got rheumatiz sitting here waiting for you.
Why, Miss Timmons, it's not even 8 o'clock yet.
Well, I've been sitting here since 7. I just had to see you, Mr. Robinson.
Well, I'm glad I came down early. I've had a couple of twinges of rheumatism myself.
Well, I didn't really mean it about the rheumatism. I'm really too young for that yet.
Oh, here, let me help you up. I believe they call it neuritis in younger people.
Yes, that's it. Just a touch of neuritis.
Yes, of course. Come in my office and tell me what's the trouble. I didn't get your name wrong in my story about the shop, did I?
Oh, no, 'tain't that. Oh, it was a beautiful story, Mr. Robinson, and I got it all cut out, and I'm going to frame it and hang it in the shoppy. It's the very first time I ever had my name in the paper since the Ladies' Aid had a bazaar, and that time 'twas just among those present. But a whole story all to myself about me being a promising businesswoman. Oh, and the description of the shoppy. Gay with bunting and tastefully decorated in the latest mode. Well, I just can't tell you how thrilling it was to me.
Yes, I thought you'd like that phrase. It never has failed to please. But you haven't waited an hour to tell me how much you like the story.
Well, no, it's kind of hard to get started, but, Mr. Robinson, I got to have another story in the paper right away.
Another story?
Yes. I got to issue a statement, Mr. Robinson.
Issue a statement?
The future of your dress shoppy depends on me issuing a statement. If I don't, I might just swell close up tomorrow.
Well, let's have it. You go ahead and issue. I'll take it down. And if it's of vital interest to Centerville, I'll be glad to print it.
And I think it ought to go right on the front page so people will be sure to notice it.
Under a streamer headline, no doubt.
Well, that would be nice. Well, shall I go ahead now with the statement?
Yes, indeed. Shoot.
Miss Letitia Timmins, proprietor and sole owner of your dress shoppy, fine dressmaking, hem-stitching, and pleating. Have you got that down, Mr. Robinson?
Yes, go on.
Wishes to inform her customers-to-be that Mr. Bill Winkle and Mr. Gus Olson have nothing to do with either the management or operation of the shoppy. Period.
I begin to see.
She wishes to apologize to the ladies of Centerville for any annoyance these persons caused them at the opening. And if the ladies will come back, they can be sure they will not come in contact with either of those pests. And if Miss Timmins catches them within a mile of her shoppy, she'll take to them with a broom handle. Signed, Letitia Timmins.
Miss Timmins, aren't you being a little harsh with the boys? After all, they were trying to help.
Harsh? Tain't half what they deserve. Didn't they near wreck my business? How many orders did I get? Just one. And that was in spite of them. That was one customer they missed greeting. Mr. Robinson, I got to have that printed. Tain't that I bear 'em any ill will. I know they was trying, but I never should have mixed romance and business in the first place.
Well, I can't deny that your statement is news.
Then you will print it, Mr. Robinson?
Miss Timmins, I feel that I owe it to the Herald, yes, even to Centerville's journalistic history, to print that statement verbatim.
On the front page, you mean?
No, I meant word for word.
Oh.
That item alone should sell hundreds of copies of the Herald. And although my heart may bleed for the wounded feelings of Gus and Bill, I can't let my emotions stand in the way. The news must be printed.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Robinson. But the way you put it, maybe I've been a little hard on the boys.
Perhaps you could soften the blow. You might give them an off-the-record version of it before the Herald comes out.
You mean tell them in advance I don't mean it like it sounds?
Something like that, yes. You might call Windy right now.
Oh, I'll be kind of foolish.
You'd be very wise to do it, Miss Timmins. You mustn't let business destroy the softer side of your nature, the romantic side.
No.
You need a home and a husband, Miss Timmins, and Windy needs you.
Yeah, he certainly needs somebody to keep him out of trouble.
Exactly. Oh, he's just a big, overgrown kid. Oh, with a heart of gold, Miss Timmins.
I kind of got the idea that you didn't like Bill, Mr. Robinson.
I've just learned to know him.
You must have known him for 20 years, him being Miss Robinson's brother.
It is true that at one time I considered Windy one of the major evils of my existence. But since he's met you, Miss Timmins, a change has come over him. You have brought out, if I may say so, a side to his nature that I never suspected. a sweeter, more human side.
Oh, Mr. Robinson, I done that.
Yes, Miss Timmins. Oh, you can hardly abandon him now.
Well, you do put it nice, Mr. Robinson. Why, you almost make me feel it'd be a pleasure and a duty to take him off your hands.
Well, of course. If I must lose him, I will endeavor to do so with good grace. But now is the time, Miss Timmins. Now, if ever, before this statement appears.
Time to what?
To indicate to Windy, delicately, of course, that his suit for your hand is not in vain, that you are not adverse to changing your name to Winkle. In short, that the happy date be set for as soon as possible.
Oh, you do make it sound attractive. But, I don't know as I ought to rush into a thing like that.
Oh, my dear Miss Timmins, may I point out that none of us grow younger. And if you do it now, Windy will be in such a rapturous haze, he won't even notice the harsh tone of the statement you're putting in the Herald. But if you don't, this story may shatter your romance like a piece of busted glass.
Oh, dear. Well, then, maybe I ought to.
Good, Miss Timmins. Fine. Here's the phone. Quick now, before you change your mind.
Telephone seems kind of impersonal for a delicate thing like this.
Even better. You'd better go right over. Nothing like getting the thing settled.
Are you busy, Luke?
Good morning, George. Not a bit busy. Come in and congratulate Miss Timmins. Miss Timmins, do you know Mr. Barton, the Herald's business manager? Fine fellow, George.
I don't believe I've had that pleasure.
Oh, how do you do? Congratulations in order?
You bet they are. Miss Timmins has just made me the happiest man alive.
Oh, but, Luke, you're married already.
Yes, I know. But she's going to marry my brother-in-law.
Oh, I see. Well, congratulations.
Well, it's a little early for him, but thank you.
Run along now and take my blessing with you. And tell Myra I'm bringing home orchids. And tell her to get out the party silver. George?
Yes?
George, I've just accomplished a miracle. I've turned what seemed a certain defeat into victory.
You're certainly pleased about something.
Pleased? Why not? She's going to marry Windy and remove him forever from my spare room. If she'd waited till after the next issue of the Herald, he'd never have married her or forgiven her either. Just to contemplate my achievement of this morning makes the whole day a success.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Because I've brought something else for you to contemplate that might not be so pleasant.
I see you brought the books in.
Yes.
What is it this time? Overhead, bad debts, or more taxes?
It's more serious than that, Luke. We've been running pretty close to the wind for some time now.
Oh, I knew that, but I didn't think there was any danger.
It wasn't dangerous. As long as we had some capital left. But the past few years, I've put pretty much of a strain on that.
Oh, but as long as the circulation keeps up...
That's one trouble, Luke. It hasn't. It's been a gradual decline, but, well, when you add it up, it's serious. The farmers have been canceling, Luke. That's where most of our circulation is.
Well, don't farmers read news anymore?
Well, I went around myself to find out. And I did. Even a newspaper is pretty much of a luxury to farmers these days, it seems. Now, I don't know why. When farm produce prices are higher than they have been in years.
Well, that doesn't mean much when exports are lower than they have been since the Civil War. And we're importing more produce, livestock and other farm products than ever before. It's a small world, isn't it? A cow gets shipped across the ocean or over the border, and our circulation drops a point. Go on with the bad news. What else ails us?
Well, there's not much use going into too much detail. But advertising's the same way. Nobody seems to want to spend money on advertising either.
Well, that's understandable, too. As long as the future is as uncertain as it is, even to the extent of not knowing whether the Constitution itself is going to be upheld or thrown aside.
Well, whatever the reason for all this, the total result to the Herald is a deficit of 6,000 this year. And that's pretty serious for us.
6,000? Why, that's... Well, I didn't realize. Barton, are you sure?
I'm sure, all right. Of course, with the country laughing off a federal deficit of $4.5 billion, I suppose a mere 6,000 isn't much. But I can't feel it's a laughing matter. We can't postpone the debt for our children to pay.
Yes, unfortunately, we haven't taxpayers, present and future, to pay our deficit off for us. It's far from being a laughing matter. George, do you mean we're in debt to that extent?
To everybody. For paper, machines. We've cut our production costs down to the bone. There's no room for economy there. We've spared nothing but the payroll. It looks like that comes next in our economy measures.
No. We must not lay off anyone who wants to work, except as a very last resort. We'll try to think of something else. After all, every employer is faced by this predicament of maintaining employment as his first interest.
Well, I don't know what we can do unless the Herald goes back to being a weekly. I'd hate to see that happen, Luke. There's the only one thing I'd hate worse than that, and that's...
seeing it cease publication altogether?
Well, yes. And unless there's a big change, that's a possibility, Luke.
Let's not think about that yet. I've got a lot of thinking to do, George.
I'd have given a lot not to have to tell you this, Luke. I delayed it as long as I could.
I know. It's pretty much of a blow, but we'll get through it somehow. I'm not the first businessman this has happened to, and we're not wrecked yet.
That's the right way to look at it, if you can. I guess I'd better call a stockholders' meeting.
Yes, for tomorrow morning, here.
Is there anything else I can do to help you? I'll prepare a summary of the situation, of course.
That's fine. Thanks.
But isn't there something else I could do?
No.
For you?
No, thanks. I'd like to think it over by myself for a while. Get it straight in my mind.
You ought to go home, Luke. Dick Collins can take over for you today.
No, I'll be all right. Business as usual, George.
Okay, Luke. I'm sorry. Shall I tell Miss McGillicuddy you don't want to be disturbed?
Yes. Thanks, George. The Centerville Herald covers Centerville like the dew. Luke Robinson, owner and editor. Established 1912. 12 from 35. 23 years. Assets, goodwill, sound policy, and a fine staff. Liabilities, $6,000. And current expenses. Hello. Yes, I'll talk to Mrs. Robinson. Hello, Myra. Oh, they finally settled it, eh? Yeah, that's fine. Of course I'm glad. No, I don't think I want to talk to Windy just now. Myra, I'm bringing Dick home to dinner. And you'd better call Betty. No, it won't be a party exactly, and I'm afraid there won't be orchids after all. No, there's nothing the matter. Just some things to discuss. We may be quite late, but have a good dinner for us. And don't worry.
Well, it looks as though Miss Timmons has taken the plunge and accepted Windy Bill. But Editor Luke's jubilation is short-lived. Is the Herald in serious difficulties? Will Editor Luke have to give up the paper that's been his cherished dream for so many years, and on which the whole Robinson family and its employees are dependent? Join us in our next program and see what happens. Until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett and produced by the National Industrial Council. National Industrial Council. National Industrial Council. Time to join the American Family Robinson again in Centerville. In our last program, Luke was successful in promoting the romance of Windy Bill and Miss Timmons to the point where he can be pretty sure he'll get Windy off his hand. But just as Editor Luke was gloating over this achievement, the Herald's business manager came in to tell him that the Herald is in a serious situation. The paper is running a deficit of $6,000. Luke and Dick Collins, his son-in-law, and star member of his staff are staying at the office, trying to get the extent of the damage before the stockholders' meeting, which is to be held in the morning. And meanwhile, we join Mrs. Robinson and Betty at the Robinson home, where they are waiting and wondering.
But, Mother, didn't Daddy give you any idea of what's up? Why the family conference?
No, he didn't, dear. But it must have been something to do with the reason they're staying so late at the office. I wish I knew.
Maybe it's good news. Maybe it's going to be a surprise party. Huh?
No, I'm afraid not, Betty. Your father sounded pretty worried when I talked to him. There must be something wrong at the paper.
Well, let's not worry about it until we find out. There couldn't be anything seriously wrong with the Herald. Why, it's like the Soldiers' Monument. It's there and always has been and always will be.
Well, we'll find out what it is that's wrong soon enough. They'd better come soon if that roast isn't to be spoiled. And at 45 cents a pound, that would be a tragedy.
Now, don't talk to me about meat prices. I get a headache every time I go to the butcher's. Dick and I'll be living on soup bones if it keeps up. That roast certainly isn't ruined yet.
Betty, the idea. Eating with your fingers. Well, marriage certainly hasn't helped you to grow up.
Oh, darling. Marriage hasn't added one bit to my sense of dignity, and it hasn't reconciled me to my own cooking either.
Well, I hope the same thing's not true of Dick.
Oh, he seems to get along on my culinary efforts well enough. But I'll never get my meals to taste like the ones Mother used to make.
Oh, nonsense. You're as good a cook as I ever was, and you'll get used to your own cooking.
Heaven forbid. As long as I'm not used to playing housewife, it's rather fun. But something tells me I'm going to get terribly used to it. And then...
Betty, are you talking seriously or just talking?
I never was more serious in my life. What am I going to do when it ceases to be ridiculous and amusing to see Dick coming up the walk after work, casting a proprietary eye on the petunias in the front yard? And when it isn't exciting anymore to meet him at the front door with a frilly apron on, huh?
Well, why be cynical? Why should it cease to be amusing?
Darling, you're not going to tell me that Love's Young Dream goes on forever. Of course I'll get used to it. And it'll seem routine and humdrum. And then, I repeat, what am I going to do?
The same thing everyone else does, my foolish daughter. You're going to make the best of it. You're going to be as good a homemaker as you know how.
And be like all the other Centerville housewives.
Well, is that such a horrid fate?
Oh, Mrs. Smith, do try some of my apple pie. A new recipe. And have you seen a new movie? I saw it twice this afternoon. It was really good. Hearts Aflame it was. And I was saying to the plumber just this morning... Oh, no, Mother, I'm not going to be like that.
Am I like that, Betty?
No, of course not. You're different. You've got balance and poise and brains that go on working no matter what you're doing. But I'm not like that, Mother. My mind, if any, has to have something to work on. If I keep on just doing housework, I'll vegetate.
All of which is sheer nonsense.
I'm not so sure it is nonsense. Don't know what it'll be, but I'll have to do something. Maybe a job will be the answer.
Phooey.
Mother! Such language. Where in the world did you get it?
From Bob, and I repeat it. Phooey. If you think you'll get away from a routine, humdrum existence by getting a job, you're wrong. Running a household is as much of a job as any other. And whether your job is to make a home or to make boilerplate in a factory, your attitude toward it should be the same.
And what attitude should it be, teacher?
Well, that's up to you. You can encourage in yourself a chronic state of discontent with your surroundings and with the conditions which your work imposes on you. In other words, you can be a failure. Mm-hmm. Or you can accept the necessary inconveniences and hardships which go with beginning things and devote your energy and initiative to doing your job as well as you know how and moving steadily upward by your own efforts, just as your foremothers have done.
Foremothers? Oh, darling, that's a new one.
Well, I don't know that there is such a word, but there ought to be. Your forefathers built up the nation's industry by devoting themselves to their jobs and made America the richest nation in the world. But it was your foremothers who were most instrumental in making American homes the most modern and comfortable in the world. It took both of them to make America the envy of the world.
Well, at least you've succeeded in making me feel properly sheepish, Mother. I don't suppose I'm half the girl my pioneer foremothers were.
Well, you needn't feel sheepish. You're not the only one who seems to have forgotten our American ideals. But I haven't forgotten them, and I don't intend to. I haven't seen anything new yet that could take the place of them, as a guide to living or as a guide to America. Oh, well, the sermon is over, and so is the dinner hour. Dear, I do wish the men folks would come.
Yeah, even Windy Bill is missing. I don't know what could be keeping him away at the dinner hour. I've never known that to happen before.
He's dining with his fiancée tonight, thank goodness.
His what?
Good heavens. Oh, I was so worried about Luke that I do believe I forgot to tell you.
What?
Why, Miss Timmons has finally accepted Windy. They are going to be married next month.
Mother! How could you forget that? Why, it's marvelous. Windy Bill and Miss Timmons.
Yes.
Wait till I tell Dick. Poor Windy.
Poor Miss Timmons, even if he is my brother.
Well, I don't know which, but it's probably both. If there's anything funnier than Windy married to Timmons, it's vice versa. It's going to be marvelous to watch. Do you think she'll henpeck him?
I'm sure I hope so. He certainly needs it.
And what a Mary Dancy'll lead her. She'll be forever getting him out of jail.
Oh, if he's foolish enough to get in, you can depend on Letitia Timmons to leave him there. That's why it's so perfect. At last he's met his match. Well, I do hope she pounds some sense into him.
Oh, it'll be too bad if she does. He's such a grand example of a foolish ne'er-do-well, it'd be a shame to spoil him.
You wouldn't think so if you'd had him underfoot as long as I have. Oh, it'll be heavenly not to have to listen to his silly ideas about the advancement of mankind and himself. And to have that room of his vacant again.
Well, don't count your chickens before they're hatched, dear. He may bring her here to live.
Oh, Betty, don't even mention such a thing. Oh, I couldn't bear that.
Well, I don't think Timmons would do it. She's too independent. And anyway, if Windy Bill suggests that, well, you can just say, well...
Oh, Betty, the door.
Oh, I'll go. It's probably the hungry horde.
Betty, is it Luke?
No, it's only Bob. You are nervous, Mother.
Yeah, only Bob. Don't pay any attention to me. It's the one who even bothered to open the door. It's the one who even know I'm living.
Well, what brought this on?
Well, that's what I get everywhere. It's only Bob.
Bob, whatever's the matter with you? I never heard such nonsense.
Nonsense, huh? Well, how would you feel if you never got any consideration? If you were the office doormat, nobody even condescended to permit you to inquire what's going on. You'd think I was a babe in arms.
Well, you are, Bobby. You are. Here, have a hunk of roast and you'll feel better.
Sure. Throw me a piece of meat to keep me quiet.
Oh, you're going to ruin that roast between you. Now, Bob, what's the matter?
Yeah, tell us all before you boil over.
All right, go ahead and be funny. You can afford to. With that husband of yours getting all the breaks.
What do you...
He gets into conferences, sure. He gets told what it's all about. He gets all the attention.
Robert, behave yourself.
Oh, that makes me sore.
We gathered that you're sore, but what we want to know is what makes you sore.
Well, just this. Say, how about another piece of meat?
Not till you tell. Give, dear. We're all ears.
Well, what happens, I ask you? I come into the office after lunch and find everybody tiptoeing past Dad's door, like they were afraid of waking the baby, and shushing me every time I ask what's up, and shaking their heads like all was over but the flowers and the last rites.
Oh, Betty, there must be something awful the matter.
Now, Mother, go on, Bob.
Now, you bet there was something awful the matter. When the son of the owner and one of the best-legged men on the staff is pushed aside like so much chaff.
Yes?
Well, even Dot refuses to divulge this important secret that everybody knows but me, and she sure should know it, being at the switchboard and all. And will she tell?
Will she?
No. And everybody goes home except the big, important executives like Dick Collins, the shrimp.
Well, I'll let that pass, but I'll warn you, you better...
But did you find out?
Did I? Who cares? Who cares whether I did or not?
Well, we do, sweetheart, if you'll ever get to it.
Well, the big guys, they go into conference and stay there forever. Dot goes home mad and won't wait for me. That's a mere detail of what happens later.
What happens later, Bob?
Well, I'm standing around the door of Dad's office where the big powwow is going on, and Dick comes crashing out, nearly knocking me down.
Well, you shouldn't have been listening at the keyhole.
Who said anything about...
Robert, you're not too old to be spanked, and if you don't get on with this,
All right. So Dick comes out, and he all but pats me on the head and says, "Now run along home, will you, Bob, and tell the girls we'll be out in a few minutes," and that's all.
That's all?
You don't know what it is, then?
Well, of course I don't. I get sent home. I get sent on errands. I get the crumbs from the table of the big guys. Now, how about that piece of meat now?
You don't get any. You pulled a hoax. All that fuming over nothing, and you don't even know.
Well, isn't that just what it's all about? I don't know. Well, am I a man or am I a mouse?
I've never been able to figure that one out.
Now, that's probably them now. Well, you can tell them I've gone to my room. If there's anything they condescend to discuss with me, why...
Oh, Dick, where's Father?
He'll be along. I wanted to get here first, so he won't have to tell you.
Oh, what is it, Dick? What is it?
It's the Herald. It's pretty serious. It hasn't been making money for a long time, and it's pretty much in debt. Behind in taxes, too, and, well, we may have to give it up entirely.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry. There isn't any way to tell you except straight.
The Herald. Finished. Oh, it will finish Luke, too. Is he all right?
He's pretty much broken up. That's why I wanted to get here first. To prepare you so you could meet him and make it easier for him.
Oh, well, gee, Dick. Isn't there anything can be done? Gosh, I didn't know that was what it was.
We're doing our best to find a way out of it, but...
Oh, but the Herald... Well, I didn't think anything like that could happen to the Herald. It's always seemed so solid and permanent. Like the Constitution.
You chose an unfortunate example, honey.
Wait.
I'm afraid even the Constitution's solidity is being questioned these days. And if that goes, everything goes. And I guess in a day when the most revered document ever framed might be thrown overboard like a worn-out shoe, we couldn't expect the Herald to last.
The Herald. Oh, it couldn't be happening to the Herald.
Well, it is, and we've got to face it.
Oh, of course we have to, but think what it means to all of us, to you and Betty and Bob.
And every person who works on the paper. That's what makes it so hard for Mr. Robinson. He's always felt directly responsible for every person under him, from the office boy up. He minds that more than the fact that the paper he's built up so carefully all these years is about to crash.
Oh.
I've tried to make him see that all his employees will get along, that we can do a lot toward helping them get other jobs, but it doesn't do much good.
Poor Luke. I know how he feels about his employees. Losing them will be like losing part of himself.
Well, I guess it's up to us to help him now, isn't it? I mean, we've got to show him that we can do something for him for a change. He's been doing things for us for a long time.
Well, it'll help him a lot to know you feel that way, dear.
Well, it's not a bad break at all. Haven't I been looking for something to do? And isn't this my chance to do something with a reason?
No, we don't have to ring you in on it just yet, Betty. But I know I can find something, and if Bob and I can sort of form a private corporation to get funds together to restore the Herald...
Why, sure we can. Why, after all, are we mice or men?
Men, both of you, thank goodness. Oh, you're dears, and I'm proud of you.
Well, I'm not out of it. You'll see. We'd better all go and watch for Daddy, though, and form a welcoming committee. He'll need one.
One look at your faces is all he'll need to cheer him up.
He's coming up the walk now, Mother.
Oh.
And he's walking like an old man.
Oh. Luke, dear, welcome home.
Daddy.
Is the Herald lost? Or will the young Robinsons find a way to save it? Join us in our next program and see what happens. Until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over the station, is written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett and produced by the National Industrial Council. It's time to join the American Family Robinson again in Centerville. The Centerville Herald is in difficulties and has been threatened with having to stop publication. The paper has been running a deficit, and its capital has long since been used. The news came as a shock to the Robinson family, who took it for granted that the Herald was the one permanent thing in a changing world. Editor Luke's family have taken it like the true Americans they are, and are already applying their initiative to get the paper back on its feet. Even his daughter Betty has threatened to get a job, although her husband, Dick Collins, and Mrs. Robinson disapprove. Now we are in the office of the Centerville Herald. The door to Editor Luke's sanctum is closed, and behind it a stockholders' meeting is going on, which will decide the fate of the paper. Young Bob Robinson is hanging around Dot McGillicuddy's switchboard, keeping an anxious eye on the door.
Oh, my goodness, Bob Robinson, do you have to keep that up all the time? It's driving me into a state of nerves.
Uh-huh. What?
Oh, that pencil. Can't you, for goodness sakes, just put it down a minute? Anybody'd think you were waiting for a jury to bring in a verdict of guilty.
Well, I am waiting for a jury. When those men come out of that room...
Oh, Bunny, don't be silly. It's nothing but an old stockholders' meeting. They're always having them. They don't mean anything.
Yeah, well, this one means something, Dot. It means everything.
Oh, I know what they're like. I've seen pictures of them in the movies. Oh, many's the time. All they do is sit around and smoke big black cigars and talk about golf scores and ogle.
Ogle, Dot. Ogle what?
The stenographer, of course. You see, she's always beautiful and supporting her poor old mother. And then the stockholders fall in love with her.
Oh, you're crazy, Dot. There isn't any stenographer in there in the first place. And in the second place, they wouldn't ogle one if she were there. And in the last place, they're there because they're probably going to lose the money they invested in the Herald. So they're not thinking about any golf scores.
Oh, well, they'll never miss the money. They're always rich men who place a fortune on one turn of the wheel. In the movies...
Yeah, maybe in the movies, but not in real life. But the people in there, none of them can afford to lose money. They're all people who've saved $1 by $1 and worked hard for it. They put it in the Herald just as people invest in any business, because they had faith in the paper. Now, well, that's what's going to just about kill Dad.
Well, why should that kill your father? He doesn't have to pay him back, does he? And anyhow, it wasn't his fault. It's not like as if he took the money or anything.
Oh, you just don't understand about these things, Dot. You don't know what it means to Dad. To have the Herald be the best paper in the state for so many years and have all his friends think enough of his ability as a businessman to invest their money in it. Well, the Herald's been the apple of my Dad's eye. Dad would rather lose an arm than have him lose their money or his employees lose their jobs.
Huh? Oh, my goodness. Bunny, you don't man stand there and tell me the employees are going to lose their jobs.
Well, there isn't any money to pay them with. I don't see how they can help losing them.
Bunny, you mean me too? I'm going to be fired just because the old paper isn't making money?
If your employer can't put any money in your pay envelope, I guess you will be fired. There's no reason to insult the paper. It's a good paper. Why, it's the best...
Oh, well, I think that's just mean. That's what it is. Oh, and I've been saving for ever so long to buy the most gorgeous coat in Blauheim's window. Oh, but with a big fox fur collar, just like one Garbo wore in one of her pictures. Now I suppose I can't have it. And all because your father all of a sudden can't make his newspaper pay. And after all the years I've been faithful...
Now, wait a minute, Dot McGillicuddy. You're not the only one that suffers on account of this. There are plenty of others around here that need their money more than you do, and Dad suffers most of all.
Well, but that doesn't make me feel any better. And if you want to know what I think...
I don't.
I think that after all these years of faithful service I put in with your father, it isn't, well, quite honorable of him to let me out just like that.
Honorable? If he weren't honorable, he wouldn't have paid you out of his capital all this while. He wouldn't have kept you on a minute after the paper stopped showing a profit. Why, as long as he could, he hung on, keeping everybody on with profits of past years, when there were even some people he could have gotten along swell without.
Oh, well, if you're referring to me, Robert Robinson, as one whom he could have better done without, well, I wish to point out...
You don't have to point out anything to me, Dot McGillicuddy. You've already pointed yourself out to me, as a person without the slightest feeling of gratitude for something somebody sacrificed.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sure nobody around here has done me any favors. I've earned every cent I've gotten.
Well, if you haven't got any more loyalty for this paper than that, I guess it's a pretty good thing you're getting fired. I'm glad there's one angle of this thing I'll be able to enjoy, and that's when you get your walking papers.
Why, Bunny?
Oh, don't bunny me, Dot McGillicuddy, and don't expect me to come around taking you to any more movies either.
But Bunny, I don't see how you can get so excited about a mere job.
A mere job, eh? So that's what you think. If you had half the brains I used to think you had, you know there's no such thing as a mere job. You're either wasting your time and your employers both, or you're helping them to build the very best business you can, so that both of you can get the benefits of success.
Oh, well, all right, Bunny, all right, but don't yell at me. All I meant was, and naturally I'd feel sore when I found out I'm going to be fired through no fault of my own, but that's no reason to bite my head off, Bunny. Oh, goodness. Good morning, Centerville Herald. Mr. Robinson? No, he's in a stockholders meeting right now. No, I can't get him. Well, I don't know how long. You see, they have to decide if the paper's bankrupt.
Dot, for Pete's sake, what's the matter with you?
Excuse me a minute. Bob Robinson, what do you mean, what's the matter?
What's the idea of spreading the news all over town? Haven't you got any sense at all?
Well, I don't see why not. You said that's what they were...
Give me that phone. I don't know what I ever saw in you, Dot McGillicuddy. Hello? This is Bob Robinson. Can I take a message for Editor Robinson? Oh, Mr. Billings. Why, no, nothing's the matter. Yeah, Yeah, I know she did. She's kind of hysterical.
Bob Robinson, I am not hysterical.
Shut up! Yes, Mr. Billings? Oh, well, you're sure there isn't any way of doing it? Yeah, but Mr. Billings, suppose... Well, look, how would it be if I signed a note, too? Well, no. Well, I haven't anything you could exactly call an asset except... Well, a silver cup I won in a tennis tournament. Would that... No, I don't suppose it would. Yeah. Well, I'll tell him. Goodbye.
Oh, I don't see why you're so mean all of a sudden. Why, the idea of saying shut up to a lady.
If I could have thought of something worse at the minute, I'd have said that.
Oh?
That was the banker. That's who it was. You volunteering the information the paper is bankrupt.
Well, my goodness, Bunny, he'll know it sooner or later.
No, not if we can help it. Not if everybody in this paper with any sense or loyalty or even decency can help it.
Oh, Bunny, look there. Look, the door's opening. Do you think I'll be fired right away? I should think the switchboard operator ought to be the last, because
Now they're coming out. They don't look very cheerful.
No.
I don't see Dad. Say, Mr. Peabody, could you tell me...
Stockholders' meetings. I tell you, Joe, I wake up screaming in the night just thinking about them. Why, when I think how I worked and saved to become a stockholder, how my father advised me to invest in the future of my country, how I figured, along with millions of people like me, on an income that was safe, on putting my money into business.
I know. I've heard it all before. And now, soak the rich. We're the rich.
Gee, he didn't sound as if... Well, I guess the worst has happened. I wonder why Dad doesn't come out.
Well, my goodness, if you want to see him so much, why don't you get in there where he is? And Bunny, while you're there, will you ask him how about my job? If I'm to be cast aside like an old shoe...
I don't think he wants to see anybody now. And he especially doesn't want to be bothered with questions about persons that are nothing but their own selfish interests at heart.
Oh, all right. If that's the way you feel. If you think I'm so selfish, you can just go and sit on somebody else's sofa. Mine's going to be occupied by others, I thank you.
I already said we're through, didn't I? And I'm not going to be sitting on anybody's sofa. I'm through with women. I guess you opened my eyes at last to the shallowness of them all. Be sure you get yours. That's all you think of.
Oh, Bob, I'd like to talk to you a minute.
Oh, Dick. Say, listen, Dick. What happened? Is it all over?
It's pretty bad, kid. Unless there's a miracle of some kind, the stockholders have decided to suspend publication at the end of this week.
Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh, Dick. Can't we arrange a miracle?
There's one last hope. If the bank will give us a loan, we may...
Bank. Mr. Billings just called, Dick, while you were in there.
Did he say whether he'd...
Yeah. He said no.
No. He was pretty definite about it?
Yeah, I'll say. Wouldn't even accept my offer to sign a note.
No, I guess he wouldn't, Bob.
But Dad, how is he?
He's taking it awfully hard, Bob. He wants us to get the whole staff together in the newsroom. He wants to talk to them, and... Well, it's going to be pretty terrible.
We can't do it, Dick. We can't do that.
Why not? It has to be gone through. I'd rather be shot than watch your dad telling them.
Yeah, well, we can't. Well, it isn't as if they'd understand him, Dick, how he feels. I found that out already. A certain person that was the last person in the world I'd expect to be callous and hard, just giving me a sample of what we can expect. And I'm not let him going to say the things to Dad that she said to me. Not if I have to go around and fire every one of them myself, personally.
Oh, Dot McGillicuddy isn't typical, Bob. She's just a flighty young thing. You can't expect her to realize what's happening to your father and to the Herald. The other members of the staff will be different, you'll see. The old-timers who have been with your father for 20 years, they know. They'll make it as easy for him as it can be made, Bob.
Well, gee, can't we do it, Dick, instead of him? I'll talk to him myself.
No, he wants to do it, Bob. He wants to apologize.
Apologize? For what? For keeping them on when anybody else would have laid him off, more than half of them long ago? For working his head off nearly for the paper for them for 20 years?
I know. And I think they know. But that's the kind of man your father is, kid. He takes the responsibility of having employees pretty much to heart. Any employer does who's worth his salt. And you see, your father is worth his salt.
Oh, gosh, if there were only something we could do. You and me, I mean. We're young and we got brains.
Sure, and maybe there is something. We'll have a private meeting of our own after this one. and see what we can think up. How's that?
Oh, swell. We'll have a private directors meeting. Directors of the Save the Herald Society.
All right. But now I'd better round up the staff, and you'd better go in and see if there's anything you can do for him. Miss McGillicuddy, will you please go to the newsroom and wait there for me?
Dad.
Huh? What?
It's me, Dad.
Oh, yes, Bob. Glad you came in, son. I wanted to talk to you.
No, you don't have to talk, Dad, unless there's something I can do to help you.
No, guess not. I'm sorry, Bob. I thought you'd grow up with the Herald. I thought it would be good for you, that the Herald could do things for you.
Oh, Dad, for Pete's sake. The Herald's done plenty for me. Why, I was lucky to even have a chance of working on it. I have grown up with it, Dad.
You're a good son, Bob. But I'm afraid you wasted your time here. You could have gone into something else, maybe, and have started a successful career.
Dad, will you quit talking like that? The Herald is my career. It's already done a lot for me. It's taught me all I know, and now it's only fair that I do something for the Herald. I'd be a fine man to quit cold now.
Well, there's not much you can do for the Herald now. You might as well quit as to go down with it.
Dad, I'm surprised that you're that easy discouraged. Gee, say, do you remember when Mr. Markham almost lost his factory? How you encouraged him and saw him through? He came out all right, didn't he? And now, just 'cause it's happened to you, well, you can't quit. Remember what you told him about how his ancestors wouldn't have quit and how he couldn't either? How there'd be some way of carrying it on no matter what? That this is the land of opportunity.
Yes, I remember.
Well, then, gee, how about you? Didn't you have the same kind of ancestors, the kind that didn't quit, till they made the best country in the world for us? Well, then, how can you sit there and talk about the Herald gone down? The Herald can't go down. It's up to you and me to see that it doesn't.
I guess it is, Bob. I didn't think I could face it alone. I was willing to quit, but when you say you and me, that makes it different. A lot different. You don't know how you're helping me just by saying that.
Why, of course it's you and me, and Dick, too. Oh, what the heck, Dad?
Mr. Robinson,
yes?
The staff is ready in the newsroom. They're waiting for you.
Good. That's swell. Shall we all go in together?
And there's a combination that will be hard to beat. Is the Herald finished, or will Editor Luke, with Bob and Dick by his side, pull through? Join us in our next program and see what happens. Until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett and produced by the National Industrial Council. It's time to join the American Family Robinson again in Centerville. The stockholders of the Centerville Herald have decided that unless the paper can make up its deficit of $6,000, it will have to stop publication at the end of the week. And editor Luke Robinson's life work is threatened with destruction. His son-in-law, Dick Collins, and young Bob Robinson are doing their best to soften the blow for him, and they have taken upon themselves the responsibility of saving the Herald. Editor Luke has called his whole staff together in the newsroom of the Herald and is facing the difficult task of telling them of the Herald's situation. As we tune in today, Editor Luke has just come into the newsroom with Dick and Bob beside him to face his employees.
Say, Dad, can't I do this for you?
No, thanks, son. Now, this is my job. I'll be all right. I'd like to talk to all of you for a few minutes. We have some things to discuss which won't be pleasant. And if I have difficulty in saying what I have to say, you must forgive me. It isn't easy for me to acknowledge that I have failed in my responsibilities. For 20 years, I have tried to be the kind of employer for whom I would like to work myself. You have made that easy for me. You have been loyal and faithful. Among you are those who have been with me for all of those 20 years, who have built the Herald bit by bit, whose lives have been bound up in our common aim. That we have been successful in our mutual efforts is proven by the fact that the Herald has produced something valuable to the community. It has paid its debts. In return for your faithful labor in its behalf, it has given you security and a fair financial return for 20 years. I'm not going to try to gloss over what has happened or make it seem any better than it is. Unless something very unforeseen happens, the Herald will stop publication at the end of this week. I'm not going to make excuses for the Herald or for myself, but I would like to make plain just what has occurred and why. Most of you are aware that in its good years, the Herald, like any other well-run business, laid up capital to carry it over any emergencies which might arise. During the past trying years, that capital has made it possible for the Herald to carry on, but the strain upon it has been increasing. I don't have to point out to you the growing high cost of doing business, the drain of increasing taxation, the fact that business in general has had to move cautiously in the face of uncertainty. That, of course, has reflected upon us. To sum it up, our capital couldn't stand the traffic.
Couldn't we run on a deficit? The government does.
Unfortunately, there are no taxpayers upon whom we could levy for the next few generations to pay it back. No business can run that way.
Gee, boss, I thought business was getting better. It says so in your editorials.
It is, Gus. That's the most tragic part of our situation. If we could hold out a little longer, there's every chance we could come out of the woods. But it looks as though we're not going to be able to bridge the gap between now and then.
Well, boss, could I say something now?
Of course, Gus. It will help me a lot if you'll all ask me any questions you like.
Well, of course, I suppose I shouldn't be getting up here in this meeting. I don't know as much about business as all you guys. I ain't been here so long that I ought to speak my piece.
Now, go ahead, Gus. What's on your mind?
Well, as I get it, if the Herald could carry on a while longer, we might be able to stay out of the boneyard.
That's right. But in order to do that, we'd have to operate without expenses and get out of a $6,000 deficit. If you have any ideas about how to do that, trot 'em out.
Well, I can't offer much help about the $6,000, but speaking for myself alone, I think the Herald is owed something by me. I was took in out of the wet, you might say, and now I'd like to show a little gratitude by sticking with the paper. I'm willing to stay on here till the crisis. That's what it is. It's a crisis. Till the crisis is over. And without no salary, I would like to contribute my services. Of course, $10 a week knocked off the payroll ain't exactly going to put the paper back on its feet.
Gus, I can't tell you how proud I am that you've made me that offer, even though I can't accept it.
Well, Dad, I'll work without pay, too. And I'll even take over the switchboard, too. Why, I can run it as well as someone I know.
I'll volunteer my service.
No. Now, wait. I can't do that. You've already done more than your share, all of you. And if the Herald can't pay you, it's going to do everything within its power to make it possible for you to get paid by somebody else. Nothing that you could have done or said would make me feel as proud of my association with you as that you are willing to stick by the paper even when it's failed you. But the offer is enough. I can't accept it.
Oh, but boss, if we want to do it...
No, don't, Gus. I can't take any more. The only thanks I can give all of you is to assure you that I'll do everything I can to place every one of you. And I can give you the highest recommendation in the power of any employer. I can answer for your loyalty and devotion. Any of you who wish may have all the time you need between now and the end of the week to do what you can. And I offer every help in finding other and, I hope, better places. And now I won't say goodbye. I can't. But I hope each of you will come to my office between now and the end. It's open to you anytime. That's all.
I never thought my job would do this to me.
Listen, buddy, the job ain't doing this to you. This is the best job you ever had, see what I mean? And Mr. Robinson is the best boss. And if it's gone fluey, it ain't no fault of the job nor him. You get me?
I ain't arguing with you. Robson is swell, but I can't go...
I know it's tough, buddy, but the Herald ain't licked yet. Even if the boss says it is, we got lots of time before the end of the week for miracles.
Miracles? What do you mean? Do you know something?
Well, not exactly, but I bet you I can think of something before the end of the week.
Well, boy, you'd better start thinking. The way I look at it, it's going to take something to pull the Herald out of this.
Wait a minute. Don't go yet. Shut that door, will you, Joe? I've got something on my mind, too. Mr. Robinson has had a terrible blow, and he's taking the whole thing on his shoulders. I don't think it's fair that he should. I think it's time for us to do something to save our jobs. He's been saving them for us for years, but it's going to take all of us working together to do it. Now, are you willing to make a try at it?
Sure. What are we supposed to do?
Well, I haven't formed a definite plan yet, but Bob Robinson and I are going into a huddle to see what can be done. And if you will all meet us here tonight and bring suggestions of your own, we'll get somewhere.
Sure, what time?
What's the use?
We don't want anybody in on this who doesn't want to come and work. But we'll meet the rest of you here at 8 o'clock.
What are you going to do, Dick? Rob a bank?
I won't have to unless you guys go back on me.
Hey, Collins, I think I ought to be on this private conference. I think I might be able to give some valuable suggestions.
Sure, Gus, stick around. We're having our conference right now.
Say, Dick, did you hear what Dad said? And the only thing it'll save is operating without expenses and wiping off the deficit. How in the heck are we going to do that? I mean, we might be able to dig up $6,000, but operating without expenses.
Well, as I see it, we've got to get a loan from somewhere. Big enough to cover the deficit and operating expenses over a long enough period to make the paper pay again. And that's going to be a mighty big loan. The bank is out. We've tried that.
Why, say, I could fix that. But Scarlatti, he's a pal of mine. He could loan us anything up to $100,000 and not even feel it. There, I knew I had an idea.
No good, Gus. This is a business proposition, and I'm afraid Butch Scarlatti isn't quite the man to have a controlling interest in the Herald. Newspapers have to be careful about things like that.
A controlling interest? Hey, Dick, you're not thinking of selling the paper out. Why, Dad's had the controlling interest all these years.
I know, Bob, but we may have to. Our problem is going to be to find someone fit to take over the controlling interest. Preferably someone who will leave Mr. Robinson with as much authority as he has now. And I think I know who the man is.
You mean you've already got it, Dick, the loan?
No. But if we can give him a good proposition, I think it won't be hard to get Mr. Markham to loan us the money.
Markham? Why, gee, of course. Oh, we should have thought of him right away. Why, Dad did as much for him, and they're the best of friends. Markham's doing swell now. I heard Dad say so. Say, let's call him up right away.
Not yet. We haven't got our proposition fixed up yet. I'm not going to ask Mr. Markham to do it just out of the goodness of his heart. I'm going to make it worth his while to do it. He's a businessman, and even if he were willing to do it out of friendship, he'd have a right to expect a profitable return on his capital.
Yeah, but what kind of proposition? The only thing we can offer him that I know of is my silver cup I won.
Well, there's them stocks I bought in Mr. Jason's new factory.
No, that's not the kind of thing. We've got to show him how we're going to make the Herald pay. We've got to prove to him that it will pay. That's our biggest job and the thing we have to do first.
Well, we can prove it's always paid up to now.
That's not enough. We've got to show him that circulation is going to increase, that advertising is going to increase. All of us will be in on that. The biggest and fastest circulation drive that's ever been seen. And a lot of new ads coming in. We've got to make the Herald over into a good investment in a week.
Looks like a big order.
Well, is this a poker game or a conference?
Oh, Betty, for Pete's sake, we're busy. We're talking business.
And that's what I thought you'd be doing. And I'm declaring myself in.
No, for Pete's sake. We don't need any women. We don't want them. Women just make things worse than ever. I hate women.
Oh, I gathered that. From the way Doc McGillicuddy spoke of you when I asked where you were. Must have been a swell fight.
That dame.
Come on in, Betty. I'll admit you to the conference. We need all the brains we can get.
Thanks.
Oh, this is Gus Olson.
Not the Gus Olson. Oh, I've heard so much of you from Uncle Wendy.
That guy.
Well, what's the plot, children? Have you discovered how to save the Herald, and where do I come in? I am in, you know.
You're in for ideas. Now, we've got to the point where we're going to have a big circulation and advertising drive.
Yeah?
And then borrow a whole hunk of money from Mr. Markham, proving to him that we're a good investment. Now, if you were just an ordinary person...
Ordinary?
I said if, my darling.
Oh.
If you were the lady of the house...
Yes.
And I came to your door and tried to get you to buy a subscription to the Herald, what would make you sign on the dotted line?
Well, of course, if you came to the door, I wouldn't need anything else to make me sign. But if Bob, for instance, came, I'd want to know if the paper carried all my favorite recipes, radio programs, and news about radio stars, and a good, snappy lovelorn column.
Yes, but we've got those now. This has got to be something new and terrific.
Terrific, eh? Well, what is it makes people rush out to buy a paper? A story about their worst enemy, or their best friend. Or I know, a person would buy any paper that had his name in it. No one could ever resist seeing his name in print.
Well, we've got our letters to the editor department.
Oh, I know, but most people don't like to sit down and write to the papers. Most of them are convinced that their letters will get no further than a waste paper basket. Now, if you could ask each person to contribute something special...
Hey, wait a minute. Betty, that's... Say, how's this?
What?
We'll have a column.
Yeah.
Call it the Reader's Column. And ask everybody in town to contribute each day. About 3 readers will make up the column. They'll get the paper to read their own, of course, and then they'll subscribe to compare their column with those written by their friends.
Oh, sure. And we could have a tie-in with the radio station to have the best contributions read on the air, and we could keep it going. We wouldn't ever run out of contributors or subscribers either. Why, we could go right through the town directory and then go back and start over.
And it would make a darn interesting column. Betty Collins, if I had my hat on, I'd take it off.
Not bad for a girl, sis.
That's very good. I couldn't do better myself.
Thank you, gentlemen.
We'll get every member of the staff to go around after office hours and ask for contributions and subscriptions. In a week, we can cover the town.
And I can do it, even during office hours. I'll bet I'd be a swell contact for the public.
Oh, you can't go from door to door, Betty.
Can't I? Say, whose idea was this? And you watch me going from door to door. And if I can't beat the lot of you getting subscriptions, I'll go back to my knitting without a murmur.
Will Betty's scheme work? Will the Save the Herald Society get enough subscriptions to make the paper a good investment for Mr. Markham? Join us in our next program and see what happens. Until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett and produced by the National Industrial Council. It's time to join the American Family Robinson again in Centerville. The Herald is threatened with having to cease publication, and Editor Luke has already gathered his employees together to bid them farewell. The younger Robinsons, however, are determined to save the paper. Betty, Bob, and Dick Collins, at a conference, have laid plans for a large circulation drive, hoping to get enough new subscriptions to make the Herald a good investment for Mr. Markham, the town's largest manufacturer. They know Mr. Markham will loan the Herald enough money to pay off their $6,000 deficit and for operating expenses until the paper can get back on its feet, if they sell enough subscriptions and advertising space. They haven't told Luke of their plans yet, but as we tune in, we find Betty telling Mrs. Robinson all about it.
I know our scheme will work, Mother, and think how surprised Daddy will be when hundreds of subscriptions start pouring in.
Well, I hope they do, Betty. I think it's a splendid idea, but it'll take a lot of subscriptions to save the Herald now.
We don't have to depend on subscriptions alone, Mother. As soon as we get enough to show that the Herald can be run at a profit, we'll get a loan from Mr. Markham.
Well, that's the part I don't care so much about, Betty. Your father was never much of a borrower, and I've always felt the same way about loans as he has. The trouble with them is they have to be paid back.
Well, of course, darling. But people borrow money and pay it back every day. You talk as though borrowing were something, well, a little shady. It isn't at all.
Well, it's not exactly shady, but it is short-sighted. When you borrow, you're placing a handicap on your own future. Or, even worse, that of your children.
But this is an emergency, Mother. It makes the future possible.
Oh, it might be the best thing to do, but I'd like to be sure we could pay it off within a year, for instance.
Of course we could. That's what the big idea is all about. And anyway, everybody's borrowing money these days.
Well, that doesn't make it a good habit. People seem to have gone mad on the subject of credit lately. But I haven't changed since the first time I ever opened an account at a department store. It seems so wonderful just to walk into the store and say, I want that and that and that, and not to have to pay for it. But then one day the bill came in.
But that was a long time ago, Mother. Nowadays, even the country itself borrows lots of money. So why shouldn't it be all right for us?
Well, that's just the point, Betty. Why can't we realize that the spending spree the whole country is indulging in is no different in principle than for any individual who spends more than he can possibly earn during his lifetime? The bill will come in, and we'll have to pay it, and our children and our children's children. That's why I, for one, don't want to indulge in any private debts. Our public debt is going to put enough of a burden on us through taxes.
Well, let's worry about the public debt next week. This week we've got enough to do worrying about the Herald. Anyway, this isn't really a loan we're going to get from Mr. Markham. What we're going to do is to sell him a controlling interest in the paper.
A controlling interest?
Mm-hmm.
You mean your father won't own the Herald anymore?
Well, it'll only be a nominal ownership that Mr. Markham will have. And that's better than to let Daddy lose the paper, isn't it?
Oh, I suppose so, but, well, it's a shock to think of someone else.
Oh, now, darling, don't you think about it. It's only for a little while until we can get enough together to pay it back. And with this knockout of a circulation and advertising drive, we will. In no time, you'll see.
Well, I wish I could imitate your optimism, Betty. I guess I'm getting old.
What's this? What's this?
Oh.
Who's getting old? Not talking about me, I hope. Good morning, Betty, my pet.
Hello, Wendy.
We were not talking about you. We were discussing something important.
Oh, I see. Say, since when have I not been important, huh?
Since you formed a habit of arriving for breakfast 2 hours after the rest of the family have gone out. And I'm not going to light that stove again this morning, William Winkle. You can eat a cold breakfast.
Well, Myra, now, really. One would think I were not a prospective heir.
Prospective heir to what?
Well, I don't know that that's just the term for it, but I'm going to marry a millionairess, am I not?
I hadn't heard about the millionairess. I thought you were going to marry Miss Timmons.
Well, of course. She's a millionairess, isn't she? Or at least comfortably off. Not to be sneezed at, Miss Timmons. And I must say, for a man in my position to be spoken to as I've been spoken to...
Oh, forget it, Uncle Windy. You'll eat cold cereal and like it. But about Miss Timmons, you interest me. I didn't know she was really, well off.
Why, of course. Why do you think I... Well, that is I. Why, I thought everybody knew that. Sold her property to Jason for the factory. Must have made a tidy fortune.
Must have. Then you're not sure, huh?
I don't know just how much, but it must have been lots.
Well, I don't see why you shouldn't do a little something.
Good heavens, Betty, don't ring him in on this. We're having trouble enough without that.
Now, look here. What's this about? Me do something? Ringing me in? Am I being left out of something?
Yes, and I don't think it's fair. After all, why should we discriminate against you?
Why, indeed. And what is it? Any money in it?
Well, it has something to do with money, but not quite in the way you think, Wendy. You know about the paper, of course.
Oh, yes, too bad. I was sorry to hear about old Luke making a flop of things. I could have told him. Bad managements, that's what it was. I offered him my services, and he refused them. And now, look, the paper's folding up on him. And just when I'm about to be married, too.
I don't see what your getting married has to do with it.
Why, of course it has something to do with it. I'm not at all sure that Miss Timmons will want to marry into the family of a bankrupt.
Well, then you'd better help us avoid it. You can't let the Timmons fortune go without a struggle.
You mean you really think she'd go so far as to call the whole thing off?
I don't know. If I were Miss Timmons, I certainly wouldn't want to take you on with a family of bankrupts dependent on you.
Betty, please don't talk about our going bankrupt. I can't stand it.
Now, look here. What do you mean, dependent on me? You can't do that. Why, it's monstrous for Luke to go and bankrupt his paper and then saddle me with his whole family. Why, it won't do. It's not right.
Well, after all, you've been dependent on Daddy for a long time. It's no more than fair that you should...
But this is different, quite different. There's only one of me, and look how many there are of you. Besides, I couldn't consider using Letitia's money for that purpose.
All right. Keep your blood pressure down. You won't have to support us. I've thought of a way out.
It's not a question of getting out of it. It's a question of not getting into it. What's your idea?
Just this. Save the paper and you save all. Am I right?
But the paper's gone. It's folding up at the end of the week.
Maybe not if the scheme works.
What scheme? Now, look here. You're not thinking of borrowing money from Letitia, are you? Well, I won't allow her to do it. Why should we throw bad money after good? I mean, good money. Well, anyhow, why should we?
Well, you shouldn't. Nobody's asking you to. All you have to do is to get Miss Timmons to budget her advertising expenditures for the next year and then sign a contract for a year's display advertising in the Herald that can be keyed into a year's radio program.
Yes,
And then, you see, the newspaper advertising will make her radio program more effective and vice versa. And not only that, Wendy, but you'll be helping to save the Herald.
But what good would that do if the paper's going to fold up? That would involve a lot of money. And we're going to need a lot of money to start housekeeping with, now that we're probably not going to get any wedding presents at all.
Not so fast, Wendy, not so fast. Listen to me a minute, and you'll get your wedding presents. If the paper folds up, that would release Miss Timmons from her contract, wouldn't it?
Well, I suppose it would. After all, you don't have to pay for an ad in a paper that isn't published, not even if you've got a contract.
Marvelous, Wendy. All right, you're protected then, or Miss Timmons' money is. And if the paper doesn't fold up, Miss Timmons' ad will bring her business so she can earn more money for you. And it'll help us to get on our feet so you won't have to support us. And we'll be able to start you off elegantly on your marital career with a pair of solid brass candlesticks. Now, is it worth looking into, or isn't it?
Well, since you put it that way, there may just be something in it. Yes. And, of course, I could appear on the radio program as Master of Ceremonies.
Yes.
Well, I shall discuss the matter with Letitia. And, of course, she'll agree to anything I suggest.
Betty, I still don't like getting Bill into this. You know what happens to anything he touches.
Now, don't you worry about getting me into it, Myra. I can see now that it's my duty, nay, also my pleasure, to help the Herald get back on its feet. Yes, Sir Myra? You can rest easy. Old Windy Bill is taking hold.
Oh, dear. Betty, if your father hears that Windy is getting himself into this, it'll be the final blow.
Well, we won't tell him then. I think we'll find Windy useful in his way.
Now, I don't like your attitude. After all, I feel that I'm being pretty generous about the whole thing. Plenty of people would just let you paddle your own canoe or sink or swim.
I can't help wishing you were one of them.
I guess you'll have to prove your worth to Mother, Wendy. She seems to hail from Missouri.
Yes, I suppose all this trouble has worked on her nervous system. She's probably not responsible. But never mind. Wait till you see the contract I bring back from Letitia. That'll bring the smile back. I'm going after it right now. And you needn't bother about my breakfast. After all, I'm only a benefactor. I'll get coffee and donuts at the drugstore. Good morning.
Oh, Windy is priceless. It must be an awful strain on him to keep up with his ego.
Well, I only hope Miss Timmons takes some of it out of him. And she will, if anybody can. Oh, dear, I suppose that's a bill collector. That's all I need to make my morning complete.
Good morning, Mrs. Robinson.
Good morning, Mrs. Schultz.
I just slipped over to see if you could spare me a cup of sugar.
Why, of course, Mrs. Schultz. Come right in, and I'll measure it out for you.
Yeah.
Good morning, Mrs. Schultz. Fine morning, isn't it?
Yeah, boy. As fine as any morning these days. It's a good thing the weather is fine. It's about the only thing a poor widow can depend on anymore. I was saying to Mrs. Peretti this very morning...
Oh, I'd just love to hear about it, Mrs. Schultz, but I've just got to rush off. You tell Mother. She's the one to help you with your problems.
Oh, these young people rushing around all the time.
Terrible, isn't it? I'll just stop in the pantry and say goodbye to Mother, and then be on my way, rushing to my doom, probably. Oh, Mother.
Yes?
You've got a customer.
A customer? For what?
For the big idea. For a subscription. You're just the one to sell her on sending in a contribution to the People's column. She's got a grievance. Tell her to air it on the press, and the subscription is yours.
Betty, I'm no good at that sort of thing.
You don't know until you've tried it, darling. I'll bet you're a wow at it. Remember, it's for the country, for the Herald, and Daddy.
Yes,
now, I'm off for new fields to conquer. Remember, sign her up before she gets out of the kitchen.
Well, I'll try, but...
Good. And I'll be over tonight to report with an armful of subscriptions. Goodbye, darling. Sell her till it hurts.
Oh, wait. What shall I say? Oh, dear. Well, Mrs. Schultz, here's your sugar. Now, don't rush off. Do stay and chat with me.
Thank you, Mrs. Robinson, but I'm afraid I ought to go.
Oh, my Betty tells me that you have something on your mind. Anything I can help you with?
Something on my mind. Mein Lieber. And is there not always something on my mind? The same thing, Mrs. Robinson. Always money.
I know. It must be very hard for you.
It's disgraceful, Mrs. Robinson. It is wrong that I should have to worry. Mein Heinrich, he was a careful man and saving. He left enough that I should be comfortable all my life.
Yes, he was a fine man, Mrs. Schultz, and everyone knew he was a good provider.
And what happens to the income he provides? Every year it shrinks and shrinks like bad wool in the wash. And the money Heinrich worked so hard for. Where is it, Mrs. Robinson? Taxes. And again taxes. Business is getting better, they say in the paper. Then they say so. We will soak the rich. Am I the rich, Mrs. Robinson, with my little money to live on melting away before my eyes?
That's just the trouble with most tax schemes, Mrs. Schultz. Yeah. The millions of small investors like you who depend on incomes are the ones who suffer. Or has it ever occurred to you that you could do something about it, Mrs. Schultz?
And what am I to do? What can one poor widow do?
Well, you can let the people know your trouble. You can express the viewpoint of the millions of people like you. That's what makes public opinion. And public opinion can work wonderful changes, Mrs. Schultz. I'm sure Mr. Robinson would be very much interested if you would write about your troubles for the Herald.
Oh, Hilda Schultz writing in the paper. Mrs. Robinson, you're joking.
Why not, Mrs. Schultz? Haven't you as much right to give your side of the question as the politicians who impose the tax?
Well, it's a new idea to me, but why not? It is true, why not? It would be printed in the paper?
Of course, why not? And you could see it and see what all your friends would say about it. You might start something, Mrs. Schultz. Something big.
And I could see it in the paper.
And there's a subscription sold right there. What luck will Betty and the rest have with their subscription drive? Will they save the Herald? Join us in our next program and see what happens. Until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett and produced by the National Industrial Council. Time to join the American Family Robinson again in Centerville. The plan to get the Herald back on its feet and prevent the stopping of publication due to financial reverses goes on, with Betty Robinson as its ringleader. Editor Luke was ready to give up when he discovered that the paper was running a deficit and that the stockholders decided to close down. But not so the younger Robinsons. They are putting all their youthful energy and ingenuity to work to save the Herald and show their loyalty to Editor Luke. The plan is to get enough new subscriptions and advertising contracts together to convince Mr. Markham, the town's foremost manufacturer, that the Herald is a good risk for a big loan. As we tune in today, we find a council of war about to start between the two younger members of the family and Mother Robinson. It's after dinner in the Robinson Library. Listen.
Say, where did Dad go? Isn't he going to be in on a conference about his own paper?
Oh, he had to go back to the office tonight. He's going over the books with Mr. Barton. Poor dear. I can't even bear to talk to him about the paper. He doesn't even know what we're doing.
Well, all the better. We'll work the thing and then surprise him.
It's a shame he doesn't know what an active, up-and-coming family he has. Oh, I'll be glad when this big drive is over with, so I can see my wife. She takes to this sort of thing like a duck to water.
Oh, don't worry, Dick. You'll get her back again. It's good for her to have a change, and she certainly seems to thrive on it. She's in better spirits since she started this than I've ever seen her.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. I wouldn't know. When I get home from the office these days, the only welcome I get is a note on the dining room table. Darling, there's cold ham and salad in the icebox.
Oh, poor Dick. Oh, I wish it hadn't happened. I'd always hoped the Herald would make things comfortable for you children, that you'd never have to worry. That's what Luke and I have spent our lives building up, a secure foundation for ourselves in our old age, and a good start in life for our children. A business that was sound and fair in its dealings.
Oh, I'm not really sore, Mother Robinson, and I wouldn't have missed this for worlds. I love a fight, and this is something to fight for. You don't have to feel sorry about the Herald. It's as sound as America itself. It's just passing through a crisis like everything else.
Why, sure it is, Mom. Dad did everything anybody could to make the Herald the best paper, the best business in the country. And he did it, too. Well, this isn't his fault.
Oh, I know it isn't. But it just doesn't seem fair that he should be punished for building a sound business. It's all I can do to keep from saying, what is this world coming to?
Well, go ahead and say it if it'll make you feel better. And we can hope the answer will be to its senses in the course of time. When people realize that prosperity comes from producing goods and services and not out of the taxpayers' pockets.
Yeah, but we can't wait for that. The Herald can't. And in the meantime, I think the meeting ought to be called to order.
All right, Brother Bob, if you insist on parliamentary procedure. But don't you think we ought to wait for Betty? She's probably got some news.
Oh, for gosh sakes, why wait for her? She's probably out gadding somewhere.
Why, Bob Robinson, you know perfectly well she isn't. Why, she got 30 subscriptions yesterday.
Well, I'm not surprised. She probably vamps him into signing up.
Do I detect a slight flavor of jealousy? How many subscriptions have you got, vamping or otherwise?
Well, I got a couple. Well, gee, I have to work all day. She's got nothing else to do.
Well, every little bit helps. I've got 5.
And I've got 1.
You have?
Yes.
Oh, good night, Mom. You haven't been going around, have you, from door to door?
No, but I may yet. I got that one when Mrs. Schultz came in to borrow some sugar. Betty was here, and she put me up to it. I never was so surprised in my life as when Mrs. Schultz signed on the dotted line.
Good for you, Mother Robinson. How did you sell her? Did you invite her to contribute recipes?
No, sir. I invited her to contribute to the People's Column. She balked at first, but I managed to convince her that she really has something to say. She lives on an income, and her viewpoint on taxes is worthwhile. After all, there are millions of women like her, left dependent on incomes that are rapidly being taken away.
You know, I think this column is going to be darned interesting when it gets going. I've gotten some fine stuff from the people I've talked to. Some really illuminating opinions on what's going on. You'd be surprised how people are settling down to think.
And they sure do like the idea of putting their opinions in print, too. And this column will have to be spread into a whole page before we get through, if the subscriptions hold out.
Don't worry about the subscriptions. We can print new ones when we run out of the blanks we have. I only hope it'll be necessary.
And that brings us back to the business of the meeting. Now, I've got a swell thing here, a manual of salesmanship. All you got to do...
Hello, where's everybody?
Oh, here, Betty.
Well, Mrs. Collins, unless I miss my guess.
In person. Hello, darling. Miss me?
Oh, no, I've gotten quite used to a bachelor existence again. It's been quite pleasant having the house to myself and getting my own meals.
Brute, you'll be sorry when you see what I've got.
Oh, for Pete's sake. I was right in the midst of something really constructive, and the whole meeting has to go haywire just because a member is late.
Sorry, Bobby. I wouldn't interrupt you for the world. Not if you were being helpful. If you were.
All right, very well. We'll just forget the whole thing.
Now, Bob, don't be difficult, dear. We'd all love to listen to you. But don't you think all the reports should be in before we take up new business? Betty's report isn't in yet, you know.
Well, I guess that'd be more regular. All right, Betty, how about your report?
25 today. I dropped 5 since yesterday. Maybe I'm losing my grip.
25? My goodness, Betty, where'd you find the people?
All over. And I mean all over. I walked miles and miles, and I've smiled winningly till there isn't even a flicker left in me. But I've had a swell time.
Say, you'd better let up a little, honey, and give the rest of us a chance. You'll have the whole field covered before we get started.
Oh, there's plenty of field left. When we get through with Centerville and get subscriptions from every man, woman, and child, we can go over and start on Grand Junction.
My goodness, is there no limit to your ambition, Betty? You know, you children have almost got me to believe that we can do it. Oh, I think we ought to tell Luke about it now. He'd be so encouraged.
Oh, no, let's wait till it's all done and Mr. Markham has signed up for our loan. Then we can lay it all in Daddy's lap like a pre-Christmas present.
Oh, well, we're not going to get anywhere. We just sit around and talk about how good we are. I move that I be given a chance to advance some constructive ideas for this meeting.
All right, Bob, carry on. We can hardly wait.
Well, I've been giving a good deal of thought to this circulation drive. And it seems to me that if we're going to do this at all, we ought to go at it scientifically.
Bravo!
Oh, you haven't even heard the idea yet.
Sorry, maybe you better give me a signal when it's time to cheer.
This isn't supposed to be funny. I'm serious.
Go on, dear. Don't let them rattle you.
Well, in order to go about it scientifically, you've got to consult the experts. So that's what I did. This involved an outlay of cash, which I advanced out of my own pocket. Cost me $1.98, but it was worth it. Of course, I got it second-hand, but it's almost as good as new.
What is?
The manual. It's called the Manual of Salesmanship for the Up-and-Coming Salesman with a Future.
But, darling, we're not selling can openers. This is a different kind of selling.
Well, the same rules apply no matter what you're selling. It says so in the introduction. Whether you are selling an idea or a set of encyclopedias, the psychological procedure is the same. Pretty good, huh?
Excellent. And a new idea, too. Whoever thought that up was a genius.
That's fine, Bob, and I move we all contribute to reimburse you for your outlay. But do you think we'll have time to take this correspondence course in selling?
Why, sure. Just a few simple rules to remember. See how skinny the book is? Even if it did cost $1.98. Now, look, let me read a couple to you, will you? It increases your selling efficiency 100%. It says so.
My, think of that.
Well, now look, here, for instance, this is a Lulu. The clever salesman will always remember that a foot in the door is worth 2 on the threshold. Once you get your foot in the door, the battle is half won.
Heavens, I've met salesmen like that, and the only reaction I get is to call the dog, if I had a dog.
Well, then your sales resistance must be higher than normal. It works in 9 cases out of 10, and you must be the 10th. There's another rule for people like you, Mom. Now listen. If the subject is antagonistic, use the subtle flattery method. And it gives an example. The salesman says, Mrs. Blank, do you know that you remind me very much of Blank?
Now that would melt the hardest heart. Who is Blank, and why would it flatter your mother to resemble him or her?
Well, I was coming to that. It explains here, right underneath. If the subject is young, tell her she reminds you of a famous motion picture actress. This never fails. If she is an older woman, say she resembles a famous woman whose accomplishments are well known as, for instance, Florence Nightingale or Carrie Nation. You see? You get it?
Yeah, we get it. Now, that's fine, Bob, and we're certainly grateful to you for letting us in on it. Now, shall we go on with the business of the meeting? I think we ought to consider the phase of advertising now that the circulation drive is getting on so well.
Hey, wait a minute. We haven't finished with the manual yet. There's lots more to it. I hadn't even come to the sales talk yet. There's a lot of different styles, and it tells you just what to say.
Well, I'll tell you what we ought to do about the manual, Bob. We ought to give it some sort of a test to prove whether it's as efficient as it says. I'll tell you, you study it and use its principles, and we'll just carry on as we've been doing, and then you see we can compare. If you get more subscriptions, that'll prove that the manual should be adopted.
Yeah, well, we haven't got time to fool around with experiments. We ought to all adopt it right away.
But you see, darling, I don't think we'll need the manual. I haven't had any psychological problems for the manual to solve at all. Everyone I talk to has been eager to listen. As soon as I ask them to contribute an article to the Herald on a subject of any problem that interests them, they just eat it up. Why, one man I talked to today kept me for half an hour telling me about a research he'd made into the subject of how much every working citizen of the United States is paying in taxes without knowing it. Why, he discovered that 1/3 of everybody's income goes for hidden taxes. Well, he was anxious to let the people know about it, and he leaped at the chance of publishing his findings, and of course he wanted to take a subscription to see his article in print and to see the reaction of other people to it. Why, it isn't a sales problem at all, Bob.
Yeah, that's great, but I still think we should adopt the sales manual. If we do, we'll be getting 2 subscriptions out of every house instead of 1.
Bob, dear, I know you're trying to help, and your fundamental idea is good. But it just doesn't seem to apply in this case.
In short, your idea is much better than the manual. I think you are stuck.
Oh, is that so? Well, I guess you know more about it than the experts. I guess you weren't listening when I read you about how this book is the secret of selling success. Look, here, it says so. Don't you even believe it when you see it?
Well, what goes on? Well, if it's a fight I want in, I'm in fine form tonight.
No, it's not a fight, Uncle Windy. It's a mere case of prejudice. You say you're a salesman, Windy, or you were when you were working, and you ought to know. Is it better to follow the manual or just make it up as you go along and set yourself up as a sales expert even if you're nothing but a reporter?
Sales manual? Let's see.
The best one there is. Look.
Why, you're right. It's the best one there is. Follow that and you can't go wrong.
There, you see there? Even Windy knows about it.
Know about it? I should think I did know about it. Why, I wrote it.
What?
You what? Why, of course I wrote it when I was head of the sales force of the Eureka Garbage Can Company. If you look in the frontispiece, you'll see by William Winkle, sales expert.
And I paid $1.98. I was robbed.
You were not robbed. You got a bargain. Well, I'll see my publisher for letting that go at a cutthroat price. It's an outrage. That book is known far and wide as the most valuable treatise on the art and science of selling.
I move that the subject of the sales manual be dropped. And let's get on with our meeting. You and Bob can settle that privately.
Motion seconded.
And carried by common consent.
All right, just the same. Wendy owes me $1.98.
Never mind, Bob. I'll pay you the $1.98 if you'll never mention the subject again. Now, Dick, you were going to talk about advertising for the Herald, and, Bill, we don't want to bore you with this. I'm sure you have something you'd rather do than listen to us.
Not at all. It appears I arrived just in time. I gather that this is a meeting of the Save the Herald Society?
Yes, but I don't think you'd be interested, Wendy.
Wait a minute. I think we'd better listen if Wendy has something to say. How'd you make out, Wendy, with Miss Timmons?
Well, I'm glad somebody around here appreciates the fact that I just might have something to offer, and I have. I wish to announce that the day is saved. Winkle has come through as usual.
With what? Did she agree? A year's contract for a page display?
Well, I'd rather tell it my own way. You are roughly right, but there are conditions which I felt it was only fair to impose in return for my services as the man who saved the Herald from extinction, to put it mildly.
Betty, I told you not to get him into it. Now look.
Has Wendy saved the Herald? And what are the conditions? Whatever they are, it's certain that Wendy has found a way to get a finger into the pie. Join us in our next program and see what happens. Until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett and produced by the National Industrial Council. Time to join the American Family Robinson again in Centerville. Editor Luke has been running the Herald at a loss, and now he's faced with having to stop publication altogether. Luke is suffering the discouragement of seeing his life's work collapse beneath him. But he doesn't know of the existence of the Save the Herald Society, a highly informal group consisting of the younger Robinsons, Mother Robinson, and, of course, Windy Bill has horned in. The Society's plan is to carry on a circulation and advertising drive and get enough subscriptions and contracts to make the Herald a good investment for Mr. Markham, the town's leading manufacturer, from whom they hope to get a big enough loan to pay off the deficit on the paper and carry them until they can get on their feet again. Now we find young Bob Robinson walking down Centerville's main street with his nose buried in a book and muttering ominously to himself. Listen.
Mrs. Blank, I can assure you that this step you are about to take will be the turning point in your life. You will never be sorry that I came to your door with this marvelous, this stupendous, offering.
Why, Bob, what goes on? Why the concentration?
Huh? Oh, hello, Betty.
Don't tell me you're in love again, that you've been taken to reading poetry on the street and mumbling.
Love? I got better things to do.
Such as maintaining the honor of the Robinson family? Why, people will think you ought to be sent away if you carry on like this in the public street.
Oh, all right. Go ahead and ride me if that's all you got to do.
It isn't. There are lots of things I'd rather be doing than contemplating the spectacle of seeing the Robinson son and heir going haywire right in front of my very eyes. Hey, what are you doing if it isn't poetry?
Well, I'm studying, if you must know. Now that you got that off your mind, I guess I can be going on my way without any further interruption.
Oh, good heavens, Bob, don't get huffy. I'm only taking a sisterly interest in you.
Yeah, well, don't. You can spare yourself the trouble. I don't need any interest taken in me, and I can take care of my own problems. Thanks.
Oh, come on, Bobby. Let me in on it. I didn't mean to offend your dignity. I keep forgetting that you're grown up and a leading citizen.
Well, I guess it's just 'cause it makes you feel so old, and that's why you keep on thinking of me as a kid.
Sure, that's it. I'll feel like Methuselah himself. It'll help you any. Now, how about that little green volume? Come on, what is it?
Well, it's a sales manual. I was studying.
Well, not Windy Bill's manual that you got stuck with.
Oh, no. I took that back and demanded the $1.98 I paid for it.
Oh, I should think.
The man wouldn't give me the money, but he did give me another manual. And this one's really good. Listen, the first rule...
Never mind. I've heard it before, and I haven't got time to stand around and listen to high-pressure salesmen. I'm glad it's not poetry. That relieves my mind.
I guess you don't think much of science. People like you are content to go through their lives trying to get subscriptions and still be totally ignorant. How about going about it scientifically?
I know. I'm still a barbarian at heart. But I think more of my husband than I do of science at the moment, so I'm going to get home while I still have one. You can carry on with science.
Okay, if you're content to go on batting about 40% instead of 100, that's your lookout.
Well, I got 30 more subscriptions today. That isn't batting so badly, is it?
Well, it's all right, but just watch me.
Some other time.
No, wait a minute. I'll tell you what.
What?
I'll prove to you forever that science is the only way to sell something. See this house right here?
I'm not blind.
Well, I'm going in there right now and apply the rules I learned out of this little book, Sneed on Super Salesmanship. And you can time me. If I'm not back here in 3 minutes with a subscription to the Herald, well, I owe you 50 cents.
Oh, no. If you'd pay me the 50 cents, I might take you on. But it's no treat to just be owed it.
Well, of course, sure I mean to pay you. Next payday, whenever that may be. Go ahead, look at your watch and just time me.
Oh, all right. If you're not out in 5 minutes, I'm going home, and I'll be around payday for that 50 cents.
Yeah, but how about if I'm out in 3 minutes with a subscription? Do I get paid 50 cents?
Yes, but let's get on with it. Let's see, it's exactly 6:32 and a half. I'll give you 5 minutes.
It's a cinch. Just watch me.
Well, who are you? Why don't you knock when you come to a person's door?
Well, I did knock.
Hey? What'd you say?
Oh, for gosh sakes. I did knock. I wanted to...
If you're collecting, you better come back tomorrow. I'm just going to the store for some butter. I say I forgot my butter.
Madam, I will keep you but a moment. And all your life you will be thankful that you spared me the time.
Hey? What'd you say? I said to come back tomorrow. I gotta go to get my butter.
But, madam, if you will listen a minute, I can prove to you that until now you have been only half alive. I am about to open for you the portal to a fuller life.
No, you're selling something. Well, I don't want any.
No, madam. I am not selling anything. I am giving you the opportunity you have long been seeking. Or did you but know it?
Young man, you get your foot out of this door. I've got no more patience to waste on you.
Please listen, will you, lady? I got a bet on this. I mean, you'll never regret that...
Oh, you won't, eh? Well, I know just what to do for a smart young salesman like you. There.
Oh, darn it. You don't have to bust my foot, do you?
And let that be a lesson to you.
Oh, my foot.
Well, you did fine. Hasn't been nearly 3 minutes yet.
Yeah.
Well, what are you limping for, huh?
That's nothing. My shoe pinches.
Well, you better have it fixed.
That's what I thought. Oh.
Well, let's see the subscription, and I'll pay up.
I didn't get it.
What?
It wasn't fair. The lady was deaf. Oh, let me try one more.
Oh, no, you don't. It was your idea to bet, and I've got to go. I'll be seeing you payday, whenever that may be.
Oh, doggone it. Sneed on super salesmanship. What a fine guy you turned out to be. I got a good notion well, I'll give you one more trial. Just one. And if you don't come through this time, the next dash can's got a customer. I guess there wouldn't be 2 deaf people in the same block. Oh, ouch. Oh, I bet it's a twisted ligament or a busted bone. Oh, and 7 steps. There would be 7 steps. Oh, go on, Pooch, beat it. I'm taking no nonsense off lapdogs. Now go away. Oh, let go, will you, you mutt? You want to get hurt? You just keep that up, and I'll fix your pup. I will.
Oh, Fluffy.
Huh?
Oh, why, you bad dog. Where are your manners? Fluffy, you come here this minute. Come here, I tell you. Now tell the man you're sorry. Now go on, Fluffy. Tell him you're sorry.
Say, that's pretty cute. I was just thinking that dog's pretty cute. Yeah, that's what I thought.
She's not even a year old, and she does the cutest tricks. Don't you, Fluffy?
Yeah, I bet she does. I bet she can do almost anything. Roll over and play dead or almost anything.
Well, almost anything. She can sit up anyway, but... Well, I guess you came to see somebody.
Yeah, I did. Well, there was something I would like to talk to you about, madam. I guess it's Miss, isn't it?
Yes. Won't you come in? It's pretty chilly out here.
Gee, thanks. You'll never regret this moment, madam. Miss. I am about to offer you an opportunity that won't come twice in your lifetime. I would like to ask you something important.
Well, maybe you'd better sit down. Oh, you're limping. Oh, you've hurt your foot.
Oh, that isn't anything. Mere accident, all in the day's work.
Oh, I'm sorry. Now, what is it you want to ask me?
I'd like to know if your eyes are dark blue or black.
Well, that seems kind of a funny thing to ask a person you don't...
No, I didn't mean that. I meant... Well, would you like to contribute to the People's Column? I'm a reporter on the Herald.
Really? A reporter?
Oh, sure, the star reporter, I might add. Oh. And the People's Column is something that we ask special people to contribute to. You know, write something that's interesting to be published in the paper.
Oh, my goodness, I don't know. I don't think I could, but, I'd love to.
Oh, say, that's swell. And I could help you with it. You know, just to get started, till you got the hang of it.
Well, I guess somebody'd have to help me. I don't even know what I could write about. I don't know anything that would be interesting.
Well, I say, anything you wrote would be interesting. I guess you think I'm pretty fresh.
Oh, no, not at all. But do you really think I could write? I've always wanted to. Oh, if I only knew what to write about.
Why, sure you could. How about love? I bet you could write about love.
Oh, my goodness, I wouldn't know what to say.
Well, maybe I could give you some ideas. Maybe you'd let me come around, say, on a Saturday night, and, we could think up something for the column, I mean. Would you do it?
Well, I think that'd be very nice.
Gwendolyn! Gee, that's a beautiful name.
Yes, Father, I'm in the parlor.
Confound it, Gwendolyn. That dog of yours is made off with my slipper. Who's that?
That? Oh, Father, that's Mr. I don't know his name.
Then what's he doing here? Where'd he come from?
He's a reporter, Father.
Yes, sir. My name is Robinson. I'm on the Herald.
He came to see me about love.
What? Why, the insolent young puppy.
Oh, no, Father. I mean about writing about love in the paper.
Yes, sir. You see, we have the People's Column.
I never heard such balderdash in all my life. I won't have it, young man. I won't have you putting ideas in my daughter's head.
Well, I'm afraid you don't understand, Mr.
Jordan. And there's plenty I don't understand. How you have the nerve to come here, into my house, and talk drivel about love to my daughter, without even knowing her name.
Oh, but you see, Mr. Jordan, there wasn't anything personal in it at all. It's for the paper, you see, and, we have this People's Column, and we want leading citizens like yourself, Mr. Jordan, to write the column themselves, one person each day, so we can show what people are thinking about.
Like me, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was my daughter you were interested in.
Well, I came to see you mainly, sir, and, Miss Jordan was here, and you weren't, so, we were discussing. Maybe Miss Jordan could write one, give her viewpoint on, the problems of the young girl today.
Yeah. Well, now I'm here. What are you going to suggest that I write about? About how to keep my figure, or 5 good recipes for Sunday night supper?
Oh, no, I wouldn't think of suggesting a subject for you. I just thought there might be something that you had views on that would be interesting to the people of Centerville.
Yeah, there are plenty of things. Why, if I were going to write a column in the paper, I'd... Say, you're not serious about this business.
Why, sure, of course I am, Mr. Jordan. Why, gee, your fellow citizens want to know what you think about things, don't they? And you want to know what they think about things, don't you?
Not a bad idea. Yeah, there are plenty of things I could write about. Stockholders, for instance.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, now you take me, and the nearly 20 million of people like me in this country.
Yes, sir.
We've got a little bit of property, one kind or another. Investments that we've struggled 10, 20, 30 years to get together. We're the people who keep her business going. Her private credit good. Provide employment through our investments. Help bring comforts and conveniences into every home. We're the backbone of this country.
That's right.
And yet, we're the forgotten ones. We form a large part of the population, and yet, do they consider us when they're dishing out the taxes?
No, sir.
The small investors?
Do you realize what's happened to the small investors?
Well, no, sir, not exactly.
Everywhere you hear the shouting of the politicians. On all sides you hear the howling of the so-called liberals. All the fellows who want to tear down everything we've built up. But do you hear from the small investor? No, he's just the man who pays the bill. The man who hasn't got a voice. The man who pays the taxes. Without being able to help himself, even to be heard. They've got a league for sharing the wealth, and a league for this, and a league for that. But there doesn't seem to be any way for the small investor to get his views across to the people who are so intent on taxing and regulating our business.
Yes, sir.
That's what I'd write about. If I wrote a column in your paper, I'd write a call to arms for the small investor. The man who keeps this country going.
Oh, gee, that's swell, Mr. Jordan. Why, I bet everybody in Centerville will want to read about your views. Shall I arrange for you to write it in an early issue?
Well, I wouldn't mind, son. Of course, I'm not exactly a writer, but I've got plenty to write about.
Yeah, all you need is something to write about, sir, and a little enthusiasm. And you've got that.
Well, maybe so, young fellow. Well, I'll try it anyhow. I'd like to see what my neighbors would think of it.
And maybe, well, would you like to take a subscription to the Herald? Then you could read what your neighbors have to say about it. They'll get their chance to express their views, too.
Well, yes, I might do that. Sure. Put me down for one. A year will be enough.
Oh, thanks very much. I won't bother you anymore, Mr. Jordan.
Oh, no bother at all. Stop around sometime. You might sort of give me a hand with this writing business. As long as I'm new to it.
Why, yeah, I'd like to. How about Saturday night?
And so Bob finally made good in a lot of ways. He got his man, a subscription to the Herald, and it looks as though he's fallen in love again. What's happening to the other members of the Save the Herald Society? And will they be able to keep the Herald going? Join us in our next program and see what happens. Until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett and produced by the National Industrial Council. It's time to join the American Family Robinson again in Centerville. The Save the Herald Society is carrying on its good work. The subscriptions are rolling in. Editor Luke hasn't yet been told of the drive, and he's resigned himself to seeing the Herald cease publication and to see himself a failure. The time's growing short, and now we find Editor Luke coming home, squaring his shoulders and mustering up a smile as he opens the door.
Well, hello, Myra.
Hello, Luke, dear. Well, how did it go today?
Oh, about the same. There isn't much to do.
Well, you're home early tonight anyway.
Yes, I guess you'll have to get used to having me home early. And late, too.
Well, I won't object to that. It's rather nice having you at home.
Well, that's a comfort. You may change your mind when I'm around all the time.
I'll do nothing of the sort. Come on in and sit down now.
Yeah.
Here, let me put your slippers on. You must be tired, dear.
Oh, no, not very tired. Where's everybody?
Why, they're all out.
They seem to stay out most of the time these days. I didn't know my troubles had made me so unpleasant. My family can't stay in the same house with me.
Why, Luke, it isn't that at all. They're just busy.
Oh, I guess so. Trying to find a place to land after the wreck. Bob and Dick have been avoiding me at the office and here, too.
Oh, you're just getting oversensitive, dear. They're not avoiding you deliberately, and you know how much they all love you. All of them.
Oh, I suppose they do, in a pitying way.
Oh, Luke, you mustn't let yourself be discouraged. Everyone thinks you're just as highly of you as they always have. And this is, well, it's going to turn out all right. Why, maybe the Herald won't have to quit after all.
Nothing can change that. The Herald is finished. But that's no reason why I should mope around, I guess. I'm sorry, Myra.
Oh, that's better.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what. There are only two of us for dinner. I'll bring it in here on the tea wagon, and we'll eat it by the fire. Would you like that?
Oh, be fine.
I'll be back in a jiffy. Want a book to read while I'm gone?
No. I want to jot down some ideas I have for a farewell editorial for the last issue.
Oh, Luke, don't.
Oh, no. I'm not grieving about it. Only my swan song will require some thought.
All right. I'll be back in a minute.
See. Luke Robinson, editor. The late editor of the late Centerville Herald. My last editorial. Now, let me see. As we go to press for the last time, the Herald hopes that in these columns you have found some pleasure, some encouragement, a little knowledge of conditions today. With the wolf howling at our door, the wolf. Hello. Oh, Betty. I began to think you'd moved out of town. Tonight? Why, yes, I'm going to be home all evening. What? Oh, all right, I'll call her. Myra.
Who is it, dear?
It's Betty.
Oh.
She seemed disappointed when she found out I was going to be home.
Luke Robinson, you're imagining things. You go on out and finish dishing up dinner for me.
All right, if you think I can do it.
Hello, Betty. Well, what in the world did you say to your father? Oh, well, he's got the idea that none of you like him because you're avoiding him. But of course I know you don't want him to know about the idea, but he doesn't know why. Oh, he's so discouraged, Betty. I'm going to tell him. Let him know that the Herald might be saved. All right, I'll wait. But how can we have a meeting without his knowing? Well, I'll try. But don't let him know you wanted him to go off to bed. Yes, do come over there. Yes, we'll be through dinner in a little while. Goodbye.
Yeah. Well, there, I wheeled the thing in here without spilling a drop.
Good. You'd make a wonderful waiter. And I will put it right over here.
Say, that's something I might be able to do. Be a waiter.
Oh.
Betty coming?
Of course. I don't know what in the world made you think she doesn't want to see you.
Oh, I don't know. I guess the same thing that makes me think that everybody along the street is pointing me out and saying, there goes Robinson, failure. The man who thought he could run a newspaper.
Oh, Luke, dear, it isn't you who failed, or the Herald. It's just that, extra burdens have been placed on you, unfair burdens that you couldn't foresee and prepare yourself for.
Oh, I know it, really, but the result's the same. If I could only have held on a little longer, Myra, and taken advantage of the improving business conditions. Why, since the Supreme Court decided that business cannot be held in check by the federal government, only the Herald isn't going to be able to take a new lease on life, forge ahead. The Herald, dropped by the wayside. That's what makes it so hard.
Well, you can't be so sure that the Herald is out of it. Not until it actually closes up.
No, I'm not counting on miracles.
You never can tell about miracles. You know, they crop up unexpectedly. Oh, but there now. Don't think any more about it. Eat your dinner, dear, please. And, tell me about the editorial.
I'm going to attempt to sum up my whole experience and all my years of watching the wheels go round. And then I'm going to deliver one final comprehensive piece of advice. My last. To the readers of the Herald, and hope that it may help them make sense out of all the confusion that's whirling about their heads.
My goodness, that sounds like a tremendous undertaking. Can you do all that in one issue?
In half a column. I don't suppose it'll do any good. People don't want to hear advice from a...
Luke, don't you dare say that word again. You're not a failure, and you never will be, no matter how many newspapers may be knocked out from under your feet.
I stand corrected. It's a pretty simple idea. The whole article will be based on a letter I got from a puzzled reader. Would you like to hear it?
Why, if it doesn't mean your dinner will get cold.
The letter says, Dear Editor, I'm a stockholder in a large corporation. The president of the corporation sent me a letter saying that my dividends would be cut on account of increased corporation taxes. He also said that if pending legislation which would still further increase taxes, were passed, my dividends might have to be dispensed with. Now, my problem is this. My brother claims that the president of the corporation has no business writing that letter, that he is just trying to get out of paying me my dividends so his own income will be increased, and that he's interfering in politics. And why doesn't he stick to his own business? What I want to know, Mr. Editor, is who shall I believe, my brother or the president of the corporation? And it's signed, Puzzled.
Well, what's your answer to that?
My answer is the advice I've given to readers. The president of that corporation has built up a big, successful business, now hasn't he?
Yes.
He couldn't have done it without fair dealing, honesty, and intelligence, could he?
No.
He couldn't have done it without the help of his stockholders, could he?
Why, I suppose not.
Then isn't it reasonable to suppose that he has learned by this time just how much taxes affects his business and the welfare of his stockholders? And wouldn't it be his duty to protect his stockholders' interests by telling them what he has learned from experience? They've invested money in his judgment as a good businessman. If he concealed his judgment from them, he couldn't expect them to continue to invest their money in his company. It's his duty to give them the facts relating to their mutual business.
Why, yes, dear, that's perfectly obvious. But is that an answer to all the confusion?
The principle involved is the answer. If people want to know how to run the business of the country successfully, the answer can be found by asking a man who has run his business successfully. The same thing applies to everything. If the people want to know how to run the government, follow the outstanding examples of successful government, the Constitution of the United States.
Oh, yes. It's simple enough and true enough. In other words, when in doubt, look around for the nearest experienced expert.
Exactly. If I could only make people realize that one little formula holds the answer to all our troubles, I wouldn't mind its being my last editorial.
Oh, don't call it the last, Luke. Call it the first in a new series.
Well, I don't suppose I will be able to stop. I'll probably keep right on writing them, even if they're destined for the fireplace instead of the composing room.
Oh, Luke.
No. Oh, here they are.
Here we
are. Betty, dig out. Come in, kid. and let me look you over.
Oh, dear, now we've dawdled over dinner and we're not half through.
Well, take it away. I don't want any more.
Why, what's the matter, Daddy? Off your feed?
No, I'd rather see you two than eat.
A noble view of us. That's a pretty high rating.
I've missed you the last few days.
Oh, we've been pretty busy, you know.
Oh, yeah. You've located something? A job for after the Herald goes?
Well, I've got a fine prospect. If it turns out, I'll be sitting pretty.
Well, that's fine. It seems strange not seeing you around the office, Dick. Not having an office, for that matter.
Oh, you'll get used to your new condition. You'll probably like it.
Not much chance. A chimney corner never appealed to me.
Why, Daddy, you'd make a lovely chimney corner ornament. I'd come and polish you off on alternate Thursdays.
Now, don't tease him, Betty. He's tired, and he really ought to be in bed.
In bed? What in the world are you talking about? I don't want to go to bed, and I love to be teased.
Well, you do look awfully tired, Daddy. Are you sure you're not running a temperature or anything?
Oh, good heavens, no. Are you trying to talk me into a decline?
Well, you can't be too careful, you know. It's awfully easy to catch things when you're under a strain, and then complications set in.
Oh, nonsense. I never felt better in my life, physically.
You know, that's just the trouble. You get to thinking you can do anything, and the first thing you know, you crack.
Yes.
My sainted Aunt Myra, what's the matter with them? I've never been sick a day in my life. Well, what is all this?
Why, nothing, dear, nothing. They just want to, take care of you.
Well, I don't need taking care of. I don't intend to go to bed. Now you're here, I'd like a chance to talk to you.
Oh, I give up. We'll have to wait for Bob anyway. But as soon as he comes, off you go to bed.
Wait for Bob? No, I suppose the family's going to be called to the bedside. I'm not sick, I tell you.
Oh, no, dear. She just meant that Bob,
She meant you ought to see Bob before you go to bed.
Well, I'm not going to be chased to bed anyway, but is anything wrong with Bob?
Well, I'm afraid there is. He's been mooning around again. He's got that look, you know.
Oh.
I'm afraid he's in love again.
Oh, is that all? Oh, that happens every 2 weeks. And it's no good for me to talk to him.
No, there's really no point in your waiting up for him, Daddy. If it wouldn't do any good, would it? And, oh, good heavens, Mother. Look, Daddy's face, it's all flushed. Oh, I'm sure he's got a temperature.
I will not be put to bed.
Say, there's not a minute to lose. He's getting delirious.
Oh, for goodness sakes, children. You'll have him really sick if you keep up.
Really sick? Why, Mother, he is really sick, and I'm going to call an ambulance.
No, wait. No, don't do that. I'll not go to a hospital. Not if I'm dying.
Well, if you'll go to bed, I won't.
Well, all right. I'll go to bed. Myra, I do feel a little giddy.
Now you've done it. You've got him scared sick. Oh, come on, dear. Let me help you up the stairs. You'll be all right in the morning.
That was a mean trick. But Daddy is such a tough customer. Gee, Dick, I had to do it.
You nearly ruined the whole thing with that crack about waiting for Bob.
I know. It just slipped.
I'll never forgive either of you for this. That poor man was in a bad state enough over the Herald, and, well, now you've got him to thinking that he's going to die of some strange disease.
I'm sorry, darling, but stern measures were required, and he'll get well quick enough tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Mm-hmm. And you'll forgive us, too, when you hear.
What is it?
We've
done it.
We
have.
have.
Done what?
We've got enough subscriptions and contracts for advertising.
Yeah.
We counted them up, and we're sure. And we're going to Mr. Markham for the loan tomorrow.
And by this time tomorrow night, we can let Daddy in on it, and the Herald will be saved.
Oh, whoa. Now, if Mr. Markham gives us the loan, but we can celebrate this much anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, children.
The Save the Herald Society is over the first hurdle. Will they get the loan from Mr. Markham? Join us in our next program and see what happens. Until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett and produced by the National Industrial Council. Time to join the American Family Robinson again in Centerville. The Save the Herald Society, consisting of the younger Robinsons and Mother Robinson, have at last arrived at the point where the goal is in sight. They have managed to get enough new subscriptions and advertising contracts to make the Centerville Herald an investment for Mr. Markham, the town's leading manufacturer. If he agrees to invest capital in the Herald's future, the Herald will be saved, and just in time. Editor Luke, unaware of what is going on, is writing his last editorial to appear in the last issue of the Herald. The paper is just about to stop publication and go into bankruptcy. But the Save the Herald Society has come through in fine style. And now the big moment has arrived, and we find Betty and Dick Collins about to embark in a cab for Mr. Markham's office. But our old friend Windy has approached, and as usual is trying to horn in.
Why, you can't go over there to Markham's office and try to swing this thing without me. You're just children in the realm of big business. You need an old hand at this sort of thing to manage the party.
Oh, please don't bother, Uncle Windy. Dick and I can manage it fine. It isn't as though we didn't know Mr. Markham.
Now, look here, Betty. I've been borrowing money all my life. It's an art. There's a wrong way and a right way.
Oh, all right. We can't stand here and argue about it all day. Let him come along if he wants to, Betty. But for Pete's sake, Windy, let me do the talking. Markham Furniture Company, driver.
Okay, boss.
Oh, Windy, why did you have to come along just then?
Why, Betty, a person would think I was intruding where I had no right to be. After all, remember, I had the lion's share in making this loan a possibility. Didn't I get a year's contract for advertising?
Yes, 1. Even Gus Olson did better than that. He got 6 contracts. Though how he did it, I don't know. He sold some of the toughest prospects in town.
I was afraid to ask him how he did it. His idea of a persuasive sales talk is a section of gas pipe.
Good heavens, Dick, you don't think that he...
Well, he didn't do anything very awful, or we'd have heard some complaints. I guess just a look at that mug of Gus's is enough to convince a prospect that he'd better yield.
It would take a low thug of Gus's type to make the businessmen of this town spend a little money for progress.
You don't think much of businessmen, do you, Wendy?
Obstructionists, all of them. Blocking every new idea for the improvement of conditions to protect their own selfish ends.
Well, if you feel that way, Wendy, by all means, you better not go with us to see Mr. Markham. After all, he's a businessman.
Oh, no. That's the very reason why I'm necessary to this expedition. Knowing them as I do, I can handle them.
Oh, dear.
What makes you think they're trying to interfere with progress?
Well, just look around at the pretty pass they've brought us to.
I am looking around, and what I see is rather educational. 20 years ago, this town was a pretty sorry-looking dump. I saw a picture of it in an old copy of the Herald. Mud streets, a couple of tumble-down old buildings, no schools, houses that we wouldn't put a pet dog into. And now look at it. Paved, well-lighted streets, modern up-to-date office buildings and factories, wage earners buying luxuries they wouldn't have dreamed of 20 years ago, radios, automobiles, time and trouble-saving devices. I see schools, a library, a hospital, attractive, well-equipped houses, millions of people owning them. Well, that doesn't look like a pretty pass to me, and every bit of it is the direct result of progressive thinking of businessmen and the development of industry. It doesn't look like obstructionism to me.
Oh, well, of course, in a material way, I suppose the industrialists have improved things in the matter of property and gadgets. But how about human rights? That's where business fails to be progressive. They're all for property rights, sure. How about the workers and their human rights?
Well, maybe I'm not smart, but I can't see the difference between a human right and a property right. It's like the old problem of which comes first, the chicken or the egg. If you work hard all your life, save money and buy a home, for instance, that home is a property right. But if it should be taken away from you by reckless taxation or unjust laws, well, that'd be depriving you of your human right to enjoy the fruit of your labor, wouldn't it?
Oh, yes, generally speaking. But I wasn't talking about the little fellows who just bought a home. I mean the capitalists, the people who are the stockholders.
Well, why is that any different? An investment is the fruit of your labor, too.
Sure.
It's a property right, but it's also a human right, and the Constitution protects it in the same way that it guarantees the individual of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Well, of course, that's one way of looking at it. But on the other hand, I was talking to a fellow just the other day.
Yeah, what kind of a fellow?
Yeah. A politician, and he... well, what's the matter with a politician?
Nothing. Nothing at all when he sticks to politics. Yeah. But they so rarely do.
Now, this fellow was sticking to politics. That's just what he was doing. He was telling me what a good political move it would be to put all business into the hands of the government.
Mm-hmm. Sure. A swell political move. Practically ideal from the politician's point of view. But how about the rest of us, the taxpayers?
Oh, he had it all fixed. The politicians will take care of the rest of us.
Oh.
Betty, have you ever heard of anybody who was anxious to trust his well-being to a politician?
No, unless it was Wendy.
How about it, Wendy? Would you trust a politician with, Miss Timmons' money, say?
Huh? Well, that's something else again.
Oh, Wendy, you are lovely. You put up such a good argument.
I don't know why you refuse to take me seriously. You never do. And you ought to remember that I'm a much older and more experienced person. Why, in my time...
spare us your experiences. We've heard them all. And anyway, here we are. Have you got all those subscription figures and everything ready to show Mr. Markham?
Yes, I'm all set. Now, how was I going to start? Mr. Markham, we feel that we can offer you
Well, now, that's right, but don't recite it, Dick. You sound like a 5-year-old saying, "Twinkle, twinkle, little star." Now, remember, Mr. Markham is a businessman. He's interested in your proposition, not your delivery.
There. Now, you see? It's a good thing I did come along. Why, that's not the way to start at all. You want to be more firm, more decisive. Let him know you'll stand no nonsense. Mr. Markham, the proposition I am about to put before you...
Wendy, Dick is going to handle this now. We've let you come along on sufferance. But please understand that Dick is going to do the talking, even if he does it badly.
He'll ruin the whole thing, I tell you. Now, look there. Why, he's so nervous he forgot to pay the cab driver. Give the man his money, Dick.
Yes, here you are. Keep the change.
Okay, thanks. No, I wouldn't have given him such a big tip, Dick. It's not a good thing.
No, Wendy, you wouldn't have over-tipped him. I notice how carefully you refrain from making any contribution to him at all.
Well, after all, coming over here wasn't my idea.
Well, for heaven's sake, we didn't come here to argue about cab fare. Let's get on with this.
All right, darling. Now, listen, don't be jumpy, dear. You know Mr. Markham is Daddy's oldest friend, and he's swell. You won't have any trouble talking to him.
Third floor, please. I know, but it's such a lot of money to talk about, and it means so much.
Why, you don't know what big money is. Why, this would be no more to me than walking into the post office and buying a stamp.
It's going to mean even less than that to you, Wendy, because you're going to keep quiet if I have to.
Ah, here we are. Good afternoon, miss.
I'd like to see
my name is Winkle, William Winkle. Would you mind telling Mr. Markham I'm here?
What do you wish to see Mr. Markham about, sir?
Business. Important. Private.
It's about the hair.
Now, just tell him I'm here.
Just a moment, please.
Oh, don't ever tell him what you come for when you're trying to get a loan. Bad policy. Now, see? You'd have started off in the wrong foot right away if I hadn't been here.
Yes, the way you've put it, we'll convince him that you want to touch him for a 10 spot. Wendy, this is an investment we're trying to get him to make. We're not asking for charity.
Well, just watch me. You'll see how it's done.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Winkle, but Mr. Markham can't see you. He's quite busy.
What? Are you sure you told him that it's important?
Yes, sir, I told him.
Mr. Winkle should have told you to say it's about the Herald and that Mr. Collins would like to see him. Oh, would you mind asking him if we could come back later?
Well, just a minute, please.
Gosh, you shouldn't have bothered him again, Betty. She's already asked him.
She asked him about Wendy, and Mr. Markham has met Wendy.
You think he'd refuse to see me and not Dick? What makes you think so? Tell me that.
Wendy, I warned you to keep quiet, and if you don't, I'll...
Well, young fellow.
Oh.
And Betty, bless
Well,
my
how do you do,
soul.
Mr. Markham?
I didn't know you were here.
Hello, Mr. Markham.
Hello.
I hope we're not disturbing you.
Not at all. Come into my office. Well, and how are you, Winkle?
Fine. Thanks very much.
What's become of that father of yours, Betty? Haven't seen him around for a long time. Here, sit down.
Thanks. Why, he's, well, that's what we came to see you about, Mr. Markham.
There's
Daddy.
nothing wrong with Luke, is there?
Well, yes. That is, there's something wrong with the Herald, and it amounts to the same thing.
As a matter of fact, Markham, the Herald is facing...
Wendy! Oh, Wendy, your shoelace is untied. Go on, Dick. What were you telling Mr. Markham?
The Herald's in a pretty serious situation, Mr. Markham.
The Herald? Well, I hadn't heard about it. I thought the Herald was doing fine.
I'm afraid it isn't. There was a stockholders' meeting, and they decided to stop publication.
Good heavens. Oh, that's impossible. Why, the Herald... why in the world did Luke let me know? There must be some way of...
Oh, there is, Markham. There is a way. Not only of saving the Herald, but of making a sweet piece of change for yourself.
Wendy, I'm sure Mr. Markham will be glad to have someone show you over the factory. Uncle Wendy just came along to look over your plant, Mr. Markham.
I did nothing of the kind.
Certainly. I'll be glad to have Miss Brennan show him around. Oh, Miss Brennan.
Well, now look here.
Wendy's particularly interested in furniture and how it's made. It's because he's going to get married.
Indeed.
Yes.
Oh, Miss Brennan, will you take Mr. Winkle around and show him the plant?
This is ridiculous.
This way, please, Mr. Winkle.
We'll be gone before you get back, Wendy. It'll take a long time.
Your uncle is an odd sort of person. I find him a little...
difficult. Most people do. I had to get rid of him somehow.
And you did it very well. Now, tell me about the Herald. Just how serious is it?
Well, it was deadly serious. We had a deficit of $6,000 and no capital, even for operating expenses. And Mr. Robinson couldn't get a loan from the bank.
But good heavens, why hasn't he come to me? I might have been able to do something. It's unthinkable that the Herald will go out of business. It's been the most influence for good this town has had for 20 years. It can't go under.
Oh, that's just what we thought, Mr. Markham, the Save the Herald Society. That's why we, did what we did. You tell him, Dick.
The Save the Herald Society? You mean there is such a thing and I haven't been asked to become a member? I thought Luke and I were friends.
Well, Mr. Robinson doesn't know anything about the society, sir. But we're here now to ask you if you will become a member, the most important member.
Good. Now, what's the plan of the society, and who are the members?
Well, just the family, you might say. Betty, Mother Robinson, Bob, and a few of the people at the office.
Yes.
And we've already completed our part, and now I guess it's up to you. We hope you'll be able to...
Oh, get on with it, Dickie. Tell him.
I'm trying to.
Maybe it would save time if you told me, Betty. I am completely mystified now.
Oh, it's really quite simple. All we want you to do is to pay off the Herald's deficit and take care of the operating expenses for, well, say a year, until we have a chance to get on our feet again. Oh, we'd be ever so grateful.
Well, I should think so. That would involve a couple of $100,000. Of course, I'd do it in a minute if it were solely up to me, but I've got the responsibility of this factory, stockholders, and the employees. And a couple of $100,000 just handed over.
Oh, there, Betty. You've told him wrong. I knew you would. It won't be just handed over, Mr. Markham. That's the point of the Save the Herald Society. It'll be an investment.
Yes.
And if you don't think it's a good one, we don't want you to consider it, but
Well, thank you, miss.
Oh, it's
here he
windy back
comes.
again.
Very interesting, I'm sure.
But you haven't seen it all, Mr. Winkle.
Seen enough. I have business in here. Well, Marky, quite a place, yes. So you kids haven't wound up the deal, eh? Just as I thought. Now watch me. He'll be signing on the dotted line in no time. Now look here, Marky. You don't mind if I have one of these cigars?
Come on, Dick.
Okay.
Now, this proposition... Oh!
I got him, Dick. I've got him with the muffler. Won't hold for long. Hurry up, Dick. Hurry.
You see, Mr. Markham, we've got the figures right here, and they show that for the last 3 months...
Will Betty and Dick be able to swing their loan in spite of Windy Bill? Well, join us on our next program and see what happened. Until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett and produced by the National Industrial Council. It's time to join the American Family Robinson again in Centerville. While Editor Luke was putting the finishing touches on his last editorial for the Herald, which he expects to see close its doors forever, Betty and Dick Collins were in conference with David Markham, the town's leading manufacturer. As the charter members of the Save the Herald Society, they are trying to complete the work of that small but enthusiastic organization by getting a loan from Markham to cover the Herald's deficits and carry the paper until it can get on its feet again. In spite of the expert interference of Windy Bill, they managed to tell Mr. Markham of the highly successful circulating drive they have been conducting, in the hope that Markham will look upon the loan as an investment in the Herald's highly promising future. And now, Betty, Dick, and Windy have just come in to see the Robinson home and listen.
Dick, are you sure you brought in all the packages?
I must have. There couldn't be any more packages left in the world. Oh, there, I knew it.
Good heavens, it isn't a cake, is it?
Oh, it's my cheese,
What?
that's what it is.
Oh.
All over the rug. Dick, my boy, you should have been more careful.
Well, you've got a nerve. Why didn't you carry it yourself?
Well, I carried the strawberries, didn't I? You can't mix them up with anything else. They'd crush.
Oh, for heaven's sake, stop fighting now and help me get it up before Mother comes.
How can
It'll
I
ruin
know,
everything.
Dear, can't even move. If I put any of this stuff down, the whole business will fall.
Who's there? Oh, it's us, Mother. Come on down. I'll hurry into the kitchen, Dick, and put the stuff down on the table. Quick.
All right.
Wendy, help me up with this stuff. Phew, why did you have to have Limburger cheese?
Why, don't scorn Limburger cheese. Ah, delectable. Why, it's food for the gods. Ah, besides, I like it. And besides, what would a party be without Limburger cheese?
Very pleasant, I should think. There. The worst of it's up. Now get it out of here before Mother comes.
What in the world are you two doing crawling around on the rug?
I just lost something. We were looking for it.
William Winkle, you've brought home some of that awful stuff again.
Huh? Awful stuff? Why,
I don't know what you mean, Myra. Awful stuff.
Limburger cheese, that's what. I've told you before. If you must eat it, you've got to do it in the garage. I won't have it in my house. Go on now, take it out. Help me to open the windows, Betty.
Oh, wait, Mother. Let him have his Limburger. Just this once. Everybody gets what he wants tonight.
You don't understand, Myra. This is something special.
Yeah, it's only once. We'll never have anything as good to celebrate again.
Celebrate? Celebrate what?
Myra, it's happened. I was completely victorious. I did it.
You did what? William, have you gotten into trouble again?
Oh, he didn't do it at all, Mother. Dick and I did it. And it was all we could do to keep him from ruining it. If it had been left to him, there wouldn't be any party at all tonight.
Well, that is a gross misstatement. I had a great deal to do with it. Didn't I tell you two what to say?
Oh, you...
Well, if I hadn't been restrained with violence, I'd have done it all myself in half the time.
Well, will you please tell
I got
me...
it all out there, all right, but don't blame me if some of it is squashed. Oh, Mother Robinson.
Hello.
Have they told you the news? Isn't it great?
Well, they've told me nothing, and I think you've all gone off your heads.
Oh, but, Mother, we are telling you. Wendy tried to grab all the credit, Dick, after the performance he put on.
I expected that. You know, the only thing I don't like about you, Betty, is your uncle.
Well, I couldn't help him. He was foist upon me.
Is that so? I suppose you think that's funny.
Hush, all of you. Now, would you mind telling me this news that I'm supposed to be so pleased with, and that makes you all behave like hoodlums?
Darling, we've been telling you. Mr. Markham has...
Markham?
Uh-huh.
You haven't... You didn't go to see Dave Markham.
Yeah, this afternoon, and he's going to do it. Loan us the money, I mean. What? He leaped at the chance the minute he saw how many subscriptions we'd gotten, and everything's going to be swell. And...
Good night. She's going to faint.
Oh, darling, here, help me over the sofa with her. When you run upstairs and get the smelling salt. Quick.
Salt?
Water,
Yeah.
water, that's what you need.
Oh, poor darling.
Where? I don't know where she keeps it.
I'm all right.
You sure?
I'm not going to faint. I just feel weak. Oh, my goodness, you mean it really... The Herald is going to be all right?
All right? It's going to be bigger and better than ever.
Here, this'll revive her.
Oh, for heaven's Dick, what's the idea of throwing water in my mother's face?
Well, it brought her to, didn't it?
Poor thing.
Do you feel better now, Mother Robinson?
Much. I never felt better in my life.
Give me your handkerchief, Dick. She's sopping wet. You ought to have better sense than to do it.
Oh, it's all right. It was just what I needed to bring me out of the daze.
Gee, I'm sorry. I thought you...
Yes, dear, it'll take more than that to get you in my bad graces now. Oh, children, let me kiss you.
How about me? I was there. I did most of the talking.
You mean you took Bill with you to Mr. Markham's office?
We didn't take him. He just went. And you should have seen him, Mother. He did most of the talking all right until I muzzled him with Dick's muffler.
He chewed it darn near through, too. It's ruined. And it was a good muffler.
William Winkle.
I didn't do a thing, Myra, except try to help.
Well, I can't really be annoyed even with you. Between you managed to do it, and I can't tell you how...
Forget it, Myra. It was nothing. A deal like that is just nothing for me.
Luke. Oh, we've got to call him up right away and tell him. What were you saying, Bill?
Oh, nothing that you'd be interested in, as usual.
Oh, I do hope he hasn't left the office. I can't wait till he gets home.
Oh, Mother, please wait. We've got a party all fixed. Come on out and look at it. We've practically bought the town out, even if it took almost our last cent.
It's going to be a presentation party.
Presentation banquet is the term.
All right.
Such a banquet has never been seen. We're going to put Mr. Markham's check on Daddy's plate and the subscriptions and advertising contracts in his chair. They're all in his shoebox. And then the feasting and speeches.
My goodness. Why, what is all this?
Those are the few little packages I had to carry in here at risk of life and limb.
The banquet, Mother. Look, everybody's favorites. Steak for Daddy, hot dogs for Bob, chicken all roasted for Dick, and I get...
Mushrooms for you, and appropriately enough, Limburger cheese for Wendy.
Well, I never in my life saw anything like it. Why, I'll never be able to get it all ready.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that. That's what we three are here for. You're to go into the living room and wait for Daddy, and keep him out of the dining room until the feast is spread. Wendy and Dick and I are the chefs tonight.
Oh, but children is too much. To tell Luke the paper is saved and then throw all this food at him, it's like mixing Christmas and 4th of July.
Never you mind about Daddy. He'll take it in his stride. You watch and see if he doesn't. Now, you run along, Mummy, like a good little girl.
All right.
The kitchen staff is going to be busy.
All
Here, Wendy.
right.
Here, put on this apron.
Huh?
And this one's for you, Dick.
Oh, for Pete's
Now,
sake.
no arguments. Here, take off your coat and roll up your sleeves. Wendy, you can start peeling the mushrooms.
Well, that's rather a lowly occupation for one of my culinary ability. I'm no mean chef. In an amateur way, I've created some rare dishes.
Wendy, is there anything you're not an expert in?
Oh, possibly. Possibly. Can't think of anything at the moment. There must be something.
Now, you two have got to declare a truce. Now, just for tonight, there'll be no more cracks, no more bickering. This is one night that's not going to be spoiled. It's going to be perfect, beginning when Dad takes a look at that check.
Check? The check? Where did I put it?
Huh?
Dick Collins.
Good heavens. We're ruined. He's lost it. It's gone.
Hush, Wendy. Look for it. Have you tried all your pockets?
Yeah.
Where'd you put it?
I've got to think. He handed it to me.
Yeah.
I was pretty dazed. And there was the letter, too. He gave me the letter to go with it.
Yes.
I put them in.
Yes?
I don't know where I put them.
Oh, you must have put them somewhere. Oh, think, darling.
Oh, darling. He loses $50,000 check, and you call him darling.
I had it in my hand.
Oh, and we went to all those stores, and you carried all those packages.
The packages. The packages. It must be somewhere among the packages.
Oh, I told you I should have taken charge of that check. I'm used to handling that kind of money.
Oh, hush, Wendy, and look. Now, a fine party this'll be if we've lost the check.
Oh, got it. It's here in the lettuce.
Oh. Well, let me look at it. I can't believe it.
That's it, all right. A little wrinkled, but there she is. $50,000.
And it nearly went into the salad.
Phew. Well, Wendy, what do you think of businessmen now? That check ought to restore your faith in them a little.
Well, of course, Markham's a little different. After all, this one case of mutual aid doesn't make a summer. Your precious businessmen are still storing away the profits, if any.
I don't know that it's such a bad idea to store away profits. What do you suppose would have happened to this country during these years of depression if profits resulting from private industry hadn't been stored away?
Why, it wasn't private industry that pulled us through the Depression. Everybody knows that it was federal funds that kept us going.
Oh, was it? And where did those funds come from, do you think?
Yeah.
The usual place, taxes and...
Sure. Taxes on earnings from business. The whole country has been living on capital accumulated during the good years. Even you can't find much to condemn in a system which provides for a living standard higher than any other in the world. And you know it deep in your heart that there are businessmen, business statesmen in every community who are daily doing just what Mr. Markham did today, contributing to the well-being of their community, supporting the town's institutions, offering their cooperation to the government to bring re-employment to the...
Yes, but my theory is this.
Wendy, if you can't talk and peel at the same time, you'll just have to quit talking now. Daddy'll be here any minute, and we're not nearly ready.
Who says I can't talk and peel?
Look at you, waving that knife around. Well, you'll hurt yourself. And you're not getting anywhere with your argument anyway, so you'd better stick to the mushrooms.
Oh, what's the use of being a prophet for a new era in a nest of practical-minded unbelievers?
Now, Dick, you slice the bread. I'll get the hot dogs started. And now, Wendy, when you finish mumbling, you might help set the table.
Well, I don't see why you have to be so disgustingly cheerful about it, Bob.
Oh, why not, Dad? Isn't any use to mope around, is there?
No, but you don't have to whistle and shout, do you? You don't seem to realize that the Herald is dead. You might at least observe a short period of mourning.
Oh, Luke, dear, you're early, aren't you?
On the contrary, I'm late, and... Well, why the best dress? Why the crimped hair?
Well, you want me to look nice, don't you? And it isn't crimped. It's waved.
Well, I must say this family seems to think that ruin staring them in the face is a cause for rejoicing.
But you wouldn't want me to clothe myself in sackcloth and ashes, would you? It wouldn't be at all becoming.
Becoming? Be more becoming to the occasion. It's bad enough to have Bob bounding all the way home like an overgrown puppy, but I expected you to show a little more respect for the Herald's deceased.
You mean I wasn't dignified? You think I acted like a kid in front of Gwendolyn's house?
Ah, Gwendolyn. Now, you better get your mind off Gwendolyn, young man, and look for a job.
Oh,
You don't seem to realize you're going to need one tomorrow.
Oh, Luke, let him have his fun. He hasn't long to be young. And remember, you were young.
Young once myself. Yeah, but I wasn't light-minded. Oh, well, I suppose I shouldn't complain. After all, I'm the one who brought this thing down on all of you. I shouldn't expect a sympathetic attitude.
Oh, Luke, of course we're sympathetic.
What's that?
Betty and Dick and Wendy, they're cooking dinner for me.
Well, they seem to be having a good time over it. Say, what's the matter with everything and everybody? Why are you trying to keep them grinning, Myra? Huh? No, don't you deny it. You are grinning. And what's Bob fidgeting around for? And what's all the giggling in the kitchen for?
Bob, for heaven's sake, go out in the kitchen and tell him to hurry.
Okay, Mom, but for Pete's sake, don't give it away.
Give it away? Give what away? Say, has everybody gone crazy?
Yes, that's just it. We've all gone crazy, deliciously, divinely crazy. Oh, Luke, take that frown off your face and kiss me.
Poor Luke has good reason to doubt his family's sanity. But when the banquet is finally spread, the chances are that our favorite editor will join them. Listen in on our next program and find out what happens when Luke and the Herald get a new lease on life. Until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over the station, is written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett and produced by the National Industrial Council.
It's time to join the American Family Robinson again and route from the top of Mount Killington to the Baron's camping shack at the base of the mountain. A few days ago, Luke had a quick radio success when he appeared as guest on Myra's program, and he pulled so many letters from husbands in the audience that he has now decided that he has a mission to perform as an ideal husband who should set a good example to married men generally. Believing that high ideals should start at home, Luke has been waiting on Myra hand and foot. But instead of being pleased, she yearns for Luke to return to his old natural ways. When things reached the point where Luke became more interested in his career as the perfect husband than in fishing, Myra and the Baron both decided it was high time they all went back to Birch Falls so Luke could devote his attention to the department store business again. So we now find Luke, Myra, Aunt Agatha, and the Baron trudging along the old logging road down the side of Mount Killington. Let's listen.
Now, do step along, Luke, and stop lagging behind so much. Why, even Aunt Agatha's walking faster than you are.
Oh, I'm what you call a downhill
All right,
walker.
I'm coming. I still don't see what all the rush is about.
You know perfectly well we want to get back to the Baron's shack, pack the rest of our things, and start off for Birch Falls tonight.
Oh, you do. I don't.
Why, all of us do, don't we, Baron?
Well, maybe if we started for Birch Falls in the morning after a night's sleep at the shack.
Nonsense. I want to reach Birch Falls tonight. The quicker Luke gets back managing the Emporium, the less time he'll have to think about being a radio star.
I presume you'd be happy if I dropped my radio activities altogether, Myra.
Strikes me as an excellent idea.
Well, I just don't see how I can let my audience down like that.
Oh, now don't tell me all about your audience again. Oh, isn't this a beautiful part of the trail, Baron? The way those branches overhang?
Be prettier if we weren't in such a sweat.
I know what's in the back of your mind, Myra. You want to get me off your program. Same way you eased Twink Pennybacker off when she got too popular for your comfort.
Fiddlesticks, you're talking through your hat.
Yeah, well, maybe I am, but, well, what do you think about that, Agatha?
Well, don't know as it'd do any harm if you let him appear with you on the radio once more, Myra.
Oh, I might do that. But then he'll have to give up his idea of being a radio star and try to be a star performer at the Emporium.
Well, we'll see. I'm not committing myself to anything.
But I'll tell you this much, Myra.
What's that?
If I hadn't already sworn resolve to be an ideal husband...
A sort of Mr. America?
Well, now, say, that's not a bad way to put it, Baron. Well, if I hadn't decided to be a help instead of a hindrance, I wouldn't even think of letting you break up this camping trip.
What would you do?
Well, I'd flatly refuse. I'd just get tough about it. No, don't worry, dear. I won't cause any trouble. I'm going to be the heart and soul of cooperation.
Mighty nice of you, I must say.
But just the same, I wish you'd wait until tomorrow before we leave the shack and head for Birch Falls.
I think Luke's right about that, Myra.
And so do I. When we get back to the shack, we will be much too tired to start out again.
Very well. If that's the way you all feel, we'll stay at the shack tonight. But mind you, we've all got to start out bright and early in the morning and go home.
That's plenty time enough. What I want to do when I get back to the shack is to go to bed.
Me too, Aunt Agatha. Darned if I don't think we took the long way down the mountain. Seems like we should have been at the shack long ago.
I've been thinking the same thing. Now, if you'd only taken the road to Tannersville, it would have been much shorter.
Nonsense. I'm sure this is the shortest way.
Maybe so, but my feet tell me otherwise. Say, how did that Tannersville get its name? I used to know a man named Tanner when I first came to this country and worked in St. Louis.
Oh, it wasn't named after a man. It was named after an industry.
Yep. They got 3 big tanneries down there. They've been there for nearly 100 years.
Of course, I might have known. Tannersville, the tanning industry. Is that a frequent custom in this country?
Oh, yes, Baron. There are hundreds of towns named after industries. Oh, I know what let's do. Let's play a game where everybody tries to think of an American town that's been named after an industry.
That's a good idea, Myra. Might make the hike seem shorter. You start first, Myra. You thought up the game.
Why, let's see. Oh, yes, the town of Steelton. You're next, Baron.
That ain't fair. The Baron ain't been in the country long enough to know any names.
Oh, that is all right. I will try to play the game. Now, let me see. How about Valley Forge?
Oh, that's very
Yeah,
good.
that's well.
Go ahead, Luke. You're next.
I don't suppose you'd allow Tannersville, huh?
Oh, of course not. That one's already been mentioned. Think of a new one if you can.
Why, certainly I can. There's Millville in Westchester County, New York State, where there's a big sawmill.
That's right, and just a few miles away from it, there's a Miller town named after a flour mill.
Of course, there must be hundreds of Millvilles and mill towns in the United States. Now, let me see. It's my turn again, isn't it? Well, how about Factoryville or Pottstown or... Oh, dear, this isn't much fun. It isn't such a good game. It's too easy.
Well, anyway, we can't get away from the fact that all these names offer convincing proof of the importance of industry to the general scheme of things in this country.
It is certainly outstanding evidence that industry has had a lot to do with the building up of the community life of the country, and through the community life, the national life. Now, that's a very good thought. I think I should put it in my book. If we ever get back to the shack and I can sit down again.
Luke, you got any idea how much further it is?
Oh, can't be more than a few miles.
Oh, too bad there ain't any cars coming this way. We could hitchhike.
Yeah, but that'd be cheating. We started out on Shank's mare, and we ought to end up that way. Come on, folks, don't lag. The last few miles are always the hardest.
So, about an hour later, we find the weary hiking party finally approaching the Baron's shack.
Is it that through the trees there, Baron? Tell me it must be.
Yes, that is the shack. Back at last.
Oh, glory be. I never did think I'd get here standing up.
Hey, looks like somebody left a light burning.
Well, you were the last one to leave after we'd already started out.
Well, there weren't any lights burning when I left the place. It was broad daylight.
Well, maybe there's somebody in there.
Well, we'll soon find out. But how they got in if the door was locked is more than I could... let me have the key, Luke, please.
Yeah. Oh, well, now say, to tell the truth, I think I forgot to lock the door. Yes, I must have left the key inside.
Fine way to leave the shack.
It's a mercy if tramps ain't been here and cleaned the whole place out.
Oh, there aren't any tramps up in this neck of the woods. Do you wish to go in first, Luke?
No, after you, Baron. It's your shack. You just step up there and open the door and take a quick look.
You take it with me.
Well, wait a minute. Baron, maybe we better...
Oh, it sure is comforting having two such brave men with us.
Yes, isn't it? Oh, go ahead, Luke. Walk in there with the Baron. We'll wait out on the porch.
Oh, all right. Come on, Baron. Open the door. No sense in fooling around.
Right. Doesn't seem to be anything wrong. Luke. Well, look who is here.
Well, why, if it isn't Twink Pennybacker. Come on, Agatha, Myra, come on in. See who's here.
Now, who is it?
Oh, hello, Baron. Hello, Mr. Robinson.
Hello there,
I
Twink.
was wondering when you'd be back.
Come on, Myra, come on in. See who's here.
Oh, well, I'll see who it is, all right. Huh. Well, Miss Pennybacker, I must say,
Good
this
evening,
is
Mrs. Robinson.
Well, what's the matter? You taking a vacation from the Emporium?
Oh, no, Aunt Agatha. I just brought some invoices for Mr. Robinson to look at, and...
A likely story. And if you want to know what I think,
No, you just wait a minute, Myra.
Well, that's right, Mrs. Robinson. That's the only reason I came. Just to show Mr. Robinson these papers. And then there was something else I wanted to tell him about. Well, sort of a change in the store recently.
A change in the store?
Yes, I thought it was something that Mr. Robinson would want to know about. You see, what happened was that...
Nonsense, Aunt Agatha. This girl simply came up here because you were here, and she knew it would annoy me to have her here.
Oh, that isn't so, Mrs. Robinson.
Yes, it is so.
Well, that's all very flattering, Myra, but I think this time you're off on the wrong foot.
And speaking of feet, I'm going to put mine in bed where they belong. You people can argue this out for yourselves if you want to. But me, I'm going to get some sleep.
Good night,
Aunt Agatha.
Sleep well,
See you
Aunt
in the
Agatha.
morning, Aunt Agatha.
Yes.
Good night. Now, you see here, Miss Pennybacker, I've stood all the nonsense I'm going to. And I demand that you immediately remove yourself from these premises. And furthermore,
Wait a minute, Myra. I think it's high time we allowed Miss Pennybacker an opportunity to explain why she came.
And I think it's high time she took the opportunity to go back to Birch Falls while the going is good.
Mrs. Robinson, I really don't want you to misunderstand.
Myra, you've been most arbitrary. You're raising a great deal of fuss over a very small matter.
Oh, it's a small matter, is it? I suppose it's a small matter when a chit of a girl like this follows my husband around all over the county just so she can...
Myra, now this has gone far enough. I insist that
I think it's already gone too far.
Now, Baron.
Miss Pennybacker, I think in the interest of peace and goodwill, I think it would be an excellent idea if you and I took a little walk at twilight.
Well, of course, I'd love to come, Baron, but...
Now what?
There's a beautiful view of the lake, Miss Pennybacker, from the other side of the cabin. I'm sure you will enjoy it.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
I always find the night air so soothing. Don't you, Miss Pennybacker?
Oh, I love nature. The murmuring pines and the hemlocks.
I'll murmuring pines and hemlocker. I'll take care of you later, Miss Pennybacker.
No, Myra, please, pull yourself together. Just sit down and take it easy.
I never heard of such effrontery in my life. Chasing you all the way up here just to...
There. That's it. Now, Myra, will you please listen to me a minute?
Oh, what do you want?
I want peace and quiet.
Well, so do I. And how do you think I can get it when that minx, that scheming, plotting little she-devil...
Myra, it's not like you suddenly to go all to pieces like this. You know, dear, I think you've been under too much of a strain lately.
Of course I have. And you don't think that seeing Miss Pennybacker here makes the strain any less, do you?
No. Let's forget all about her for a while. Let's just think about you for a minute.
That will be a novelty for anybody to think about me.
There. You see? Your nerves are too taut. You're stretched as tight as a piano wire, Mary. You must realize that I'm trying to consider your interests. I'm simply trying to be your good and thoughtful husband.
Now, never mind that again.
But I mean it, dear. I want to do something to ease the strain that you've been under lately. Worrying about things at home, at the store, and your radio program, and everything else that's made you more nervous and tense than you used to be.
Goodness knows I've got a right to be nervous.
I'm not denying that. But all I'm trying to do is work out some way to make you a little happier.
You can start by sending this Pennybacker person packing tonight, right away.
Now, wait. I've got an even better idea than that.
What is it?
Well, it's about your radio program, Myra. I think that's the main thing that's been making you jumpy these days.
What about my radio program?
Well, now, wait. Suppose you let me take over your program for a while, and then you can take a nice long rest.
You? Take over my program?
Why not? After all, I have a following.
Yes, I know. 536 fan letters. Oh, but look, that's impossible. That's ridiculous. You couldn't carry on my radio program.
Why not? At least I could carry it on until you got back.
Luke Robinson, do you mean to stand there and tell me that you have the presumption to think that you could get up there before the microphone and handle a radio program, any radio program, all alone?
Well, I wasn't exactly planning on being alone, Myra.
Oh, I see. You're going to have Charlie McCarthy with you, perhaps.
Well, no. To tell you the truth, I think it would be good for the program to have a little singing. Say by Twink Pennybacker.
If Luke is serious about this suggestion, does he think for 1 minute that Myra will agree? What steps will Myra take to squelch Miss Pennybacker once and for all? What will happen? Listen to our next program, and until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Marjorie Bartlett and Douglas Silver and presented by the National Industrial Council. It's time to join the American Family Robinson again on their camping trip at the Barron Shack in the woods. The relaxation of camp life has been somewhat disturbed during the past week by a professional quarrel between Luke and Myra over who is the greater radio star. Myra, you will remember, has her own radio program back in Birch Falls, but Luke made a special broadcast from the Barron Shack and received a great amount of fan mail from the husbands in his audience, which has convinced Luke that he should continue his radio work. He is also convinced that he ought to be a better husband himself in order to set an example for his listeners. Yesterday, after returning from a hiking trip to a nearby mountain, Luke, Myra, the Baron, and Aunt Agatha found Twink Pennybacker waiting for them at the shack. Myra was annoyed and more than ever determined that the camping group should return to Birch Falls as soon as possible. And so now, the next morning, while the women folks are finishing the chores inside the shack, we find the Baron and Luke outside loading the truck for the trip home. Let's listen.
Baron, hand me that mattress roll.
Yeah.
I think I can slide it in here alongside the camp stove.
Here, take one end. It is heavy.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. Good. Well, guess this finishes the packing. Now, as soon as the women folk appear, we can start rolling. Yeah.
Ah, Miss Pennybacker.
Oh.
Say, you're not really going to have her on your program.
Well, I don't know, but I thought the idea might give Myra a pause.
It gave her pain, not pause. Yeah. Ah, Miss Pennybacker, beautiful outdoors today, huh? Isn't it?
Oh, it's wonderful. It's really a shame to have to go back to town.
Oh, well, it was a nice vacation while it lasted. Or at least pretty nice.
Well, didn't you have a good time, Mr. Robinson?
Oh, so-so. You ladies all finished with the dishes? Everybody ready to go?
They're almost ready. But they told me to go outside while they finished up. They said I was only in the way.
But you're certainly nothing to be here. Is she, Luke?
I should say not.
Can't I be of any help here?
No, thanks. We're all finished loading the trunk. We're just waiting for the ladies.
Miss Pennybacker, the only thing you could do for us is just stand there and add your decoration to the scenery.
Oh, Baron, you're so sweet.
Yeah, mighty pretty dress you're wearing today, Miss Pennybacker. One of the numbers from the store?
Oh, yes, it is.
Uh-huh.
Oh, but it's paid for. Really, I paid for it, Mr. Robinson.
Oh, no. I didn't mean that.
That frock certainly becomes you, Miss Pennybacker. It's as fresh and blooming as you are.
I was going to say you looked as though you got a good sleep in spite of all the commotion last night.
I did. It must be the mountain air. You know, Mr. Robinson, I think you look better since you've been up here.
Well, I certainly thank you for that.
It seems such a pity you have to go back to Birch Falls. And now you've got the radio to think about besides taking care of the Emporium.
Oh, did you hear me on the air the other night?
Oh, I did, and I think you were wonderful.
Didn't you hear me, too? I was on the same program.
Oh, yes, Baron, I heard you. But really, Mr. Robinson, I thought you were so appealing.
Yeah, so did 536 other people. That's how many fan letters I got. Not bad, huh?
I think that's marvelous.
Yeah. So I think I'll stay on the air regularly. And, say, about those invoices, Miss Pennebaker, I want to check them over very carefully.
Well, if we're all ready, let's get in the truck and go back. Come on, everybody. Come on, Aunt Agatha.
Well, I just locked the front door. Here's the key, Baron.
Thank you.
Where's the hand luggage?
Oh, everything's in the truck. Now, let's see where we'll sit down. Now, let's see. Perhaps Miss Pennebaker, the Baron, and I can ride in the front seat.
Now, just a minute.
Oh, I have my own car. I mean, Eddie Meeker loaned me his.
Oh, of course. How else could you have gotten here? Well, in that case, in order to lessen the congestion in the truck, perhaps I'd better ride back to town, Miss Pennebaker, in her
Luke?
car. All right.
Maybe I should be the one to ride back with Miss Pennebaker. I could help her with the driving.
Oh, that would be nice.
If anybody rides back with Miss Pennebaker, it ought to be Aunt Agatha. She'd be more comfortable in the truck, and then the Baron, Luke, and I could ride in the front seat.
Why, of course.
All right. Suits me. Oh, come on, young woman. Open the door and let's get started. And you can drive me right straight home. I want to get to bed and get rested from a vacation.
Now you just lean back and be comfortable. Goodbye, everybody. See you later.
Goodbye. Be sure to make the first left turn at the state road, you know. Yeah. Well, I guess I might as well drive going back. Nobody objects. Get in, Myra.
I don't object, but just be careful. That's all I ask.
Yeah. Well, now just keep your knees away from the gear shift, Myra. Oh, that's fine. That's all right. Now, we all set?
Okay, let's go.
Off we go.
Luke! Do you have to make it jounce so much?
I can't help it, Myra. It's the road.
Well, then why don't you get in second gear or even in first?
Because I'm driving this car, and I'm going to do it the way I think best.
Oh, you can be so stubborn.
Personally, I think it is time you two declared a truce. The war between you has lasted long enough.
But I didn't start it. I don't want war.
Yes, I know. Nobody ever says they want war. But I notice the human race is constantly having wars just the same.
Well, generally speaking, it seems to me that it must be the profits in war that convince the rich people that it's good business to lead the masses, the cannon fodder, into war.
Now, once again, Myra, I don't agree with you.
And neither do I, Myra. As a matter of fact, the people today who say that warmongers are abroad in the land are having a hard time putting the finger on so-called big business.
How do you know that, Baron?
Well, for example, I heard a United States senator on the radio the other night, and this particular senator has been one of the leading pacifists and isolationists.
What did he say?
Well, of course, he made the usual statement that the international bankers are seeking to force the United States into war.
Well, aren't they?
I don't think so. They undoubtedly have sense enough to know that they'd lose by any such intervention.
Well, I hope they know it.
Oh, they know it all right. But the important thing, Myra, is that this same senator absolved everybody else from being a warmonger, including big business. He even cited a statement by the president of the largest automobile firm in the country to support his statement that industry is for peace.
Oh, he did.
He might have quoted others on the same subject, including the National Association of Manufacturers. Because businessmen know that modern war means losses, not profits.
That may be so, Luke, but you're not trying to say that there's no pro-war sentiment in the country.
Oh, of course there is, Myra. My only point is that what pro-war sentiment there is goes deeper than any consideration of financial profits. And any attempts to imply that such sentiment is inspired by a selfish few does violence to the evidence.
I hope so. I only hope you're right.
Of course he's right. Luke is generally right. That is, when it comes to national affairs.
And at least I try to be right about domestic affairs, too. That's why I'm going back to work at the Emporium so peacefully.
And all I hope is that the things stay peaceable. Now, the way I feel, Luke, is that if you pitch in at the store and try to get your mind off some of this radio nonsense...
Myra, how can you refer to my radio success as nonsense? Why...
I realize that the way of the peacemaker is hard, but might it not be a good idea for this truce to last at least until we get back to Birch Falls?
That's a great idea, Baron. Now, say, where'll we go first, to the house or to the store?
Well, as long as we're probably going to get in there before 5, I think we ought to drop in at the Emporium, just to see how things are.
And some hours later, the truck containing Luke, Myra, and the Baron drives up to the front of the Robinson Emporium.
Good. Well, it's only 4:30. That'll give us time to go inside and see how everything is at the store.
Yeah, with Wilbur in charge, I dare say things haven't changed very much. Oh, good. There he is now. Hello, Wilbur.
Hello, Wilbur.
Hello, folks. I saw you drive up, so I came out. Now, listen, folks. You'd better prepare for a shock.
But, Wilbur, what's
That's all I say. Prepare for a shock.
Good heavens.
What has happened?
Everything has happened. But the main item is that Windy Bill took advantage of Aunt Agatha and Luke's absence to come over here and run the store himself.
Oh, he did he? Just wait until I see.
I did everything I could to stop him.
Has anything serious gone wrong, Wilbur?
Well, all I can say is you'd better come in and find out for yourselves. But I'm warning you, things is awful.
Well, we'll just go in and see what's what. Come on, Luke. No, Baron, don't come.
But if I can be of any help...
Well, we may be in here for some time, and you'd better drive the truck over to Aunt Agatha's and unload the luggage.
All right, Myra.
Very now. Well, now, Luke, we'll go in the store and settle accounts with Windy.
Why, of course. Yeah.
Good gracious. What are all those balloons doing up on the ceiling?
Oh, well, looks rather festive.
Oh, Windy thought that up himself. He says he wants the place to have a carnival spirit, sort of like a World's Fair.
Oh, World's Fair.
Myra, look. Why, there's a splashing fountain of water right in the middle of the store. Right where the glove department used to be.
Oh, that ain't nothing. Where do you see the roller skating?
What roller skating? I don't see any.
Windy rents out the store every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday night for roller skating in the aisles between the counters.
Wilbur, where is Windy? I want Luke to deal with him right away.
Oh, he's lolling in his office. I mean, Luke's office, thinking up some new scheme.
Luke, you go in there and see him. No, Wilbur. I think you'd better go in there and bring him out here. Luke and I will deal with him together.
Fine.
Now, when he comes out, Luke, I want you to give him short shift. Throw him right out of here.
Yeah, I only hope he hasn't put in any more changes that we can't see with the naked eye.
The unmitigated gall of him spending Aunt Agatha's hard-earned money to make an amusement park out of the store. Oh, good. Here he is now.
Why, hello, folks.
Yeah.
Glad to see you back.
Hello, Windy.
I think I'll just tend to some business in the cellar a minute.
Why, Myra, Lukey, you look great. Have a good time?
William Tecumseh Winkle, I'd like to know who gave you permission to change this store to suit your fancy. And furthermore,
No, that's enough, Myra. You leave this to me. I'll handle this. Now, Windy.
What's the matter? Don't you like the changes in the store?
Windy, for the first time in your life, I think you've really done something constructive.
Luke Robinson.
Now, please, Myra, keep quiet. You wanted me to handle this, and I will.
You really like the stuff I put in? The balloons, the fountain?
I think it's all great. Shows imagination, scope. And I like the roller skating idea, too.
Luke, you must be out of
Myra, I told you to keep out of this. Wendy, I'm beginning to think you're a business genius after all.
Well, now, that's what I've always said.
And you're absolutely right.
Now, see here, Luke. If you won't kick Windy out, I will.
Kick me out?
Never mind, Wendy. Never mind. I'll protect your interests.
Look, you make me sick and tired. Why are you suddenly defending Windy?
Why shouldn't I defend him? He's my brother-in-law, isn't he? And as an ideal husband...
Ideal husband.
And as an ideal husband, the titular leader of all the husbands in Birch Falls, I feel that all of us husbands ought to be more tolerant. We ought to be kinder to our brothers-in-law.
But suppose this movement should spread. What would happen to the ancient custom of baiting your brother-in-law? In fact, we wonder what will happen between Luke and Windy. Will Luke be able to stand the strain of being kind and tolerant to Windy Bill? Listen to our next program, and until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Marjorie Bartlett and Douglas Silver, and presented by the National Industrial Council.
time to join our American Family Robinson again in Centerville. Peace has descended on Centerville and Editor Luke. The Herald is again a going concern after having been threatened with bankruptcy. And an even worse disaster was avoided when Miss Timmons refused to furnish financial backing for Windy Bill's political career, and his campaign as mayor came to an untimely end. And now we find Dick Collins lending an unwilling ear to Windy's discourse on the ingratitude of women.
Oh, and to think, after all I've done for her, after having given her the best years of my life, after bestowing upon her an honorable offer of marriage, and a name which has stood second to none in the roster of this country, oldest and finest, the name of Winkle.
Look, Wendy, I've got work to do. Some other time you can
But
tell
Dick,
me.
think what this means. Aside from the blow to my honor, the creature has allowed herself to be swayed by Luke's insane prejudice against myself, and the consideration of a few paltry thousands of dollars to, well, anyhow, she has blighted my future. And I would have been a good mayor.
I know, it's very tough, Wendy, and I'm terribly sorry and all that. But right now I've got an appointment. I've got to interview Mrs. Vandeventer on her recent election as president of the Centerville Women's Club. And it'll take her all afternoon to tell me how she triumphed over Mrs. Beasley. Of course, if there were anything I could do, Wendy, I'd be only too glad, but I'm afraid it's a lost cause, and politics are just not in your line.
But there is something you can do, Dickie, my boy. Now just step over here where we won't be overheard. I've got a proposition.
No, Wendy. No, absolutely not.
But, Dickie, you haven't even heard it.
I don't have to hear it. Whatever it is, no.
Now, look, Dick. I will admit that in the past I have advanced some ideas that may not have been exactly sound, but at least you have to give a man credit for having ideas.
All right, I give you credit for having ideas, even if they're not worth listening to.
But you can't tell, Dickie. This one might be. It stands to reason some of them would be good. The law of averages, you know. And it won't hurt you just to listen.
Has this idea got anything to do with you doing some work? I mean, some good, honest work at which you can earn a living?
That's just it. That's it exactly. It's a way for me to earn a living.
Honestly?
Why, of course, honestly. Do you think that I would stoop to chicanery? Do I look like a man who would indulge in sharp practice?
Well, if it's legal and provides for you earning an honest penny, I'll listen.
You'll never be sorry.
But I warn you, I'll give you just 3 minutes, no more.
That'll be ample. Ample. Now, this idea is simplicity itself, and there's plenty in it for anyone who wants to get in on the ground floor. For you, Dick.
Are you trying to sell me something?
No. Now, don't interrupt. All we have to do is to raise a little money. Why, you could do that. You and Betty must have a little something laid by that...
Oh, come on. Get to the point. What's this going to be, the proverbial gold brick or some new method of converting ordinary hard coal into diamonds?
Neither, my boy, neither. This is absolutely safe, tried and true, and involves a principle upon which human nature itself is based.
2 minutes are up, and I haven't heard anything about you working yet.
Oh, but you keep on interrupting, Dick. Now, it's not fair. My idea is simply this, to start a new party. Elect me on an independent ticket. Well, we'll call the party the Sociological Economical Reform and Golden Age Reincarnationist Party. And you could be the treasurer.
Now, just a minute, Wendy. Do I understand you? Have you still got the idea that you're going to run for mayor?
Well, you said my idea had to involve going to work, didn't you? And I'm willing to go to work. I'll be the hardest working mayor this town has ever...
Wendy, the 3 minutes are up, and I'm on my way.
Well, what do you think of the idea?
I think it's by far the worst one you've had yet. You must be getting old, Wendy, or maybe you're losing your grip. Your ideas used to have a faint but distinct resemblance to something approaching sanity.
But now, Dick, you can't just walk off. Can't you at least give me a little constructive criticism? I am willing to listen to any suggestions.
Well, there are only 2 objections to that idea that I can think of at the moment. One is you personally, and the other is your principle. Either one would be fatal to Centerville, and together, they'd be enough to put this town so far into the red that it'd take another Moses to lead us out of it.
Oh, but I can fix that, Dickie. As far as I personally am concerned, I'll be anything you say. Why, I'll be putty in your hands. And as for principle, I'll adopt any principle you think suitable. Although I must say I can't see anything wrong with the ones I've got.
Oh, everything's wrong. All that golden age utopia stuff is fine to impress the gullible with. But what you're trying to do is to promise them the rewards of hard work without the work. And it just can't be done. You know, the trouble with those gilded promises is that you can't keep them. Nobody could. You see, what's the use? I should have learned better by this time than to try to point out to you how unsound your theories are.
Well, I know that you don't agree with me on a great many points in my theory of how things should be run in this country. But that doesn't mean that we couldn't work together, Dickie. Work out a compromise of some kind. I'm not at all stubborn about my views, and if you won't consider backing my campaign on account of my platform, I'm perfectly willing to change over to your platform. It doesn't make any difference to me what I stand for.
Oh, the idea is you want to be a stuffed shirt, and you're not particular what you're stuffed with. Is that it?
Now, that's putting it rather crudely, but I'll frankly admit, Dick, you're my last chance, and I'm willing to make any sacrifice at all.
All right, then. Sacrifice the whole idea. That'd make everybody happy. You could be a martyr, and I could have the satisfaction of having saved Centerville.
No, wait, Dick, don't go. You're a more than ordinarily intelligent young man, and you have some very sound ideas. Of course, I don't understand them myself. They seem to differ a good deal from the current fashion in political thinking. But don't you owe it to yourself to get these ideas of yours over to the public? You owe it to the public, too. And here's your chance to...
To make you the mouthpiece for sound thinking? No, it's hardly likely. But thanks for crediting me with intelligence. Even coming from you, that's a pleasant compliment.
But of course you're an intelligent young man. Why, you're a brilliant young man. But you don't want all these constructive ideas to be buried under a bushel, to be lost to posterity. You want them to become known and accepted, don't you?
Well, I don't think it'd do the public any harm to consider a practical, time-tested program for recovery.
Now, suppose it were up to you to formulate a program. What, for instance, would you recommend?
Well, in the first place, I'd base my platform on the fact that the true abundant life can be supported only by an abundant production of the things that enrich the lives of all.
Uh-huh.
We're aiming at a distribution of the comforts of life to everyone. We want every family to enjoy all the material improvements that science and industry have made possible.
Yes. Very good.
Products cannot be produced cheaply as long as industry is saddled with an unfair burden of taxation arising out of an overpowering national debt. Industry cannot play its part in the distribution of products as long as it's faced with the fear of inflation, new hostile legislation, and most of all, the fear of a change in our present form of government, under which we have become the most prosperous nation on earth.
But my dear boy, that's marvelous. Why, I'd be more than willing to stand for those principles, and I'll admit that they would appeal more to the thinking man than those I advocated. Now, all you have to do
is put up the money, and you'll lend the support of your silver tongue and high-pressure salesmanship to my platform for recovery. Nothing doing. That platform is for thinking people. No soapbox orators need apply. And anyway, Wendy, I should have told you before you got your hopes up. I haven't got any money.
Huh? Not any money?
Not any. And if I had any, I'd rather buy the Brooklyn Bridge with it than...
Dick, have you seen it?
Seen what, Bob? What's the excitement?
For the paper. Good night. Don't you even read your own paper?
Oh, what is it? Has that printer messed up my front page story? If he has...
No. Are you an orphan?
Well, yes, but
why? But you had some kind of relatives, didn't you? I mean, ancestors and stuff like that?
Well, it's safe to assume that I did, but I don't know much of anything about them.
Well, you'd a better darn sight find out about them.
What's this all about, Bob? Is somebody trying to sue Dick?
Sue? Oh, gosh. Hey, that might be it. Hey, maybe that's why they're looking for him. I thought it might be something good.
What is it, Bob? And how do you know it's about my relatives?
Oh, of course it's your relatives. It's any Collins' relatives. Any that live around here. Look, here it is. Here in the persons. Collins. All possible heirs of John Collins, born 1640, died 1710. Communicates with Box X, Chicago Daily Register, and learn something to your advantage. Well, I mean to say, Dick, a guy who lived that long ago, practically any Collins would be one of his heirs by now.
Let me see that. Say, that is a strange thing, isn't it? Oh, but Collins is such a common name, it'd be almost impossible to prove that I was a descendant of this particular one.
Impossible? Why, of course it's not impossible. Dick, do you realize what this means? Why, that man might have left an estate worth millions and millions. Why, you might be a rich man, Dick, and not know it. And you were just talking about not having any money. That's what I call coincidence. Why, Dick, my boy, old fellow, you can probably support any number of political campaigns.
Oh, don't be crazy. Even if this ancient John Collins was a multi-billionaire in his day, there'd be so many claimants by now that one share would probably amount to a postage stamp.
Now, I wouldn't be too sure about that. Why, I've heard plenty of stories of estates that remained unsettled for years and years. And all that time, they were building up interest and growing in value.
Gee, Dick, this might be one like that. Maybe this guy owned the entire city of Chicago or something.
Yeah, of course it's possible. It's probable. In fact, I'm positive that that's just what it is. Why, a lot of the titles to some of the most valuable property in this country are clouded, to say the least. Now, look here, Dick. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll undertake to search the genealogical records and establish your line of descent from this man for, let's be fair on this thing. Let's say 35% of what you get out of it. I'll write a letter to this box X right away.
Oh, you'll do nothing of the kind. I haven't any intention of writing a letter. It's too silly. Why?
You're not going to write the letter. Do you mean that you're going to let a fortune slip through your fingers? And my fingers, too. By George, just because you don't want to write a letter?
I don't want to make a fool of myself. It'd be just a waste of time, I tell you.
It wouldn't be a waste of time if you turned out to be a millionaire, would it? And how do you know but what you might be? You said yourself you didn't know much about your relatives, and you might be the direct heir of this old guy. Maybe the only one who's entitled to the estate.
In other words, you're willing to pass up a chance to own the entire city of Chicago just because you feel shy about writing a perfectly simple letter asking for further information.
Who says I'd own the city of Chicago? The ad doesn't say anything about that.
Well, you can't prove that old John Collins didn't own the entire city of Chicago, can you?
Of course not. I never even heard of him.
Well, then.
Yeah, and think what you could do with the money, Dick. Why, you could use a little money, couldn't you?
I'll say I could. Oh, listen, will you two come down to earth? You've got me dizzy.
Well, look, Dick, suppose you could, just with a stroke of the pen, write out a check for limousine, a chauffeur, your fare to Florida for the winter, an ermine coat for Betty. That'd be worth writing a letter for, wouldn't it?
Oh, Bob, you'll never be a real newspaper man. You're a fish. These things never happen in real life.
Why, of course they do. They often happen. How about people who find oil in their backyards and bet 100-to-1 shots and win, and find pearls and oysters? Why, there are hundreds of cases which are a matter of record.
Yeah, but those things don't happen to me.
Why, you're just the type of person that they do happen to. A poor orphan. Made your own way in the world. Worked hard all your life for a modest remuneration. That's just the kind of person who does fall into things like that. As a newspaper man, why, you ought to know that it's the people who don't believe in their luck who get on the front page with sudden fortunes. Why, you've read hundreds of interviews, and they all begin, "I couldn't believe it when I heard the news."
Say, that's right. It is always some ordinary, everyday kind of guy like me who falls into Lucky Monday.
Why, there! I knew you'd see the light. Quick, Bob, get a letterhead and put it in the typewriter. I'll dictate the letter.
Hey, now, wait a minute. I didn't say I'd do it.
Well, you can't back out now. It's almost done. It's practically in the mail. Go ahead, Uncle Windy. How should it begin?
Yes. Gentlemen. No. Dear sir. Oh, confound it. Which should it be?
Now, listen. If you insist on making me a sucker for this game, whatever it is, you've got to promise to keep it to yourself. Nobody but us three is going to know about it, or else the whole thing is off.
Sure. It's okay for me.
Of course. That's much the best. Once a thing like this gets noised about, you will be swamped by unprincipled persons trying to get your money away from you. Now, let's get on with it, Bob. What have you got there?
Nothing yet. You were trying to make up your mind.
Oh, yes. Well, just started off. To whom it may concern. Why, that ought to cover the situation, whatever it is. In your...
Windy, be quiet. Do you want everybody to hear you? I said I didn't want anybody to know. Not even Betty, do you understand?
Oh, yes, of course. On no account, Betty. A very wise decision. In your ad.
And so there's a conspiracy afoot to establish Dick as heir to some highly problematical million. And it's to be a deep, dark secret from everybody, even Betty. What will be the result of Windy's letter on Dick's behalf? Well, join us in our next program and see what happens. Until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett and produced by the National Industrial Council. time to join our American Family Robinson again in Centerville. Windy Bill seems unable to give up the idea of a political career, and as a last desperate resort tried to interest Dick Collins in backing his campaign, an effort which came to nothing when Dick refused on the very good ground of having no money. Windy believed that this objection was taken care of when young Bob Robinson discovered an ad in the Herald's Personals asking all the heirs of one John Collins, who died in 1710, to communicate with a box holder in care of a Chicago newspaper. Bob and Windy insisted that a letter be sent, asking for further information, and Dick allowed himself to be persuaded to do it, but swore the other two to secrecy. Now we find him in the office of the Centerville Herald in his natural role of hard-working newspaper reporter, apparently quite unaffected by the possibility of being an heir. Windy has just come in.
Dick, may I speak to you a minute?
No, I'm sorry. I'm busy. Come back later.
Oh, but this is important. There's been developments, Dick. I found out something.
Found out something about what? Say, what's the matter with you? What are you creeping around here for looking like the villain out of Nellie, the beautiful cloak model?
Not so loud. I can't talk here. Too many people. And this is too important. Can't we go somewhere?
Oh, all right. Mr. Robinson's out, so I guess we can go in his office for a minute. But you've got to understand, Wendy, you can't come in here all the time pestering me with this darn fool business.
Darn fool business? That's all the thanks I get for spending hours of valuable time trying to help you out.
Valuable time. You're probably so busy you can only sleep 14 or 15 hours a day. Now, what is the development? Have you found out I descend from a long line of horse thieves?
First, we'd better shut the door. You can't be too careful.
All right.
Now, have you heard from them yet?
No, of course not. We haven't had time to get an answer to that document you composed.
Oh, we should have wired. I don't know why I didn't think of it.
Well, if this inheritance has been waiting for me since 1710, I don't think we have to start rushing things now. Say, you didn't bring me in here to inquire about the mail, did you?
No. It's about my genealogical research of your antecedents. I have come across some very significant information. Your father's name was John Collins.
Oh, for Pete's sake, I knew that. It's in the records of the orphanage.
Ah, but that's not all. Your grandfather's name was also John Collins.
Well, I can't say that I'm terribly surprised, since my father's name was John Collins, Jr.
Dick, my boy, don't you get it? The significance of it all? What was the name of the man whose heirs are being sought? Why, John Collins.
Well, great suffering catfish. There's nothing very startling about that. There have probably been several million John Collinses sprouting up since 1710.
I know, my dear boy. But you must appreciate that you're a more likely prospect for the inheritance than if you didn't come from a long line of John Collinses.
Oh, sure. I have a swell chance of being the rightful heir. But I'm not ordering that limousine and chauffeur and stuff, not yet. You go on with the good work, Wendy, if it gives you any pleasure. But I want to make it clear to you right now that if I do get any money out of this, it's not going to be used to support you as a political candidate for anything. Not even for commissioner of the street cleaning department.
Now, that's all right, my boy. All I ask is the satisfaction of establishing you in your rightful place as heir to the estate. And, of course, that 35% that we agreed was a purely nominal return for my trouble in managing this thing for you.
Oh, you're welcome to that. I don't think you can get into much trouble with 35% of nothing. Unless you try to spend it. You haven't done that, have you?
No, I haven't made any commitments exactly.
What do you mean, exactly? Windy, you haven't bought anything on the strength of this mirage you're chasing.
No, of course not. I've just been looking over the local real estate market, keeping my eye open for a nice site for a country estate.
Well, you'd better not do anything more than just look. I'm not going to help get you out of jail, and that's where you're headed for if you...
Oh, why, nonsense. How could I be put in jail? I only gave the agent your name.
You what?
Why, I gave him your name. Of course, I was looking for an estate for you. I'm purely unselfish about this thing. I'm sparing no effort to help you assume your rightful place as the heir to a fortune. You can't go on living in that modest little cottage.
Stop. I should have known better than to get myself into this thing. Just how far have you gone with this real estate venture? If you've let me in for a lot
Dickie, I only told the man to bring the papers over to your house tonight to be signed. Ah, it's a beautiful estate, Dick. 10 acres. Wooded, stables, gatekeeper's cottage, and the mansion itself. Oh, it's a dream.
Oh, my gosh. You blithering old... Listen, Wendy, try to get this through your head, will you? I am not a millionaire, not by a long shot. And even if I get to be one, I'm not going to buy any stables. Stables. You ought to be put away somewhere. Nobody's safe as long as you're loose.
Well, of course, you don't have to use the stables.
Understand this, Wendy. Even if this inheritance does by some miracle belong to me, I'm going to be the one to dispose of it, not you. And if you sick any salesman on me, I'll brain you. I'm not buying any estates, do you get that?
Well, I was only trying to help. I just thought it'd be nice for you and Betty. I had only your best interests at heart.
All right, don't cry about it, and don't do it any more. What the dickens am I going to tell Betty when this man comes to the house to have me sign papers for the purchase of a small edition of Buckingham Palace? Answer me that.
Well, that's so. Betty probably will wonder. I hadn't thought of that.
No, of course not. You never think of anything except getting people into trouble. I wish you'd hurry up and marry Miss Timmons and take yourself off our hands. Why don't you go and butt into her affairs?
Well, you know, that's one of the best things about this inheritance of yours. If it comes through, and I have no doubt it will, I may not have to marry Miss Timmons. And frankly, I can think of a better fate than being tied for life to a face like hers. Yes, sir. That 35% commission ought to take care of me very nicely without resorting to matrimony.
Oh, look here, Wendy. You can't do that. Now you can't. Think of her broken heart. Oh, think of the rest of us. Wendy, promise me you won't do anything like that. You won't break it off.
Well, not until we're certain of this inheritance, anyway. I always say a bird in the hand gets the worm.
Tell Reynolds to set that up right away and show me the dummy. Well, what's this? A conference?
Oh, Lukey. No. This isn't a conference. No, indeed. Just dropped in to pass the time of day. Luke, what's that you've got in your hand? Letters?
Yes. Why? What's strange about that?
The late mail is in.
Naturally. That's a fairly obvious conclusion, but...
Dick, maybe it's come, maybe.
Yes, well, you'd better get along, Wendy. You'll be late for your engagement.
What? Oh, yes, my engagement.
Yeah.
I'll stop by Miss McGillicuddy's desk and collect your mail on the way out.
Go ahead.
Hey, what's the idea? Why the excitement about mail?
All right, Wendy, go.
You don't mind if I open it, do you, Dick?
No, only beat it.
What's up, Dick? That performance seems to indicate that Wendy is at it again.
Yes, he is. And it's my fault, I suppose. But it's nothing for you to worry about, Chief. I can handle it. I hope.
You better tell me about it, Dick. That wild light in his eye and the general air of hysteria are bad signs. They mean he's getting himself or someone else into trouble.
I think I'm the goat this time, but I can't tell you about it. I deserve what I'm probably going to get.
Oh, I hope you haven't fallen for one of his get-rich-quick schemes.
Yes, I did for a while. But it's not too late to get out of it. And it's something I'd rather not go into. A fellow hates to discuss his mental lapses with his boss.
Oh, now, don't take it too hard. More experienced people than you have fallen for Wendy's style of salesmanship.
I don't know why I listened to him. I certainly ought to know him better by this time.
Well, it's a funny thing. I think the answer is that people like you and me can't realize that all the energy and vim that Wendy puts into his hot air schemes doesn't mean a thing. You have a feeling there must be something behind it all, something to justify all those flowery phrases and windmill gestures. But Wendy ignores entirely the fact that the aim of his life, making money, can only be achieved by following the rules, by taking advantage of the system developed by people who have been successful at it.
He certainly isn't willing to recognize the old principle that hard work is the only formula for success.
Nor are a great many other people who are trying to substitute a utopia via law for industrial recovery, via plain, old-fashioned hard work. Now, it seems to me that the very men who are best qualified to help get this country out of the woods, and I mean all the way out of the woods, are the same men who have made a conspicuous success out of running their own business through hard work. I was reading somewhere, a while ago, this Congress of American Industry, which met recently in New York, unanimously decided that industry needs even more than a temporary period of relief from the national policies which are paralyzing initiative. Assurance that future national policies will be based on business principles, will give private industry, private initiative, and private labor a real chance to work out their own salvation.
And Wendy's just the same. He wants to make money by using his wits instead of his brains and replace good hard work with fancy oratory. And I had to fall for it. If Wendy and the panacea peddlers would only keep their bright ideas to themselves...
Oh, no, that wouldn't be any fun. Then there'd be nobody to applaud.
Well, if Wendy thinks he's having fun with me, he'll find out he's mistaken. I'm going out there right now and put a stop to this particular project.
Well, I hope you catch him in time. Usually, if Windy gets any encouragement at all, he's off like a hound on the scent, and nothing can stop him.
We'll see about that.
Well, now I tell you why. Why, of course it's a cinch. There's nothing to it. I tell you, within a few weeks
Windy.
we'll have... Dick, it's come. The letter. And listen.
I'm through listening. You listen. This whole thing is off, see? There'll be no more of this foolishness about me being the heir to some ancient remnant of the Pilgrim Fathers.
Richard Collins. Remember, you're speaking of your great-great-great-great-grandfather. And it behooves you to show the old gentleman some respect.
Oh, grandfather, my eye. There probably never was such a person as this John Collins, who suddenly cropped up after 100 years to send you off your head. And
There never was, eh? Well, take a look at that.
I won't. You've made enough of a fool of me already.
Oh, Dick, listen, it's the goods. This guy in Chicago says it is.
Yes.
There was such a guy, and well, will you just listen to the letter and then see if you can feel so snooty
I
about it?
tell you, I'll have none of it. I don't want
Dear Mr. Collins, your letter to my ad in the personals column of the Centerville Herald convinces me that you are probably one of the logical claimants to the estate of John Collins to whom the ad refers.
You see?
John Collins was an early settler in Massachusetts who was the heir to a vast estate and a baronetcy in Ireland. Some old documents unearthed by me establish the fact that he came to this country believing that his father had cut him off from his rightful inheritance as eldest son. But further research into old records in Ireland are expected to divulge that he was, in fact, the legal heir. In tracing John Collins' family in this country, I have found that his direct descendants moved to what is now Kansas City in 1861, after which time I have been unable to find any record of them. The John Collins who went to Kansas in 1861 was a direct heir, and he had 3 sons. Since you come from that part of the country, there is every possibility that you may be the descendant of one of those sons.
Now then.
Of course, you realize that there's a great deal still to be done before your claim can be established. But I would suggest it would be well worth your while to make a trip to Chicago.
There, you see, Dick? Why, this man himself believes that you're the heir. And a baronetcy, Dick. And vast estates in Ireland. And accumulated riches since 1710.
Don't interrupt, Windy. Here, Bob, let me see that.
Oh, it's all here. You're a cinch for it, Dick. Well, why, shucks, Kansas City isn't far away. And look at all the John Collinses Windy found out about in your family.
Hello, Dickie. What's going on?
Why, Betty, this is a pleasant surprise.
You don't look it. You look as though you've been caught stealing jam. And what are you hiding behind you there?
Why, that's nothing. Just a letter that came into the office. I was turning it over to Bob to answer. Here, Bob, you know what to do with it.
Yeah, sure, I know. I'll take care of it.
Dick Collins, you're not keeping something from me, are you? So early in our marital career? What's the mystery?
Mystery? Oh, there's no mystery. I don't know what you mean, dear.
Well, for one thing, I mean the man who came to the house this afternoon and tried to tell me that we'd bought a country estate.
A country estate?
Yes.
Windy, I could murder you.
But, Dick, I mean to say, how did I know? After all...
Now, don't change the subject, Dick. Who was that man, and what has Uncle Windy got to do with it?
Why, I don't know a thing about it, honey. The man must have been crazy, and naturally I thought he was a friend of Windy's if he's crazy. Don't think about it anymore. It's just one of those things that happen to people who are related to Windy. Come on, dear, let's go in and see your father. He'll want to say hello to you.
Yes, but what would you have?
What does the letter from the mysterious man in Chicago mean? Is Dick really an heir to a baronetcy of fortune? And will he be able to keep Betty from knowing what's going on? Join us in our next program and see what happens. Until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett and produced by the National Industrial Council. It's time to join the American Family Robinson again in Centerville. Windy Bill and young Bob Robinson have goaded Dick Collins into answering an ad in the Herald Personals column, asking for information about the heirs of one John Collins, who died in 1710. The orphan Dick scoffed at the idea that he could be an heir of the old gentleman, but a letter arrived from Chicago stating that Dick could be a legal claimant to vast estates and a baronetcy in Ireland, and advising a trip to Chicago to investigate other steps toward establishing his claim. We find Dick now sitting at his typewriter, staring dreamily off into space. Bob has just come up wearing his best conspiratorial air.
Hey, Dick, I mean Lord Collins.
Huh? What did you say?
I said, hey, Lord Collins.
Shut up. Do you want somebody to hear you? Where do you get that Lord Collins?
Well, that's what you call a guy that owns a baronetcy, isn't it? Let me see. Or should it be Sir Richard or Earl Collins? Or maybe even Duke?
I don't know, but whatever it is, don't call me by it. Well, not yet, anyway.
If it's Duke, they don't call you by your name at all. I know that. They call you by the name of the place you're Duke of. You know, like Sussex or Essex.
Uh-huh. Then I suppose I'm to be called Centerville.
No. You'd be called this place in Ireland you're the heir of. That Chicago guy didn't say where it was in Ireland, did he?
It's a good thing he didn't. If he had, you and Windy Bill would probably be trying to get me to take the next boat and go chasing over there.
You know, it's funny that in as small a place as Ireland, a whole baronetcy could be lying around loose in 1710 without anybody noticing it was vacant.
And the whole darn thing is pretty funny. I'd never even heard that they had baronetcies in Ireland.
Well, they must have. The guy said so. I suppose it must be some out-of-the-way place like Cassowary, maybe.
Cassowary?
Yeah.
I don't think that's a place in Ireland. I think it's a bird.
No, I'm sure it's a place in Ireland. Well, it'll do anyway till we find out for sure. That makes you the Baron of Cassowary, until further notice. That's it. You're a baron. Baron Cassowary. Gee, that sounds swell.
That sounds goofy to me.
Well, what you ought to do is get some stationery and put on it nothing gaudy, you know, just a coat of arms and your title, and then you could just say temporary address, Centerville, USA. I could get Pete the printer to fix it up.
You'll do nothing of the kind. You're not to mention any of this business to a soul.
Well?
Or even refer to me in public as anything but Dick. I'm not going to be made a fool of just so you and Windy can get some fun out of exercising your imaginations.
All right. Don't get sore. I won't say anything about it. Just a matter of time, anyhow. Does Betty know yet?
No. And I don't want her to find out until the thing is certain. She'd either get her hopes up and have to be disappointed, or she'd laugh at me for being a fool, and that'd be worse. She already suspects that something's up.
You know, I think you're wise not to let her know. A thing like this would go to a girl's head, and she'd put on so many airs nobody could stand her. You know how sisters are. Now, me, I can take it in my stride. I expect to go right on being as democratic as anybody, even if my brother-in-law is the Baron of Cassowary. Why, I was telling Gwendolyn just last night...
You were what?
Well, I just barely mentioned it. I made her swear not to tell anybody. All I said was that in a little while the people in this town were going to be setting up and taking notice. And that, of course, made her curious. She was at me to tell her what it was about. And
I might just as well have put it on the front page.
No, I didn't tell any of the details. I just said that I was about to become a relative of a member of the nobility. But it wouldn't make any difference between her and me. I'd go right on taking her to the movies on Saturday nights, just as if nothing had happened. Of course, I don't know as I could go so far as to marry so far beneath me, but, well, we could still be friends.
Say, she should have shown you the door. I never heard such blasted idiocy in my life. It'll serve you right when this whole thing blows up into space.
It won't blow up. You know, I've always thought there was something different about you, Dick. I never knew just what it was, but now I do. It's it's a kind of a noble look.
Gee, do you think so?
Yeah.
Oh, rot. There's nothing noble about my mug. It's just a good, honest face with no nonsense about it. Still...
You know, the only trouble with you is you haven't got the right attitude. You don't seem to realize the responsibility. Why, you ought to be in Chicago right now conferring with this guy on what you ought to do to establish your claim.
But I can't go to Chicago without Betty knowing why. And how about your father? He's not going to give me time off to go running up to Chicago on a wild goose chase after a title.
You don't have to tell Dad what it's about. He's a good egg. You won't have to tell him anything except that you've got to go to Chicago on private business. As for your wife, well, it's a fine thing if you can't even take a day off to go to Chicago without having her consent in writing. I never thought you'd be a henpecked husband, tied to your wife's apron strings.
I am not a henpecked husband. And if I made a point of it, I could go to Chicago for a week without having to explain to Betty.
Well, why don't you go?
Because I don't want to hurt her feelings by by going off without explaining.
Oh, Baron Cassowary refused his fortune on account of wife's feelings. That'd make a fine story, wouldn't it? And this is the last of the noble line of the Collinses of Cassowary. Oh, you make me sick.
But you don't understand, Bob. Oh, well. Sir Richard Collins. Lord Collins. Baron Cassowary. Hooey. Sir Richard Collins.
Dick, you got a minute to spare?
Huh? Sure, Mr. Robinson. Do you want me?
I want to know what's been happening to your stuff lately. You've been handing in some rather peculiar copy.
Why, what's wrong with it?
Well, practically everything. I've had to blue pencil about half of everything that was handed in the past week. I thought it was just a slump at first, but now it's assuming the proportions of a collapse.
Why, I hadn't realized anything.
Well, now, take this story about Mrs. Peters' anniversary party. Small thing, but it's typical of what you've been doing. You wrote it up in fine style. But you said she was married on June 15th, 1710.
1710?
Yeah.
Great Scott, it's going to my head now.
Well, something's going to your head. If the copy reader hadn't caught that, Mrs. Peters would have had her husband around here with a shotgun. And that's the most trivial mistake you've made in the past week.
What else?
Well, it's not half as serious as this one. Here, look at this. The most important local story that's broken this week. The 20th anniversary of Dave Markham's private pension plan for employees, and look what a hash you made of it.
Why, I couldn't have messed that story up. There must be some mistake. Why, I thought that was the best thing I'd done in a long time.
Oh, you did, eh? Well, listen to this. When interviewed, Mr. Markham stated, "My plan is nothing when compared with other proposed pension plans."
Well, that seems to be all right.
All right. Dave Markham never made such a darn fool statement as that in his life. I thought I was seeing things when I read it. Fortunately, I called him up to ask him what the dickens he'd said. The quote, Mr. Collins, should read, "My plan is something definitely accomplished when compared with other proposed old-age pension plans."
Gee, I must have misunderstood what he said.
Not only what he said, but what he meant. He even explained it to you in the next paragraph. "My plan was built upon a modest scale, but I expect to increase that scale as and if recovery gathers headway. Only by keeping a balance between distribution and production can we attain prosperity. And prosperity is the only secure foundation for the social security toward which we're aiming."
I don't know what I was thinking of when I misquoted him.
Well, I know. You were thinking of this gaudy new scheme which seeks to have the government fork over a couple of $100 every month to everybody of retirement age. You can't pin endorsement of that on Dave Markham. No, sir, he wouldn't stand for it. Dave and every other sound-thinking, responsible citizen who knows the futility of trying to get something for nothing realizes that a plan like that would defeat its own end by making that couple of $100 completely worthless. It would bring about inflation. I suppose you've heard of inflation?
Well, sure. Inflation is, it means money becomes worthless, doesn't it?
Very good, Dick. Well, the fog appears to be lifting. This public pension plan appeals to people who think that income means dollars. It isn't the number of dollars you get that counts. It's the amount of goods and services you can buy with those dollars.
Oh, sure, I can see that.
And that's the kind of darn foolishness you put into Dave Markham's mouth.
I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Robinson. I don't quite understand what's wrong with me. It must be because I have something on my mind.
Well, I don't like to see my best reporter cracking up like this. What is it, Dick? Trouble at home? You and Betty been quarreling?
Oh, no more than usual. I mean, nothing serious.
Yeah?
She will make the coffee twice as strong as any mortal man can stand.
Yeah.
But then I always scatter ashes on the rug. And, aside from those minor irritations, we get along swell.
Well, and that couldn't account for it. Well, maybe you've been overworking. That business of the paper being threatened with bankruptcy was a strain on all of us. Maybe you need to knock off for a couple of days.
What? You want me to take some time off?
Well, if you're going to stay, it might be a good idea. And, frankly, the paper would be just as well off without the kind of reporting you've been doing lately.
Has Bob or Windy Bill been talking to you?
Not about this, no. No, this is my own idea. Maybe if you took a little trip, if you got away from it all for a day or so.
Time off. A little trip. It's fate, that's what it is.
Can I go right away, now?
Well, now, I don't see why not, but what's the rush?
I can just make the 3:20 if I rush.
The 3:20? But where are you going? You haven't got a bag?
I can't stop. I've got to get some stationery. I mean a haircut, and a new hat, a noble hat, a Baron Cassowary hat.
My sainted, now wait a minute, Dick. What about Betty, and where are you going?
Oh, yes, Betty. Look here, Mr. Robinson.
Yeah?
Would you explain to Betty that I've gone stale, see? And you're sending me away for my own good, and I'll write.
Oh, but great heavens, Dick, you can't dash off like this. I can't tell Betty a thing like that. Think of me. Betty will blame me for this performance, and so will Myra. Why, I'll never hear the end of it.
Oh, I'll fix it up when I get back. Now, you're a diplomat. You can handle it. I'll send you a picture postcard.
But, Dick, you can't do this. You're... Oh, my sainted aunt.
What's the matter, Dad? Well, what's all the shouting about? Where's Dick rushing off to? Some hot news tip turned up?
Don't ask me what's up. All I know is Dick's rushing off somewhere, and he's left me to explain to Betty.
Run off? Run. Where'd he go? Did he say, is he going out of town?
Well, I don't know. He just suddenly leaped to his feet, said he was going to buy some stationery and a hat and catch the 3:20. Seemed perfectly normal up to that point. I don't understand it.
He's done it, Dad. That's what he's done.
What's
boy. Now we're all set. And the stationery, too. I knew he'd listen to reason if I worked on him long enough.
Say, you appear to know something about this. Say, what's going on? Where's he going and what for?
Well, he's going to...
Yeah?
I almost slipped. I can't tell you, Dad.
Oh, you can't? Well, you can tell Betty then. And I'll be more than glad to turn that job over to you.
No, I can't tell her either. I can't tell anybody. But you'll find out soon, so will she, and, well, you'll be surprised.
Right.
We're all going to be rich, and I can't tell you.
Yeah, you've told me enough. I see Windy Bill's fine brother-in-lawish hand in this, and I also see trouble ahead. Well, I'm out of it, thank heaven. I don't know anything about it. Now, you better go on over and tell Betty that her husband has left for parts unknown for a purpose equally vague. And the sooner you tell her, the better.
No, Dad. I can't tell her.
Yes?
No, I'd have to swear I didn't know anything about it. Well, I know Betty, and she'd either make me tell her or swear I didn't know. And, well, I can't swear to a lie.
No.
You wouldn't want me to do that, Dad. But, you tell her.
Well, I don't know why I should be the goat for some peccadillo you and Dick are engaged in.
Well, gee, you wouldn't want to see the marriage busted up, would you?
Well, of course not. I wouldn't.
Well, that's just what'll happen if you don't tell her. Now look, see, I'll help you out. I'll get her on the phone for you, and you talk to her. Hey, Dot, will you get me Betty's house?
Now look here. You can't railroad me into this. I refuse to get mixed up in any marital squabbles between Betty and...
Hello, Betty. Dad wants to talk to you.
I do not.
Yeah, it's important. Here she is, Dad. Now go to it. You know how to handle her.
Betty? Betty, I have something to tell you. It's about... Now, I didn't have anything to do with this, Betty, and I want you to understand that, first of all. What? Well, you see, it's about Dick. No. He's all right, physically. No, he's just gone. I don't know where. Oh, I tell you, I had nothing at all to do with it.
And poor Luke takes the rap again. What will happen to young Dick Collins in Chicago? Will he find himself heir to a baronetcy and a fortune, or to a practical joke? And will Betty be an understanding wife, or are there shoals ahead for Dick's domestic happiness? Join us on our next program and see what happens. Until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett and produced by the National Industrial Council. It's time to join the American Family Robinson again in Centerville. Dick Collins, urged on by Windy Bill and young Bob Robinson, has rushed off to Chicago in answer to a mysterious summons which hints that the orphan Dick might be the unsuspecting heir to a baronetcy and a fortune in Ireland. Dick, fearing that he may be playing the part of a sucker, has wrapped his activities in secrecy and sworn his fellow conspirators to silence. Poor Editor Luke was elected to tell Betty that her husband had rushed off for parts unknown without even telling her goodbye. And now we find Betty and her mother discussing this peculiar behavior of a hitherto model husband.
But, Betty, your father says he doesn't know anything more about it than we do. He just suggested to Dick that a couple of days' rest might do him good. And then Dick simply rushed out without saying where he was going or why. I know Luke would tell me if he knew anything more.
It's perfectly ridiculous. There must be some reason for Dick's going off like that. But why should Daddy have told him to take time off unless he knew something was up?
Why, he just thought Dick needed a rest. You know, Betty, Dick has been acting very strangely of late. Luke says he's been absent-minded and, well, his work hasn't been up to its usual standard.
I know he's been acting funny. That's why this latest development's got me so upset. Mother, you don't think it's another woman?
Oh, why, of course not. Why, that's silly. Why, well, Dick wouldn't. I mean, he doesn't strike me as being the philandering type. Why, no, it couldn't be that.
I don't know why not. After all, Mother, he's quite attractive. In a homely kind of way. It isn't as though he were a wet smack that a designing female wouldn't give a passing glance to.
Oh, I'm not arguing the point with you, Betty. I just didn't want you to get on any such horrid idea.
I'll bet that's what it is. And I've just got to face it, that's all. I wonder what I ought to do.
Nothing until you find out what it is.
A wife is always the last to know, you know. Shall I fight for him or give him up?
Oh, Betty, don't talk such nonsense. Why, you haven't the slightest reason to think that you'll have to do either. There's no use imagining things and getting yourself all distressed for nothing.
I suppose she's very beautiful. One of those languorous kind of persons with droopy eyelids who sway when they walk. Maybe I ought to confront her and say, let me see. Lola, I'll say. I'm sure her name would be Lola. Lola, I only want his happiness. If you can make him happy, then I'll give him up. Gladly, willingly, and retire with my memories to some little house by the sea. Or possibly the mountains. I don't know, I like them both. But for all the year round...
Betty, stop it. What? Don't go on and on like that. You sound like the end of the second act in a third-rate melodrama.
It isn't third-rate at all. Of course, I haven't polished it up yet. I expect I'll be a lot better when the time comes. The trouble is I'll probably get amused and have to giggle. Dick would look so much like a sheepish schoolboy. Scenes always embarrass him, and if I giggle, the whole effect will be ruined.
Well, I do hope that no daughter of mine would ever resort to such cheap dramatics.
Well, what would you do? Now, what if Daddy fell for a beautiful woman? Would you just take it and say nothing?
The idea, it's preposterous. Well, there's no use speculating about it.
Well,
I wouldn't do such a thing. And I'm sure Dick hasn't. The simple fact of the matter is that Dick has just gone off
and left me. Deserted me is what you mean.
Well,
I prefer to think it was a beautiful woman, if you don't mind.
Well, I didn't mean anything of the sort. He's just gone off for a couple of days on private business, or
maybe with a sick friend,
or just a vacation of a couple of days. You'll probably get a letter from him tomorrow explaining the whole thing. Just because he was in too much of a hurry to call you up doesn't mean the world has come to an end.
Well, there's more to it than that. I know it. You should have heard Daddy when he called me up to tell me about it, trying to break the news gently. Dick must have acted pretty suspicious to get Daddy all excited about it.
Well, if it is trouble of some sort, you'll hear about it soon enough, and fretting about it before you even know what it is won't get you anywhere.
Well, I'm not fretting. I'm being perfectly calm. In fact, I'm quite indifferent. If Mr. Dick Collins thinks I'm going into a hysterical frenzy over him, he's very much mistaken. If he wishes to go off on his own without consulting me, that suits me fine. Two can play at that game. I might like going dashing off somewhere, too.
You're just talking nonsense. You're not going anywhere. You're going to stay right here and behave yourself until we hear from Dick. And you're going to be sensible about this thing and not upset yourself with a lot of imaginary...
Oh, upset? I said I was perfectly calm, didn't I? And I am. Absolutely, utterly calm. I'm not going to carry on like a little sap just because Dick is... Oh, Mother.
Oh, Betty. Here, let me hold you on my lap. You can go ahead and cry all you want to.
But I'm too big.
Oh, you're nothing of the kind. You're just a baby who's had her feelings hurt. You don't have to pretend to be flip and hard-boiled with me. There, that's better.
But suppose somebody should come in and see me.
Well, then you can go back to your pose of being a sophisticated woman of the world, and I'll help you. But until then, you just go ahead and cry on your mother's shoulder. That's what it's for.
But it's so awful to think of Dick's being gone. And it's my fault, Mother. I know it is. He just doesn't know how much I love him, or he wouldn't have
And
gone.
he loves you. You know he does. Nobody could take him away from you.
Oh, I know it isn't that, really. Dick's too fine for that sort of thing. I'm afraid it's something more serious than that. I think he went away because he's discouraged. And if that's it, it's my fault.
Discouraged? About what, dear?
Well, Dick's ambitious, Mother. He's a builder. He's not the kind to be content just to drift along and hang on till something turns up. He's got to feel that he's getting somewhere, that he's building on a solid foundation for the future.
But, why, that's no explanation for this, for going away.
Yes, it is. He's not running away from me. He's running away from himself. That's what I think. And I don't blame him. He felt stifled, frustrated. He kept looking into a future that held nothing but uncertainty, and he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't get his teeth into it and lick it second-handed. His future was something that had got out of his hands and just depended on fate.
Oh, you mean he wasn't happy at the Herald? He felt he was being kept down, that your father was holding him back?
Oh, no, it isn't. It isn't Daddy. Dick knows that Daddy would help him, do anything in his power to help Dick push forward and get somewhere. But he can't go anywhere any further than the Herald itself can go. And the Herald, like the whole country, is just waiting, not knowing what's going to happen, afraid to expand.
Well, I do know this, young lady. I know that you're going too far. You're taking in too much territory when you stand there and tell me that your poor dear husband is so disturbed about this vague uncertainty that he's just upped and left. And furthermore,
Mother, can't you see that?
Furthermore, Betty, this business about the Herald and the whole country, as you say, just waiting is sheer nonsense. The Herald is not waiting. It's going ahead under a full load of steam, in spite of all the difficulties that beset it. And other American businesses are going ahead, too.
All right, then. We're right where we started. Why did he leave?
I don't know, but I do know that Dick's no fool. He knows this country will come back, and Centerville and the Herald with it. Why, only the other day, Dick showed me a clipping that said the manufacturing industry at its highest peak employed a little less than 9 million persons.
But, Mother, what has this got to do with Dick?
Just this. Dick showed me this story that said industry was already able to employ 7 million people out of this 9 million that were in industry when manufacturing was at its peak. Dick told me that this was a pretty clear indication that industry could take care of its own and that things were getting better.
Well?
Now, does this sound like the viewpoint of a man who left home because he was discouraged with the state of the nation?
Maybe not. But sometimes I'm not so sold on the ability of business and businessmen to pull this country out of the hole.
If they don't, I don't know who will. After all, the people know that business keeps its promises. Why, it has to, in order to gain the confidence of the public and sell its goods. So what I say is, give industry and business a chance to see what they can do.
Well, I guess you're right. But I still think Dickie must have been discouraged about something.
Well, if that's why Dick has gone away. But I don't think it is the reason. He'll learn that running away from discouragement doesn't help.
Oh, I suppose he'll learn a lot. That doesn't bring him back to me. And I want him back, Mother. I want him back right now. Oh, Mother, could that be...
Hi-ho! Hi-ho, everybody!
Oh, for
Windy
heaven's sake.
Bill. Now, don't let him see you've been crying. We don't want him to know anything about this.
He would come in at a time like this.
Well, where's all the greetings? Why am I met with nothing but a wall of silence? Why, Betty, my child, what is this? The quivering lip, the tear-dimmed eye? You've been crying.
I have not been crying. I just got something in my eye, that's all.
Come now. I know the signs. Someone has brought grief down upon that golden head, and he shall suffer for it, I promise you that. Come on now. Tell your Uncle Bill what's happened. I'll make him pay, whoever it was.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Uncle Windy, it isn't anything.
Leave her alone, Bill. It's none of your affair.
Well, I must say, it's a fine thing when a man comes home from a busy day to find his only sister and his most favorite niece turning a cold shoulder on him. Well, haven't I the right to share your joys and sorrows? I ask you, who has a better right? Am I one of the family or am I not? It's not very cheery to be treated
Oh, do be quiet. What's this about a busy day? That's something new for you, isn't it? It's too much to expect that you've been busy working.
You can hardly expect me to be quiet and still answer your unjust insinuation.
All right, then. You needn't tell me. I dare say I'll find out soon enough. When you suddenly become busy, it usually means you're getting into trouble.
As a matter of fact, Myra, I've been engaged in the most harmless occupation in the world. Looking into my family tree.
What?
Genealogical research. Most constructive. Odd, it never occurred to me before to look into the ramifications of the noble line of Winkle.
I didn't know you were interested enough in your family to look them up, especially those members of it who've passed on and who are no longer in a position to offer you board and lodging.
Interested? Of course I'm interested. And I expect to turn up some amazing developments. Amazing. I expect in the course of time to establish a definite relationship between the Winkles and the Collinses.
The Collinses? What Collinses? Uncle Windy, you don't mean that...
I mean, I'm convinced that your husband, Dick, and I are connected.
What?
It must be so. Not closely connected, you understand, but connected.
You must be mistaken, Uncle Windy. That'd be too much. To have you related to both Dick and me, nothing could be worse for Dick than to have you for an in-law and a relation both.
Well, why can't it be? Now, if you're just trying to discourage me, I call it most unkind of you. After all the work I've done, you can just save yourself the trouble. I cannot. I will not fail. I'm going to be related to Dick Collins if I have to go clear back to Adam. And you can't stop me.
Well, I'm not stopping you. But why do you want to be related to Dick?
Oh, William Winkle, you're up to something. What is it? Are you planning to impose on Dick now on the ground that you both descended from Adam?
Impose? Impose? Well, I shan't have to impose on anybody. I'll be, well, that is... well, why should I impose?
Stop beating around the bush. Why do you want to be related to Dick?
Because I like him. He's a fine fella. I'd be proud to be his kinfolks. Where is the dear lad, Betty? I stopped by the Herald, but he wasn't there.
I don't know where he is.
You don't know? Well, why don't you know? You're his wife, aren't you? It's a funny thing if a wife don't know where...
I don't know, I tell you. Leave me alone.
Now, you see what you've done. You've started her again.
Started her? I haven't done anything
of
it.
Don't talk about Dick. He's gone, and Betty does...
Gone? Gone where? To Chicago?
I don't know. He didn't... Bill Winkle, why did you say Chicago? Do you know anything about this?
I? Of course not. I just thought he might have gone to Chicago. Well. Say, that's just great.
Well, what's great about it? He didn't even say goodbye.
I mean, that's too bad, Betty. But never mind. Everything's going to be all right. You just wait and see. What'd I tell you? That's probably a message from him now. I'll go.
No. If it's a message, I want to be the first to...
No, you can't go to the door. You've been crying. What would people think?
So Windy thinks he's gone to Chicago, and he's trying to prove himself a relative of Dick.
I knew it. A telegram. You don't mind if I open it. It's really for you, Betty.
You give it to me, then. The telegram.
What does it say? Quick.
Darling, so sorry couldn't stop for goodbye. Having fine time. Wish you were here. And it's from Chicago.
And Betty is no wiser than she was before. What is happening to Dick in Chicago? Will Windy manage to horn in on Dick's claim to a fortune and a title? Join us in our next program and see what happens. Until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett and produced by the National Industrial Council.
It's time to join the American Family Robinson again in Birch Falls, where Luke and Myra are finding that being radio's ideal married couple may bring fan popularity and business to the Emporium, but it also brings a lot of disruption to their domestic life. For the first time in their 29 years of married life, they are quarreling and bickering. Luke is particularly harassed by lack of privacy, and when Gus Poppelmeyer, rival department store owner, plants a dictaphone in the Robinson parlor, Luke's cup of bitterness is full. Gus hopes to obtain evidence of strife in the Robinson household, evidence that Gus can use to discredit them with the fans and bring trade back to Poppelmeyer's. Wendy, however, discovers the scheme and thwarts Gus by having Luke and Myra enact loving scenes near the dictaphone. Gus is so disgusted at his lack of success that he is just about ready to abandon the dictaphone scheme, a situation of which Luke is not aware. It is after dinner tonight in the dining room of the Robinson home, and we find Aunt Agatha and Luke having a business conference. Let's listen.
We'll never be able to finish these accounts tonight, Aunt Agatha. Looks like a weak session here.
Double the work means nothing to me if it means double the business. Emmy Lou, bring me another cup of coffee, will you? Drat it, where'd that girl go?
I thought I heard her say she was going to stack the dishes so she could take in the early movies with Alfred Fowler.
Well, he can't find out nothing about anything just as long as you and Myra keep on being nice to each other for Papa Meyer's benefit.
Well, I don't know how much longer I can keep it up. It's getting to be almost too much for my nerves. They're badly frayed.
Well, it's not too much, Luke, when it's for business. And let me tell you that since Wendy took hold, business is good. Just look at this.
Yeah, Wendy is a sales promoter, all right. But I wish she'd stuck to sales and left me alone.
Now, look here. Ladies ready-to-wear sales has jumped 20% over last year. We've got rid of all the summer stock easy. And the kitchenware is just the same. It's just miraculous.
Uh-huh.
Why, that boy Wendy's a real organizer. He's got Twink and Wilbur and the Baron all covering their own territory in the Emporium. And you and Myra is doing your share, bringing in trade. That's cooperation for you, and that's the way things ought to be done.
And done is right. Done to a turn. It looks like I'm the worm that's doing the turning.
What's eating you, Luke? Ain't you glad we're doing so good at the store?
Oh, sure, Aunt Agatha. Business is fine if it would only stay in the store. But I can't stand this continually being polite and kowtowing to Myra, both in public and private. Business ought to be over at 5 o'clock. My work is never done.
Now, looky here, Luke Robinson. You ought to be glad and thankful that Wendy thought up this way to make the store so prosperous.
Oh, Wendy's smart, all right. I admit that.
Yeah, Wendy's got brains, all right. They're all over the place.
Oh, hello there, Wilbur.
Well, now you're here, Wilbur. Draw up a chair and sit down. But don't talk about brains, 'cause you ain't no judge.
Well, I can see the brains is all very well. But it looks a little to me like you're setting up Wendy as a kind of a supreme dictator. Down at the store and here at home, too.
I think you've got something there, Wilbur. Personally, I come from a long line of Robinsons that don't like to be shoved around.
Oh, you're both just worrying about nothing.
Oh, no, we ain't. There are a lot of folks just like us that don't want to get shoved around and are worrying about it.
Yeah, and they haven't even got dictaphones in their houses yet.
No, but they think maybe they might have if this country is going to switch from Americanism to socialism or totalitarianism or some other kind of foreign government.
No, just keep your shirt on, Wilbur. You're making a mountain out of a molehill.
Yeah, I'm not so sure, Aunt Agatha. There are a lot of smart men in this country in both political parties who are a bit suspicious of all this talk that what we need is a strong man, a man on horseback with a lot of power if we're going to get things done.
Well, there's no gainsaying. We got to get a lot done, but
Looks to me as if the main thing we had to do is get this country defended against governments run by one man.
Yeah, that's right. The basic question is whether we can be as effective and as efficient as those one-man governments.
We got to be better.
And we can be. If we realize right now that the country which can produce and compete industrially is going to be the strongest, no matter what the government is.
Well, then we've got to study how we can produce the most and the best.
I don't need to study to know I don't like this idea some folks got about turning the whole works over to the government in order to be more efficient or something.
Well, and what I'm saying is, them fellers is pretty much in the minority, ain't they? Ain't you getting all steamed up about a pretty small group?
All I know is they make an awful lot of noise, more than the majority.
You got any opinion on the subject, Luke?
Well, I think it's high time Americans learned the facts about business and manufacturing and what they had to do with this making of this country and making it the greatest in the world before any changes are made in the basic way of doing things in this country.
You said it.
And if folks don't do something to stop the troublemaking minority that's prejudiced against business and industry, who have no confidence that industry can take care of our national defense, then what I say is we may shortly find ourselves working for a dictator instead of doing business the American way.
I quite agree with you, Luke. But don't forget, we've got some business of our own at the store tonight, and you're not ready yet.
Oh, Myra, another confounded personal appearance.
Well, pardon me, folks, if I make a personal disappearance. I got some business with a piece of pie in the kitchen.
What's that dress good you got there, Myra?
Oh, that's an old evening dress I found in the bottom of a trunk the other day. Thought I'd just change the neck a little and wear it for the personal appearance tonight.
Kind of pretty material. Taffety, ain't it?
It isn't bad at all, is it?
No.
I've had it hanging up all day to shake the wrinkles out. Oh, now, Luke, dear, do go upstairs and get ready, and don't forget to put on a necktie.
In a minute, dear. Look, Myra, as long as you've got your sewing kit here, let me bring down some socks that need mending.
Oh,
huh?
dear, no, I haven't got the time.
You've got time for everything you want to do.
I have to budget every minute so I can get the important things done, Luke, dear. Hand me those scissors, Agatha, please.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Say, I think that old lace will go real well there.
You can budget time for fixing yourself up for a personal appearance or to talk to some silly radio fan. Oh, yes, they go right in the budget.
Oh, don't be difficult, Luke. Well, now, if I set it this way under the edge of the neckline, see, do you think that'd be all right?
Yeah, that's it.
Right.
Pull it out a little more.
Yeah.
Turn
For the past 6 months, my socks have needed mending, and I haven't got a shirt with all the buttons on to my name. I'm in rags.
Oh, Luke, how you exaggerate. Agatha, if you were I, would you cut the shoulder line a little bit more, like that?
Do I?
Don't you think it'd give
I couldn't exaggerate the way I'm treated around here while you act like a prima donna. What am I? Just a cart horse?
I don't know, Luke. I'll bite. What are you?
Why, confounded, Myra,
Luke, do be careful.
And why must I be careful?
That dictaphone, dear, don't forget.
No, that confounded dictaphone's in the parlor, at least 50 feet away.
Yes, but for all we know, Mr. Fowler may have planted another in here in the dining room. We can't be too careful these days, can we, dear?
Popplemeyer, dictaphone, Fowler, day in, day out, personal appearance.
Now, Luke, don't lose control.
Yes, sweetheart. Yes, darling. Yes, dearest, you're always right. I'm through. A man can stand just so much and no more.
Now, I wonder what made Luke stamp out like that.
Well, I don't need more than 3 guesses, Myra.
Oh, dear, he's never done that before. Goodness, I wish he'd be more careful with that awful Gus listening in all the time. Oh, Luke. Luke, dear. Maybe if you brought me down 1 pair of socks, I might have time to...
Too late, Myra. Now I'm the one who hasn't got time. Wendy. Oh, Wendy. Confound it, where's he gone? Hey, Wendy. I want to see you a minute.
What's the matter, Lukey?
Wendy, I want to see you in the woodshed right away. It's very important. In fact, it's vital.
And a few minutes later, we find Luke and Wendy holding a private conclave in the woodshed. Listen.
Come on in, Wendy. Be careful about that door. It swings open.
Where's the step? Here? I can't see. It's so dark.
Here, wait. Don't trip over that loose board.
I don't see why you have to bring me out here in the first place. Plenty of places to talk in the house.
Well, I'll tell you in a minute. I had a reason. First, I want to latch this door.
Now make it snappy, Lukey. I gotta get into my dress clothes, and you'd better, too. We gotta get down to the Emporium.
Well, I won't keep you long, Wendy, but I had to talk to you, and right now.
All right, Lukey, shoot the works. But don't forget, I've got to set the stage for your personal appearance.
Wendy, I can't go through with it. I can't do it anymore.
You can't do what anymore?
I can't go on with this ideal husband and wife bunkum. I'm at the end of my rope.
Oh, nonsense, Lukey. Don't go getting temperamental on me.
I'm not being temperamental. I'm just being sensible. I never was cut out to be an ideal husband, and I just can't go on.
Well, what do you expect me to do about it?
I don't expect you to do a thing. I'm just telling you.
All right, you told me. Now what?
I want out.
You can't have out.
You've gone into this thing, and now you got to stay with it.
Nope, I'm all through, all washed up. I absolutely refuse to be one half of the ideal couple any longer.
You can't do this to us.
I am doing it.
You belong to the public, to the store. What'll Aunt Agatha say if you let her down like this?
And I don't care what she says. What anybody says, I'm going away.
You mean you're going to walk out on Myra? You're going to desert your wife?
Well, not exactly. I'm just going away for a while. Someplace where I can have a chance to act like a human being.
Where are you going?
I don't know exactly. Sort of thought I'd like to live in some nice hotel for a while. You know, where I could meet some interesting people and have a different kind of a time than I've been having around here lately.
What hotel? Where?
Well, I tell you, I don't know. I thought I'd just wander around for a while until I find the kind of a hotel I'm looking for. You know, a place where it's got lots of congenial folks and activities around it.
Yes, I know, Lukey. That sounds swell. But now listen. Think of your responsibilities here.
I am thinking of them. That's why I'm going away.
When are you going? Right after your appearance at the store tonight?
Nope, I'm going right now. Strike out while the mood's hot. That's my motto.
You're going right now without a bag or anything?
I got a bag all packed. I hid it out here a couple of days ago when I saw this situation might come to a head any time.
Where is it? I don't see any.
Well, I got it covered with kindling over there in the corner. Pretty cute, don't you think? All I have to do is just brush off the kindling and I'm all set to leave for parts unknown. Now for the open road.
Well, there's probably some law against this, Luke, eh? Desertion or abandonment or something.
I'm not deserting my wife. I'll be back in due course of time.
But, Lukey, you're not going off without leaving a note for Myra or some kind of an explanation.
Already thought of that, too. I jotted down a few well-chosen au revoirs this morning.
Well, you certainly had it all figured out.
Oh, yes. This urge has been coming over me for some time. Here, Wendy, you take this note and please give it to Myra.
Okay, that's the way you want it. But I still think you ought to cool off for a while and reconsider.
Nice to see you, Wendy, old boy.
Goodbye, Lukey. I still think you're making a mistake.
Well, maybe I am, but it's the only way I can keep my sanity. I'll be back as soon as it's safe for me to start being an average husband again.
So Luke is taking a desperate step away from Birch Falls, the Emporium, and the ideal marriage. What's he going to do? What of Myra? It looks like a pretty tense situation for all the Robinsons. What will happen when the radio fans learn the true facts? Listen to our next program, and until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Marjorie Bartlett and Douglas Silver and presented by the National Industrial Council. It's time to join the American Family Robinson again in Birch Falls, where Luke and Myra have become the ideal married couple for the radio fans and the Emporium customers, but have been leading far from an ideal domestic life at home. Then professional duties have steadily encroached on the Robinsons' private life until they no longer have any time for each other. When they discovered that Gus Poppelmeyer had planted a dictaphone in their parlor to secure evidence against the perfect couple, Luke and Myra were forced to keep up the act even at home. The situation finally becomes too unbearable for Luke, whose last shred of resistance breaks when Myra tells him she no longer has any time even to mend a pair of his socks. Having left a note with Wendy and commissioned him to break the news to Myra, Luke leaves Birch Falls to find, as he tells Wendy, a private life. We find him now boarding the train in Birch Falls. Let's listen.
No seats in this car, mister. Better try the smoker.
Oh, thank you. Is the smoker up ahead or in back?
The next car back.
Thank you. Excuse me, is this seat taken?
Nope, sit right down, mister. Didn't mean to have my stuff all over the seat.
Oh, sorry to trouble you.
Isn't any trouble.
Here, let me put your hat up on the rack.
Oh, thanks, mister. What's your line?
I beg your pardon?
What's your line? What are you peddling?
Peddling? Oh, I see. No, I'm not a salesman. I that is, I'm in the department store business. I help operate a store in Birch Falls.
Oh, in the buying end, huh?
That's right. Yes, I buy quite a lot of stuff for the store.
That's funny. I sure had you tagged for a traveling man.
You did? Why?
Well, sometimes when I see a man standing kind of lonely on a station platform, no friends or relatives around saying goodbye, I pretty near always spot him for a night of the road like myself.
Oh, I didn't realize I was so clearly earmarked.
Well, you've got to admit, mister, you weren't exactly singing as you got on the train.
But I don't usually sing at the railroad station.
Me neither, mister. The only time I feel like it is when I'm getting close to home again. You home fellas don't appreciate what you got.
I know what I got, all right.
Oh, you don't say. Well, everybody's got his troubles. Live and let live is my motto. Say, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Hawthorne. Here's my card.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Hawthorne. My name is Robinson, Luke Robinson.
Pleased to meet you.
Oh, I see. Wholesale toys, eh? Well, now, that sounds like a pleasant life. Traveling around the country, distributing things that bring pleasure to little children.
Yeah, that pleasure to little children is all right. It's the traveling that gets me down.
Oh, that's funny. I should think that riding on the best trains, staying at nice, quiet hotels, taking plenty of time at your meals sounds pretty ideal to me.
Yeah, maybe it is, but believe me, mister, when I get through with the road, I'm going to sit home and never get on anything with wheels again as long as I live. I'll stay put.
Well, in that case, more power to you, Mr. Hawthorne. I hope business gets so good you can afford to do it soon.
Well, nobody can say I don't sit up nights trying to help business. You know what I thought of last night?
What?
Well, you know, there's been a lot of pictures in the paper lately about the National Guard not having enough guns and how they had to imitate real warfare with toy weapons made out of gas pipes and stuff like that.
Yes, I've seen the pictures. What was your idea?
Well, I figured as long as the soldiers were playing with toy weapons, maybe the toy business ought to help supply them. Yeah, get what I mean?
Yes, I see your point. But somehow or other, Mr. Hawthorne, I don't think that situation is so very funny.
You're darn tootin' it isn't, mister. But one thing this Army situation ought to get credit for is bringing everybody face to face with the cold facts.
That's right, and it ought to remind the country of something more specific. That it's only business and industry that can provide soldiers and sailors with the proper equipment.
Sure, that's what I say. But a lot of people are wondering if the guys who run the factories are really pitching in. You know, doing their share. What do you think about that?
Well, it isn't a matter of what I think. I don't want to sound too egotistical about it, but it's a matter of what I know.
All right, then. What do you know?
Well, in the first place, over 100 manufacturers, some of the best brains that industry can supply, are now serving the government without pay in the National Defense Advisory Commission.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
And those men are on the job night and day, building for defense. And then again, the most representative group in industry, the National Association of Manufacturers, is making a survey of industrial facilities, not only to aid the Army and Navy, but also to protect consumers, to make sure they get an even break.
And come to think of it, there's another thing, too. Lots of companies have gone ahead with expansion to make guns and stuff like that, in spite of not knowing where they stood concerning taxes and income.
Yes, well, only recently I remember the Navy Department praised a manufacturer who'd gone ahead on his own hook to build 17,000 airplane engines before any contract was even signed.
Well, I've got to admit that things like that prove the good faith of industry and its willingness to cooperate.
Yes, and it also shows that the right kind of national defense is not going to be achieved by dickering and backbiting. It's a matter of cooperation.
You said it. Everybody working together can do the job, and that's the only way it's going to be done. Say, you know what the president of my toy company wrote to the government the other day?
What?
Well, of course, it isn't a very big company, but last year we bought up a pretty big supply of a special kind of alloy. Well, the president of the company, he wrote the government and said, If they need it for airplanes, they can have it. That's cooperation, ain't it?
You'd say it is, and it's absolutely typical of American businessmen.
Say, if you're going through to Chicago, I'd like to have you go through our plant. Ever been through a toy factory?
No. Yes, I'd like to do that. But, well, I don't think I'm going as far as Chicago.
Oh, getting off before that, huh?
Well, tell you the truth, I don't really know where I'm going to get off.
Huh? What? You mean you're just riding on the train? You don't even know where you're going?
Well, I don't know where I'm going, Mr. Hawthorne, but I'm on my way.
And as Luke speeds toward an unknown destination, let's see what's happening back at Aunt Agatha's house. Wendy has not yet plucked up courage to tell Myra of Luke's departure. And we find her with Aunt Agatha in the parlor, fitting a dress for Myra's personal appearance at the Emporium in the evening, blissfully unaware of calamity.
You know, Aunt Agatha, I think this will be very effective on the stage tonight.
Yep, looks right pretty, Myra. Lucky I remember that extra piece of goods we had.
I'll just run up the seams on the machine, and I'll be all ready. I don't think it'll even need pressing.
No. Well, hope we've got enough taffeta in the dry goods department in case the women start rushing it tonight after they see your dress.
All I hope is they won't realize I just pulled it out of the attic this morning.
Business keeps getting better all the time. We put in a couple of 100 extra chairs down at the Emporium for tonight.
That's just fine. Maybe I can sew this smoother if I turn the dress around.
And it ain't only the sales I'm thinking about, Myra. I'm kind of getting to see this ideal marriage is a good influence on the community. Folks can get example of how to be happy and get the most out of life. Kind of give them a goal, kind of.
Why, Aunt Agatha, don't tell me you actually think the ideal marriage idea has another value than cold cash.
Well, I kind of like to see you and Luke together, especially since the dictaphone was put in. Makes me think of my courting days.
It is nice to have Luke so attentive, and I must say, when he puts his mind to it, he can have charming manners.
I declare I ain't never seen a man improve so much as Luke has since he's been making them personal appearances.
Well, of course, he's not perfect yet. He occasionally shows signs of backsliding. But thank goodness he always pulls himself together when he remembers Gus Poppelmeyer's dictaphone.
You know, Myra, I've been thinking that having to be so polite now will kind of get Luke in the habit of being thoughtful and gentlemanly.
Myra, there's something I've been meaning.
Oh, hello, Wendy.
And you could profit from a good example as well as Luke. Wendy, I should think a bachelor like you would begin to fall for the ideal marriage, too.
What do you mean? Myra, there's a certain little matter that
Say, Myra, I just thought.
Yeah?
That old tortoiseshell brooch will go awful pretty on that dress.
Why, I believe you're right, Aunt Agatha. It'll give it just the right accent. There, now. How do you like it, Wendy?
It's all right, I guess. But...
All right. Is that the best you can do after all the work I've put on it? Why, it's for the personal appearance tonight.
Oh, it's fine. But I was going to say...
Oh, don't pay no attention to him, Myra. Men don't know nothing about clothes anyway.
But I do like it, Myra. It's just that,
Well, either sit down or go away, Wendy. Stop edging round. We're busy.
I'm not edging around.
Now, Agatha, do you think the neck's going to be too low? Maybe a little extreme for tonight?
Well, let me see now. Hold it up. Oh. No, I don't think so. Now, what's the matter with you, Wendy? Got a cold?
Wendy, will you go and call Luke? It's almost time to leave for the Emporium.
Call Luke in?
Yeah, just hurry him along. Aunt Agatha, hand me that needle. I'll just give this a little tack here and be on the safe side.
Here you are, Myra.
Thanks.
Well, Wendy, ain't you going to call Luke?
Well, I would only, well, you see...
What's the matter with you, Wendy? Ain't you feeling well?
Well, to tell you the truth, I have felt better.
Oh, never mind. I'll call him. Luke! Oh, Luke, dear. Time to get ready for the Emporium. Hurry up, dear. Please don't be inconsiderate. I'm coming upstairs right away, and I want you to be shaved and out of the bathroom.
Myra, this is a little embarrassing for me, but...
Oh, now what is it, Wendy? Can't you see I'm in a hurry?
I declare, Wendy, you look like a horse with a colic. What's eating you?
Oh, Luke! Luke, dear, answer me.
Myra, listen. There ain't going to be no Luke tonight.
What? No Luke? Oh, don't be absurd, Windy. What do you mean?
Well, I mean he ain't here. He's gone.
Oh, stop mumbling and talk some sense, Windy.
I mean he skipped. He's vamoosed. Flew the coop.
Luke's gone away. But where? Why?
Here, you can read it. He left you this note.
But what's it say? Well, read it, Myra. What's the matter with everybody around here?
You mean Luke wrote me this note?
And he tells you all about it in there. Go on, read it.
My dear wife, when you read this, I shall be on the train. I couldn't stand it any longer, so I am going away where I do not have to be a perfect husband any longer. Don't try to find me. I hope to come back when we have both learned how to live like normal human beings again, instead of like goldfish. Your loving husband, Luke.
Well, the no-count good for nothing.
Oh, Luke. Oh, dear.
Well, of all the low-down skunks, it's a shame, Myra. There. Now, don't take on so.
I tried to break it gently, but you wouldn't listen.
Oh, keep quiet, you clumsy ox. Go on away, go away.
Oh, Aunt Agatha. He's left me. He's gone away and left me. Oh, what'll I do?
You mean what'll I do? He's put the Emporium in a pretty mess. What about the show tonight? That's what I want to know.
I don't care about the old show. I want Luke.
Well, Myra, I always told you Luke was unsound from the beginning.
Oh, hush up, Windy. Now, Myra, just wait till I get my hands on that good-for-nothing weak-kneed...
You won't get your hands on him. What I want to know is, what am I going to say to that audience tonight about the ideal husband and wife? It's a fine ideal marriage, this is. Nice spot it puts me in.
I was just saying how well Luke was getting on. Oh, dear.
Now, let me think. I'll fix up something for tonight. I've got to.
No use, Aunt Agatha. The jig is up.
I am not going to let Luke Robinson put the kibosh on my business. Now, stop sniveling, Myra. This is a time for busy brains and not idle tears. Now, look, Wendy. The first thing I want you to do is to...
It's going to take a lot of brain work on Aunt Agatha's part to solve this problem. What fan audience will accept an ideal couple with one half missing? And what of the missing half, Luke? Will he regret this desperate step? Where will he go? What will happen? Listen to our next program, and until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Marjorie Bartlett and Douglas Silver and presented by the National Industrial Council. Time to join the American Family Robinson again in Birch Falls, where Luke and Myra, for the first time in their 29 years of married life, have been drifting apart, separated by their radio careers of ideal husband and wife. Myra, in particular, has been so preoccupied with personal appearances, fan mail, and radio programs that she could no longer even devote 10 minutes to darning Luke's socks. A last straw to Luke was the dictaphone planted in their home by Gus Poppelmeyer, rival department store owner. Gus hoped to obtain evidence to discredit the ideal couple with their fans. The Robinsons, having discovered the dictaphone, turned it to their own advantage by allowing Gus to overhear only loving husband and wife scenes. The strain of being the perfect husband, even in private life, proves too much for Luke, who on the eve of a personal appearance at the Emporium leaves home. We find him now at the desk of the Hotel Regal, many miles from Birch Falls. Let's listen.
Yes, just sign the register here, sir.
With pleasure.
Now then, what kind of a room would you like, Mr. Robinson?
Oh, a single room with a bath will be fine, but I'd prefer it high up so it'll be quiet.
Mm-hmm. 7th floor, all right?
Sounds all right. I mean to get plenty of sleep on this little vacation.
Mm-hmm. Well, you'll get it here, all right. Front? Front? Boy must be out.
Oh, well, never mind. If you'll just have my bag brought upstairs, I believe I'll just stroll around and listen to your symphonic orchestra.
out in the lounge, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. How's that? Symphonic orchestra.
Why, yes. You know, the regular one that plays every evening here?
We ain't got no orchestra.
What? But it says here in the folder I picked up in the train, it says, see, a 17-piece symphonic orchestra plays in the beautiful Louis XIV lounge every night between 6 and 10.
That orchestra doesn't play here anymore.
But it says right here in black and white that...
Oh, well, that folder was printed 5 years ago. We had some left over, so we give them to the railroad.
Oh.
Maybe you'd like to have some dinner, Mr. Robinson, but take tip from me. The food's better across the street.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, but I don't seem to be very hungry right now. I thought I might look over some of the attractions of the hotel first.
Okay, suit yourself.
Yeah. Wonder if there's anything doing out in the South American patio tonight.
Oh, we don't have that anymore. We made a storeroom out of it.
Oh. Well, now, look. Where's this hostess the folder mentions? Maybe she could introduce me to some congenial people.
Hostess? No, sorry. We had to let her go. Caught her one night cheating the guests at bridge.
Oh, well, I guess it's just as well you did.
See, but I got it, Mr. Robinson. Now, look, why don't you go down in the Rococo grill room? They got Marty Zugvogel down there. Yeah, Marty Zugvogel would make you want to cut a rug, boy.
Oh, you don't mean a carpet dealers convention?
Carpet? No. Swing band. Hottest bunch of jammers in the state.
No, thank you. I don't think I'll go down to the Rococo grill room.
Okay, everybody to his own taste.
My, the lobby's kind of deserted, isn't it? Well, seems to be one elderly gentleman over there. Oh, dear, but he's asleep.
Say, you know something? Pretty good story about that old guy.
Yes? Well, tell me. I'd listen to any story right now, and it doesn't even have to be pretty good.
Well, sir, that old guy's 82 years old. You wouldn't think it to look at him now, would you?
No, I wouldn't say he was a day over 80.
Well, sir, his name is Weber Schlinkerstocky. Carl Weber Schlinkerstocky.
Well, say, maybe we better just call him Mr. A for convenience, huh? Well, go ahead with the story.
Well, this Carl, Mr. A, comes from one of those foreign countries like Russia or Germany or maybe Romania. I forget which. Anyway, it's one of those places where they kick people around with a club.
And where there are more machine guns per capita than automobiles.
Yeah, that's right. Well, this Carl came over here when he was only about 20 years old. Got to be a citizen and got to like the country.
Yeah?
A lot better than some of the kids who hollered at him on account of his funny name.
Well, naturally. That's because he'd found out what it meant to live in a place where there wasn't any Americanism, and the kids hadn't.
You said it. Well, in the last war, 23 years ago, he wanted to do what he could, so he went to work in a factory that quit making typewriters in order to make shell cases.
Did he have any children?
He had 3 boys who went overseas with the AEF. Yes, sir. And only one of them came back.
So you might say Carl did plenty for his country. No wonder he has a perfect right to fall asleep in here.
Yeah, but wait a minute. There's more yet. About 10 years ago, he retired. Nobody ever thought of him when this present crisis in the country came along.
Oh, I should think not.
But Carl didn't count himself out. He heard that they wanted men who could handle machine tools like he could, so he went out looking for a job.
Did he get it?
I'll say he did in the first place he went. Now, I always thought that factories didn't want anybody after 45.
Nope. I've worked around factories quite a bit, and I've always found the age isn't nearly as important as doing the job well. I guess thousands of retired men like Carl are going back to work. But say, there's another angle to this story.
Yeah? What's that?
It shows that manufacturers also recognize that nowadays a devotion to the American way of life, like Carl here, can't just be measured by where a man's born.
And that's the truth. It's a matter of how much a man really likes this here American freedom that really shows how patriotic he is.
Yes. Oh, I wish I could use my personal freedom a little better tonight. Where the dickens is everybody in this hotel tonight, anyway?
Well, now, let's see. I just look at the calendar of events.
Oh. So there really are some events in the hotel.
Well, there's only one tonight. Seems to be a meeting of some insurance salesmen up in the mezzanine ballroom.
Oh.
Says here that the feature's going to be a brief pep talk by leading salesmen of the district. They're going to make personal appearance.
No, thanks. I've had enough of personal appearances to last me for a long time.
While Luke shuns this attraction, let's look into the Emporium tonight, where the ideal couple is scheduled to put on a personal appearance. How will Agatha and Wendy manage without Luke, and with Myra near collapse? The curtain hasn't gone up yet, and backstage we find...
Well, might as well take that chair off the stage, Wendy, as long as Luke ain't here.
Just a minute, Aunt Agatha. I'm taking up the backdrop. Be with you right away.
Make it snappy, then. The fans won't wait all night. Myra, where are you?
Yes, Aunt Agatha. What do you want?
Just give me a hand with this here rack. I want to push it up front.
Oh, what's the use? We can't give a personal appearance without Luke anyway.
Oh, yes, we can, and we're going to. Now, stop that sniveling, Myra. You're going to be a pretty sight for the fans.
As though I cared one bit what those people out there think of me now.
Well, I care plenty. I care what every customer out there thinks, and you better, too.
I wish Luke were here. Oh, dear.
Now, where's that Winkle? Wendy? Wendy, come here.
Just a minute till I climb down this ladder, Aunt Agatha.
I just bet you ain't been doing anything but sit up there on that ladder. I ain't heard you hammer for 10 minutes.
I just wanted to get away for a minute and think, Aunt Agatha. Study the situation.
What this situation needs is action, not your so-called thinking.
I must admit, Aunt Agatha, the solution is getting to be beyond even me. Luke doing a weasel this way.
I won't have you speak about Luke this way. Even if he has gone away, I just
Now,
won't.
look here, both of you. You two have got to buck up and buckle down to work.
But don't you think, Aunt Agatha, that a dignified announcement saying that Luke is ill...
Oh, yes, Aunt Agatha. Maybe an accident.
Them folks came to see a personal appearance, and they'll have just as much as we can give them. 1/2 of the ideal couple anyway.
But what if they ask me where Luke is?
Oh, make up something. Tell them anything, but don't tell them the truth. That ought to be easy for you, Wendy.
Yeah. I know the show must go on, but we ain't got but half a show. I don't know.
I don't see how I can go through with it.
Now, get this, Winkle. You are going to introduce Myra, and you are going to make some excuse for Luke, and I don't care what. Why, this is your big chance, Winkle. You can save the day for the Emporium.
Yeah. I suppose it's like musicians playing in a burning theater. Never say die. Don't give up the ship.
Oh, Aunt Agatha, excuse me for interrupting.
Now, what do you want, Twink?
I just thought you might like to know that Mr. Fowler's out there.
That'll be great if he goes back and tells Gus Poppelmeyer that Lukey has flown the Koopy.
I just know everything is going wrong. How could Luke do this to me? How could he?
Hush up, Myra.
Oh, don't worry, Mrs. Robinson.
And no time for sympathy, Miss Pennybacker. You get right back there and keep an eye on the customers.
What'll I do about Mr. Fowler?
Just keep him occupied. Try and sell him some merchandise or give a free gift. Anything. But don't let him suspect for a minute anything's wrong.
And Twink, just to be on the safe side, you tell Wilbur and the Baron to keep near him and to give him the bum's rush if he starts spreading rumors among the customers.
But you don't mean anything violent, do you, Aunt Agatha?
I certainly do. Better a little violence now than what would happen if Gus finds out about Luke.
Well, all right.
I just can't understand Luke. I'd never believe he'd do anything like this.
Well, now you know it. Hurry up, Twink. Get back out there. Go on now.
Okie dokie, Aunt Agatha, but you better hurry and start the show. The audience is getting kind of tired.
Now, Myra, pull yourself together and powder your nose. And try to look like a human being, will you?
Where's the ideal couple? I guess maybe we ought to do something.
Well, what are you waiting for? Go on out there and get in front of the curtain. And, Myra, when the curtain goes up, you give the audience a big smile.
Aunt Agatha, I can't. I'm just not going to be able to face that crowd.
Nonsense. Of course you can. You just sit right in that chair by the table. Now, right back of the curtain.
But it's so lonely. I've never been on the stage without Luke.
Oh, buck up, Myra. After all, you'll have a lot of merchandise around.
And you can always show a couple of articles if you get nervous.
Oh, dear, I'm frightened.
Come on, Wendy. Get out there in front and talk fast.
Okay. I think I can handle it.
Well, go ahead and do it. And be sure and give him the signal for the curtain.
Yeah. Thank you, my friend. I have an important announcement to make.
Hey, where's Luke?
Oh, dear, I was afraid of that.
That is what my announcement is about. Now, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we have only one lovebird with us tonight. Luke has gone off to Chicago. He's going to Chicago to get a valuable present for Myra's birthday.
Why don't he buy it in the Emporium?
Oh, that certainly was smart of Wendy.
I'll tell you why I didn't buy it in the Emporium. It's a type present that we plan to install for sale in the Emporium in the near future. We already have several on order. But Luke wanted to make sure that he had it on time for Myra's birthday. The ideal husband never forgets his wife's birthday. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Myra Robinson herself in person will tell you a few little hints as to how you wives can secure the same measure of devotion from your husbands, how your husband's memories can be prodded concerning birthdays and other anniversaries. And now, as the curtain goes up, I take great pleasure in presenting Myra Robinson in person.
That wasn't so bad, was it, Agatha?
Shut up, Winkle. I want to hear Myra.
Ladies and gentlemen, kind customers of the Robinson Emporium, as Mr. Winkle said, I'll be very glad to tell you of the many beautiful ways that my husband, Luke, always remembers my birthday. Oh, dear, I just can't go on. I can't. I can't keep it up anymore.
Bring down the curtain. Bring down the curtain.
What will Fowler think of Myra's breakdown? Will he guess the truth and thus allow Gus Poppelmeyer's scheme for winning back customers from the Emporium be carried through? And will Luke really enjoy his snatched but lonely holiday at the Hotel Regal? What will happen? Listen to our next program, and until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Marjorie Bartlett and Douglas Silver and presented by the National Industrial Council. It's time to join the American Family Robinson again in Birch Falls, where the case of career versus a happy married life is proving a serious hurdle for Luke and Myra. Having won fame as the ideal married couple, Luke and Myra found they had no time to lead a normal domestic life. Myra, in particular, devoted all her energies to her radio programs, fans, and personal appearances. Luke, becoming more and more fed up, receives the final straw when Gus Poppelmeyer, rival department store owner, installs a dictaphone in the Robinson home, hoping to obtain evidence to discredit the ideal couple. Finally driven to desperation, Luke leaves home on the eve of a personal appearance to find, as he says in his note to Myra, a private life. Myra, browbeaten by Aunt Agatha into making a personal appearance alone, breaks down in tears before the Emporium audience. Next morning, we find Poppelmeyer's undercover man, Fowler, standing at his boss's desk. Let's listen.
Well, I suppose the ideal couple were just as ideal as ever at the Emporium last night.
Listen, boss, I got a big piece of information to impart.
Well, go ahead and impart it. No. Don't sit down.
I tried to reach you last night after I left the Emporium, but you'd gone to bed.
Well, go ahead, Fowler. What is this information? Quit stalling around.
You'd better brace yourself for a pleasant surprise, boss.
Don't tell me that we've sold that brocaded kimono that we've had in the window there for the last 3 years.
Oh, no, boss, better than that.
Yeah? Well,
Yeah.
Come on. What's on your mind? I haven't got all morning out with it.
Boss, Luke Robinson left his wife.
What? What's that? He left?
Yep, just like I said. He walked out on a cold.
You don't mean that Robinson actually left home?
That's what I do mean. Packed his bag and cleared out on the night train. I found out from the baggage master.
The perfect husband leaves his wife, eh? But he couldn't.
Oh, he did?
No. I've listened to him. Yes, his wife, day in and day out. No. Not that guy.
Oh, but listen, boss, it's the truth. I got it straight from Emmy Lou. You can trust the old detective.
Robinson walks out, and I walk in. And how I'll walk in? Why, I've got the Emporium trade right in the palm of my hand.
I guess they can't put no more of those personal appearances in without a perfect husband.
What's their loss is our gain. And wait until the fans hear about this fella. And we'll tell them plenty.
Oh, you should have seen the crowd gape last night when Wendy tried to tell him Luke had gone to buy Myra a present.
So they're trying to bluff it through, are they? Well, we'll take care of that. We don't lie to our customers at Popplemeyer's.
Mrs. Robinson couldn't make it. Even after Winkle's build-up, she broke down and began to cry.
Huh?
Right in front of the audience.
In front of the audience?
Yeah.
So, Fowler, you're not quick enough, eh? The whole town knows about Luke.
What?
Listen to me, you bungler. If you spoil our chance,
No, boss. Don't get overheated. Myra didn't say nothing. Nobody knows anything outside the Robinsons and us.
Well, they better not.
Oh, of course, some of them folks in the audience may be doing a bit of wondering, but...
We'll tell them, Fowler, but in our own good time.
Yeah.
And in a way that'll bring him right back into our store.
You're going to broadcast it, boss? You're going to hire a hall?
Well, I want to get the best angle.
Yeah.
I don't want to jump into this and land on my back. No. We got to go slow, see?
How about a whispering campaign?
Yes. Who do we whisper to?
To people in Birch Falls. Me and another guy could just spread the word that folks could learn the lowdown at Popplemeyer's on the busting up.
No, Fowler, no. We don't want any underhanded stuff. Oh, no. Never let it be said that Popplemeyer's threw mud. We got to be simple, direct, and use psychology. Yes, sir. That's what we want, psychology.
Okay, boss, if you say so, but I don't see how...
Fowler, we want customers here, not in the Emporium or anywhere else. Yes? Yes. We've got the exclusive story of the bust-up. Yes? Yes. Well, all right.
Sure, but you got to tell people somehow.
Oh, sure, Fowler, we'll tell them, but not too much. We'll put a sign out. We'll tell them in letters 5 feet high, right over the door.
A sign? What you going to say on the sign? It ain't enough.
Oh, but it'll bring the customers in here to learn more, see? Now, look, stupid, I'll show you. You go and bring me some of that big display paper in the cabinet.
Okay, boss. You sure are a deep one, boss. What a mentality. Here you are, Mr. Popplemeyer.
All right, thanks. Now, let's see.
Yeah.
We'll take care of the perfect couple, all right? And with no added expense, either. I guess that old warhorse Agatha will feel pretty sick when she sees this.
You tell him, boss.
Yes, sir. Now, let's see. Ideal couple. Now, buy at Popplemeyer's and...
And am I glad I ain't got to tote Emmylou around anymore. Phew, what a relief.
There, Fowler. Take a look at this. Yeah. We'll plaster it across the front of the store, huh?
Goods are for human beings, not ideal couples. Buy here, and your husband won't leave you like Luke left Myra Robinson.
Good, eh?
Boss, it's got everything. It's perfect.
And spread it across the store in red letters. Yes, sir. That'll bring the trade in, all right.
Oh, Mr. Popplemeyer, it's a natural. You got genius, that's all. Genius.
Oh, Fowler, it's all in knowing psychology. And I think we ought to have the sign repeated in the Star Eagle. Yes, sir, a full-page ad with just that and nothing else. But, Fowler, we've got to act fast before the story gets around about Luke and Myra busting up. We want to be the ones to break the news, huh?
Sure, boss. I'm ready. Just give the command.
All right. Now, you take this copy down to Star Eagle and put in an ad, a whole page ad for tonight and tomorrow.
I'm on my way.
Fowler, wait. Yeah. Wait, Fowler. And I want you to stop at the sign, Peter, and order a 5 by 25 banner for the front of the store. A rush job, you understand. We got to have it today.
You bet. I am practically there.
Hey, Fowler.
Yeah, Mr. Popplemeyer.
You better wait for the sign and bring it back with you.
Okay, boss, okay.
I knew it. I knew Luke Robinson would crack up sooner or later. Oh, but darn it. If I'd have known this was going to happen, I needn't have spent the money on that dictaphone.
And while Gus is planning his public exposure of the rift in the Robinson loot, we find Wendy and Aunt Agatha together in her front parlor. Let's listen.
But folks is bound to see Luke ain't in the Emporium. I don't see how we're going to keep him from smelling a rat.
Yeah, oh dear, sure looks bad. We might have had a chance if Myra hadn't broken down last night in front of all the fans.
She just ain't got no stamina at all. For Luke neither. Can't stand a little discomfort.
Luke never did have any notion of how to make money. I mean, like I do.
Just shiftless, both of them. One running away and t'other breaking down. Weaklings. You better answer the phone, Wendy. But don't tell nobody nothing about Luke.
Don't worry. I'll stall them off. Hello? This is Winkle speaking.
Oh, hello, Mr. Winkle. This is Twink Pennybacker, down at the store. And listen, Mr. Winkle.
Yes, my dear young lady. What can I do for you?
I just don't know what to do, Mr. Winkle. We're in a fix down here.
What's the matter? What's happened?
It's about Mr. Robinson.
What about Mr. Robinson? What's happened?
Well, everybody who comes in wants to know where he is and what he's doing and when he's coming
that
back.
girl
And
saying
I don't know
about
what
Luke?
to say.
Aunt Agatha, I can't hear. What's that, Miss Pennybacker?
I said, what am I going to tell him about Mr. Robinson?
Yes, be careful. Somebody might be listening in. Now, look, Twink. Just stick to what was said about his buying a present from Myra in Chicago.
Well, all right. But I don't think they'll swallow that long. It doesn't seem to go so good.
Tell her to quit gabbing and start selling.
Miss Pennybacker, just hold everything till I get down there. Hand them the old oil.
All right, Mr. Winkle. I'll do the best I can. Goodbye.
Goodbye. It's very bad. Very bad. We got to take action.
We've got to find a reasonable explanation for Luke being away. Something that will satisfy the fans.
So I've been thinking, Aunt Agatha, maybe we better drop this ideal couple promotion. Maybe we've kind of squeezed it dry.
Dry nothing. If Luke hadn't lit out, we'd have packed the store this morning, and you know it.
But I think we ought to try something new. Free dishes, maybe, like in the movies. We got to figure out some way giving Popplemeyer some competition.
Listen, Winkle, our customers expect an ideal couple, and the Emporium ain't never let the customer down.
Yeah, but there's always got to be a first time. And when we let the customer down, Popplemeyer's going to take him up.
We could still keep Myra making personal appearances if she just bucks up and get an alibi for Luke till he comes to his senses.
But Aunt Agatha, I think...
Up to now, you ain't been doing so good. What do you think, if you can?
What do you say to closing the store for 3 days a week? Just be open Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
For the land's sake, what for?
Well, maybe if we made it harder for the public to buy stuff at the Emporium, they'd appreciate the store more on the few days it was open.
Oh, fiddlesticks.
Well, I just sort of thought the public knew, for instance, that the store wouldn't be open Tuesday. They'd be tempted to buy more on Monday than they would if they could. You get the thought?
No.
Well, you got to admit, though, it'd be nice for us employees to have, say, a 20 or 30-hour week.
Don't you come round me with any talk about a 30-hour week. They tried that in France, and look what happened.
Yes, but this ain't France.
Maybe it ain't, but there are a lot of people who want to put in the same so-called social gains here that they had over there.
Is that so? I wasn't aware of that.
Winkle, if you'd read the newspapers and magazines instead of all them there horse racing publications, you might have a better idea of what's going on in the world.
Yes, perhaps, but it was always my impression that the 30-hour week was strictly an American idea.
No, sir. Comes from abroad. Thank goodness it's only an idea here. Over in France, it was the legal standard. They stuck to it till they found out that all this here idealism had to be replaced with realism, a facing of facts.
Yes, and then?
And then it was too late. They didn't have time to build the machinery necessary to defend their country.
Yeah. Aunt Agatha, you aren't by any chance saying that in the present emergency, this country ought to sacrifice all social gains by wiping them off the statute book?
Nope, I ain't. Certainly not. All I'm saying is that some of them could be eased a bit under the present circumstances. And what good are these gains, I want to know, when a man's home is destroyed by a bomb, and when his wife and kids have to run down a highway under machine gun fire?
I'll admit that's a point.
And what good does it do a dying man to remember that he once got double pay for working over 40 hours a week? Must be a lot of comfort to that ex-premier of France when he sees his people beaten down under mechanical superiority. Must be a lot of comfort to him to remember he kept all them so-called social gains to the end.
That's quite true, quite true. But, how about Popplemeyer?
Well, we're at war with Popplemeyers, we are. And this ain't no time for Robinson's Emporium to let down on the job. Oh, hello, Myra.
Hello, Myra.
The mailman hasn't come yet, has he, Aunt Agatha?
Nope, he ain't come yet. Ain't due for an hour. I wish you'd forget about that good-for-nothing husband of yours and go and put some powder on your nose, Myra. It's all red and shiny.
I can't understand why Luke hasn't telephoned. You don't think he's hurt, do you? Lying helpless in some hospital.
Oh, Luke can take care of himself. I'll bet he's having himself a swell time somewhere.
Shut up, Winkle. Now, look, Myra, you've got to come to your senses.
I know. I've got to stop grieving for Luke. I gave myself a thorough soul-searching this morning, and I decided that what's happened is probably just as much my fault as his. I'm not blaming him entirely.
Stop sniveling so much. Now, see here, Winkle, about the store, we've got to carry on just like nothing happened. Maybe even put on a special bargain sale.
I get it. I'll go over there and superintend everything.
I've thought it all over, and in my heart of hearts, I don't really blame Luke for wanting a change. After all, it was I who insisted on making him into something that he really wasn't.
Oh, nonsense. Your nose looks like a locomotive headlight, Myra.
Oh, if I could only have Luke back, just as he really was, with all his dear faults.
Oh, who cares about that? What I'm interested in is the store. Now, another thing, Wendy.
Yes, Aunt Agatha?
Oh, dear, that's just the trouble. Nobody cares about him but me. Oh, Luke.
Well, it may be true that absence makes the heart grow fonder, but it's also true that the absence of customers isn't going to do the Robinson Emporium any good. What will happen? Will Luke come home, and will Gus be able to lure away trade from the Emporium? Listen to our next program, and until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Marjorie Bartlett and Douglas Silver, and presented by the National Industrial Council. It's time to join the American Family Robinson again, at a moment when Luke and Myra, for the first time in their 29 years of married life, are suffering a major domestic crisis. Radio careers as the ideal married couple, preoccupation with fans, and with business at the Emporium have come between Luke and Myra to the extent that they no longer have time for each other. When Gus Poppelmeyer, rival department store owner, plants a dictaphone in the Robinson home at Birch Falls to obtain discrediting evidence against the perfect couple, Luke and Myra are forced to keep up their public appearance even in private to foil Gus' scheme. Finally fed up, Luke leaves home on the eve of a personal appearance at the Emporium. Myra, left to face the audience alone, breaks down in tears. But Aunt Agatha and Wendy intend to bluff the situation through. Gus, however, learns the truth and determines to use it to his advantage to win customers from the Emporium. While Gus is plotting, we find Luke living at the Hotel Regal in a distant city. He's talking to the desk clerk at the moment. Let's listen.
I suppose you'll have something special in the way of entertainment this weekend.
Well, no, Mr. Robinson. Can't say we will. Usually pretty quiet here over Sundays.
I thought you'd fix up some program for the hotel guests.
Well, you see, I tell you how it is. Traveling men usually try to fix their route so they can get home for weekends. Usually just few of the regulars.
Oh, I see.
Tell you, there's a good movie over at the Orpheum. Why don't you take it in tonight?
I saw it last night.
Oh, well, how about Criterion? They got a Wild Western there.
Oh, I saw that the night before.
Oh, well, let's see. We got a zoo. Got a zoo in town here.
Hey, well, now that wouldn't be a bad idea. I always used to be crazy about animals when I was a boy.
Yeah, well, I see too many strange specimens in this lobby to get any kick out of a zoo.
Well, there was nothing so odd about those two men you introduced me to last night. They seemed like nice, sociable fellows.
Yeah, sure, they're all right.
Say, I wonder if one of them wouldn't like to join me in a little expedition around town, or see the sights and points of interest.
Well, no harm asking.
Well, guess I will. May I use the house telephone, Maury?
Yeah, sure. Go right ahead, Miss Robinson. Okay, there you are. You're connected.
Let me have Mr. Pangborn's room, please.
Hello?
Oh, hello. Hello, Mr. Pangborn. This is Mr. Robinson.
Who?
Robinson. Luke Robinson.
Is this the tailor? Say, listen, you promised you'd bring my pants back last night.
No, Mr. Pangburn. I'm not the tailor. This is Luke Robinson.
Luke Robinson?
Yeah.
I don't know anybody by that name. You must have the wrong number.
Why, don't you remember Mort, the clerk downstairs, introduced us a few nights ago? And we had that interesting chat about Japanese beetles?
Oh, yes. Well, what about it?
Well, Mr. Pangburn, if you were going to be around the hotel this weekend, I was wondering if maybe you and I couldn't get together and sort of help pass the time. I thought we might go out to the zoo or maybe take a walk.
No.
Huh?
Sorry, Robinson. I won't be here.
Oh.
I'm catching a train in a few minutes so I can go home and see my family. Maybe we can get together some other time.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Some other time.
Oh, well, now, why don't you try Mr. Mitchell in room 732? He's got to spend a weekend here. Family lives in Australia.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's a likely prospect. Yeah. Let me have Mr. Mitchell in room 732, please. Yeah.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Mitchell. This is Robinson, Luke Robinson.
Oh? I'm sorry, I didn't catch the name.
Robinson, Luke Robinson. I'm staying at the hotel here.
Oh, sure. Robinson.
Yes. Fact is, I'm sort of at loose ends for the weekend, and I understand you're going to be here, too. I thought, well, we sort of might get together, maybe for a trolley ride or something.
Well, to tell you the truth, old man, I thought I'd take a run over to East St. Louis today. They're opening a new home out there.
Opening a home?
Yeah, a home for friendless animals. I'm in the wholesale dog biscuit line. Thought it might be good business just to look in and promote a little business.
Oh, yes, I see.
I'm sorry, old chap. Any other time. By the way, mister.
Yes? What is it?
You don't happen to own a dog, do you? I can stock you up on rations cheap, wholesale price.
No, Mr. Mitchell, I'm sorry. I haven't any dogs.
Too bad.
Yeah.
You really ought to. Man's best friend is the dog is what I always say. Well, so long.
Goodbye. Home for friendless animals. Well, that's where I belong.
Beg your pardon, Mr. Robinson, what's that?
Oh, nothing more. Say, you sure there's nothing doing around town this weekend?
Gosh, now let's see. There's a Glee Club concert over at the auditorium, State Normal School.
Glee Club concert?
Yeah, it might be pretty good. They're going to have what they call a Stephen Foster evening, you know. They're going to play all the old favorites, like Old Folks at Home and My Old Kentucky Home.
Yes, I know, and Home Sweet Home.
Yeah, no, Foster didn't write that. It was written by another fellow named
Well, whoever wrote it, I don't want to hear it. Home.
Say, look, Mr. Robinson, there's a fellow over by the cigar counter you might be able to get together with over the weekend.
Who? That man in the gray suit?
Yeah.
What's his name?
That's Mr. Snaggle.
Snaggle?
Yeah, he's a very nice fellow, Snaggle. He's in the wholesale fish business.
I don't care what business he's in. If he's somebody I can pass the time with, bring him over here.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Snaggle. There's Mr. Snaggle.
Oh, hello there, Mort. Houseboy.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Snaggle. Look, Mr. Snaggle, I want you to meet Mr. Robinson. He's a new guest here at the hotel.
How do you do, Mr. Snaggle?
It's a pleasure. We old-timers at the Regal always like another bridge player.
Well, I'm afraid I'm not very good at bridge. Afraid I can't meet the requirements there.
Like something stronger, eh? Well, I guess we could fix you up there all right. Maybe a little poker next week.
Why, yes. Well, but to tell you the truth, it's what to do with myself this week that's got me worried.
Excuse me, will you, gents? People want to register.
Oh, sure, certainly.
What's got in the way of a double room and a bed?
Come on over here, Robinson. Let Mort check in some business.
Cigar, Mr. Snaggle?
Well, now, don't put me over court. That's
no,
what
thanks.
happened last
Too soon
night.
after dinner. Spoil my appetite.
Well, I find eating here at the coffee shop, it's hardly worth cultivating an appetite.
Yeah, food's terrible.
See,
awful.
Look, Mr. Snaggle. If you're not doing anything, what do you say you and me go out and have dinner over at a new place they just opened on the other side of town? I think they call it the Rotisserie.
Yeah, sure. Sounds all right, but the only thing is I promised my sister I'd be over for a home-cooked meal at her home tonight.
Oh.
She and her husband live over on Woodlawn Avenue.
Home-cooked dinner? Oh, what wouldn't I give for even a boiled egg cooked in a home kitchen?
You get more than a boiled egg when my sister cooks dinner.
Yeah?
What a cook. I tell you, her corn fritters are poems. Poems.
Oh, I just love a good corn fritter.
But you haven't tasted anything until you try my sister's fried chicken and gravy. What tenderness, what taste.
Oh,
of course, some prefer her baked ham and candied sweets. But I vote for the roast beef and Yorkshire pudding. Let me tell you, when a man bites that, it's news.
Your sister sounds very hospitable. I should think she'd just have loads of company.
Oh, nobody would ever refuse an invitation to dinner at my sister's house.
I'll bet.
They come flocking.
Yes, I wouldn't mind flocking in that direction myself.
And I better not be late. Time I was on my way. Nice to have met you, Robinson. May see you Monday.
Snaggle.
Well?
I haven't anything else to do. Would you mind if I sort of walked a piece with you?
Well, no. You can come along if you want to.
Thanks.
Better make it snappy. I don't want to be late for dinner.
All right. Which way, Mr. Snaggle?
Well, let's cross the street with the cop.
Yeah.
Traffic at this hour is terrible. Everybody going home for dinner.
Yeah, lucky stiffs.
Okay, Robinson, step lively. Lights changed.
My, the drivers in this town certainly don't believe in slowing down around corners, do they?
Yeah, not these birds. They go practically in a straight line like homing pigeons. Let's dodge around the corner out of this crowd.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh, not at all. I guess I wasn't looking where I was going.
Oh, just a minute. You dropped your newspaper. Here.
Oh, thanks. It wouldn't do to lose that. My wife likes to do the crossword puzzle. Good night.
Hey, good night, sir. My, nice section of town this is. Mighty pretty trees. I should say most of these homes date back to around 1910 with those bay window effects, huh?
Yep, typical American residential section.
Yeah, that looks like a typical American family sitting down to dinner over in this house there, doesn't it? Yeah, looks like a typical American dinner, too. Very cheerful.
Yeah, come on, Robinson. I've got to hurry and no time to rubber.
Oh, sure.
Certainly is a difference between these houses and the kind of life they live over in Europe these days.
Yeah. Nice to know that the bomb shelter isn't a part of our national life. Not yet, anyway.
And, boy, I sure hope it never is. We turn left on this block.
Oh,
yeah. Say, what do you think about this talk of invading this country? Any chance of it?
Well, I don't suppose anybody knows. Anything can happen, but I understand the dictators are pretty well agreed that conquering this country would be an inside job rather than by invasion.
Oh, you mean fifth column stuff?
Yeah.
Foreigners in those different buns and societies?
Oh, I can't get very excited about the petty little buns. They're too obvious to be dangerous. And after all, most aliens came to this country to escape the things that Europe represents.
Well, who would do the inside work for the dictators here?
Well, for one thing, the American demagogues who try to stir up class hatred for the sake of crooked politics. They're the fellows who discredit the name of democracy.
Well, I'm with you there, Robinson.
But the real danger comes from spineless Americans who expect the government to do everything for them.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if Hitler and the other dictators were darn well aware of people like that and count on them.
Oh, my. Boy, I'll bet that was a spy trying to get me then.
And he almost did if you hadn't jumped. Cars get you from every angle on this corner.
Oh, yeah. And, Mr. Snaggle, speaking of jumping, I think it's pretty important we Americans get the jump on these same forces we've been talking about inside the country, in addition to building a defense against invaders.
Yeah, but I was reading how Hitler counted on revolution as the way to bring this country into his power without an invasion. What can we do about it?
Well, the first target ought to be the men and women who want to make the state supreme and set up a kill your opposition party.
That's right. We ought to do something about the people who want to make a sort of permanent ruling class out of politicians.
Seems to me a sort of peaceable counter-revolution against such ideas would put a crimp in Americans who sneer at our spirit of individualism. In other words, we've got to enlist all true Americans in a drive against corruption and apathy.
Yep, you said it, Robinson. Well, I'm going in here and serve a little time at the dinner table. This is my sister's house. This is where I'll leave you.
Oh, nice-looking house. I like that sun porch effect on the side there.
Yeah, they keep it up good, too.
Yes.
Well, nice to have seen you, Robinson.
Mr. Snaggle, being all alone in town and everything, I wonder if maybe you couldn't prevail upon your sister to fix me up for dinner and the night.
Now, wait a minute.
Well, you know how it is. A man likes a little home atmosphere after hanging around the hotel all week, and I thought perhaps if I paid your sister hotel prices, she might be able to...
Nah. My sister says I'm always bringing some loafer home to dinner, and she told me to cut it out.
Oh.
It makes her sore. So long, Robinson. See you again sometime.
So long, Mr. Snaggle. Well, that's the way it is. I suppose that's the way it is.
Hey,
Hey, look out.
Oh,
Ow.
I'm sorry, Sonny. I didn't see you coming along.
Why don't you look where you're going, mister?
I don't know where I'm going.
Well, why don't you go home?
I can't go home. Look at me well, Sonny. You see standing before you a fool.
Oh, one of them guys, huh?
Yeah.
I know. Your name's Napoleon. Well, so long, Napoleon. Give my regards to Josephine. Yeah. Hey, fellas, guess who I just seen? A guy from a nut house.
Maybe Luke is beginning to feel that he was not very intelligent to leave Myra and his nice, comfortable home. But will he be able to swallow his pride and go back? And what is happening to the Emporium back in Birch Falls, where Gus Poppelmeyer is plotting the exposure of the ideal couple's rift? Listen to our next program, and until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Marjorie Bartlett and Douglas Silver, and presented by the National Industrial Council. It's time to join the American Family Robinson again in Birch Falls, or rather, half the family, for Luke these days is absent without leave. Being typed the ideal husband for the benefit of his radio fans and the Emporium customers finally proved more than Luke could bear. And now he's left Myra, the erstwhile ideal wife, for parts unknown. Gus Poppelmeyer, the Emporium's big competitor in the dry goods business, has taken a new lease on life because of the Robinson separation. Since Wendy and Aunt Agatha can no longer capitalize on their title of ideal couple to publicize the Emporium, Gus expects a new era in his business. In fact, Gus firmly believes that now his store will get all the trade. But as we look in on Twink Pennybacker this afternoon, things don't seem to be too dark for the Emporium. At least there are two customers in the store, Mrs. Hotchkiss and Mrs. Rowbottom, who are in front of the novelties and notions counter. Let's listen.
That's tight enough, Mrs. Hotchkiss, don't you think?
Yep, I guess it ought to be. Now what do I do, Miss Pennybacker?
Oh, look here, Susan. Look at the simply wonderful grapefruit
Just a minute,
knives.
Ellen. I'm making a sort of an experiment here.
Now, just pull that little knob, Mrs. Hotchkiss. Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Rowbotham. I'll be right with you.
Oh!
For heaven's sake, Susan, what on earth are you standing there ringing that clock?
Oh, Miss Pennybacker, what do I
Oh, here,
pull
give
now?
it to me.
Oh, mercy. There ain't no doubt about it being loud enough, is there?
Susan, for pity's sake, a body think you were in your dotage. How much is these grapefruit knives, young lady?
I'm just trying to find one that's loud enough for Henry, that's all.
17 cents, Mrs. Rowbotham. That's a special just for this week.
Well, I'll take one. Susan Hotchkiss, with that infernal thing, you're going to wake up everybody in the neighborhood.
Can't help it if I do. Henry's been late to work 3 times in the last 2 weeks. It's got to stop.
Better have him late to work than scare him to death.
Well, I always say that if a man's so all-fired lazy...
Thanks, young lady.
That's 17 out of a quarter. Here's your change, Mrs. Rowbotham.
Well, now, as I was saying, if a man is that lazy...
Oh, will that alarm clock do, Mrs. Hotchkiss? Do you think it's loud enough?
Well, as I was just about to say... yes, I suppose it'll do. Wrap it up, Miss Pennybacker, and charge it.
You, you ain't had no word from Luke yet, have you, young lady?
No, Mrs. Ruthven. Mr. Robinson hasn't written yet. We don't even know where he is.
Well, I do declare. I'd never have expected it from a man like Luke Robinson. Just running out flat and deserting a poor girl like Myra. And them supposed to be the ideal married couple.
Terrible.
And the way that Mr. Poppelmeyer's taken advantage of them separating. Just to try to take the customers away from the Emporium. That ain't no better.
Well, here's one he ain't taken away. No, sir. I'm keeping right on doing my trading at the Emporium. Just to show Myra Robinson I'm thinking of her.
A lot of women seem to feel that way, Mrs. Hotchkiss. Business hasn't been at all bad today.
And Susan, you're right. It's the least we can do for poor Myra to keep on patronizing the Emporium.
That's very kind of both of you.
Oh, not at all. You don't need to thank nobody, Miss Pennybacker. I think us women ought to stick together, and it'll at least be a comfort to Myra in her hour of trial to know there's such a thing as loyalty left in the world, even if her husband ain't shown much of it.
Well, husbands is just another thing us women's got to put up with in a hard world.
And in the meantime, suppose we look in at Aunt Agatha's parlor and see how things are with Luke's deserted spouse. There's Myra now, seated at Aunt Agatha's big mahogany desk, trying to prepare her script for this afternoon's radio broadcast. Let's listen.
Here, Myra. Pin me up and back, will you?
Oh, dear. I can't do it, Aunt Agatha. I just can't do it.
What's that? Say, what in tarnation's got into you, Myra Robinson?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. I meant my radio program. I just can't seem to face it.
Nonsense. Here, now, take these and pin me up, and no more fuss about it.
All right. Turn around. Oh, dear. I've got to be on the air in an hour, and I haven't a line written.
Well, if you get your mind off Luke for a minute, you'd be able to write something.
How can I get my mind off him when he may need me? Oh, Aunt Agatha, how do I know he isn't lying sick somewhere? How do I know he's even alive?
Fiddlesticks. Myra, I wish you tried to get your mind on something pleasant. Look on the bright side of life.
There isn't any bright side of life anymore.
Oh, yes, there is. There is for the Emporium, anyhow. Business has been great, in spite of Luke's running off.
I suppose I ought to be grateful. Nothing makes any difference to me anymore. Life just isn't worth living without Luke. Hold still, Aunt Agatha.
You ought to be glad to be getting a vacation from him once in a while.
Life is just empty. It's futile without him. That's the way I feel.
I know what you are. You're a futilitarian.
A futilitarian?
That's right. That's a word some fella made up the other day. Fits you perfect.
Well, I'm not a something or other.
Oh, yes, you are. You're just like it said in the paper. You think everything is so darn futile.
Well, it is.
Well, you ought to be ashamed to admit you think so. Right now, especially. These ain't no times for folks to be futilitarians.
Well, I've got good reason to be one.
There ain't nobody ever got good reason to think things are futile, that their problems are just too big to be handled. Nobody, Myra, no matter how big the problems get.
Well, I didn't say my problems were too big to be handled, Aunt Agatha.
Oh, yes, you did. And that's just exactly why I said you were a futilitarian. You're just like a lot of folks who think the problems this country's got to buck up against are too big to handle. So they lie down and quit. They say there ain't no chance for progress anymore. So what's the use? They might as well quit trying.
I didn't say I was quitting.
Well, you were squawking, and that's just as bad. The folks that do all the squawking about the troubles of a home or of a whole democracy getting too big to even try to overcome, well, they sure ain't doing much to help. They just make things worse by moaning.
Well, you're right there, Aunt Agatha. But
Bet your life I'm right. It's doing something about problems that counts, Myra. Getting up on your hind legs and fighting. There's plenty chances for progress in this country. Only you got to get out and find 'em. That's the only thing that'll make opportunities in this or any other country. You got to do something, or you'll never do away with your troubles.
That's the only thing that will do away with troubles in a family. You're right.
Now you're talking, Myra. Don't complain. Do something about it.
Well, you're not going to get a chance to call me a futilitarian anymore, Aunt Agatha. I'll promise you that.
Oh, that's the girl, Myra.
No more squawking for me. And from now on, I'm going to act.
Good. And the sooner you start, the better.
I'm going to start right now. I'm going to prepare my radio broadcast. And believe me, it's going to have a real purpose in it.
What purpose?
Just you wait and listen.
And while Myra prepares her radio program, let's look in on Luke as he stands at the desk of the Hotel Regal talking to Mort, the clerk.
No, sorry, Mr. Robinson, there isn't any mail. You haven't had any mail since you checked in, have you?
No, Mort. I guess that's because nobody knows where I am.
Yeah, well, what I say is, if you want to get letters, you got to write them, huh?
Yeah. Won't argue with you there.
Yeah.
But if you want to write letters, you've got to have somebody to write to.
Or else kick.
And
kick
Plenty hard. That's the way Coach Richie Daniels
Now
teaches
what
his
the
boys
dickens?
this game of football.
What's that?
And now, out there on Plant Field, the Panthers are just about to take that alternative and kick. And we've got our fingers crossed. It's going to be blind luck and...
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Robinson.
Say, what in the dickens have you got that radio on the desk for?
Well, I just like to listen in between check-ins, you know.
Oh.
It's only a little portable, but sometimes when it gets bumped or anything, you know, like me kicking it, then it sort of blares out.
Well, let's see. Maybe the bum tube.
Well, no, I don't think it's that. See, it works all right.
Coxus and Yanchanis back. Venislavsky in the blocking position.
Oh, the great American game.
Goes to shift the double wing-back formation. Ball goes to Coxus. He's running wide around left end. Perfect blocking out in front. He's picking up 5 yards. Sidesteps Teacher's halfback, heading for the sideline.
Oh, hey, my Saint Dan, turn the thing down. Turn it.
What's that?
Turn it down.
And he's hit by Jones, Tuffy Jones, that great fullback for the Golden Blue. Coxus was hit right on the, the 42 on that play. Picking up 10, 11, 12 yards for the State University. A first down for the Panthers. And oh, how they did need it. First and 10 on their own 42-yard line. The boys are back in the huddle now. Tuffy Jones goes over there, getting a few slaps in the back from his teammates.
Yeah.
And now
that better?
If you've got to listen to it, I guess it's all right.
Oh, no, I don't have to listen to it. Don't you like football, Mr. Robinson?
Oh, no, I like it fine. I like it fine when I'm feeling good.
Oh, you don't feel so good, huh?
No.
Gee, well, I'm sorry. I'll turn it off altogether.
Oh, thanks. Oh, say, Mort, what time is it?
Time? See, 26 minutes past 5, Mr. Robinson. So, look, can I get you anything? A little bicarbonate soda?
No. But you might turn the radio on.
Yeah, turn it on, but you just said...
I know I did, but I just remembered a certain program on from 5:15 to 5:30. I thought I might like to hear the last few minutes of it.
Yeah, well, all right. Anything you say.
Here, just let me at it. I know just where to find it.
What station you want?
WINK at Birch Falls. Let's see. 10, 6... Here. There we are.
Ladies,
That's
I'm
it.
proud, very proud to tell you that I've seen the light. I don't mind saying I've changed my mind about the best way to keep a husband happy.
Oh, yeah, that's no good. That's some dame. We better get the football game back.
Quiet, more. Keep it on. I want to hear this.
From now on, I think the motto of all us wives should be, let's leave our husbands alone. In fact, why shouldn't we simply be ourselves and allow our husbands to be themselves, too? I'm frank to confess I made a great mistake concerning my dear husband, Luke.
See, for Pete's sake, Mr. Robinson, what you want to listen to that hooey for? It's one of them mush programs.
I know. Quiet. I tell you, I want to hear it.
I forced him to do a lot of things that he didn't want to do, instead of allowing him to sit peacefully by his own fireside with his slippers on. So, ladies, heed my warning, and don't try to make your husband into something that he doesn't want to be.
Yeah, what does she know about it? I bet she hasn't even got a husband. My dear husband.
Quiet,
And
Mort.
now I see that my time is about up. So, in parting, let me remind you that this is Myra Robinson, your home counselor, signing off until next week. Same time, same station. Don't forget, ladies, if you have any domestic problems, just write them to me, and you will get a prompt answer in a plain envelope. Good night, and thanks very much.
Oh, holy mackerel, what a voice. Myra Robinson. Luke, my...
Mort.
Hey.
Mort.
Look, is that dame your...
What? Have you got some stationery down here? Oh, would you give me a sheet of paper and an envelope? Will you, quick?
Well, sure, Mr. Robinson. But I thought you said you didn't have anybody to write
Well,
to.
I just found out how wrong I was, and it's high time I was catching up on my correspondence.
And what will happen to that letter Luke is going to write? Will it bring these two together again? If he does go home, will he find things as ideal as he expects them to be? Be sure to listen to our next program. And until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Marjorie Bartlett and Douglas Silver and presented by the National Industrial Council. It's time to join the American Family Robinson again in Birch Falls, where Luke has walked out on Myra, the other half of the ideal married couple. However, he hasn't found life as pleasant as he had hoped it would be at his refuge in the Hotel Regal not so many miles away. In fact, he's been homesick. And yesterday, when Luke heard Myra admit in her radio program that she had mistreated him, he took that as an indication she wanted him back, so he wrote her a letter. Today, Myra is politely putting up with the presence of Wendy and Aunt Agatha in the parlor, waiting excitedly for the letter from Luke she hopes her broadcast will bring forth. But Aunt Agatha has something on her mind which is more important to her than Luke. With Wendy hanging very gracefully over her shoulder, she is looking through a new catalog from the Acme Household Products Company, picking out items to order for the Emporium. Let's listen.
There, Aunt Agatha. Wait a minute. Turn back that page.
What's that? What's eating you, Wendy?
You just passed it. What's the matter? Have you lost your conception of sales values? Turn back.
Who's doing this ordering, me or you?
Why don't you stop butting in, Wendy?
I'm not butting in, Myra. I'm only looking out for the Emporium. After all, it's my responsibility.
Here, is that what you were talking about? That there thing?
Sure. See what it says? The handy-dandy combination potato ricer, meat chopper, and can opener.
Of all the fool gadgets.
That's very practical.
Oh, that's just a fad, Wendy. Twouldn't sell at all.
Now, if that thing only came with an attachment that played the Stars and Stripes forever while you worked
be
it.
serious, Myra. All we need is a slogan to make it sell like hotcakes.
Now, look here, Wendy. Business is too good at the Emporium to go experimenting with a crazy thing like that.
Aunt Agatha, you're too conservative. It's progressiveness that counts these days. Get the jump on your competition.
Wendy, we ain't going to order no handy-dandies. I don't care if there's a cook stove hitched onto each one of them.
Okay. Suit yourself. After this, maybe I'd better keep my mouth shut altogether. Let you try running the Emporium yourself.
That's the best idea you've had yet. At least keep your mouth shut when I'm trying to think.
Oh, dear, the postman.
Yep, just like every other day in the week. What's so exciting about the postman?
Nothing. Only I was expecting a letter from the Parents and Teachers Association.
Never saw her act like that before over just a letter from the PTA.
If she thinks she's going to get a letter from Lukey, she's mistaken. He won't write. He's having too good a time vacationing. Lukey's flown the coop for good and all.
Well, I ain't got time to think of the PTA, nor Luke, nor anybody else now. This here order's got to be in by the end of the week. Get your foot off my chair, Wendy. Go lean somewhere else.
Let's see, no, just a bill from the furnace people. Letter from Betty. Huh? What's this? Regal Hotel?
It's an advertisement, most likely.
Oh, it's Luke's handwriting. Look, Aunt Agatha, it's come. A letter from Luke.
Well, what 'tis? That don't mean he wants to come home. Don't count your chickens before the hatch, Myra.
Probably needs money.
Oh, gracious, I'm so nervous I can hardly get it open.
Regal Hotel, eh? Might know he'd put up at some place with a fancy name.
Oh, what's he say? Not that I care a rap since he deserted us like he did, but I just wondered.
Dear Myra, this is just a hasty line to let you know how much I'm enjoying it here at the Regal Hotel.
Listen to him, gloating, vacationing like a plutocrat, while I stay here and slave and sweat.
Quiet, Wendy. It's done me a lot of good being here since I have met a lot of very interesting people. The Regal Hotel is certainly lively enough. What with parties, concerts, and the like every time a man turns around.
And I bet he turns around plenty, golfing and loafing in a hotel lobby.
Oh, here it is. Listen to this. By the way, just by accident, I happened to hear your program last night over WINK, and from the nature of it, I gathered that if by chance I did consider coming home, I would be let alone, and there would be no further effort on your part or any of your so-called friends to have me make a jackanapes of myself.
Well, that's gratitude for you. After all, I did for Lukey.
If it's true that you and the Emporium have gotten the ideal couple business out of your mind, I might give the idea of coming home some thought, especially as I'm down to my last shirt, and the hotel laundry is brutal.
Well, tell him you'll mail him some shirts if he'll just stay away.
Wait, Aunt Agatha. Just listen to this. I do miss you, Myra, as a matter of fact, and if I have not been misled by what I heard in your broadcast, I will be glad to hear from you at your convenience.
Yeah, convenient.
If you're not doing anything in particular when you get this letter, you might drop me a line right now. Oh, did you hear that, Aunt Agatha? He wants to come home. He wants me to write him right now.
Well, I'd be careful about inflating his ego too much if I was you, Myra.
I don't care about that. I just want him home. I'll take care of his ego once he gets here.
But still, Myra, I don't think it would be very diplomatic to sit right down and write him. Not after the way he's treated you.
Sure, a woman has got her pride to think of.
Fiddlesticks with pride. But I'm not going to write him. I'm going to wire him. Then he'll come home in the morning.
Well, now, wait a minute, Myra. Not too fast. If he's having such a good time at the Regal Hotel, it's a shame to tear him away. Yeah, it's a crime.
Yes, 'tis a downright shame he's having such a fine vacation.
Oh, I can read between the lines of Luke's letters. He's dying to come home. Now, where's that pencil? I think I'll just write out a telegram.
Now, Myra, you don't understand. Wait a minute before you do anything rash. You tell her, Aunt Agatha.
Well, what is this? What are you trying to say, Windy?
Well, what Windy's trying to say is that maybe we ought to think about business at the Emporium a little before we go asking Luke to come home.
Business at the Emporium?
Mm-hmm.
Why, I should think it would help business to have Luke come back.
Nope, we've done more business since he left than before he went.
What?
Well, you see, Myra, all the women are feeling so sorry for you because Luke ran out on you that business is better than it's been in months. I just got the monthly report today.
Can't you see what would happen if Lukey comes back?
But you can't mean it would hurt business if Luke came back.
Sure it would, Myra. All the women are sticking by you, and they want to show you that they're loyal to you, even if Luke ain't. And there won't be no need for him to be loyal if he comes back.
You see, Myra, our very welfare's at stake.
Oh, dear, I didn't realize that. You didn't tell me.
Well, we didn't have the figures until today.
Remember your loyalty to the Emporium. Don't bite the hand that feeds you.
Oh, dear. Well, of course, there is the store to consider.
Well, you better make up your mind then just what you're going to do about that letter. Luke's going to be expecting an answer.
Yes, I know the next move is up to me. Oh, dear, if I only knew what to do.
Write him right now. Tell him we'll send him some clean shirts if he'll stay where he is.
No. First, I'm going to think it over and make up my mind. And then I'll give my answer to Luke tomorrow on my radio program.
And the next afternoon at the Regal Hotel, Luke is waiting impatiently for that same radio program. He's at the desk in the lobby now, passing the time of day with Mort, the clerk, punctuating his conversation with an occasional glance at his watch.
Couple more minutes yet, Miss Robinson. Don't worry, I won't let you forget.
I'm not forgetting, Mort. Don't you worry.
Well, Robinson, you're getting to be as much a part of the lobby as the fixtures.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Snagel. I hope I don't look as moth-eaten as that property palm over there.
Oh, not at all. Nothing personal.
Well, I hope not. That's a perfectly good palm. At least it was when we bought it from the Elite Funeral Parlors 5 years ago. You see, the guy that owned the Elite died, and his old lady auctioned off the equipment.
Tell me, is it time yet, Mort?
No, not yet, Mr. Robinson.
Is it time for what?
He wants to listen to a radio program on my portable.
My favorite program.
Yeah, that's so. Now, you take me. I used to like music on the air, but
Now, what I go for is these here foreign broadcasts. I eat 'em up.
Well, you probably wouldn't go for this. It's strictly a domestic proposition.
Well, I'm not saying some of the homegrown programs aren't okay. I only mean that with all the world being the way it is, this foreign stuff has got the old Zippo in it. Now take this Churchill. For instance, did you happen to hear his speech a few weeks ago? The one where he told the English people to get set for the worst?
Yeah, I heard it. I hear everything.
Mighty sound stuff in that speech. You hear it, Robinson?
Oh, yes, I heard it. Mighty fine piece of work, mighty fine.
The part I liked best was at the end, when, he kind of ignored all the bombs dropping and stuff like that. And he looked ahead and spoke confidently about the long and better days that are to come. Now, what I say is, that took courage.
Oh, I don't know. Sounded like just another speech to me.
What? Now listen.
No. It was a lot more than that, Mort.
Well, now, how do you mean? How can a lot of words be any more than a speech?
Well, it all depends on what a man says. In this case, I got a strong message of inspiration for the United States.
Now, wait a minute, Robinson. Churchill didn't say anything about the United States.
Well, he didn't have to. Now, the way I look at it, if the Prime Minister of England at a time like this could speak with such confidence of the future, we all ought to be a lot more hopeful right here in this country.
How come?
Well, we're not only an ocean away from the actual conflict, but right now I think it's a good thing to remember, with our representative democracy and our free enterprise system, we're already a lot nearer than any other country to those better days that Churchill was talking about.
Say, Robinson, you know that's right when you come to think of it.
No, I don't know. Now, all this representative democracy and free enterprise didn't keep us from getting into the Depression.
Now, wait a minute, son. Let a man get a word in that knows something about it. Maybe we did have 10 years or so of pretty tough times. But look how we Americans came out of it. Hey, Robinson?
Sure. That old American genius for invention and production and organization helped pull us through. And by golly, it'll carry us a long way further, too.
Yes, sir. Production and organization. That's the ticket. That's what built up for us Americans the greatest industrial system the world has ever known.
And when the world finds peace again, Mort, and industry gets a chance to take another shot at really producing all the things that make life easier and more worth living for us Americans, and make America stronger as a nation, then you'll see an era of good times that will outdo anything that's ever gone before.
Yeah, I must say you got a good point there, Mr. Robinson.
Now, that radio speech was just... Oh, my sainted aunt.
Yeah, what's the matter? What's up, Robinson?
My radio program. Here, put your portable up on the desk. Quick, Mort. Darn it, I bet I've missed half the program.
Darn it, I'm sorry. I forgot to look at my watch.
Quick. Here, turn it on to WINK 1060.
Yes, sir.
And make your home life the joy and comfort that
For
it should
Pete's
be.
sake, that isn't the one you wanted.
Quiet. Wait a minute.
And now to my correspondence bag. I'll try and answer some of the mail that my dear fans have been kind enough to send in.
What do you want to listen to this dribble for?
Keep quiet.
So much. I've got a lovely letter from KBS. And to her I say, just be kind and gentle with your husband, and he'll see his mistake in due time. Just be patient. And now, here's a very special letter from L.R., an old and dear friend of mine. It was such a pleasure to hear from him.
L.R. Say, that's it, Mr. Robinson. That's you.
Quiet, Mort.
Are you listening, L.R.? Yeah. To you I say, all is forgiven. Come home at once.
Oh, okay, Mort. Turn it off. That's all I want to hear.
A letter from PDQ. The best way to cure a loved one of the drink habit is...
Hey, where are you going, Robinson?
Oh, I got to be today. I'm very busy. Look, Mort, get me a reservation on the next train to Birch Falls.
Yes, Mr. Robinson.
And get my suit back from the tailor and make it snappy.
Yes, right
tell
away.
the cashier to get my bill ready.
Yes, sir, right away.
You're leaving us, Robinson?
Am I leaving? Well, it's nice to have seen you, Snaggle, old boy, old pal. Send the boy up for my bags, Mort. Man, oh, man, what a break. All is forgiven. Come home at once. I'm a-comin', though my head is bending low, I mean high.
And what will happen when Luke and that next train reach Birch Falls? How will Wendy and Aunt Agatha take this homecoming? Will his reunion with Myra be a happy one? Be sure to listen to our next program, and until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Marjorie Bartlett and Douglas Silver and presented by the National Industrial Council. It's time to join the American Family Robinson again in Birch Falls, where life is certainly having its ups and downs. Some time ago, Luke declared he was fed up with the strain of living up to the title of ideal husband. In fact, he staged a one-man revolt and went off to live at the Regal Hotel in a nearby town, determined to find a little peace for himself. Well, peace was about all he found, for Luke soon discovered that life at the Regal Hotel was a pretty boring affair. And when he heard Myra in her broadcast in Birch Falls beg him to come home, he lost no time in checking out. He's on the night train to Birch Falls now, rather sheepishly tapping the shoulder of the man ahead of him. Let's listen.
Yeah? What is it now, mister?
Do you mind telling me the time again, friend?
How's that?
Well, I hate to bother you, but I was wondering what time it is now.
For the love of Mike, mister, why don't you buy a watch? This is the 5th time you've asked me.
Well, I've got a watch, but, I forgot to bring it with me.
All right. Let's see. Just 24 minutes after 8.
Oh, thanks. Darn it, I was hoping it was later than that. That means another hour before we get to Birch Falls.
Don't blame me. I'm not responsible for the time. Anyway, why the digging should anybody be in a sweat to get to Birch Falls? I was there once. Couldn't get out fast enough.
My wife is in Birch Falls.
Well, what of it? My wife lives in Kansas City. That don't make me want to go there.
Well, you don't understand, friend. It's different with us.
That's fine.
Yes, you see, I'm surprising her tonight. She doesn't know what time I'm getting home.
Don't believe in surprises myself. Holy smoke, that reminds me. I forgot to let my brother know that I was going to be in St. Louis tonight.
Well, that's all right. Send him a wire.
What? From a moving train?
Well, why not?
All tickets on at Kokomo. All tickets on at Kokomo.
Ask the conductor.
Huh? What's that?
Ask the conductor about sending a wire.
All tickets on at Kokomo. Change to Cincinnati for Louisville.
Conductor.
Yes, sir?
Fella here says I can send a telegram from the train. I was just wondering
if... Sure you can. Just write it out, give it to me, I'll get it off at the next stop.
Well, that's fine. Got a pencil?
Sure. Hey, you can have mine. Here.
Thanks.
Okay, mister.
I'll write out the wire and give it to you in a couple of minutes.
Sure. Okay. I'll pick it up on my way back. Tickets, please. All tickets on at Kokomo.
Arriving St. Louis, 11:47 tonight. Expect to stay several days.
Those are certainly 2 words you hear a lot these days, don't you?
Meet me at the station. Huh? Yeah, what's that?
I say, it's amazing how often these days you hear those 2 words the conductor was using. Sure and okay.
Sure and okay what?
Well, you don't understand. I mean, the way the conductor jumped to help you out with your telegram.
Oh.
Yeah, mighty encouraging sign of the times. Puts me in mind of the defense program.
Defense program?
No. The defense program.
You'd better come up here and sit with me, mister. I'm a little deaf.
Well, certainly. Don't mind if I do.
I'll get these papers out of your way.
Oh, thank you. That's all right. Don't bother.
Now, look. Do you mind telling me what in tarnation the defense program has to do with the conductor on this train?
Well, it's not the conductor. It's what he said and what he did. It shows a spirit of cooperation. You see what I mean?
No, can't say it I do, mister.
Well, look at it on a wider scale. I mean, start with this railroad and that conductor, and then branch out all over the country. And you get an idea how businessmen and manufacturers are making the defense program tick.
Oh, mister, I like facts.
So do I. Well, for instance, I heard a little item on the radio a couple of nights ago about the government needing tungsten for some tanks that they wanted to build.
Yeah?
Yeah. Well, they found some tungsten, all right, way over in Turkey. But they didn't know how to get it. Didn't know of any ships in that part of the world that could pick it up.
That's so? What'd they do?
Why, they called on the businessman in the National Defense Commission. Industry got busy, found a ship. And quick as a flash, the answer came back, sure, we can pick it up.
Well, I'll be darned. You know, that kind of jives with an article in the paper right here.
Yeah?
Let me see now.
Yeah?
Had there a minute ago.
Well, it's just like I was saying, you find it every day.
Oh, yeah, here it is.
Yeah?
A story about some manufacturers who got together and decided to build some planes for the government before the money was even appropriated.
Mm-hmm.
They sure came out with a hearty okay when America called on them.
And they're doing it all over America. Those manufacturers, they know how important it is to get going on this defense business. And they're doing it.
Yeah, so it's sure an okay all down the line, huh?
Right.
Next up, Toledo. Toledo, next
That's
up.
right. They're good, dyed-in-the-wool American expressions. And they fit right into the spirit of the times. They show the real spirit of American industry.
Next up, Toledo. You got that telegram, mister? I'll get it off for you.
Yeah, here it is. How much it'll be?
Now, let's see. Toledo to St. Louis. You better give me $1. I'll bring back the change.
Here you are. Thanks.
Okay. Be in Toledo in 20 minutes.
Oh, just a minute, conductor. I wonder if you'd let me know the time.
8:32.
Thanks.
Yeah. Well, what's the matter? Don't you trust my watch anymore?
Oh, yes. Why, of course, only... Well, I just thought as long as he was here, I'd get the railroad time. No offense meant, old man.
No, don't make no difference to me, mister. But, boy, I never saw a guy so anxious to get back to his wife. Oh, I know. Ain't been married very long, huh? First trip away from the little woman.
No, not the first one, but believe me, it's the last trip away. Yes, sir, I'm going home to stay. Let me see now. If it's 20 minutes to Toledo, say 19 minutes. Then we wait there 5 minutes. Say, I wonder if that conductor's watch is right. Do you mind just letting me see what time it is once more, old man, by your watch?
And about an hour and a half later, we find Myra, Windy, and Aunt Agatha in the parlor, where they're enjoying a friendly game of rummy. Or rather, it was friendly until...
There, I caught you red-handed, Windy.
Huh?
Now take that ace out of your shoe and put it back in the deck.
Windy, I'm ashamed of you.
I didn't put it there. It just fell there when I was shuffling.
Hell, there, my eye. It's a pity you can't even sit down to an innocent game of cards without reverting to your old habits.
Just trying to put a little spice in the game.
You mean you're trying to keep your hand in at cheating so you'll be ready when the carnival comes to town next week?
Nothing of the kind. You got me all wrong.
Oh, answer the door, will you, Windy?
Never mind, Windy. I'll go.
Well, if you insist, deal 'em out, Agatha.
Well, if it's some of Wilbur's friends, tell him he's already gone to the lodge.
I'll tell him. Luke. Why, Luke, dear. Oh, I was hoping you...
Myra, I came just as soon as I got your message on the radio, and... Oh, boy, am I glad to get home.
Well, I must say you look very well, dear.
Well, why shouldn't I? Coming home to my wife again? Well, for the love of Mike, haven't you got a kiss for your husband?
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, now, be careful, Luke. You don't muss my hair.
Well, I must say that was rather a restrained kiss, Myra.
Well, I didn't mean it to be, dear, but, I just had my hair
Say,
waved and...
listen, what the dickens is the matter? Aren't you glad to see me?
Of course I'm glad to see you, dear. Come on in. Let's go in the other room and see Aunt Agatha and Windy.
All right, but listen, Myra.
I don't think you'd better bring your suitcase in. Just leave it over there by the door.
But I've got to bring it in. I got some things in it I want to show you.
All right, then. Come on in. Just look who's here, folks.
Hello, Aunt Agatha. Hi, Wendy. Surprised to see me back?
Hello, Luke. No, I ain't surprised. Sit down, Myra, and let's get on with it.
Hi, Luke, eh? Have a good time?
Well, it
What do you
was this
say
way
we
and
play for penny a point, girls? Makes it more interesting.
It's all right with me.
Well, I trust I'm not intruding.
Now, Luke.
Not at all, Luke, eh? Make yourself at home. Put your suitcase down. For a minute, anyway.
What do you mean, for a minute, anyway?
Now, Luke, please don't cause any trouble.
Who's causing any trouble? Unless, of course, it's too much trouble to all of you to have me back again.
Luke, I wish you'd sit down and quit fidgeting around. 7, 8, 9, 10 clubs. I'm almost out.
I can hardly sit down as long as Wendy is occupying my chair.
Well, then go and get another one out in the hall. Say, who's got the 10 of hearts? You, Myra?
Now, see here, you people. I think I'm entitled to a little explanation of what's going on around here. Will someone mind telling me why I have to be treated like a criminal on parole? After all I did was go away for a little vacation.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Luke. Go ahead, Agatha. It's your deal.
Yeah. Very well. Nobody wants to pay any attention to me, then that works both ways. I'm going to take my bag and go upstairs and go to bed.
Now, wait a minute, Luke.
I have a few presents in my bag, but I guess I can give them to the garbage man tomorrow.
Luke, you come back here. There's something you ought to know about.
I don't feel like coming back. I'm tired, and I'm going upstairs.
Luke, please, come back a minute. Please, there's something that... well, I think we ought to take up with you.
Take it up tomorrow. I'm going up and unpack.
Now, see here, Luke Robinson, I don't want you to even unpack your bags.
Oh, so that's it. I suppose I'm not even to be allowed to stay in the same house with my own wife. Aunt Agatha, how can you still hold such a grudge against me just because I went off on a little trip?
No, Luke, you don't understand. We don't hold nothing against you personally.
Well, then what in the name... Myra, do you mind explaining what...
In a minute, dear.
As a matter of fact, Luke, we don't mind having you back socially at all.
But not commercially. Get it, Lukey?
No, I don't get it at all.
Please make an effort to understand, Luke, dear. You see...
In plain and simple language, Luke, business has been awful good at the Emporium since you left.
Sympathy business.
Well, what's that to...
You see, dear, all the women feel sorry for me, so they've been patronizing the Emporium to show their sympathy.
Oh.
And if it's known that you're back in town, then we ain't in a position to get any more sympathy business. You get it, Lukey?
But, Myra, if that's the case, why did you lead me on? Why did you tell me to come home?
Well, dear, you see, that is... Well, when I gave you the message on the radio to come home, I didn't fully understand the situation at the store.
Oh, I see. And after I got the message, then Wendy and Aunt Agatha worked on you and persuaded you that perhaps it might be better if I stayed away a little longer.
Well, something like that, dear. You see, it's all for the good of the Emporium.
I see. And now what do you expect me to do?
Well, Agatha, Wendy, and I, we thought perhaps if you went back to the Hotel Regal, just for a little while, of course.
Very well. Give me my suitcase, Wendy. Thanks. If that's the way you folks feel about it, all I can say is good night.
I'll call you up at the Hotel Regal tomorrow, dear.
You won't have to. I'll be right here in the house. I'm going upstairs and unpack and go to bed.
Now, wait a minute, Lukey.
Ain't you got any feelings for the store, Luke?
Sure I have. And here's the way I feel about the store. If it's sympathy business you're after, let Myra appear to desert me. Let her stay at the Hotel Regal for a while.
But what good would that do?
It might attract sympathy business from the men folks in town after they read the headlines in the paper, "Wife deserts loyal husband."
Oh, dear.
Why, the sympathy husband would flock to the Emporium by the hundreds. Good night, everybody. Think it over, Myra.
What will Myra do about this proposition? Do you think Luke is really serious? Be sure to listen to our next program and see what happens. And until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Marjorie Bartlett and Douglas Silver and presented by the National Industrial Council.
It's time to join the American Family Robinson again in Centerville. Dick Collins is still in jail, but elsewhere in Centerville, things are moving rapidly. Mr. Lemuel B. Flotsam, the legal genius who settled mysterious Collins estate in Ireland, declared that one G. Collins Olson, better known to you as just plain Gus, was the principal beneficiary of the vast Collins estate. It seems that Gus has been a Cullens right along, although he's hidden that fact. In his own words, his mother was a Cullen. Lawyer Flotsam has definitely announced that Gus is to receive the sum of $2,812,309.04. Gus was soon interviewed by young Bob Robinson on how it feels to be a millionaire. Today's program opens in the anteroom just outside Editor Luke's office. Bob is reading over with great satisfaction his own signed story about Gus and Letitia, his bride-to-be. Gus is standing by, nervously peering over his shoulder.
Well, you certainly got to admit that's a wonderful story, Gus. Just listen to this. The opulent Mr. Olson, familiarly known as Gus, wrapped his arms around his fiancée's shoulder and gazed vibrantly into her eyes. Boy, that's literature, Gus. Why, you could almost have read that in a book.
I did read it in a book. Of course, the names was different.
Yes, sir, I tell you, that story is a a milestone in American journalism.
Yeah, but that don't help me out none in my present predicament.
What have you got to kick about? You're rich, you're engaged to marry a beautiful, at least an awfully nice girl, and...
That's the trouble. Nobody understands.
Understands what?
The people. All these people that read this literature newspaper story of yours about me being a millionaire.
Well, what's the matter? Don't you want people to know you're rich? Oh, I know what's the matter. You want to take all your dough and go live in a cave like Peter the Hermit, just dribbling gold pieces through your fingers.
Well, that might be better than trying to handle some of these pests that has been on my neck ever since your story come out. It's terrible. They all got something to sell. And those that ain't selling something want me to kick in for this and kick in for that. One minute it's a home for old St. Bernard dogs, and the next minute it's something else. A guy stopped me on the street this morning and wanted me to finance a rocket to the moon.
Well, that might be a good idea. You could get away for a while and commune with nature.
Gee, if I even had to go out the back window of my boarding house this morning. Oh, they got me spotted. Here comes a mob of them now. They must have followed me up here.
Holy smoke, Gus. Look at them pushing.
You done it. You gotta help me out.
Oh, all right. I'll handle them for you. I'll be your personal representative. Now beat it out the side door and go down the fire escape.
Okay. If there's something that really needs my attention, I'll be down in the furnace room.
Okay, only hurry up. They're coming fast.
Tell them I'm in my private office. You know, the boss's office.
Yeah. Just a minute. One at a time, please. Form a line on the right there. Women and children first. Now, madam, you're first. I'm Mr. Olson's personal representative. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm here on very urgent business, young man. I must see Mr. Olson personally.
Mr. Olson's very busy, madam. I'm his manager. You can confide in me.
I like that. Oh, is that his office over there, the one marked private?
That? Yes. No.
I see.
Yes, madam. You can trust me implicitly. What was it?
Never mind. I'll come back later.
One at a time. All right. Don't crowd. Hey, lady, come back here. You can't go in there. Hey!
Oh, excuse me, but I'm sure you wouldn't mind giving a few minutes just to little me.
What's that?
You see, I'm the secretary of the Get Acquainted with Shakespeare Club of Centerville, and well, we have a simply darling site picked out for our new clubhouse, and we just know you'd love to contribute with all your millions.
With what?
Why, surely you feel some responsibility about the cultural life of this community.
Did I hear you say something about my millions?
But of course. Oh, my dear, it's such a thrill meeting a real millionaire. You've no idea. And I can tell just by looking at you, you have the soul of a philanthropist.
Well, no, wait. There seems to be some mistake here. Just who do you think I am?
Why, Mr. Olson. The great Mr. Olson. The Mr. Olson.
Well, madam, you're mistaken. I'm only Luke Robinson, editor of the Centerville Herald. And if I could scrape up $1,000, I'd count myself lucky.
Oh, but the young man said...
And while I may have the soul of a philanthropist, my pocketbook forbids any indulgence in that direction.
Yes, definitely. There must be a mistake. So sorry, so terribly sorry.
Well, I'm sorry, too. I'd like to be a millionaire.
Well, all I can say is the young man outside told me this was Mr. Olson's office.
Did he? Well, we'll see about that. Good day, madam. Bob, may I speak to you a minute?
Gee, I'm sorry, Dad. She got past me, that's all. And I thought she was a lady.
Say, what's going on out here?
Well, you see, Dad, all these people are chasing Gus around on account of trying to sell something, or they need money, and they read about him in the paper. My story, you know.
Yes, I know.
Oh, it's really terrible, Dad. Why, Gus is leading the life of a hunted thing. He's hiding out in the furnace room now.
Well, I'm afraid it's too much of a luxury having a millionaire around a busy newspaper office. You tell Gus I want to see him.
Oh, gee, Dad, I can't get away. I've got to keep this crowd in order. They'll be all over the place.
Well, never mind. I'll get him on the phone, and don't let any more of that bunch in here.
I'm sorry, sir. Mr. Olson can't see anybody. He just left for China. He doesn't expect to be back. I'm sorry you can't see him.
There he is! Help! Get off my neck! Bob! Hey, Bob, where are you, Bob?
Gangway, please let him through. Is there a doctor in the house? Oh, gosh. Gus, run for it.
Hey, jumping Jiminy.
The life of a millionaire seems to be a bit strenuous, Gus. Appears to have something in common with football and rioting.
Gee, boss, I'm going down for the toy time.
Well, I sympathize deeply, but it's a little difficult for me to trying to get out a paper with this mob of panhandlers hanging around.
I realize that, boss, but what can I do?
Now, I don't want to seem harsh, Gus, but I feel impelled to suggest that, well, for the time being anyway, now that you're a millionaire and don't really need the job, you might take a leave of absence from the paper and sort of take care of your estate.
Oh, gee, boss, I felt so safe here. And I'm scared to make any changes.
Oh, you'll be all right after you get married and settled down and get used to your new way of living.
But that's what scares me, boss, getting married.
Oh, that's nonsense, Gus. You've got to accustom yourself to changes and improvements, or else you'll never get anywhere. Anyway, if you don't mind my being philosophical for a moment, I'd like to point out that everything changes. Nothing ever remains the same for very long.
Yeah, boss, but it's so comfortable down there in that finest room, playing pinochle with the boys day after day.
Yeah?
Gee, boss, what else do I want? A man can only eat 3 meals a day and wear 1 pair of pants at a time. What's the use of worrying about anything else?
Gus, if our forefathers figured that way, where would our country be today? Just about where it started. Yes, sir, Gus. The world moves, and we have to move with it or get lost in the shuffle. Let me cite a little imaginary conversation I had this morning with my grandfather to show that things in this country and under our system usually work out for the better.
Your grandfather, he's dead, ain't he?
Yes, he is, but remember, this was an imaginary conversation. And now, as you know, my morning drive to the office is a long one and permits plenty of time for thought. Well, this morning as I drove along the broad, smooth road, half listening to the radio, playing some fine orchestral music, I wondered what my grandfather would think of our modern world.
I don't get it, boss.
Well, just hold on, you will. Now, as I drove along this morning, I fancied that my grandfather had had breakfast with me, and I had asked him if he wanted to drive downtown with me to see what changes had taken place since he had died 38 years ago. And he said he would, and drove with me.
How could he, boss, if he was dead?
Gus, haven't you got any imagination? I said this was an imaginary ride.
It makes me feel kind of creepy.
Well, it needn't, because it's going to deal with very practical matters, and something that concerns you, if you'll listen.
Okay, boss.
Well, we were driving along, and naturally I spent some time explaining the mechanics of automobiles to him. In fact, about all he could talk about was the marvelous contraption that he was riding in. How much does one of these things cost? The old gentleman inquired. Well, a good new one costs about $600, but you can pay much more if you want to, I told him. $600, he exclaimed. Why, we have passed thousands of them. Where did all these people get $600 to pay for an automobile? In my day, that was 2 years' pay for a first-class carpenter.
Sure, everybody has a car now. Almost everybody.
Well, I explained to my grandfather that every car he saw cost at least that much when it was new, but that a present owner paid less if he had bought it second-hand. I told him that 20 years ago, one could not buy a car as good as the cheapest car today at any price. That cars which were much inferior at that time cost several $1,000s. I told him how new machinery and mass production had brought costs down and quality up, and that at the same time wages had gone up so that the average employee at the Herald, for instance, could buy 2 cars a year if he wanted to be so foolish as to spend his money that way.
Yeah, boss, I guess that's true. But how about me and my future? What's the connection?
Just this, Gus. The people who stand still never get anywhere. The happiest people are those who are always doing something. making new plans, and getting somewhere. The improvements that amazed my grandfather were made possible by inventors, businessmen, manufacturers who were willing to take a chance, men who were not willing just to sit still and watch the world go by. And you, in a manner of speaking, can do the same thing. There's just as much room for improvement in the world as there ever was. Television, universal air conditioning, streamlining, glass houses, greater safety for air travel, hundreds of other fields offer untold possibilities.
Yeah, but what can I do?
Well, you can quit being a furnace room loafer on the Herald and see how you can use your money where it'll do the most good. And that means investing it in sound business ventures. Make a decision. Get out of your rut.
That's all right, boss. Progress and improvements is a good thing, but marriage with Letitia is something else again.
Nonsense, Gus.
No, I don't know whether marrying her would be an improvement or not. She's a great little woman, but she's got a mind of her own.
Well, marriage would be an improvement if you made it so. Be firm after your marriage. Establish the fact that you're the boss. Now, don't shilly-shally. And, above all, don't relinquish control of the household. Come in.
Oh, there you are, Gus. How do, Mr. Robinson?
How do you do, Letitia?
Sorry I can't stay long, but I just come up to tell Gus that we're getting married 2 weeks from today. I've made all the arrangements.
Well, that's splendid.
Yeah, everything all arranged. Going to be a big church wedding with my cousin. He's that preacher from Fargo, North Dakota.
Oh, yes, I met him.
Well, he's coming down to officiate. Well, come on, Gus. Don't stand there moping and looking so darn sheepish. Now, you come right along with me, but there's plenty of things I want you to do. Well, goodbye, Mr. Robinson.
Yes, ma'am, Letitia. Well, so long, boss. I guess I gotta be going.
Goodbye. Don't forget what I told you, Gus.
Hey, Gus, you too, Letitia. Follow right behind me. We'll push our way through to the freight elevator. Then they can't get you.
I don't want to buttonhole you, Mr. Olson, but I want to see
Young
you,
man,
Mr. Olson.
he's been buttonholed permanently.
You know how it is, buddy.
Gangway. Mr. Olson's on his way to China. He can't see anybody. Here you are, Gus and Letitia. Freight elevator's waiting right here for you. Take him down, Joe. Phew, I guess that's all.
Pardon me, young man. Could I see you for a minute?
Mr. Olson's on his way to China, and he can't see anybody.
Bob, don't you recognize me?
Recognize who?
Oh, well, I forgot the beard. Wait till I take it off.
Uncle Wendy.
Hush, my boy. Bob, let's go somewhere we can talk.
Sure, we can go in the circulation department. Here, they're all out to lunch.
Good. It's quiet in here. Bob, I've just read a copy of this paper announcing Gus Olson's windfall and his engagement.
Sure, you see who wrote it?
What does this mean, Bob?
It's all true.
Oh, dear, this is an unforeseen development. It's going to be difficult to get in on any of that money, with Gus feeling the way he does towards me.
I'll say.
Yes, especially difficult, now that Gus appears to have taken Letitia away from me, or at least his money has done the trick. I wonder. Bob, I think I've just had an idea. Let's see now. Letitia, Gus, By Jove, I've got it. Alienation of affections. I'll sue Gus.
It's too late, Uncle Wendy. She's already suing you for breach of promise.
Oh, dear, that complicates things. But it doesn't stop me. No, sir. There's a way. There must be a way. Bob, my good fellow, slip out and get me a tuna sandwich, will you, while I think.
Old Windy Bill. He's like a fire horse. He smells money from afar and comes charging up. I wonder what he's up to now. Now listen to our next program and find out. Till then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett and produced by the National Industrial Council. It's time to join the American Family Robinson again in Centerville. Gus Olson has received his Irish inheritance of $2,812,309.04 because his middle name happens to be Collins, and also because lawyer Lemuel B. Flotsam absent-mindedly turned honest and handed Gus the money. But instead of rejoicing, Gus is sad. feeling that he has been hornswoggled into marrying Letitia Timmons. Also worrying him is the horde of salesmen and others who are pestering him with schemes to separate him from his money. In desperation, Gus appealed to editor Luke Robinson for advice, but got scant comfort when the latter told him to marry Letitia and enter upon a new life. In the meantime, Dick Collins languishes in jail, a victim of misplaced confidence in Windy Bill's phony stock-selling scheme, through which Windy persuaded many people to invest in a vast real estate project which was to blossom forth as the vast Lord Collins estate. As our program opens today, Windy Bill Winkle, who has sneaked into town with a false beard, because he's still wanted by the police, is attempting the peculiar maneuver of sneaking into jail in order to interview Dick about a matter of great importance to Windy. Detective Grogan, who is chaperoning Windy down the corridor to Dick's cell, is somewhat suspicious.
Here you are, mister. That's his cell right over there.
Well, thank you, my good man. Shall I disturb him? He seems to be asleep.
Nah, he's only thinking. He has to do a lot of thinking about his problems. Hey, Mr. Collins, there's a guy here to see you.
Huh? Oh, hello, Grogan. Did you say somebody
Yeah, this fella here, he says he knows you. Is that right?
Let me get a better look at him. Oh, sure, I'd know him anywhere. His figure certainly seems familiar.
That's right. Allison Sims to Seattle, that's me. Got a great memory, all right, haven't you, Dick? Dick, don't give me away.
Well, if you know him, it's okay, but I just want to be careful not to let no salesman in here.
Windy, where did you come from?
Oh, quiet, for Pete's sake.
Yeah,
quiet.
I know, but what are you wearing that beard for? And anyway, I thought you were in New York or someplace.
Well, I have to wear it. If I didn't, they'd put me in jail.
You are in jail.
Yes, but I'm on this side of the bars, and I'm here incognito. It makes all the difference in the world, you know.
Maybe it does. I don't know. Well, what's on your mind?
Well, I came back to town because I read all about Gus Olson's inheritance. I suppose we'll have to call him Sir Gus now, or Lord Olson. Oh, that's a fine thing, isn't it? Dick, old boy, I've done a lot of pondering over this situation, and I've come to the conclusion that we've been cheated. We've been done dirt by.
I should think at least you'd enjoy the novelty of being the one who's been cheated instead of the one who did the cheating. No offense meant, of course. Never mind, let it go. Not, of course, that I agree with your idea that we've been cheated. Just how do you figure that?
But can't you see, Dick? We've been framed. We were scheduled to get that inheritance.
You mean I was scheduled to get it? Just how do you figure you were gypped?
Well, I was your manager, wasn't I? Didn't I persuade you to go to Chicago to see Flotsam in the first place? Didn't I arrange the whole thing?
Well, it doesn't seem to me that there's much use arguing about whether you were gypped or not. Just suppose you were. What of it?
Well, I'll tell you what of it. There's been dirty work at the crossroads, Dick. And I think that Gus Olson and Flotsam have deliberately rooked us out of our rightful inheritance.
Oh, nonsense. It isn't Gus's fault if he was born the right kind of a Collins, or that I'm the wrong kind.
Well, that's no way to look at it, Dick. It's Gus's fault you're in jail and that I'm a fugitive from justice. And I tell you that Gus has got to make things right to get you out of here.
I don't know whether I want to get out of here. I can do my writing here. It's not noisy. No responsibilities. You know, I'm getting fond of this little cell.
The thing to do, Dick, is to get Gus to take over the Collins estate so we can get on our feet again and remove this stigma.
All right, you get him to do it. You're good at getting people to do things that they regret afterwards.
Well, to tell you the truth, the situation between Gus and me is just a little bit delicate on account of Letitia, you know. Now, I thought you might appeal to him. He's a soft-hearted yap.
He may be soft-hearted, but he's no yap. Especially if he, as you say, schemed with Flotsam to rook us out of the inheritance money.
Now, here you are, a young man with a fine future. Your poor little wife waiting at the very gates of the jail.
Yeah, that's what you think. Why, she's so sore at me for being inconsiderate enough to get myself sent to jail that she's renounced me forever.
But I can't believe that Betty would hold a mere matter of going to jail against you. Why, jail is nothing. I've often been in jail.
I don't doubt it.
That is purely as a result of some slight misunderstanding, of course. Everything's always been straightened out.
Well, they're not straightened out with me as far as Betty's concerned. She and I are all washed up, and I might just as well stay here as any place else.
Well, that's great, Dick. If your wife had deserted you, why, that makes you all the more pitiable a figure. Gus will fall for that. Why, he's a sucker for tearjerker stuff. And anyway, Dick, the investment in the Lord Collins estate is perfectly sound. The only trouble with it was we didn't have any capital in order to start developing the estates, in order to give the investors at least a run for their money.
You mean we didn't have any capital after you ran away with it? And by the way, what did you do with all that money?
I give you my word, I used all of it. That is, practically all of it, to pay the expenses of the improvements around the Robinson household. You know, the butler, the maids, the game room, the dogs, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I know, but how about the rest of that dough?
Oh, well, you know I took that little trip to New York to sort of get a change of scene. The doctor said I was run down, and, I made a few investments in some things here and there. Money's perfectly safe. Very sound investments. Get it all back one of these days.
You mean during this century?
Oh, now, come, Dick. Don't carp. Just let's concentrate on our present problems. Gus Olson is a rich man, and we've got a perfectly good investment for him.
Sure, but maybe he's like a lot of men who are holding back from making investments just at this time.
Well, if he feels like that, you can just tell him to his face, for me, that he's holding back prosperity. He's downright unpatriotic.
As long as you've mentioned the subject, I'd like to point out something that you and others like you seem to overlook when you accuse businessmen of deliberately delaying prosperity by not making investments.
Pooh, Dick. Don't try to tell me anything about investments. Why, I've been a financial man all my life.
That may be, but I'd like to point out that there are a lot of things today that discourage businessmen and others from making investments that not so many years ago they might have made. Now, you take a man like Robert Fulton, for instance.
Yeah.
If today he came to a successful businessman with a good annual income who had saved money for investment purposes, and Fulton said, "If you put up $200,000 to build a boat I've invented, I believe I can make $100,000 a year, and I'll give you half of what I earn." Now, that'd appear to be pretty good, wouldn't it?
Not bad. Now, if I was Robert Fulton, I'd have taken that $200,000
and go to the South Seas, I know, but that isn't the point, Windy. Let's just suppose that the rich man gave Robert Fulton the $200,000, and Fulton's boat performed according to expectations. The rich man's share would be $50,000, wouldn't it?
Just think. $50,000.
That's right, because $50,000 is the one half of the $100,000 that Fulton said he'd earned. But the fact of the matter is, and I wish you'd pay some attention to this, Windy, because it explains why conditions today tend to discourage people from investing their money. The fact is that today Fulton's backer, out of his $50,000 return on his investment, might have to pay the government, depending, of course, on what his other income was, as much as one half of the proceeds from his steamboat venture.
You don't say. Why, Dick, that's incredible. It's fantastic.
Well, that may be, but it's true. They got it fixed up so that the investor is likely to get a mighty small return on his money for the gamble he took of losing $200,000. If Fulton's boat was a complete flop, he'd be out the money. That willingness to risk savings with the hope of a profit built this country. Take it away, and, well, you've robbed us of our initiative.
Well, sir, I certainly never looked at it that way before.
You'd better look at it that way now, especially if you're going to continue making it a practice of offering tempting investments to people.
Oh, this is very depressing to me. Oh, Dick, here comes this Grogan fellow again. Oh, he makes me very uneasy.
Oh, don't bother about him. He's only a detective. But you'd better pull up the rubber band on that beard.
Hey, Mr. Collins. I just went over to the drugstore and I brought back a soda for you.
Thanks a lot, Grogan. I appreciate that.
Ah, it's nothing. Here, be careful, though. It's leaking through the container. How about you, Mr.
Jones?
Will you have a soda, Mr. Jones?
Oh, no. No, thanks.
Say, you look kind of familiar to me. Did I meet you at the last annual convention of the Secret Operatives Association in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania?
Oh, no. In fact, I've never been in Pennsylvania in my life.
Could have sworn I seen you somewhere.
Stop shaking, Windy. You're perfectly safe.
No, Dick. I am kind of uneasy. I don't think I want to hang around here much longer.
You ought to be nervous. It'll serve you right to suffer a little bit.
Well, now, look. What you say about why not many men are making investments may be all very true. But after all, just between us two, Maybe Gus doesn't know as much about this tax situation as you do. After all, he hasn't had that money very long.
Well, he's had it long enough to find out that every other person in town is trying to sell him something.
All I can say is, if you can only get Gus to fix this thing up for us, I can face my fellow men again.
That'll be no treat for your fellow men.
Excuse me, gents. Say, mister, maybe it was at the orphan's Christmas party that I seen you. Didn't you have them whiskers powdered and play Santa Claus?
That guy never played Santa Claus in his life.
No, I can assure you. It must have been somebody else.
Well, it certainly beats me. Oh, well, anyhow, your mother-in-law and a friend are here, Mr. Collins, and I guess you'd better see them.
Oh, sure.
Oh, Dick, my poor boy. Miss Timmons and I brought you some lovely calf's foot jelly.
How do, Dick? My, mighty nice room they gave you anyway.
Well, this is very nice of both of you, and I certainly appreciate it.
Why, William Winkle, what are you doing down here? And with that false beard?
Why, madam, there must be some mistake. My name is Jones, Horace K. Jones from South Bend, in the insurance business. An old friend of Mr. Collins here.
Oh, now don't you try to make it worse, Windy, by lying. Well, I guess I know my own brother.
William Winkle, I've been looking for you.
Oh. I knew I'd seen that guy before. And I know I'd heard that name before, too. It's on one of them wanted for fraud placards that we got hanging over in the post office. I'm going over there now and check up. And listen, you Winkle, don't you go running out of this jail before I get back. Understand?
You can't have him, officer. He's mine. I saw him first. Anyway, I'm suing him for breach of promise.
But, Letitia, I can explain.
I don't know nothing about that lady. But I got an idea that this Winkle here is the guy we've been looking for a month now.
Oh, but, Mr. Grogan, there must be some mistake.
There ain't no mistake. And I'm going to keep you right in my sight until I serve the papers on you, Windy. And I don't want the police locking you up where I can't get action.
Oh, this is terrible. My son-in-law is in jail and my only brother
is gonna be in jail. Officially, I mean.
I seem to be the only one who isn't involved in any of this. Wouldn't you all like to come in my cell and sort of sit down and talk it over? Better unlock the door, Grogan, and let everybody come in here.
Oh, no. I'm going to stay out here. Not enough room in there.
Gosh, I don't know what to do in a case like this. There's nothing in the detective's manual telling what you're supposed to do when a guy that you think is wanted and maybe a reward is up for is also wanted by some lady suing him for breach of promise.
Well, you needn't be about it, officer. I can tell you what to do. All you have to do is to hand him over to me.
Why, sure, that's right. And anyway, Officer Grogan, you're not sure that I'm the man you want, and you know there's a very severe penalty for false arrest.
Yeah, I know. Oh, well, just my luck. First chance I get to arrest maybe a real criminal, some dame hits me off. Say, I know what I'm going to do. Winkle, I'm going to take you across the street to the post office with me and look at that notice again. If you don't fit the description, okay, then I'll hand you right over to this lady here. But if you do fit it, then you come right back with me to the cooler. Come on now, Winkle, get going.
You'll do no such thing, young man. I'll have the law on you.
I want a lawyer. Where's my lawyer?
Get Lemuel B. Flotsam, Windy. He's just the man for you.
It's pretty hard to say right at this point whether Windy's going to spend the night in jail or not. He's gotten out of worse scrapes than this, however, and he may be able to find a way to elude the conscientious Grogan, and also to avoid the tenacious clutches of Letitia Timmons. Listen to our next program and see what happens. Until then, goodbye. The American Family Robinson, which is broadcast regularly over this station, is written by Douglas Silver and Marjorie Bartlett, and produced by the National Industrial Council.